To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. Marcus and I were just marveling off the air about the fact that the Raiders beat the Ravens this year. That was literally what we were saying, right when War on Drugs were starting their tunes. Marcus is like, remember the Raiders beat the Ravens? I was like, wait, what? Week 2, they beat the Ravens. And then I said to him, right before he came out, I said, and you guys beat the Chiefs, too. What are the Raiders, man? They're like this lost franchise, and they beat the Ravens, and then the last team to beat the Chiefs. So
I mean, Murph, I had no idea that the Raiders were the NFL wake-up call. And good morning to everybody waking up at 6 a.m.
Good morning, everybody.
Maybe that's what the 49ers need. They need a face-off against the Raiders to wake up their season.
That's it, because, man, you lose the Raiders, you go do great things. You go do great things. We're just talking.
It's like, you remember the movie Good Luck Chuck?
I remember it, yeah.
Yeah, so the premise was the guy would date chicks, and then the next dude that the girl would date would always get married. Maybe the Raiders are the Good Luck Chuck. Once you lose to the Raiders, you turn around your season and you win a Super Bowl.
That's just an incredible pull. Is that Kevin James? Good Luck Chuck?
No,
is that right?
It's Dane Cook.
Oh,
I want to
dude,
say.
what a name.
Yeah, I think it's Dane Cook.
Where's he been?
That's a great question.
You won't see him no more. Dane Cook. Holy good. I'm confusing that with I now pronounce you Larry and Chuck or whatever.
Yeah, Chuck and Larry. Yeah, Dane Cook and Jessica Alba, my girl. Of course I remember that movie.
Dane Cook. Has anybody had like a meteor streak across the sky like Dane Cook and then just disappeared?
And just kind of fizzled out.
He actually showed up on a Curb Your Enthusiasm at one point, I think, which was like, man, if Larry gives you the holy water, then you hit. But he rarely misses. But were you a Dane Cook guy?
No, I wouldn't call myself a Dane Cook guy, but I definitely was a Jessica Alba guy. So I saw pretty much every movie she was in when I was in high school.
I was confused the Jessicas. Which one's with Timberlake and which one's with...
Timberlake was Jessica Biel.
Okay.
Who was in Chuck and Larry Get Married.
Okay.
She was in that movie.
So Alba was in the Good Luck Chuck.
Yes.
Beal was in I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry.
Correct.
Neither one features Kevin James, or no, Kevin James is in the Chuck and Larry.
Chuck and Larry.
But Good Luck Chuck is Dane Cook, who we haven't heard from in years.
Exactly. Never seen him.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Dane Cook should go play the Raiders, and then good things will happen to him.
Exactly. Then he'll be Good Luck Chuck.
Now that's an unexpected opening, ladies and gentlemen.
We did not plan to start the show talking Dane Cook. That's for sure.
Or Dane Cook playing the Raiders. My God.
Hey, Dane Cook could drop back and play quarterback right now.
Oh man, oh man. Well, that was fun. I mean, listen, the Ravens looked great last night. They beat my Baker. Although, it's funny, fantasy football is a crazy thing, man, because I got the dub over Raf because Raf's team is just truly atrocious.
Bad team.
Raf's tanking for Travis Hunter. But if you go look, Baker Mayfield at one point in the second half had 5 fantasy points. He finished with 32. Dude, that's just like while you weren't paying attention, he threw like 3 touchdowns in the second half, got up over 350 yards. So I wound up comfortably cruising to victory. And that's always a good thing in fantasy. And so anyway, that happened. I did not watch the Cardinals-Chargers game because I had issues with my ESPN Plus again.
Oh, no.
So it showed up on my...
So
it showed up on my phone, and then I went to screen share, and anytime I went to screen share, the screen went black. I mean, my phone went black. So then when I unscreen shared, it went back on. I was like, you know what? I'm out. I'm like, I don't really need to see this Charger-Cardinal game, so I waited for the highlights on Van Pizzi. I got the highlights. So I reconstructed it. Turns out the Cardinals won.
Yeah, Cardinals won, climbed ahead of the 49ers in the rankings in the NFC West.
Which is brutal, by the way.
Which is the biggest takeaway. But Murph, you're right, man. ESPN Plus, for trying to make things extra convenient, all you're doing is taking a game that would have been on TV and putting it on ESPN Plus and causing problems for guys like you trying to get it to their TV.
Causing problems.
I
had problems.
A lot of problems.
And Harbaugh had problems. He didn't like some of the calls last night.
No, he didn't like Kyler Murray running around in that backfield also.
There was a critical pass interference call that went that was thrown on the Cardinals and then picked up, and then a dubious unsportsmanlike conduct call on the Chargers that allowed the Cardinals to get down the field for the game-winning field goal. 17-15, ugly game. And so, Marcus is right. The Niners are third in the West right now. So the big question today, Young Tone and John Joe, they've been working. Is that what these guys putting in work?
They got the whiteboard out
Show me the grease board.
Jeez.
A little dangerous, too. You know what I mean? A little dangerous. But anyway, Young Tone and Curly said, we've come up with a theme for today's show. Who are the 49ers?
Who are they?
I got my answer. They're the third-place team in the NFC West. That's my answer.
They're the professional football team that plays down in Santa Clara.
This is when I tell the story that I tell every time about the identity, about my old high school theater. When I worked in high school at the movie theater in Mill Valley, shout out Sequoia Twin Cinema, and my insanely politically incorrect manager, Mr. Monty, I can't even tell you the jokes. I'd get fired.
Oh, I wish you could.
Oh, what do you want? Sexism, offensiveness. What do you want? Everything in the books. He's got it all. He was pretty funny, I'll tell you that.
Wow, it sounds like a modern-day Dane Cook.
So he came out one time. I was going into my senior year, and there's a guy who had graduated, and it was the fall, and he hadn't gone off to college. And we had 2 hours to kill because the movie would start. We only had 2 theaters. So, like, from 7 to 9, we had nothing to do. So he'd just come out, and he'd smoke his pipe and talk to us. And I remember John, I'll just call him John, was he was doing the tickets and I was doing the popcorn. A little tiny desk. We're just right next to each other. He goes, John, what are you doing with your life, boy? He goes, well, Mr. Monty, I'm not going to go to college. You're not going to college, boy. What are you going to do? He said, Mr. Monty, I think I'm buying a car and I'm going to drive the Western United States and find myself. Ooh. He goes, find yourself, boy. Take out your wallet and look at your driver's license. You're right there. Now get to work. So that's always like, who are you? Who are you? Mm-hmm. Well, look at your driver's license. You're right freaking there. That's the 49ers. Who are you? Look at the standings.
Yeah.
That's who you are.
You can tell what kind of team you are this year, but also, if you want to take a deeper dive, I know both of us did this multiple times. The 49ers are a couple plays away from being a 5-2 team. Now, of course, if my aunt had something else, she'd be my uncle. We can all sit here and talk about.
What are you, an ad for president?
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now?
Thank you.
All right.
If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. You are what you are on the back of your baseball card, and right now the 49ers are a 3-5 team, but I do think they are a better team than what their record reflects.
We talked about yesterday how twice in the last 3 years they were 3-4, and they're 3-4 this year, which means 3 times in the last 4 years they've been 3-4. Now, are all 3-4s equal? The short answer is no, because in one of the 3-4s you just traded for Christian McCaffrey. In the other 3-4, you just lost Brandon Ayuk for the year. Mm-hmm. So that's official. If people don't know, ACL, MCL, gone. Could be even more. Barrows was saying they dig around. They could find more stuff in there. He compared it to Nick Bosa's injury in 2020. That was a 10-month deal. He was back ready to play in 2021, and the Niners wound up going to the Super Bowl that year, right? I confused my NFC Championship years and was that the Eagles year? I get confused. 2021 was the year they
that was the year they lost NFC
to the Rams. To the Rams. Right. So, but anyway, they had a good year, and so Ayuk's basically done until 2025. What that means for these 49ers going forward, right now going into this Sunday, this is what all you can worry about. You can't really worry about where they're going to be in January. Going into this Sunday, there's no Ayuk and there's no McCaffrey. It's as simple as that.
No, and the last update we got was that Deebo Samuel was in the hospital with pneumonia.
Pneumonia. Which is hard to spell, by the way.
Oh, that P. Where the hell did that come from?
How about the E and the U?
Yeah, what the hell?
P-N-E-U or P-N-U-E? I don't know. I've always had trouble with pneumonia. But anyway, we don't know. He'll be day to day.
Yeah.
So, and then the third one is Juwan Jennings. They say there's no guarantee he plays this Sunday either.
Yeah, and that hip injury to me kind of felt like it popped up out of nowhere after that Thursday night football game. I know they didn't classify that injury like the day after, but it showed up about Tuesday, Wednesday last week, and we're like, hip injury out of nowhere.
I know.
That's kind of shocking.
Yeah, so you could be without Jennings. You may be without Deebo. I don't know. He's day to day. We have to stay patient on that one, wait for the week to unfold. But right now, as they said, George Kittle said this, Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, grow up, kids. That's it. They're going to get their Sunday night moment.
Come on down.
They're going to get their Sunday night moment, and that's who they are. Who are the Niners? They're a hungover team, physically and emotionally.
Yeah,
physically and emotionally.
They are a beat up team.
Yeah, and so can they win the West? Sure. Can they beat Dallas Sunday? Sure. Jordan Mason continues to be a productive back. Although it's funny, Matty Barrows verified on film study what my eyes were telling me. Spags stuffed the box on him.
Yes,
he faced the most 8-man boxes he's faced all year. I was like, 8. Look, there were 18 every time I looked. I'm like, there's nowhere to run there.
It looked like there was 80 guys in the box.
And daring Brock Purdy to throw against man coverage.
Yep.
Right? And so there you go, man.
And it resulted in 3 interceptions.
All that said, the one thing we've really low-keyed because we've been so Niners-centric, the freaking Golden State Warriors start tomorrow, and the NBA starts tonight.
Dude, the NBA season starts tonight. Celtics and Knicks kicking it off, I believe, 4:30 our time, Murph.
That's your Knicks.
That's my New York Knickerbockers.
Will you see them when wait for it, you go to New York to see the Yankees in the World Series?
Oh, are we doing breaking news 6:09 this morning?
We need some applause on that, buddy.
Yes.
That's awesome.
It is official.
What a
Maybe I
story.
could do a little Terry Francois two-step going from Yankee Stadium to Madison Square Garden. It's official, folks. I have bought my tickets for Game 4, Yankee Stadium.
That's so exciting.
Dodgers and Yankees.
That's it, buddy. That's what you do in life. You get on a freaking plane with your dad and your brother, and you go to Yankee Stadium to see the World Series.
The boys are going to the Bronx.
Think about that slice you're going to get, dude.
Oh, dude, I can only imagine. I need all the recommendations, Murph. I'll be out there for a couple days, so lunch and a couple games, and hopefully some champagne celebrations.
Oh, you're looking at a sweep?
No. Even if it's not a sweep, I'll be there Wednesday for Game 5. Not going to Game 5, but I'll be in New York until Thursday morning. So I'm looking for the celebration vibes. But hell yeah, Murph, why the hell not? Give me a sweep, blank the Dodgers.
Don't rule out Game 5. You might go to Game 5.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
So.
You never know.
Warriors tomorrow. We can talk about that. They're at Portland tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Reading a huge deep dive on Mike Dunleavy from Anthony Slater, and everybody's like kind of quietly encouraged by how he's handling shop. I guess I guess he lays down the law. He doesn't take much BS. He makes calls. They got into the Paul George deal. They tried really hard to get Paul George and Lauri Markkanen, but they didn't get him. It's a results-oriented business. But they do like their deep core of a lot of versatile, skilled players. No superstars other than Steph, but a lot of good players. Now, is that enough? We'll see. Enough to get what? I think I heard Marcus Thompson say 6th seed in the West.
Ooh.
He said that would be his goal for the Warriors.
I mean, to avoid the play-in would be the goal, but just to make the postseason in general should be the goal for this team.
Right. Well, the West is so crazy.
Yeah.
You can miss the postseason and still be a good team in the West. It's crazy. All right, listen. So much to get to. It is a Tuesday morning. This guy's going to freaking Yankee Stadium next week. That's incredible. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here, bright and early with O'Reilly Auto Parts. Are you looking for longer-lasting fog lights for your drive? Upgrade to the Sylvania LED fog bulb. Easy to install LED fog light bulbs will get you out of the driveway and back onto the road in no time. Sylvania is the guiding light for all of your power sport and fog bulb needs. For a limited time, get a $20 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with purchase of select Sylvania LED fog bulbs plus 2 times O reward points. And right now, folks, O'Reilly is celebrating the 25th anniversary of their famous jingle. And O'Reilly wants you to be a part of the celebration. We all know how it goes. Tony, this is going to be rough this early in the morning. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow. Man, that was a bad ow. But if you can do it better, go ahead and submit your own cover of the jingle, a remix, or even your own choreographed dance, and you will have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest coming soon. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9, presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole golf courses in the world. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Purdy in the gun, 2-by-2 formation. Mason to the right. He releases out. Purdy steps up, throws over the middle. Catch by Brandon Ayuk. First down, Niners. Inside the Toyota red zone, Ayuk is down.
Yes, he is.
He's not getting up. He took a helmet-to-helmet there.
And he took it from the safety. It was Trent McDuffie trailing him in coverage. And then the safety came up, Jamari Connor, and hit him. It looked like it was down on the lower body.
Ayuk was prone, and now he does roll over onto his back.
2-minute warning. That player's team will be charged a timeout.
Jamari Connor is the one that hit him.
Yeah, and then it hit him right in the ribs. It looked like it was low at first, but he put his shoulder right into the waist of Ayuk, and it looked like his right knee may have been hyperextended.
Well, we call it a Super Bowl hangover, and that means a lot of things. It means you're just not going to have the year you wanted to have. It means things aren't going to go your way. It means the energy isn't pulsating the same way as it does during Super Bowl years. And that's an example, man. Brandon Ayuk getting crunched right at the end of the first half against the Kansas City Chiefs, and the word came down officially. Sprained or torn ACL and MCL, anterior cruciate ligament, medial cruciate ligament. At this point in time, as sports fans, we're so familiar with these acronyms, ACL, MCL. We just know they're gone for a long time. And he's gone for, best guess, at least 10 minutes. The only question right now is, does he make opening day 2025? Really, that's literally your only question. So crushing news for the Niners. I know Ayuk hadn't gotten going. Somebody riffed on the KNBR text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I said, oh man, who's going to pick up his share of touchdowns? He has no touchdowns this year, right? But anyway, it's obviously a huge blow for the Niners. Now they have two rookies. Yeah. Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. And guess what, kids? You're getting your driver's license real fast.
Yeah, welcome to the league, kid. You're going to have to step up and run some extra routes. But I did want to touch on Brandon Ayuk for a quick couple of seconds. I guess in hindsight, it's a good thing that Brandon Ayuk got paid, because this is what we talk about, getting your guaranteed money before one of these like serious injuries. Now it sucks that it happened after the summer he had, after the holdout, after skipping training camp and showing up what a lot of people look like an out-of-shape Brandon Ayuk. So I don't know how much of that contributed to the injury. And again, these injuries can happen anytime. They can happen walking down the street or getting out of bed. It just so happened to happen on the field for Brandon Ayuk. But getting to the Texers who are kind of making fun of BA for his bad season, let's not forget a couple weeks ago, and probably the most forgettable performance of the year, because the 49ers ended up losing to the Cardinals. He had 8 catches for 147 yards. And we saw some of those flashes of Brandon Ayuk. Now, he's not playing at an all-pro level by any means, But you can't tell me that this offense is better without Brandon Ayuk. And so there's obviously going to be ramifications of how teams guard Debo, guard Ricky Pearsall, guard Juwan Jennings if he makes his way back from this hip injury. There's obviously going to be ramifications from losing Brandon Ayuk despite the poor performances this year.
No question. You can riff all you want. You want him out there. Yeah. Number 11, man. And you were putting listen, we were just saying what is a Super Bowl hangover? This is it. Now, you say Debo, how you cover Debo. We don't know if he's playing Sunday. He's got pneumonia. Fluid in the lungs, wound up going to the hospital. George Kittle also showed up in the injury report with a sprained foot. Also, Juwan Jennings remains out with this hip injury that we don't know is going to happen. And there was one other one, too. If you just for fun, Chris Conley has a sprained ankle, too.
Yeah, throw him on the pile.
So the 49ers are going to this Dallas game. I don't know, man. My buddy Daryl, who's a big Cowboys fan, who's down on his team, just texted me and said, you're still going to beat us. So the Cowboys are coming in with their dauber down.
Wow, even with 2 weeks to prepare and Jerry Jones threatening to fire a radio host?
I mean, listen, I told you, Orlovsky, I listened driving on the way in, Orlovsky just crushes the Cowboys constantly. You heard Aikman rip the receivers saying they run terrible routes. McCarthy had to respond to that, saying what Troy Aikman says doesn't matter. I'm going to go, really?
Whoa.
Let's balance the relative contributions to Cowboy culture from Troy Aikman and Mike McCarthy. Oh, wait, the scales are tilting one way.
I think it does matter what Troy Aikman says.
So, I mean, maybe are the Niners going to get a down-and-out Cowboys team? Can you run Jordan Mason against the Cowboys over and over and over again? Can you utilize Cowing and Pearsall? Can you somehow get Debo out of the hospital and onto the field? And can he be effective? I mean, these are all the questions that face. Honestly, you want to know the best thing happened to the Niners? They have a bye after this game.
Yeah.
That's literally the best thing you can say. Where it's not just a physical thing. They'll take time off to heal up. Kittle will heal up. Debo will hopefully get his lungs right. Juwan Jennings will hopefully get his hip right. But, dude, they just need a mental break, too, because they've had 3 of those. Really, the only acceptable loss was the Vikings loss. I mean, listen, let me strike that from the record. Losing to the Chiefs is not unacceptable at all, but it was discouraging to see them go down again. And I kind of want to say without a fight. Would you say they put up a decent fight against the Chiefs? I'd say, not really.
I'd say the defense put up a decent fight for the majority of the game. I mean, look at the numbers of Patrick Mahomes, the 2 interceptions, the lowest pass rating of his career, and I thought the defense actually played competitive enough to keep them in the game. The problem was, every time they were looking for that knockout punch, every time they were looking to land a counter right or a counter left, Brock Purdy was turning it over in Chiefs territory. And so that, to me, took him out of the fight.
Or Mahomes was scrambling, faking, scrambling. There he goes down the line. Never has a 33-yard scramble gotten so much love. I mean, man, people are still talking about it, man.
Dude, it was a huge talking point yesterday. I saw on a bunch of radio shows and national shows. Even Dwight Freeney was on one of the NFL Network shows saying that Patrick Mahomes was taking advantage of the rules. I'm like, damn.
Tim Ryan rejected that now.
Yeah.
In fact, Young Tone, if you could find Tim Ryan's cut yesterday about Mahomes using the sidelines, I showed you guys. Mike Sando, who I believe is going to be on our show today, if you guys follow him on social media, go look at his Twitter feed, and he put out a video. Did you see this, bro?
No, I missed this.
Oh, dude, because you were, I showed it to the boys right when I walked in. Sando found an example of, it was Eric Hipple of the Chiefs, of the Detroit Lions back in the late 70s, early 80s, scrambling towards the sideline. He really only has 1 foot in bounds. He's going out of bounds. A Tampa Bay Buck hits him. Bro, I mean, one of the most violent hits you've ever seen. His helmet goes like a Pez dispenser, goes flying off his head, and he's lying on the ground dead. And Sando's like, see, these are the rules that Mahomes is using to his advantage because
absolutely.
You can't do that. And hey, it's smart play by Mahomes, right?
Yeah, it's a savvy vet move by Mahomes.
But Tim Ryan says, no, go ahead and crunch the guy anyway.
What are you talking about? The hell you can. And that's the whole thing with Mahomes. You don't want to get a foul, but if his feet are in and he's not sliding and he's not out of bounds, that's the opportunity to tattoo him. That's when it's legal to really tattoo him. And I understand, maybe he's close to the sideline, but you got to take your shot on Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
You can't. That's one thing about him. He'll throw a hand up. He'll get you to change your angle. He'll get you to put your hands up and slow down a little bit. And then he dips and he's right around you. That happens every week in this league. So what's the coaching point when you're playing against Mahomes? Don't fall for any of that crap. Don't bite the cheese. Take your shot and run right through him. Clean, of course, within the rules of the game. And with quarterbacks, it's from the neck to the waist pretty much. But you can't hesitate. You got to take your shot. So, Twitter muscles. I'm not buying.
He was talking about, we were saying how on Twitter everybody was saying you can't hit Mahomes, you can't hit Mahomes. He's like, the hell you can't. That's how at the start of that bite, everybody's laughing.
But it is tough when it seems like the NFL makes it so you can't hit Mahomes or just quarterbacks in general. You can't go low, you can't go high, you can't land on top of them when you get a sack. Like there's so many rules to protect the quarterbacks, and we're seeing quarterbacks take advantage of these rules.
I just showed Waterboy the Sando tweet of Eric Hipple.
Oh.
I mean, dude, that helmet just goes skyward.
Man.
I mean, he's on the ground. They bring out the chalk outline. But it was a legal hit back then.
Yeah.
That's why when people want to say, well, I'm the old head who says that Montana and Stabler and Bradshaw, all those guys had it tougher, that's what I'm talking about.
You're not wrong.
Guys.
You're not wrong
all
at
right,
all.
let's get the guest list on a Tuesday, 10/22/24, October 22, 2024. Young Tony Farias or Farias. Young Tone, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys?
How was your Monday?
It was great.
Did you play golf?
I did not, no.
Usually, a lot of golf courses are closed on Mondays.
They're punching, aerating the greens, yeah.
Young Tony was too busy working on the whiteboard to go out golfing.
I know
yesterday.
that. How long did you guys work on that whiteboard?
About 20 minutes.
Till 4 o'clock last
Nothing
night?
crazy, no.
All right. And you guys came away with, who are the 49ers?
Who are they?
Who are they?
What's their identity? What's their bread and butter? What do they do well?
You know what you need to find is the 1992 vice presidential debate in which Admiral Stockdale opens by saying, who am I and why am I here? Okay, you need to find that.
All right.
That needs to be, dude, that guy got roasted.
Who am I and why am I
That was
here?
his opening line.
Why the hell am I running for vice president?
He was Ross Perot's vice presidential candidate, and it was a VP debate. And he was an older guy, and he was an admiral. He was in the full Navy gear. And they said, Admiral Stockdale, opening statement. He goes, who am I? Why am I here? And everybody's like, whoa, who is this?
This guy's running for
This
VP?
whole
Yeah.
You need to find that. That's going to be for the 49ers.
And then the
this year.
Zaza song. You guys remember that? Who are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember that one?
Who?
Yeah. So, I don't know. Well, who do you think the Niners are, buddy?
Bro, not good. That's who I think they are. They're just not, they're mediocre. I was telling a couple buddies,
Are they mid? Is that what you'd say?
they're mid. I don't think they're a championship level team. And I don't think that's a hot take, honestly.
Are they still a playoff level team, Tony?
Maybe sneak in. But like everybody was complaining about the offense. The defense looked worse.
No. Against the Chiefs?
I thought the offense looked worse.
I thought the offense looked worse.
Personally,
Yeah.
the 3 turnovers.
Defense held it together. It was a 14-12 game in the third quarter. Late in the third quarter, the Niners had the ball. And Brock decided to throw it to the other team.
Yeah, that's
all right, buddy. What do we got today, man?
Anyway, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we will talk to Mike Krukow. We will get his take on the World Series. I'm sure I know exactly who he's rooting for.
Did you guys see the John Shea angle this morning?
Oh
no, what was it?
He said, just Giants fans, beware when you flip on your TV Friday. You want to see Shohei Ohtani? Heavy flirt with the Giants. Yamamoto even shot hoops at Chase Center. Shot hoops with the Giants, or flirted with the Giants. Aaron Judge teasing us and teasing us and teasing us and teasing us. Phony baloney. Juan Soto, they tried to trade for him.
Future fling this offseason.
And Giancarlo Stanton. They closed a trade for him until Stanton said no. So, once again, Ohtani, Yamamoto, Judge, Soto, Giancarlo, all 5 of them with heavy black and orange fingerprints on them.
Damn. I'd say the Giants would be a postseason team if they had those guys, Murph. That's just my take.
That's the John Shea
808
angle.
KNBR.
Shay's like, be careful what you watch on Friday. You might get PTSD. All right.
It is what it is, I guess. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content, we're thinking 8:15. We will talk to Mike Silver at 8:50,
Oh, nice.
a guy who was in the press box on Sunday. Mike Sando at 9:15. He had an interesting story.
Yeah. He also had that footage of the Lions quarterback getting killed by the Tampa Bay Buck.
Yeah.
Y'all want to see dead body?
No doubt about it. And then the 49ers player of the week. Any guesses? Ji'Ayir Brown, Tig, joining the show at 9:30 this morning, everybody.
All right,
Tig.
youngster. We'll take them on. We'll see what the young kid has to say about the defense going forward. And, of course, we can start talking about this World Series on the other side, too. It's interesting factoids coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
They go to a 2-by-2 formation on 3rd down and 2. Brock out of the shotgun. Time. Throws out right for Ayuk. He dropped the ball.
Oh, no.
Ball was delivered right over his shoulder in the coverage of the all-pro corner, Trent McDuffie. He was going to catch it on the cheap 40 and speed down the sideline, and he dropped the ball.
And you got to make those catches. In a game like this, low margin for error against the Kansas City Chiefs have not done anything to earn a big play. They get what they're looking for. Ayuk, one-on-one against their best corner. He's able to beat him. Brock drops it on the money, and a flat-out drop by Ayuk.
What a year for Brandon Ayuk. I mean, he got paid. He got paid. And to your point, Marcus, you said earlier, that's why players hold out. This is why. And that's only going to just give players more reason to hold out in the future. Look what happened to if he had gone in on his, played out his contract this year. Look at his situation. Yeah. What would he be getting as a contract? He'd be getting paid through the end of this year, and that would be it. So, listen, we understood at the time why he was doing it. You have one, basically, unless you're a superstar, you get one moment in time to maximize your earning power. And he had that moment, and he had to play it the way he did. For us as fans, was it frustrating? Yeah, really frustrating, because we just want to see the team play and win. But for him, business side, man, he had to do what he had. And all the players in the locker room know that. Yeah. They're like, we do the same thing. We got one shot. Now, like I said, if you're a superstar like Tom Brady, you get multiple shots at big contracts. And if Ayuk wound up having a great 4 years, and when he's 29, maybe he gets another deal. But really, honestly, this was his one chance, and he gets a 4-year, $120 million deal? Was that it?
Yeah, $30 million per year cashed in. Don't remember what the guarantee was off the top of my head, but you're absolutely right. This is why players hold out. It's the most frustrating thing to fans, and a lot of times fans don't understand why players are holding out. Well, it's because of situations like this. So good for Brandon Ayuk that he got his bad. It's just a bad look the way it played out with the holdout and the trade request. And yes, he's going to have $76 million guaranteed in his bank account, but he's also got a lot of frustrated 49er fans who were ready to trade him a couple weeks ago for Devontae Adams and just get him out of their lives.
It's true. So, yeah, he got 45 when he signed, 76 guaranteed. So that becomes fully guaranteed in April of 2025 when he'll be rehabbing. So crazy times, man. So anyway, good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher coming up at 7:30. Mike Krukow to talk about this World Series, which I told you before the break, a couple interesting just little factoids, which we can get into later in the show, too. But I just wanted to get at, this is the most common matchup in MLB World Series history.
Yeah, I think you were dropping that number on me yesterday, right?
12th time. First time since 81, by the way, but the 12th time. They played a night. Listen to this stretch. This is why people like Billy Crystal and all those people romanticize the golden age of baseball in New York. This is the Yankees-Dodgers World Series, 1941. Now, that one's a little early. Then ready? 1947, 1949, 1952, 1953, 1955, and 1956. So from 47 to 56, and you're talking about post-war America, where we have just won the war. Germany and Japan are defeated. We're the richest country in the world. We're the most powerful country in the world. Everybody's feeling pretty good about being an American. New York City is thriving. It's got 3 cities. It's got Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, and Duke Snider. And you go 47, 49, 52, 53, 55, 56. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 times the Dodgers and Yankees meet in the World Series. And people are taking subways and dressing nicely and listening to cool music. You know what I mean? It was like, if you ever go back in a time and place, maybe the 50s in New York as a baseball fan.
Yeah, and that's when baseball was the biggest sport in the country,
yes, correct? Oh, absolutely. By a mile. Like the NFL didn't, they say the NFL, there's a theory that the game that launched the NFL is 1958 Colts New York Giants game when Alan Amici scores a touchdown. But really, it was the Super Bowl in 67 and things like that, and Lombardi Packers in the early 60s, but still. You're talking about, oh, by the way, your Yankees, Waterboy, won almost all of those. In 1955, the Dodgers won. That's it. That was their only one. Yeah, and that's why Dodger fans, like Brooklyn Dodgers fans, for them, 1955 is like it's like the greatest year in the history of Western civilization. But other than that, then they moved out west and they played them again in 1963, and Sandy Koufax and the Dodgers beat them. And then you get into my generation, 77, 78, and 81.
77, Murph.
Reggie. What are you going to do?
Reggie.
Got him in 78, too. And then 81, the Dodgers won, but that was a strike year. Dude, the Dodgers have a habit of winning these BS titles because 2020 was total BS.
Oh, put an asterisk on
And anybody who was around in 81 knows that was BS, too, because the whole season was devastated by a strike. And it was like the playoffs were like, are these even really playoffs? And the Dodgers, quote unquote, won the World Series, air quotes. So I'm calling BS on that one. But anyway, so there you go, man. So anyway, that's a fun, you're going to go to some history there, buddy.
I mean, how about that? And I remember like one of the moments where you actually like recognize that I was a real Yankee fan and not one of these front runners is when I told you about doing that arts and craft project back in high school, where I did a display of Yankee Stadium 1977 when Reggie Jackson went deep 3 different times.
Dude, and the art project, by the way, low-key, was pretty good.
I know, right?
Like, Marcus has some skills.
I got some artistic skills.
And it was kind of profound, actually. It was a cool collage. It was a kind of artsy and well done. It's like, damn, Marcus, look at you, bro.
Look at me, Tony.
But didn't you get like an F for that or something?
Yeah, I probably got a D, like most of my other classes. I think I actually got in trouble for like throwing clay in that class.
Didn't the teacher say that you couldn't do a sports thing?
Oh, the teacher, actually, it was funny. The teacher was from Boston, and she was a Red Sox fan, and it was a 3D design class, and literally every single design I would make, I would just make the Yankee logo. And it got to the point, she's like, Marcus, you got to stop doing the Yankee logo. So you know what I did? I made the Raider shield instead.
Which is better, the Yankee logo or the Raider shield?
You know, it's tough in 3D design because usually it's just like the shape and the outline. So it was just me making a shield. Like I wasn't doing like the details of the actual Raider logo. The New York logo, just like the outline, the trace of it, it's a classic logo.
Raider logo is pretty boss. Yankee logo is pretty boss. I love how the Yankees just going with their pinstripes and their road grays. No BS.
No City Connects, no nothing.
BS. Not wearing navy blue tops on the road. Just give me the road grays. You guys wear what Mickey Mantle wore. Wear what Joe DiMaggio wore. Is that cool?
Yep.
Wear what Yogi Berra wore. Is that cool?
They're not the Diamondbacks who will win a World Series and then change their whole color schemes and uniforms and everything.
I'm still mad the Diamondbacks are even in my life.
I'm still mad that young Tony has a Brandon Pfaadt jersey from the 2001 World Series Arizona Diamondbacks.
Never get one of the
He wasn't even on the team, Tony.
Yeah, but it got him chatted up some ladies at the Portola EDM Festival.
Fat bottom girls.
I'm still stung from a heckling incident I had in 2002 with a Diamondback fan at then Pac Bell Park. Ooh. I was sitting down the right field line in our seats on a weeknight. Of course, I didn't have a morning show the next day. I could stay up and drink beer. Ooh. And so I was at a weeknight game, and there was some guy in a Diamondbacks jersey, and I was like, what are you doing here, bro? And then, we started going back and forth. And then he was like, hey, call me when you win a World Series. And I was like, this freaking, because 01, right? Yeah. They had won it in 01.
Ooh.
I was like, this blanking guy. He's won a World Series before I have. I was like, the guy's wearing a purple jersey.
Dude, you got a D-backs fan.
I'm like, what is he? Is he Prince? Is he the Minnesota Vikings? What's he doing here? This guy, the Diamondbacks were like a 4-year-old franchise.
Dude, they threw pinstripes on their uniforms. You can't put pinstripes on that organization.
So anyway, I just remember I had nothing to say. Giants hadn't won a World Series. He's like, yeah, man, call me. I was like, bro.
That's rough.
I just kind of slunk back into my seats.
Yeah, and then, of course, 2002 ends the way it does. Oh.
Well, we went.
Had a
3-2 lead.
Yeah, that damn
rally. All hell broke loose. Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to get that stat out about the World Series. I'm super, super, super excited for you to go next week. Yeah.
And you threw out that stat about the connections that a lot of these free agents had to the San Francisco Giants.
I mean, Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, Judge, Soto, and Giancarlo, the 5 biggest names in baseball, all of them have orange and black fingerprints on them.
Yeah.
And they're all in this World Series.
And every single season, we talk about the Giants not having a 30 home run hitter going back to the days of Barry Bonds. Murph, what if I told you this is the first ever World Series matchup that has 2 50 home run hitters, Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge? It's the first time in World Series history 2 guys with 50-plus home runs are squaring off against each other.
I said 3 words for you, buddy. Must be nice. Must be nice. That's all I got for you. Also, good trivia factoid. This is Ohtani and Judge led their leagues in home runs. This is the first time league leaders in home runs have squared off since right back into that golden age, 1956, Mickey Mantle and Duke Snider. Wow. How about that?
That's dope.
So this is just an incredible World Series. And the way John Shea wrote it in the Chronicle, he was like, "This is going to be so hard for Giants fans to watch." And I'm like, "That can be that hard because I'm all freaking in on the Yankees." I tell you what, I might wear a Bucky Dent jersey. I might wear a Sparky Lyle jersey. I might wear a freaking Don Larson jersey. Let's throw a perfecto against these blankers.
Watch out for the debut of Yankee Murph.
Can I get a perfecto from somebody?
Your boy Garrett Cole.
Will you let him go 9?
Give him a call.
All right.
Say, Garrett Cole, I need you to do this for me and Marcus this weekend.
All right. I can't believe I'm going to be riding with Garrett Cole as hard as you will on Friday night.
Friday night down at Dodger Stadium. I mean, he's got to be pitching game 1.
That's his hometown.
Yeah, I mean,
he's a Bruin.
Perfectly.
I'm wearing my freaking UCLA pullover today. He's a Bruin.
Yeah, and I told you I'll be there for game 4. Rumor has it, Waterboy might be going down to LA for game 1 and game 2 also.
You better. You can't miss this opportunity.
Yeah.
By the way, speaking of opportunities, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening, and we really do need to start ramping up. The Warriors start tomorrow, and there's some interesting stuff out there about Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, all stuff we'll get into. But we will get into the Brandon Ayuk situation, reaction from Brent Jones, reaction from Kyle Shanahan, and looking ahead as to what happens next. And who are these Niners? Who are you? What are you doing here? 808 KNBR is the phone number if you want to answer. Who are the 49ers this year? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Who am I? Why am I here?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Ayuk is on fire!
Happier days. The NFC Championship just last January. Brandon Ayuk with the Ladybug play, and of course, then the touchdown, the last touchdown that he caught. And then, of course, the news that the ACL and MCL are torn, and the 49ers now go without Brandon Ayuk into their future. Sunday night, 5:20 against the Dallas Cowboys, who are 3-3, coming off a bye. Niners installed as 4.5-point favorites in this game. Ponder that.
That's an ugly-looking number.
Yeah.
Which I usually like to jump on.
Oh, yeah?
Those ugly numbers usually intrigue me to lay the points.
We'll have to wait till Friday because you're hot. You're as hot as I'm going to be on my Underdog app.
Yeah, that's
soon
it.
Here.
I mean,
stay
Murph,
tuned for that read.
How do you think I'm paying for these World Series tickets?
Well, it works, buddy. And so Brandon Ayuk out for 10 months. Deebo Samuel in the hospital with pneumonia. And, of course, George Kittle with a sprained foot. Chris Conley with a sprained ankle. Juwan Jennings' hip injury leaves him questionable for Sunday. Oh, boy. Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Shanahan? All right. So there you go. Well, listen, we'll get into it a little bit. You know, Mike Sando wrote a pretty devastating piece in, well, that's the wrong word, devastating. Pretty hard. What's the word I'm looking for? Sober. That's the word. Sober. It's like you're just looking at it for what it is. The 49ers have some issues with their roster age and their contract situations going forward.
Wow.
We've already known that either Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk was going to be gone next year because only Deebo's guarantee is not guaranteed in the spring. He could be done this year. Diana Rossini mentioned him as a trade candidate, which is interesting for a team that needs wide receivers, that you would trade a wide receiver, you know?
Yeah, I've heard a couple people throw out the idea of the 49ers being sellers. Now, we're a couple weeks away from the trade deadline, and obviously we got to see what happens first in that Dallas Cowboys game. But I heard the theory be thrown out there. If they drop to 3-5, do you start to look to sell guys like Deebo Samuel? Do you look to sell a guy like Charvarius Ward, who also has a free agency coming up? I mean, there are questions out there, but I think people are overreacting too much to this Chiefs loss. If you're thinking about this 49er team being sellers at this point of the season, when we've seen this team with a 3-4, or 3-5 start before and still make it back to the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl.
And the theory is McCaffrey is coming back. That he, and in fact, Kyle gave probably the most optimistic report on McCaffrey yet. Like, he actually put some dates out there. And Young Tone, if you can find that cut from Shanahan about McCaffrey, he's like, like, people have been like, just wait, we don't know, just wait, we don't know, just wait. And now all of a sudden he's like, hey, after the bye, there might be a chance that he plays against Tampa Bay. He actually said that yesterday. You got that, Tone? Yeah, we got it. Here it is.
Christian's still progressing through his rehab. He hasn't had any setbacks, so it's been all good news so far. Be surprised to get him back this week. But, hopefully that the bye week will go well and have a much better chance there right after the bye week. And
much better chance after the bye weekend. That's the most positive words we've heard yet.
I mean, that's the first time they've actually addressed a timeline. The only thing we've heard so far is we're going to ramp up. We're going to open, or not even open his practice window, just get him back out on the practice field. Ramping up his rehab is the way that they've been clarifying it. But everybody's been kind of circling that week 9 bye, looking at week 10 for a potential return. And if you get CMC back in the lineup, I think that helps out tremendously. I mean, that goes without saying, but we're talking about red zone numbers. We're talking about third down conversion. We're talking about Brock Purdy taking checkdowns. Like, CMC is a very, very important piece of this offense, which doesn't need me to explain for everybody else to know that.
Yeah, by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So that's, I mean, if you're looking for something positive, there you go. But in terms of Ayuk, it was all bad. Brent Jones, who's always so great in the afternoon with the boys on Mondays, he came in with a take on Ayuk, and he said kind of what you've been saying, Marcus. Was he ever truly ready to play? It's not why he got hurt. I mean, he got hurt because it's the NFL and violent things happen. And also, Dante Whitner said something Sunday night. It's interesting. He said the rule changes affected Ayuk there because he said players can't go high anymore, so they go low, and you're going to see more knee injuries now. Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah. So anyway, here's Brent Jones on Ayuk's going down.
I guess you start with Brandon Ayuk, and I mean it's certainly sad, and it's a devastating injury. Could be a longer recovery. It's brutal, and it's tough from a team perspective. I mean, and I've said this a few times, but the York family has paid everybody and loaded this team up, and they deserve better, and so do the fans. And it's frustrating. He clearly never was ready to compete this year, and it's sad. You certainly don't want anybody to be injured like that. That was a brutal injury.
Interesting. He said clearly never ready to compete this year. Now, it's, we'd have to go back and look at the film and every route, and was Purdy seeing him, and what was his separation and all that. But it's like they say, your record is, you are what your record is. You are what your stat sheet is.
Yeah,
and the stat sheet was not good.
Stats have not been good at all for Brandon Ayuk. He had one big game against the Arizona Cardinals, but it kind of got forgotten about by a lot of 49er fans because they ended up losing that game when they had another double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. And it's tough to just kind of throw Brandon Ayuk to the curb, which is kind of what I'm seeing right now from a lot of 49er fans on social media. Oh, this guy was a bum this year anyways. Well, here's the thing. You've got him signed for the next 4 years. And you signed him with the thought process that he could help the development of Brock Purdy for the next 4 years.
Oh, yeah, we thought they were buds.
I mean, that's the thing here. And we even saw some of that chemistry missing in the first couple weeks of the season, whether it was Brandon Ayuk dropping that touchdown pass on Monday night against the Jets or dropping passes this past weekend. It just seems like he never got back to that all-pro form that we saw last year. And it's obviously going to have an effect on this offense moving forward. I said it earlier this morning, I'll say it again. This offense is not better without Brandon Ayuk, despite the fact that he has been putting up poor performances throughout the season.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about this all morning. Not just Ricky Pearsall, too. Jacob Cowing becomes a guy now. Both of those guys were featured in the second half of the game. Look for 19 and 14 if you're looking for numbers. 19 for Cowing, 14 for Pearsall.
I believe Pro Football Focus actually had Jacob Cowing rated as the highest ranked wide receiver in the game last weekend for the 49ers.
Oh, man, wow.
A couple big catches. I mean, he had that one downfield from Brock Purdy.
Some listeners already brought up the fact that if the Niners are looking for receivers, the market got more crowded. Did you see late last night in the Bucs-Ravens game, Chris Godwin went down? Mm-hmm. That became controversial, too. Why was Chris Godwin playing with under a minute play down 10? It got to be a little bit of a hot topic. Should you be playing? And I mean, that one's kind of easy to me. Like, yeah, you should be playing. You still got a chance to tie the game, score a touchdown, get an onside kick a field goal. But Todd Bowles is getting roasted by some people. Say, why is Godwin out there? But the ankle injury was bad, and now they'll be looking for a receiver possibly.
Yeah, and that's with Mike Evans leaving the game early in that game also.
Yeah. So here's Shanahan. I was asked yesterday, are you looking to add wide receivers heading to the trade deadline given the Ayuk injury? Cut X, Tony.
It makes you look into everything. I mean, we try to look into everything regardless. Obviously, with more issues that came up yesterday, you still want to look into everything, but it has to do with what options are out there, with stuff that we can pull off that doesn't totally hurt us, that helps us now and doesn't hurt us for the future. So there's lots of decisions that go into it. So we'll look into everything, but a lot of times that's just kind of living in hope. Those answers aren't always out there. You got to be ready to get people better in your building and deal with what you got in your building. And if you ever find something that makes sense, we'll never hesitate on it. But that isn't it's not always available like you hope it is.
It's funny because I think prior to Sunday, the need was D-line, not wide receivers.
Yeah.
Now you're going now you need D-line and wide receivers. So you asked the question, who are the 49ers? The 49ers are a team that's hurting, baby, hurting.
Yeah.
Physically and spiritually. Because now you're talking about you need D-line help, you need wide receiver help. You're 3-4. You're third in the West right now. You're going to go play the Cowboys. We don't know if Kittle's going to be ready. We don't know if Juwan Jennings is going to be ready. We don't know if Debo's going to be ready. He has pneumonia. He's in the hospital. In fact, here's Kyle Shanahan about sending Debo to the freaking hospital, poor guy, with his lungs. I mean, we were kind of wondering, what's going on? What kind of illness does he have? Has he got pneumonia? When's the last time he had pneumonia? That's actually, what's crazy? No joke. It's going around my kid's high school.
No way.
No joke. 2 of his premier teammates on his H2O polo team had pneumonia, and one of his teachers has been in the hospital with pneumonia.
Wow.
I'm not kidding. It's going, I don't know. I guess, watch out, Waterboy.
I was gonna
Don't
riff.
get pneumonia before the World Series.
I'm going to try to stay away from Cow Palace and the high schoolers taking over those shows.
And by the way, don't try to spell pneumonia either. It's hard.
Oh, no chance.
All right, here he is on Debo.
Do you have a timeline for Debo Samuel?
No, he's in the hospital still, and we'll see how he recovers here over these next couple of days.
Man,
In
that's
the
it.
hospital.
Huh? I know, right?
I mean, we were wondering what was going on because, of course, the injury was just described as an illness. And so we were trying to figure out how Debo Samuel went from being suited up on the field in pregame warmups, was out there for 3 snaps, and then they shut it down. And I don't know. It's just it was weird optically to see him. You would think if he was dealing with those symptoms all morning, he would have never suited up.
Yeah. It's a true story that I was confused and baffled. And it was an odd look for an NFL wide receiver to go out for warmups and then not perform. And then you're like, come on, buddy. It's the NFL. You got to get out there. You got 17 days to play, but not if your lungs can't breathe.
Yeah, and obviously he was dealing with something very serious, and pneumonia is nothing to joke about. And that's why I do want to bring up what Debo Samuel said on social media yesterday, calling out media folk, calling out Twitter fingers, calling out MF fantasy owners that were calling out Debo Samuel for not playing this weekend. And look, this is something that I hate in the world that we work in, the sports culture that we enjoy, as someone that's a degenerate gambler, as someone who talks about giving out picks and bets every single week. You should never DM an athlete with threats of their lives, with insults, or anything of that nature because your fantasy football team lost, because you lost a bet, because you didn't hit one of your prop bets. If that's you, if you're listening right now, you're a loser. Get a life. These are grown men with families. They don't care about your fantasy team. They don't care about your bets. Trust me, I've lost bets before multiple times because players get hurt, they got injured. I've never once thought about reaching out to somebody and threatening their life on social media because of a damn fantasy football team.
True. Preach, Marcus, preach. It's ridiculous. And what are you going to say?
Yeah.
People, as the great Jerry Seinfeld said, people, they're the worst. They're the worst. So people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line here. 707 says, the problem isn't that we lost to the Chiefs. We knew it would be a difficult game to win. The problem is how poorly the Niners have played and have been playing, and that's concerning. 707 says, we've seen the Niners start slow before, so there's optimism, but the eye test shows it's not their year. I would agree with you that the eye test is sketchy, but I would also agree that it's 17 games is a long way to go. And as much as people want to rag on Kyle Shanahan, he still gets guys open in general. And as much as you want to kill Purdy for maybe having the worst game of his career Sunday, he's had a lot of good games as a 49er quarterback. And as much as you want to say that, they're lost at sea, Christian McCaffrey might come back. I'm not writing off just yet. We left yesterday's show. I was still saying 10-7 and win the West. I'm not a huge Seahawk believer. I'm definitely not a huge Cardinal believer. So just stay tuned. Let's see what happens Sunday against Dallas. Now, how are they going to score those points when they have no offensive players? That I'm not sure about.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Jordan Mason, and in conclusion, Jordan Mason.
Yeah, and Murph, this kind of reminds me a little bit of the 3-game losing streak that they went on last year, and everybody acted like the sky was falling. And I think I actually came on air and I was like, no, this is the time where you zig when other people are zagging. This is when I'm looking to throw some money on the Niners to maybe make a run to the NFC Championship game, because if you look out in Vegas, they're still the second best odds to win the NFC Championship game this year, right behind the Detroit Lions. They're still top 5 in the NFL to make it to the Super Bowl. So again, everybody's going to overreact over one game, but you shouldn't. We've seen this before with Kyle Shanahan, and this is not the same team that you're going to see in December, January, and potentially February if guys like Christian McCaffrey and Trey Greenlaw make a return.
Yep. 408 says, I know you guys have a bad feeling about this weekend because I know I do. I could see Dallas winning with all the 49ers injuries. And 707 says, I'm not worried about the offense. The Niners can't stop the run on defense. They did in Seattle. They shut down Kenny Walker. And trust me, I'm a Ken Walker fantasy guy. And he had a monster day in Atlanta on Sunday. The Niners shut him down. They shut him down. And really, Kareem Hunt at halftime was not going anywhere. It was late in the game. And that's what good running teams do. They get you in the fourth quarter. And what the Niners have done. What Bill Walsh used to do a lot. He used to run the ball in the fourth quarter. Everybody thinks Walsh was an aerial circus. That's why I wear the hat on Fridays.
Run the damn ball. Run the damn ball. And this is a defense that's still missing Michael Parsons. I know they're coming off a bye week, resting up, but they're missing their best player on defense, and they're coming off an embarrassing loss the week before where they got blown out by damn near 40 points.
Yeah, 405 says they're not losing to the crappy Cowboys. 707 says, pneumonia sucks. I've had it, and it drains all of your energy. It's so hard on your lungs. Get well soon, Debo. And 831 says, have you seen the Niners' remaining schedule? Good luck. No, we talked about it. Winning at Tampa Bay is a challenge. I'm giving them 3 losses: Green Bay, Buffalo, and Detroit. You got to win the rest. You got to beat Seattle. You got to win at Arizona. You got to beat the Bears and the Rams here. Those are all doable.
Yep.
Winning at Tampa Bay will be hard, although Tampa Bay losing Godwin last night was tough, and the Ravens scored 41 on them. But, of course, the Ravens right now are a whole different deal. Yeah. Derrick Henry, I was listening on the way in. The ESPN boys are having a raging argument as to who's the NFL MVP on the same team, either Derrick Henry or Lamar Jackson. And Derrick Henry is on pace for a record season. You know that.
I mean, having Derrick Henry in that backfield is one of the most frightening things I've seen in the NFL in a while. Like a read option between Lamar Jackson where he can keep it and just rip off 50 to 60 yards, or let Derrick Henry go downhill on you. It's absolutely one of the most intimidating things I've seen in a backfield.
And yet they played the Chiefs and lost to the Chiefs. You know, it was week 1. It's like summertime. Week 1's like summer.
Yeah.
It's still warm out. Kids are still like in summer vacation.
Isaiah Likely with his toe on the line.
Oh, man. And that was a furious comeback, though. The Chiefs kind of had salted that game away, and then the Ravens came running back. But it just feels like it's inevitable those two teams will meet in the playoffs, and whoever plays better that day is going to the bowl.
Whoever loses last of the Raiders is going to the bowl, Murph. As we know. The last time the Ravens lost was against the Raiders week 2. The last time the Chiefs lost was last year on Christmas against the Raiders.
You guys are playing the Chiefs Sunday, and did you see, I'm sure you did see who you picked up?
Quarterback.
Desmond Ridder.
And
apparently, I saw the headline said he might start Sunday.
Dude, Desmond Ritter's going from doing DoorDash orders to being the starting quarterback for the Raiders.
Was he doing DoorDash?
He does a commercial for DoorDash.
Okay, all right.
Shout out to my Dashers out there. I'm a former Dasher myself.
Are you?
Oh, yeah. I used to DoorDash before I worked at the Leader.
How was that?
Even as a part-timer.
What's the craziest thing you saw when you went to a door?
Oh, dude, I can't tell some of those stories on air, Murph. I went to a couple doors where, let's just say Mrs. Robinson was hanging out.
Whoa!
Okay, yeah, that's where I get myself in trouble now.
Whoa!
Yeah.
I need to come on now.
Yeah, But there were some fun times, like going to like the Google headquarters and like Apple headquarters. I got some big tips, Murph.
You guys do know that song your generation likes to play, The Sounds of Silence, is from The Graduate.
That's it. One of my favorite films.
Featuring M. Rob there. Not former Niners running back Michael Robinson,
No.
What's her face? Mrs. Robinson. So there you go. Young Tone, you wouldn't know that reference, would you? Mrs. Robinson. Does the name mean anything to you?
No, I was literally just going to look it up right now.
Okay, well, there we go. We have our Young Tony for today.
I'm sure I could, context clues.
Yeah, you got it.
You're going to find the scene in The Graduate where Dustin Hoffman literally says, in his nasally voice, Mrs. Robinson, are you trying to seduce me? So there you go. Yeah, it's an interesting look at a young man trying to find out who he is. So
it's a coming-of-age film, Tony.
All right, man. All right, well, listen, man, I wish we had better news for you like we say in our show when we don't have a positive message for you. Waterboy, would you take 2 negative messages instead? Thank you very much. All right, guys. On the other side, we got Mike Krukow coming up at 7:30, the big hit at 7:50, Mike Silver at 8:50, and Mike Sando at 9:15. Now, he wrote a piece about the Niners' age concerns and contract concerns. We can get into that. We got a World Series, but you know what? I'm going to make a freaking executive, right? We got to talk about the Golden State Warriors on the other side. Ooh. They've assembled their roster. Steve Kerr's coming on today. They open tomorrow in Portland. There's news about Moody. There's news about Kuminga. Give me my Raymond Ritter Warriors, not my Desmond Ritter Raiders.
No
to the Desmond Ritter Raiders. yes to the Raymond Ritter Warriors. How's that? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I will never understand people.
They're the worst.
I am proud to say that I'm part of the Underdog family. Welcome, everybody, to you and me and Underdog Fantasy, the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. We got over 5 million happy players. So all you do is you go on the app, Underdog app, and you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower. This is on player stats with Major League Baseball, NBA, NFL. You can create entries with any spots, picks, mix and match favorite sports. You have a double flex option. You can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. I just started using Underdog. We did the whole tutorial. I'm in. I got the app. So I'm going to go ahead and make my initial picks today. Here we go. It's the NBA, so I'm saying LeBron James tonight in LA, showing out for his son, showing out for the crowd, over 24.5. And then why not just get down and dirty and get into the weeds? I got Dante DiVincenzo coming in for the T-Wolves. I'm going to give 2.5 threes. I say Dante's going to make 3 threes tonight. He's going to make 3 threes. We're going to go higher on both of those guys, all right? So this season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts, you'll get adjusted protections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at a big W. Free picks, that's basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than an easy stat for that pick to win, and all new users get a free pick. It's currently Boostober from now until October 27th. You can boost your profit on all NBA entries by 20%. Underdog is literally giving you unlimited profit boosts to make basketball picks. Download the app, sign up with the promo code, here it is, Murphy. Deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. It's the promo code Murphy. Now, you must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Oh, there it is. Listen to that. Sounds like the Daily Dose, bro. Sounds like the Daily Dose. Remember those days? Yes.
Murph.
That's it.
Here comes
Marcus
a robot.
doing it. We used to do it. Man, oh man. Back when the Warriors had a chance to win championships. Do the Warriors have a chance to win the NBA championship this year? Most people would say, nay, brother, but we shall see. So they even have a chance to avoid the play-in bracket this year. Now that's a more interesting. Have you looked at the NBA title odds?
No. I've looked at the Warriors over/under odds for the season. If you want those, Murph.
Definitely. Let me guess. So first of all, what did they win last year? They win.
Give me a guess, Murph.
Okay, let me figure out what they won. Did they win 48 last year? Something like that? Let me look it up right now.
That was right around their over/under because I know last year their over/under was set at 47.5 games.
Okay, last year they won. I'll get it for you right now. I should have 46. So last year they won 46.
They went under.
The previous season they won 44. What's interesting is the previous season they made the playoffs with 44. The next season they won 46 and were in the play-in. So the West is no joke, y'all. And right now, in terms of NBA Finals odds, I'm just looking at a random betting site. You go Celtics 1, Oklahoma City Thunder 2, your New York Knicks 3,
Hey,
Minnesota. Then you go Sixers and Timberwolves tied for 4, Nuggets, Mavericks tied for 6, then the Bucks, Suns. You guys hear what I'm not saying? Grizzlies, you still waiting? Magic.
The Grizzlies are higher than the Warriors.
Magic.
The Magic.
Cavaliers.
The Cavaliers.
Lakers. And then you get to the Warriors.
Ooh.
They're at plus 4,500 on this one side I'm looking at. Ahead of the Pacers, though, and ahead of the Pelicans, and ahead of the Heat. So take that, Spo.
Yeah.
So anyway, Celtics, Thunder, and Knicks are the top 3 favorites there. So you open a season without championship aspirations. This is Mr. Light Years, right? Joe Lacob told us they were light years ahead. Maybe that was a little bit of an overstatement.
I mean, they were light years ahead for a couple years, but the rest of the league has now caught up. The rest of the league is now shooting 3 balls at an insane rate.
When he said light years, like to me, light years means you're going to be ahead for a long time. So it turns out that was an inaccurate statement. They were not light years ahead.
Just a couple years ahead.
He's just got to wear that. Yes. They were a couple. Change light years to a couple.
We're a leap year ahead of everybody else.
By the way, you note I did say the Mavericks at plus 1,100 versus the Warriors at plus 4,500. Which team is Klay Thompson on? He's not on the Warriors, right?
Mavericks.
So we need to talk about several aspects of this. First of all, number one, they're playing tomorrow night at 7. That's fun. We get to see the Warriors. Steph Curry's back in our lives. Last time we saw this guy, he was going nuit. Or taking Sabrina Ionescu's call. Did you see she revealed that the only person she called in the middle of the mania of the locker room was Steph? And she said they shouted at each other over the noise, and then she hung up and called her family.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Shout out our Miramani Matt. I got to get the name right. Remember when I went on my Miramani PA riff the other day?
Yeah.
I got their nickname wrong. It was embarrassing. I called them the Dons. That's Acalanes. The Miramani Matador, Sabrina Ionescu. Oh, here she was on ESPN saying, if they win the title, who does she call?
Only person that I really responded to last night, besides my family, was Steph, and I was able to call him, FaceTime him for like 5 seconds. I could barely hear him. It was loud, but we just kind of started screaming and celebrating together, and that one means a lot to me just because of his mentorship and knowing he's been here and he's been rooting for me this entire season, and so that's kind of the only person that I responded to right away.
Frickin' Steph. king of the world, king of the universe, greatest guy ever. I mean, he's like, find me an enemy. Who's Steph Curry's enemy? Just if you're like a fan of maybe the Houston Rockets back in the late 2010s, maybe?
I would say maybe some of the LeBron fans maybe view the Warriors in general as the enemy, and Steph Curry is the face of the franchise.
Who hates Steph Curry?
Laker fans?
I mean, I don't know, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. He's gotten to that. But we heard that Laker kid we played yesterday, Quincy Olivari.
That's
guy
right.
was crying about meeting Steph. So anyway, back to the Warriors. It's an interesting piece. So we told you guys news. Number one, good news, Moses Moody. I like Moses Moody.
I want more playing time.
He's kind of my
Moses
Kevin
Moody.
Givens. Well, I think he's going to get some. 3 years, $39 million. A nice deal for him. He gets paid. His family gets taken care of. And the Warriors have the services of a very versatile guard who they're going to want to play more and shoot more and score more.
Absolutely.
So come on down, Moses Moody. Now, the counter to that is Jonathan Kuminga had until last night to decide whether or not to extend with the Warriors or roll the bones and go into a last year of his contract, and he decided to roll the bones. He turned down an extension from the Warriors and is going to play out his contract. Now, that doesn't mean he's done with the Warriors. What it means, though, is that his price tag will be dependent on the box scores night to night, starting tomorrow night.
That's it.
And the Warriors, I mean, Jet, would you say big picture Warriors fans would say, this is the guy. Like if there is a number 2 on the team, it's him. And if the Warriors are going to go anywhere in the future, it's him. Like, you can't lose Kuminga. Or can you? You were going to move him for Paul George. Yeah. You were going to move him for Lauri Markkanen. So, anyway, your reaction to Kuminga not extending with the Warriors and betting on himself.
Well, I think Kuminga wants to roll the dice, and also the Golden State Warriors are rolling the dice. They didn't want to give him a max contract extension. I don't think he's a max player right now. Yes, he has shown flashes offensively. Defensively, he's nowhere near where he needs to be to play at an NBA level and to be a legit number 2 option and to be on the court. Another issue is we've heard for years now that Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins can't play together. So you're trying to figure out who's the number 2 option, but the 2 number 2s can't even play together, Murph.
But they did more last year, remember? They started to solve it. You're right that was an issue last year, but it got better near the end. And right now, you got no choice.
Yeah, you got no option.
I would imagine they're both starting tomorrow night, right?
I mean, you have to put them in the starting lineup. I would assume. I wouldn't mind seeing them two with Draymond Green and even a TJD, maybe go with the bigger lineup. I know Steve Kerr wants to go smaller lineup with Pods maybe at the 2 instead, but I don't know how they're going to turn out these rotations. But I guess the bigger question is can Steph Curry get enough help? Because we've discussed a lot this offseason on whether or not the Warriors are a better team this year or last year. And I believe we've disagreed. I said I think they're worse this year.
I'm intrigued by this year.
You are intrigued.
I am.
But getting back to the opening of this segment, I said last year the Warriors over-under were set at 47.5. They won 46 games.
Okay, what is it?
This year they're set at 43.5. So Vegas views them as a worse team this season.
And Vegas knows so freaking much that definitely catches my attention because Vegas is not dumb. All right. What was Vegas's over on the Giants?
Over on the Giants, I think it was right
like 80,
around 81.5.
And what they finished with? 80?
Or 80.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are so good. So that's a fastball up and in that Vegas put it down that low at 43. Is it 43.5 or 43?
43.5 is what I'm looking at.
My instinct is to say over. That's my instinct because of Steph Curry, and I think they're deep. But if Vegas goes down that low, they're saying, what did they say last year, 47?
47.5.
They're saying they're 4 games worse.
Yeah.
Now, here's my theory is that, and I don't mean this in a negative way at all because he's obviously one of the most beloved athletes in the history of the franchise and in the Bay Area in general, but I'm okay with Klay Thompson not being on the team because I did see you had to move on. Running him back this year would have just, I think, if they were just running it back this year with Klay and didn't add Buddy Hield and Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton and all the guys they added, I'd be like, then I'd be like 43. Because, it would be an old, aging, slow team, and his shooting is not as good as it once was.
I think after how we saw it all play out and the kind of, I don't want to say bad vibes, but Klay straight up admitted he did not want to be here anymore.
Oh, dude.
And for that contract, he's only getting $16 million this year from the Dallas Mavericks. To me, that's good value for a guy who I know, save your text, went 0 for 10 in the last game he ever played in a Warriors uniform, but he was still top 5 in the NBA in three-pointers made last year.
Yeah.
So I do think that he had a role spacing the floor and giving Steph that number 2 option. And now we're going to be sitting here discussing all year, who's the number 2 option? Is it Kuminga? Is it Wiggins? Is it Pods? Who the hell is it, Murph?
Right. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah. I mean, I think in an ideal world, it's Kuminga.
Yeah.
In an ideal world, I mean, I'd love to say it's Wiggins, but he just remains so mysterious.
He's just too inconsistent.
A lot of people are texting in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines. We get ready for the Warriors, who open tomorrow night at Portland. I'm excited. I think they're very deep and versatile. Now, the NBA is a superstar league, so I don't know how deep and versatile works. Like, who was the last, like the 04
Detroit Pistons?
Detroit Pistons with Chauncey Billups and that crew.
Yeah,
like that's the last. Like,
yeah.
I mean, Ben Wallace is on that team, though, right? And he's a Hall of Famer. But I mean, that's the last kind of like superstar-free team I can remember winning a championship.
Maybe Raptors when they beat the Warriors, but they still have Kawhi on the team.
Kawhi counts as a major superstar. Anyway, so the Warriors are open at Portland Wednesday night. They go to Utah Friday night, and then Chase Center crowd, you got to, dude. The Warriors open against the Clippers Sunday night at 5:30, right when the Niners kick off against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
That's bad timing. Oh, come on, man. Bay Area sports fans are done wrong. I want to watch the Warriors home opener, but I can't miss the Niners and the Cowboys.
Absolutely not. I was thinking about going to that game at Chase Center Sunday night, but guess what? I'll be down at Levi's watching 49ers Cowboys.
Or you could go to the Modelo Club and do both.
That's right. It's not an easy Terry Francois two-step down to Levi's.
How about this odd bit? Then New Orleans comes in for back-to-back games Tuesday and Wednesday.
The Pelicans.
They play the Pelicans on both nights, Tuesday and Wednesday. Right. Anyway, it's exciting, man, and we're going to obviously talk more Warriors with you guys as we get going. But the story is Moody signs a very team-friendly deal, 3 years, $39 million. And Kuminga says, no, I'm betting on myself. Because he wants to, at the end of this year, get a max deal. The guys in his draft class have gotten it. Cade Cunningham, Franz Wagner, and Scotty Barnes. Mm-hmm. And you know how we feel about Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes, one of the best players in the NBA.
The face of the NBA.
Complete crap.
He's here he is, the head coach of the Toronto Raptors.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
Right. You heard it here first.
Yeah, you don't hear Steve Kerr saying that about Jonathan Kuminga.
So, anyway, hey, guys, I would recommend Anthony Slater wrote a really good piece on Mike Dunleavy, who, I mean, listen, they're not going to rip the guy, but they're all saying this dude's sharper than you think, and he's running the show with a firm hand. And he did try mightily to get Paul George and Larry Markkinen, but once they didn't, plan C was to load up on all this balance that they have. And so they got a deep team, but who's the superstar next to Steph? That's the question as we go into Warrior opening night tomorrow night. All right, wanted to get that off our chest. We did. Mike Krukow on this World Series coming up. And then, of course, the big hit. Who are the Niners? You haven't answered the question, Tony. Who are the Niners? Next on The Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
Bigalow Tea. That's what we're talking about. We just about Warrior season and 49ers season. It's Bigalow Tea season. Every season is Bigalow Tea season. That's why Bigelow's the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here in our break room at KNBR. You got many, many flavors. What do you want? You want cranberry apple? You want English breakfast? You want Gwen Stefani's favorite, chamomile? We pad around the office in our slippers, sipping our tea, feeling good. So I would do this. I would grab a mug full of your favorite Bigalow tea, and I would tea proudly.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty. We do it every Tuesday and Thursday. I tell you, MLB, what are we doing? Why do we wait till Friday for the World Series, man? Come on. You're losing our momentum. But anyway, let's talk about it with Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike, every time we sign off with you on a Thursday, we're like, well, we'll see what happens over the weekend. Well, a lot happened. 2 pennants were won. First in New York when Juan Soto turned in an at-bat for the ages and beat Stephen Vogt's Cleveland Guardians. And then Sunday night in L.A. where the Dodgers just pounded 10 runs off a beleaguered Mets pitching staff and won their pennant. So, Mike, we have the Dodgers and the Yankees, the two most famous franchises in the game right now with the biggest stars and the biggest payrolls. Here we go, Friday night, Mike. Game 1. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. I hate to wait till I want to see it now. Let's go. You're losing steam. People are losing interest. They're turning on soccer games. What the hell's going on?
I know. They have this sort of preordained. They do it for TV. You know, they want to start Friday, Saturday. You know what's amazing, Mike, is now the World Series avoids NFL Sundays. They used to go head-to-head and steamroll them, but now they avoid them.
Well, yeah, you kind of have to. I mean, blame fantasy football for that. But, you know, if you're a Giants fan, you kind of have to, you know, everybody anticipated that the Dodgers are going to be exactly where they're at. You know, once the Padres went down there ahead in the series and the Dodgers shut them out the last 2 games to win that series, the Giants fans kind of went, oh, well. And then meanwhile, on the East Coast, the Mets are beating the Phillies, and the Giants fans are going, oh. Well, you know, and the Mets, to their credit, I mean, they battled hard, and they had a pretty doggone good finish. And I got to tip my cap to their effort, but they never matched up. They never really matched up. They won 2 games in that series, but the other 4 losses were just complete, supreme scientific whoopings. So the Dodgers advance. The best team in the American League to try and beat the Dodgers is the Yankees. My pick for this whole thing were the Indians going against the Padres to be in the World Series. So, you know, I had no clue what I was thinking about. But from the major networks' perspective, they got the 2 guys that they wanted. They wanted the Yanks and they got the Dodgers. Well, there you go. So I think that it's going to be a really interesting series. I think the fact that you are getting some days off going into it and they're opening up on Friday really allows both teams to get healthy. And that includes Freddie Freeman, who's had a real substantial ankle injury. And I think these days are really going to make him feel better, give him a chance to be a player. Because there at the end, he wasn't even playing. So I think when you get a game like this and you have the marquee stars in it, you want to see everybody play. At least I do. And I want it to go 7 games. And it really, I think, have a chance to do that.
Mike, you're absolutely right. This is as big as a box office kind of hit you can get between the Dodgers and the Yankees, and it's headlined between 2 superstar MVPs, Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani. It's actually the first time in World Series history that 2 players with more than 50 home runs will square off against each other. So as a pitcher yourself, who do you think is the more intimidating at bat to face in the box, Shohei Ohtani or Aaron Judge?
That's a really good question. I think that, you know, they're both tall hitters. And tall hitters traditionally have always had holes, especially on the inside corner with the hands. And if I'm pitching against both those guys, I definitely establish inside early in the count. I don't know if you can do it with the fastball against Ohtani as I don't want to say easily, but I do think you have a better advantage on the hands with the fastball with Judge. They're both extremely dangerous, and both guys don't have to hit the ball right on the sweet spot to knock it out of the ballpark. That's the type of power that they have. They're unique. If you've ever stood next to either one of them, you're impressed by just the physicality of them. Aaron Judge is a beast. I mean, he's 6'7", 285, and there ain't an ounce of fat on him. And, Ohtani is another big man, and both guys just exceptional skills and talent and power. And in games like this, you really have to respect the guys who can hurt you with one swing, and they certainly are. I would move Ohtani's feet every at bat. I would make him as uncomfortable as I could. Because in watching him, I think if you do that, you kind of tick him off. And once you tick him off, he goes out of the strike zone. And I think that's how you have to do it. Both guys, they've got good protection in the lineup. With Judge right now, he really does have an uppercut. So I think you have to think about the high fastball with him. Ohtani's a little more flat to get to that high fastball at the letters than Judge is. But, boy, if you make mistakes middle of the way to both these guys, and they're just lethal. And so I don't know. I mean, you got to respect them, but you have to pitch to them because they have guys behind them that can hurt you too.
Well, Mike, I was going to say, it's a really good question by Marcus, but he might have left out the best one of them all. Maybe Juan Soto's a tougher at bat than both of those guys.
Throwing Mookie Betts into the conversation, yeah.
But Soto right now, he's right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're right. I mean, Soto, right? He seems to have the ability to elevate, and he's showtime when he gets in the box. I don't like the antics that he does, but I tell you, if you're pitching against him, you're watching it, you're seeing it. He is absolutely making you feel him, and that's another guy who I would move his feet. I would move his feet with the idea to tick him off and hopefully go out of the strike zone because he's so disciplined in the strike zone. He rarely goes out unless you tick him off. And I'm not saying knock him down, but just, move his feet. Guys don't like that. And certainly Soto doesn't either. There's a lot of macho in his at-bats, and I would try to take advantage of it. But, you still have to make pitches. You still have to change movement. You still have to change speed, and you have to hit spots. And they're that good.
It's good stuff with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. We talk to him every Tuesday and Thursday. Got to wait till Friday before the World Series starts at Dodger Stadium. Game 1 and 2, Friday, Saturday. Games 3, 4, and 5 in the Bronx next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Mike, we were talking about this after the show yesterday, and I was like, this actively hit me when I was watching the game, and I was like, I just feel a gaping hole in my baseball heart. There's no great October starters left. Now, I'm looking at the stats. Sean Manaea and Tarek Skubal led MLB postseason in innings pitched right now. Manaea and Skubal each threw 19. God bless them. Garrett Cole, of the teams that are left, Garrett Cole threw 16 and a third over 3 starts. And then next will be Jack Flaherty, the Dodgers. He threw 15 and a third over 3 starts. And then Carlos Rodon, who threw 14 and a third over 3 starts. And I know the Dodgers have a ton of injuries, and they would rather have their starters out there. But, man, I just miss... And you go way back to whether it's Denny McLain in the 60s or whether it's Jack Morris in the late 80s or whether it's our guy Bumgarner in 2014, Mike. I just miss it. It's not as enjoyable. I want heroes and I want stories and lore, and I just want to kind of say that to you. And are you feeling that?
Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, this is from the guys that create the algorithms and all the propeller heads that get together and put together the game plan. They are drooling over this series because the new complete game is 4 2/3 innings. Oh, man. And I don't like that. I mean, I never have. I never will. I think that the game has evolved to the point where the starting pitching position has been completely gutted out. And but I mean, look what the Dodgers have done with their bullpen. When we saw the Dodgers early in the year, we thought that was an Achilles heel, and they've really patched it up with the guys that they've brought in. They've been so good. I mean, look at the number of shutouts that they've pitched, and it's all because of the strong bullpen. And the Yankees have a good bullpen. So Carlos Rodon, he goes out there and he grunts and groans and he gives them 4 2/3. We're like, well, okay, there's your complete game. And I don't like that. I never have. I like the classic complete game. I mean, what happened to that stat? I love it when a pitcher gets to this platform, to this dance, and he takes on a hitter, a big league hitter, a premier hitter, 3 or 4 times, and gets them out all 3 or 4 times. What Madison Bumgarner did in 2014 was the coolest thing. It was such a throwback to previous generations, and those days are gone. And I don't think they're ever going to get them back. There's talk now that they want to go back and they want to give more responsibility, have the starting pitchers pitch 6 innings at least. I mean, okay, 6. Big. You're still not facing a guy a 4th time. So I'm always going to be biased. But look, I'm a starting pitcher, an old one, and I know the joy that you have as a starting pitcher when you get into a situation like that on the biggest stage and you have a complete game. I mean, I had one game that I was in a post game, one game, and I was fortunate enough to have a complete game, and I'm really proud of that. It was the greatest moment in my career, and I wish these guys had that opportunity to do that.
I miss it. I really do. As a fan, you just miss the story. It's like going to a movie or a great, like you just miss the drama. As Howard Bryant told us, we don't become fans for efficiency. We become fans for these great stories. So anyway, and here's the other part about that, Mike. Sarah Langs, who does an incredible job with stats, has this stat that over the last, and this is about going to bullpens early in a series. She says, this is an incredible stat from MLB Network. When facing a reliever for the 3rd time or more in a series over the last 6 postseasons, batters are going nuts. They're hitting .276 with an OPS over 800 with 20 homers and 465 plate appearances. I know that's a lot of numbers, but the bottom line is this. It shows that the more hitters see the same relievers over and over again, the better they hit them, which kind of works against this theory of pulling your starter early.
Well, when you think about how Major League teams look at their pitchers, you know, it's when you think and you define a guy as for the bullpen, primarily he's got 2 pitches. Maybe a third, but primarily he's a 2-pitch guy. And in some instances, he's a 1-pitch guy. A guy who can start is a guy that has command of 4 pitches minimum. But then you look at what guys are doing now with 2-seam movement and 4-seam movement and cutters and changeups and splits and all that. You know, it's not uncommon where guys will go out there with 6 different types of movement that they can command. And those guys are labeled starting pitchers. And it is absolutely true. When you see a reliever over and over again, once you know his fastball, once you know his movement on his fastball, once you know his breaking ball and his arm slot, well, then you can look. And if he's a 2-pitch guy, you can sit up there and sit on 1 pitch for the whole at bat. Maybe make an adjustment when you get to 2 strikes. But you can't do that with a guy, a traditional starter who has other things he can do with the ball. You can't outguess a guy who's got 6 different pitches he can throw in a 2-strike count. So the point of the article really was a good one, is the more you see these relievers, the better idea you're going to have when you get in that batter's box. You're going to be able to sit for 1 type of fastball, 1 type of movement. The majority of these guys don't even throw 2 types of fastball, which God knows why. But anyway, you know, I think that the article is a good one, and maybe that has something to say about a 7-game series as to what happens in the later 3 or 4 or 5 or games 4, 5, and 6 or 7. I mean, I have that hope. You know, I mean, I just don't want to see the starting position continue to be devalued.
I know.
Devalued, because it does have merit when you can do all those things.
Yeah, it is merit, both baseball strategy-wise and just drama-wise, too. So just for the stories. Anyway, fun chat, chewing the fat, Mike. We'll do it again on Thursday, get a little bit more into the matchup and a little bit more into see if the Giants do anything between now and then. So enjoy your Tuesday and Wednesday, and we will talk to you Thursday.
Got a bit.
Mike Krukow, who's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. You feel me, Marcus, on all that starting pitching? Do you miss it?
Absolutely, Murph. I hate this whole strategy and theory and philosophy that a starting pitcher can't face a guy for a 3rd time. If he mows down a lineup the first 2 times he faces him, I'm going to go ahead and say it's a safe bet to put him out there a 3rd time.
Generally, when you're getting mowed down and they take him out, it's an adrenaline surge in the dugout. You're like, he's out. Great, let's go.
I mean, forever, the strategy was get to the bullpen. Get to the bullpen. Work the count. See more pitches. I mean, the Yankees have been doing it for years, trying to get starting pitchers out of the game, but now guys are kind of countering those moves. You're seeing Stephen Vogt pull out starting pitchers after the 2nd inning these days.
Well, we'll see what Garrett Cole does on Friday. And again, the Dodgers have injuries. They would do it. But anyway, there you go. Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this evening. All right, the big hit is next. It's the 49ers. The terrible news on Brandon Ayuk. The hospitalization of Deebo Samuel for pneumonia. Going into this Cowboys game, who are they? We've asked the question. The Who asked it. Admiral Stockdale asked it. Young Tony and John Joe Curley asked it. Who are the 49ers? Answer us at 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Mike comes set. The pitch to Whitfield is swung on, hit in the air, right field. Davis comes in, over, reaches up, makes the catch. The ball game is over as Krukow thrusts both arms up skyward to signify the completion of his victory.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest coming soon. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole courses in the world. So how do you qualify for the contest? You got to stay tuned. We are giving these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. When you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for nearly 3 months, and guess what? I've dropped 26 pounds, and I've done it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this program, check out AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, this is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
As Brock Purdy threw 3 interceptions, and 2 of them were on third down. They were 3 for 4 inside the red zone. So the Niners just couldn't get it done on third down. We'll break it all down with the numbers. And the big hit thing is Deebo Samuel, the illness. When did this happen? Was it last night?
I'm more worried about the Ayuk hyperextension of the right knee.
Yeah,
I mean, Deebo's going to get better.
Well, you didn't have him all day today, and that really hurt. And you didn't have Jawan Jennings with a hip injury. Then you lost Deebo right at the end of the first half.
Absolutely could not run it in the first half of the game.
At all.
I mean, they
Zero.
had
First 7 carries
yards
for Mason, he got 6 yards. He did pop some runs in the second half. Final score again, Chiefs 28, 49ers 18, Kansas.
Well, there it is. Pretty all-consuming final call there from Greg Papa and Tim Ryan as the Niners go down 28-18 to the Chiefs on Sunday. And here we are on a Tuesday morning with pretty much nothing but bad news for all y'all. So good morning, everybody. It's The Big Hit. It's Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. Young Tony through the glass. He's on the rectangle. By the way, you guys can see us on YouTube and Twitch. YouTube at KNBR 104.5, and I download the app, the KNBR app. You just touch it, and all of a sudden, there we are.
Easy as that.
And you can see John Joe Curley sometime. Oh, you can see him. I had never noticed that before. Did you guys do an angle? Did this guy demand to be shown on the angle? Is that what happened, Tony?
You've never noticed Curly's corner?
No. Kinder's corner, Curly's corner.
Yeah.
What do you got, Tone? What's give us the story back there? What's the deal?
No, he's always back here, man. He's always, he'll run in and out of the studio, getting sound or whatever we need, getting
gotten
coffee,
any love
getting
from the
sheets.
listeners, or are people noticing him? Are they
Absolutely. People are asking about him. Where's John Joe Curley?
Are girls asking about him? Or are there ladies?
I don't know.
He's taken. All right, Murph, calm down. He's taken.
Well, it's always nice to get. It's always nice to flirt.
He's showing off his ring right now on the camera, by the way.
After all these, oh, come on, man.
How much that cost you, John Joe? No, I'm joking.
She, his lovely wife, Hannah, who we've yet to have the pleasure to meet.
Now, I have met Hannah.
No, look at that.
Yeah, I got a little face-to-face meeting, a hotel via rooftop.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see how I rate. Yes. Young Tone, have you met Hannah?
No, I guess we're not on the list. Marcus is the only guy on the list.
VIP.
Okay,
it pays to be a single man drinking in the city by himself when John Joe Curley calls you up. Hey, man, come to the Hotel Via. I'm there.
I thought she was like Vera, Norm's absent wife in Cheers, who you never saw. Norm had a wife, Vera, who he just referred to for 11 seasons. You never saw her.
No, I can confirm that John Joe Curley actually has a wife.
All right.
That kid, Jack Loader, I don't know about that, though. He keeps talking about his girlfriend that goes to Colorado.
That's very mysterious.
I mean,
are we talking catfish?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got that story. Yeah, I got a girlfriend. She just goes to another school. You don't know her. You just don't know her. We all know that guy.
I needed a Jeff Garcia on that there, buddy. There you go. All right, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. All right, callers, where are you? 808 KNBR, who are the 49ers? Are they a 3-4 team headed in the wrong direction because of A, physical injuries, too much to overcome, B, a Super Bowl hangover that affects them both emotionally and spiritually, C, a team that is headed in the right direction because A, they're going to get McCaffrey back. I'm doing a lot of A's and C's and B's. Mm-hmm. They're going to get McCaffrey back. They're going to beat the Cowboys, and everything's going to be okay because the West is weak. I mean, right now we are sort of at a crossroads, an identity crisis, as it were, about who these guys are. Is the offense humming? Not really. Is the defense inconsistent? Yes, it is inconsistent. Are the corners playing great? Well, Demo Lenore is playing good. How's the pass rush? On occasion, it flashes. How are the linebackers? You heard Greg Papa yesterday. He was really zeroing in on the linebackers, and I was agreeing with him in my car. I was like, I think Papa's right. Missing the linebackers right now, missing Dre Greenlaw and guys like that have really affected the 49ers. How are the safeties? Well, we'll ask about Ji'Ayir Brown. He's our 49er Player of the Week at 9:30. Mm-hmm. How's the O-line? It's driving people crazy for a lot of reasons. That said, Jordan Mason is second in the NFL in rushing. Yeah. So how bad can the O-line be, right? How's Brock Purdy playing? Well, there were times he's had really, really good games, and then, of course, against the Chiefs and Spagnuolo, he's utterly flummoxed. How's the receiving core? Well, it's decimated. Brandon Ayuk is out with an ACL and an MCL at least 10 months. Deebo Samuel's in the hospital with pneumonia, and you're looking at Jawan Jennings as a hip injury that may keep him out of the Cowboy game. they are looking possibly at the Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing era launching on Sunday as those guys as the primary targets.
Yeah, and Murph, you put that all on my plate, and it sounds like the 49ers are headed towards doomsday. Or maybe doomsday was this past weekend, getting beat by the Chiefs for the 5th straight time and watching Andy Reid walk into your trap and take over the trap. But I really don't think this is the end of the world for the 49ers. They've been in this situation before, where they've had seasons where they started 3-4 or 3-5 and have made it to the NFC Championship game, have made it back to the Super Bowl. Now, obviously, you would want them to have a better record right now. And let's be honest, they're a few plays away from being 5-2 instead of 3-5 or whatever the record is. They could have a couple more wins on their record. They should have never blew that game to the Rams, should have never blew that game to the Cardinals. And I think if that was the 49ers record, then people wouldn't be panicking as much as they are. But because of the fact that you're now sitting here 3-5, the fact that you're sitting here 3-4, excuse me, the fact that you're sitting here watching your team lose against your biggest nemesis there is, the Kansas City Chiefs, it feels like there's extra kind of, I don't know how to put it. There's extra on top of it because there's the Kansas Chiefs that beat you. But let's be realistic. Like, what was your odds and your chances going into it? I know Vegas had them as favorites for that game, but until you beat the man, you will never be the man, and that's why I picked the Chiefs this past weekend. So maybe that's why, personally, I'm not overreacting. I still think this is one of the best teams in football, even with this decimated roster, and I expect them to be playing in the postseason, Mark.
Love your optimism there, buddy. By the 49ers are 4.5-point favorites against the Cowboys, who are coming off a bye. They're 3-3. The Niners are 3-4, and it's a Sunday 5:20 kick. Of course, 808 KNBR is the phone number. I just went out to I was going to the text line to see what they're saying out there, and I found on my Twitter window was up. Did you see there's an NFL Films mic'd up? That's on my Twitter time right now, where Travis Kelce and George Kittle dap up at the end of the game. And Kelce actually says to Kittle, "Let's do it again in February, bro." How about that?
I did not see
and
that.
And Kittle said, "Yeah, I know. Why not?" Now, I mean, is that just Kelce pleasantries of like when you say goodbye to somebody, hey, let's play golf. Mm-hmm. We're going to play golf sometime.
Yeah, let's get lunch.
Go get lunch. Mm-hmm. We used to call it ride home BS because one time in college, we were out in the town and we ran into this buddy of ours who was sort of a tangential friend who he was friends, but we didn't hang with him. But he's like, hey, man, can I get a ride home with you guys? And we drove him home, and he got out of the car, and he was leaning in the window. He goes, hey, man, we are hanging out. Let's go play some pickup basketball. Let's go get breakfast. And we were like, yeah, man, totally. And then he walked away, and we were driving with my buddy. He goes, hey, that was ride home BS. And he said ride home bull S. And that became a phrase we've used in our life forever. Was that ride home bull S? Like if you had a bad contract negotiation with your boss. That was some ride home bull S. People say things that they don't mean.
Oh, yeah.
I think Travis Kelce's saying to George Kittle right there, hey, let's do it again in February. That's ride home BS.
Yeah, I'm looking at it as BS, and I would say it's BS if George Kittle does want to face off against his team in February again. I want to play anybody outside the Kansas City Chiefs. Shout out Chris Berman and his Joe Montana curse that the Chiefs have with the 49ers and how he says the 49ers will never beat the Chiefs in the Super Bowl because they got rid of Joe Montana. I would prefer to see the 49ers square off with somebody else in the Super Bowl. But getting back to the Super Bowl alone is going to be a big, big test for this team. It doesn't feel like they have Super Bowl vibes right now. But again, this is not the same team and roster that you're going to see in December and in January that you're seeing right now.
Well, trade deadline is November 5th. And what do you want more? Do you want a wide receiver or a D lineman? And oh, by the way, the Tampa Bay Bucks now looking for a wide receiver. Chris Godwin severely injured late last night in the Monday night game. So that complicates matter. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line seems to be hotter than the phones today, unless you want to call it 808 KNBR because there's a lot of text to read. I'll get you guys what you guys are saying out there. 209 says, I'm not anti-Shanahan, but I can't help feel a lot of this is coaching. How do you guys feel about that? Do you guys agree with that? Brent Jones strongly talked about the need to make changes in special teams and that Shanahan is too loyal. They change D coordinators every year, and that has to take a toll. Just too many errors in general across the board with this team.
No doubt, and I think we've seen some of that inexperience with Nick Sorensen calling plays at the NFL level for the first time. Now, D'Amico Ryans had success doing it. Robert Saleh had success doing it, but not everybody is that kind of coach, is that kind of play caller. Yeah. And now we see Nick Sorensen kind of have some. I know he's trying to replicate that same style of defense.
How much better is Nick Sorensen if Dre Greenlaw's playing?
That is huge. Right. I mean, that circles back to what Pop and Lynn were talking about yesterday and how Patrick Mahomes was 7 for 7 targeting middle linebackers on Sunday. Whether we're talking Fred Warner, Devondre Campbell, or even D. Winters, they were targeting the middle of the field. It's the same thing we saw happen in Super Bowl 58. As soon as Dre Greenlaw left, Travis Kelce went from having one catch for 9 yards to having a huge day in the second half of the Super Bowl.
And is Fred Warner a little banged up?
He is.
Playing on a tough
Still
ankle
dealing with that ankle injury.
916 says the Rams and Cardinals games are defining this season, unfortunately. Those were brutal losses that change everything if you're 5-2 versus 3 and 4. 707 says, is it me or the Giants kind of looking like the Niners? The Niners looking like kind of like the Giants. Spend a good amount of money in the offseason, and the people you pay get hurt. He's talking about Ayuk and Snell, et cetera. Yes,
that was your take. Like week 2 of the season, you asked if Brandon Ayuk was Blake Snell on the 49ers.
Or that's the unfortunate injury to Jung-Hoo Lee,
yeah,
too.
that too.
408 says, Murph, of all the things you listed above, all of the things you listed above about the 49ers are true, but I think the X factor this year is Kyle Shanahan. He's just not the same coach, not the same play caller, not the same scammer. He's just not right. Or has he gone against Brian Flores and Steve Spagnuolo, his two boogeymen?
Yeah, I think that definitely plays a part in it, the defenses that they played. But without a doubt, Kyle has switched up his overall strategy this year. I know they're still running the rock at a high rate, but you're looking at the lack of play action. You're looking at the lack of bootlegs, getting Brock Purdy out of the pocket. Instead, it's Brock Purdy in a shotgun set. Their numbers in a shotgun set are the highest of the Kyle Shanahan era here in San Francisco. And Brock Purdy, instead of being designed to roll out of the pocket, is now running for his life because that offensive line is not great, which begs the question, why didn't you invest more in your offensive line if you do want to go more to this shotgun set style of offense?
And they have eliminated the check down and the throw to the back. I mean, how many catches does Jordan Mason have this year? I don't have the numbers in front of me. It ain't a lot, bro.
No.
It ain't a lot. That is a huge part of the offense. You got to get the ball to your running backs in space, and they just do not do that. And when you try to force it downfield, you're opening up time to get sacked, time to have balls get tipped, time to get balls deflected, etc. Don't be afraid to put Roger Craig in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Joe Montana threw him swing pass after swing pass after swing pass. Yes, sir.
Jordan Mason has 10 catches this season.
Bro.
10 catches, 86 yards.
10 catches? That's a first quarter for Roger Craig back in the day. By the way, shout out George Mason making the Final Four in 2006.
Nice.
And your boy was there in Indianapolis. We went, that was my just starting with old Paulie Mack, our first month together, and I told him, I'm out. I'm going to Indy to do a show. And it was LSU, UCLA, George Mason, and Florida.
And you went solo to go do the show?
No, my bride came with me, and so did Dan Dibley.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Dibs.
Actually, Dibs had been sent, because like the way you go to Army, Navy, Final Four used to call the station and say, hey, we're going to send one of your people there. So Dibs was going to Indy, and I said, I'm joining. And that's when I lost my voice entirely. Cheering so bad, and Tony Salvador was so mad. Get him off the air. He sounds terrible. 831, the Niners are a floundering team that trying to rediscover their identity. They haven't played a clean game since week 11 of last year in Philly. Do you agree with that?
Ooh, week 11
I mean, because the two playoff wins were
those were not clean
wild,
games by
sloppy
any means.
games. And then the Super Bowl, you did have a lead in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Defense played great in the bowl. It really did.
Yep.
Let's go out to the phones. 808 KNBR is the number. Hey, down the coast in Ventura. I like it. Shout out Ventura Highway, America. Dusty, good morning. How are you?
Yes, sir. Good morning, boys. I just wanted to, kind of calm the waters here a little bit.
Okay.
We can't win the NFC every single year. Can't get that number one seed. We just got to get to the playoffs, and that's fully achievable. Luckily, our division isn't really what it has been, but that's still an amazing locker room. I think all the Shanahan haters need to chill and just look at where we've been. Would you rather be the Jaguars or have a little heartbreak?
I mean, very reasonable takes here right now. You're not fitting sort of the panicky social media era, Dusty.
No. I mean, I could definitely go down that path if I want to ruin my day. But just trying to keep it lighthearted here on the coast,
Well, hey, always love Ventura. Very chill vibe. Is there a marine lair this morning? You got blue sky?
Blue skies. It's finally summertime, man.
Yeah, that's right. Because summertime, in the real summer, some pretty good. You get a pretty solid marine lair for most of the summer, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Actually, just left this week, so you're right on top of it there.
Dusty and Ventura, don't be a stranger, buddy, and go surf for us. All right, dude.
Thanks, boys. Take care.
Dusty and Ventura. You get down to Ventura much? You guys used to train there, bro.
I know. I've actually never been down to Ventura.
No, you guys used to train there. Go down and see the ghosts of the silver and black, man.
Maybe I'll stop by on my trip down to LA this weekend.
My buddy was when my buddy was a driver for Al Davis. It was when they were training in Ventura.
Really?
Yeah. He was a driver for him. What a night. He would just get calls in the middle of the night to go get cheeseburgers and
I can
Cokes.
only imagine some of those stories.
Said Al, I told you this. Al was a big baseball fan. He used to throw trades at him.
Yeah, about the Oakland A's, right?
Yeah. No, about the Angels. He wanted to get Chuck Finley. You got to trade for Chuck Finley. Dude, how about 707 saying Jung-Hoo Lee is not a game changer? He's a mid-level role player, bro.
Damn.
How about that in the middle of our Niner
Jung-Hoo Lee catching strays out here.
Do you think he's a game changer?
I think Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be a nice cornerstone of the franchise for the next couple of years moving forward. I've put my takes out there before. Hell, I bet on Jung-Hoo Lee to win Rookie of the Year. I think he's the best Korean prospect to come across the States. Unfortunately, he got hurt. Looking forward to seeing Jung-Hoo Lee next year.
916 with a haunting text to the Golden State Lumber and Builder Repair 6. I said, Bill Walsh always said coaches have a shelf life. Is this team fighting a fatigued message from Kyle? Now, tell that to Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. He's been there forever. But I understand what you're saying, 916. I understand what you're saying. 209 says, fans always think they know more than coaches. There are so many moving pieces behind the scenes. Fans don't know jack. That's true. That gets back to the Tony La Russa line to Gary Ratnich. Because they were talking, like, basketball season started, and Tony goes, oh, you guys talking about baseball, now you're talking about basketball? He goes, you guys are experts in everything. Oh, you guys know it all.
I mean, I see it all the time on social media, people yelling at Kyle Shanahan, oh, I can't believe he's playing Kyle Juszczyk. They shouldn't be running a 21 personnel. That's an outdated formation in football. I'm like, yeah. And the 49ers have had loads of success with 21 personnel. You don't take Kyle Juszczyk off the field. I mean, look at the success they've had running the ball year in and year out.
So who are they is the question. They're a team still trying to find itself. They're a team waiting for Christian McCaffrey. They're a team that's probably going to have that has to hit its stride in the second half of the season.
They're a team that's decimated by injuries and needs to do enough to just get into the postseason.
Yeah, like Dusty said. Yeah.
Look at the Kansas City Chiefs last year when they were 10-7, I believe. And everybody said, oh, the Chiefs aren't nothing this year.
They lost to you guys.
They're playing with their food until they got the wake-up call from the Raiders on Christmas Day. Then they got hot at the right time. How many times do we talk about it in baseball? It's all about the team that gets hot right before the postseason.
But you need McCaffrey, and losing Ayuk is a big deal.
Yes, that is huge. It's going to have a huge impact.
How
but
will
I think
McCaffrey
now
be?
You're looking at that draft pick of a Ricky Pearsall, not as a luxury, but now as a necessity.
Come on in, kid. 831 says, I think the Niners might end up doing better with their backs against the wall. Hard to maintain intensity when you receive the honeyed word of praise. Now they need to sow some doubt and be the underdogs. Brett in Walnut Creek is next up at 808 KNBR. Brett, good morning. What you got, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. Marcus, I do appreciate your enthusiasm, but playoffs? 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 Have you seen the Niners' schedule coming up? I mean,
have.
If they lose to Dallas, they're going to go 3-5. Then I think they got Buffalo, Tampa Bay, Chicago. I mean, they're in a load of trouble.
Well, you don't think they can beat Dallas and Chicago, bro?
Well,
Come
yeah,
on,
I think that's the thing, Brett. We could talk about the injuries. We could talk about the Dallas Cowboys not having their best player, Michael Parsons, on defense. Yeah. So what gives you belief that the Dallas Cowboys win this week?
Cowboys are bad.
Cowboys are bad, but if we lose to Dallas, that's why and I agree with Marcus, I don't think the loss to the Chiefs is that bad.
Agreed.
If we lost to the Falcons or if we would have lost to the Bears in the coming future, it's a bad loss. But now they're even less healthy than they were against the Chiefs. They're not getting more healthy. They might not have Debo, and they know they don't have Ayuk.
Jawan is a question mark, too. Jawan Jennings is a question mark, too.
So, when you have no receivers, you've got an offensive line that's beaten down, a defensive line that is gassed because you can't shuffle in guys like you used to.
Yeah.
You have no speed at the linebacker because Fred has to run all over the field. You've lost your starting safety who's all pro. You've got rookies out there, and then you got guys running routes that they have no timing with Brock Purdy, so he's going to be thrown off. It's like they're going through preseason all over again, fellas. I'm worried.
Yeah, Brett, I don't mind to take it all, but would you say, with all that being said, that there's a team better than the 49ers just in the NFC West alone?
No.
See, and that's the path to the playoffs. Win the division you're in, and you got a chance for the bowl. That's as simple as that, Brett.
Yep, I would agree. There's certainly a path, but they're making the climb very difficult.
Yeah,
Brett, good call, man.
Good call.
Solid call. And by the way, he did Jim Mora playoffs. Jim Mora Jr. in the cooler of content today.
Hey,
and the Moras run hot.
Look at that.
So the cooler of content is next, and it's got some great stuff in there too, including Jimmy Mora running hot. Steve Young talking about figuring out his identity. All good stuff next on The Sports Leader.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? I just hope we can win a game.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here with Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Prize Picks is the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike other apps on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And we've been teasing this pick all week long. The NBA season kicks off tonight, and you can cash in with Anthony Edwards scoring more than half a point. That's it. A single free throw, a single bucket, pair it with one of your other picks, and you'll have a chance to win tonight on Prize Picks. All you need to do is download the app and use the code word LEADER, and you will get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Damn, that's crazy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest coming soon. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the Ballpark Back 9 presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole golf courses in the world. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call coming up in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win 2 tickets to the Ballpark Back 9 on November 17th, 2024. It is all furnished by Giants Enterprises. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Now watch this drive.
Yeah, there we go. We got golf tickets. 2 tickets to the ballpark back 9, November 17, 2024, when you and I will be in Hawaii, brother. By the way, stay tuned. We're going to announce our winners any day now. We have to vet everyone first. Anyway, it's a 2 o'clock tee time on November 17th at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Oracle Park transforms into a 9-hole golf course for the ballpark back 9, presented by the Bay Golf Club. Tee off from iconic ballpark locations and take aim at custom greens on the field at one of the coolest 9-hole courses in the world. At the intersection of golf and baseball, this is your chance to experience giant golf. Reserve tee times now for the ballpark back 9 this November at sfgiants.com/golf. And this is the caller right now. Winner, caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Tell John Joe Curley. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. The retail value is $230. That's pretty good. Listen, people think, oh, you picked on Farhan and Gabe. Guess what? You become the Giants guy, I'm going to pick on you. Hey, here's my riff. Given that it's been 3 weeks since Buster was hired and we haven't heard anything, at the ballpark back 9, you might see Buster playing some golf because he ain't finding a GM right now. Oh, listen, Buster, we love you, buddy, but we got to break balls, right? That's our deal. You picked on Gabe and Farhan. You didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't like how dull and average they were.
No.
So back the blank off, everyone.
Don't be fooled. These takes and these hands by Brian Murphy are rated E for everybody. Everybody can catch these riffs.
Very good. So speaking of hot-headed half-Italians like me, Jim Mora. So Jim Mora Sr., right? Famously, playoffs. Right?
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? I just hope we can win a game.
And then the diddly-poo one, too, and all that.
Playoffs?
So when Jim Mora Jr. was hired as a Niner DB coach, I was on the beat. And I was still dumb to the ways of the world. I was probably 30. I was like younger than you, Marcus. And I still didn't understand how the world worked. So when I met Jim Mora Jr., I was the idiot who I go, hey, man, your dad's stuff is really funny. And you know what he said to me? He was like, what's funny about it? He was pissed.
Funny how?
And I learned, okay, don't talk about a man's father. Just leave him alone. I backed off. Yeah. All right. So, but then I got to know him and he was a great guy, but he does rev hot. Then he becomes head coach at, there it is right there, UCLA.
UCLA.
Get it on my thing there. I wore my pullover today.
Murph with the quarter.
And he actually won some games for us, but then he also just kind of revved a little hot and he wound up splitting. Well, he wound up at the University of Connecticut, of all places. Basketball icon, blue blood, national champs over and over again, Dan Hurley. But football at UConn, not so much, right? Dan Orlovsky might be the only guy to come out of there, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, they lost a game to Wake Forest this weekend on a critical call late. How do you think Jim Mora Jr. handled it? Well, he handled it like this.
I'm proud of them for fighting back. We've got to make sure that we put ourselves in a position where it doesn't come down to one play where an ACC team makes a horse call against an independent. And that's up to us to play better at the start of the game so it doesn't come down to that call, which was holding and PI. And that's what I told them, and we'll come back and we'll fight. So it's on us to play better earlier, but it'd sure be nice if it was a level playing field. Questions, anyone?
Jim, obviously the way it came down is not...
Yeah, it was a hold and a PI. Hold and a PI. Did you get an explanation from me? Here's your explanation. ACC versus independent. There's your explanation, Dom. It's pretty simple. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Mora's gonna baby.
It's pretty blank and simple.
A horse-ass call. The way he's trying to lead you in, he goes, yeah, we need to play better to overcome a horse-ass call against that. It's pretty blank and simple. You could hear him snorting too. It was like you could hear the breath kind of hot in between the takes.
He ramped up. He started going.
I love to see Jim Mora be Jim Mora.
Now, are we sure that was Jim Mora complaining about holding calls, or Kyle Shanahan to the refs this weekend about Nick Bosa?
Oh yeah, did he?
Oh no, I'm joking. But there was film studies again of Taylor holding and putting Bosa in
one of the critical third downs
this weekend.
And it was when Mahomes or Patrick made one of his best plays too. He slithered up inside the hold and threw a third down pass to I think it was Cole who caught it. And I was like, oh, man. And then somebody's like, yeah, he's got held. Anyway.
That's it. It's AFC West versus NFC West. It's that blank and simple, Murph.
Very good. Steph Curry, MNF, Monday Night Football halftime. God bless Steph. We'd say he's king of the world. I said, who doesn't like Steph? Some listeners chimed in with some thoughts. They said Kings fans don't like Steph. They said the French basketball team doesn't like Steph. And they said there's a political group that's voting on November 5th that doesn't like Steph either. So
You're right on that one.
Anyway, he was at halftime, and he's signing off with our boy Van Pizzi. And let's listen to this is how Steph chooses to go out at halftime. Check it out.
Always great to visit with you, Steph, and stay well until the next time, all right?
Absolutely. Go Panthers.
Good luck with that.
Even Steph's laughing.
Yeah. Even
the second laugh is Steph. The first one's Van Pelt.
SVP got Steph to giggle about his Carolina Panthers.
How about Steph deciding to ride with the Panthers at the end of his interview? He's talking about the Warriors. He's talking about facing his dream team teammates, Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant, LeBron James. It's going to be great to go against them. And then he decides to ride with the Panthers. Check it out.
Absolutely. Go Panthers.
Good luck with that.
Even riffing on his own club there.
Yeah, when you're a fan of a team like the Carolina Panthers, or even the Las Vegas Raiders, who the Panthers beat earlier this year, sometimes you got to make fun of yourself.
Oh, man. You know who's riding high is Dan Campbell. Let's get two Dan Campbells in here. Listen to this post-game locker room on Sunday. They beat the Vikings in a clutch game. He gave out the game ball to the kicker. He gave out the game ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown. They're just freaking feeling it, man. He's gushing. Just get some Dan Campbell inspiration here.
BB, come back up here.
Love y'all.
Hey, listen, man, to say that I'm proud of you would be the massive understatement. That's the way to come in here. Everything we talked about from the time we got to halftime to the way we had to finish it out, man. Composure, right? Communication, attitude, patience. My God, man, you guys didn't bat an eye. I love this freaking team. I love the coaches. I love the players. I love everything about it, man. We are so freaking hardened. Even when it doesn't go the way we want it to, man, you find a way. That is an outstanding win. We are 1-0 in the division, gentlemen. That's one. Break it down.
Hey, bring it in. Hey, big boy win there. Division win on the road. Keep it going. Win on 3, 1, 2, 3. Win.
How you feeling about these Lions, bro?
I think they're looking like the favorite to win the NFC.
Dude, I mean, let's be honest. Talk about a sentimental favorite. They've never been to a Super Bowl. It's the Detroit Lions, one of the most historic franchises in the league in terms of years, not in terms of accomplishments, but in terms of years. They're one of the originals, man. And they've never been to a bowl.
And Dan Campbell has that team hyped. And that's a team who had maybe their biggest win of the season last week against the Vikings.
What another division?
Without Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Without arguably their best player. So they're still getting the job done, which it shows you injuries are a thing around the entire National Football League. But how do you hear that audio and not want to play for Dan Campbell?
I'm a fan, man.
That's a guy you want to run through a wall for.
Did he blow the NFC Championship with those fourth down calls?
See, that's the thing.
Maybe.
You got to live and die with Dan Campbell. He's going to risk it to get the biscuit. I mean, you want to talk about the difference between Kyle Shanahan, who seems like he's settling for field goals every single time, and Dan Campbell. If there's a 4th and 1, a 4th and 2, a 4th and 7, he's going to go for it.
So then he does his press conference. Now, did you know when they blew out the Cowboys? Did you know former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who's the big man, he's a big dude, he's a big Cowboy fan. And he's also a regular on Mad Dog Russo.
From New Jersey,
though? I know,
though?
dude.
That's like Cowboys
Paulie's
fan?
buddy Rags is a New Jersey kid who's a Cowboys fan. So anyway, my buddy Daryl in Marin City, Cowboys fan. I tell him all the time, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? He's like, man, I ride with the. I'm like, dude, what are you out of your mind? Anyway, he goes on Russo and says the Cowboys, the Lions ran up the score and did gimmick plays on the Cowboys.
Yeah,
and he
they're
called
offensive linemen out there.
He
at wide
called Dan
receiver.
Campbell classless.
Oh, boo-hoo.
So somebody brought that to Campbell on Monday. Said Chris Christie called you classless here.
Chris Christie was really mad at you about the Cowboys, being mean to the Cowboys. Somebody ran up the score. I'm sure you heard the comments. What's your reaction to being mean?
No, it's the only thing. The last time somebody called me classless, I was drinking wine out of a bottle. All right, so, but no, it's all good. I'm not worrying about it.
Come on.
We included this one because I wanted an 808 KNBR. When's the last time you chugged wine out of a bottle?
Ooh, see, I've chugged wine out of a bag a bunch of times, Murph.
So that is a bottle then.
Have you ever slapped a bag?
I'm not sure.
It's
maybe
big.
on one of those dream trips. We've been on 20, 30 dream trips. I probably have at some point.
Young Tony, I know you're a dager kind of guy, a day rager. Tell me you slapped a bag up in college.
Multiple times.
Oh, dude, it's tradition. Like, you're at a pregame, like a little house party. Someone will pull out, like, the box wine. They'll get the blag that looks like a bladder, and someone holds it up, and you slap it.
Okay, that I have not. Then.
Oh, and it makes this effect where it shoots out super fast, and you chug as much wine as you can.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, slapping the bag.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Slapping the base, slapping the bag.
I like how Murphy's like, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Well,
I thought you meant just
possibly.
drinking bottle out of a bottle of wine in a bag.
No.
That's like true winos do that.
No,
like the old school wino on the street.
Okay.
Hide because you can't, quote unquote, drink in public. So you just put the bottle in a brown paper bag and chug it.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
That's not a bad strategy also.
That's how you do to, quote unquote, avoid law enforcement. But anyway, you know what? I think of the most 808 KNBR great bottle wine drinkers. You got to start with our 90s Friday guy, Eddie Vedder.
Ooh.
If you ever see Pearl Jam, he comes out with a bottle of wine, he plants it by the mic, and he just chugs it all concert long. So I don't know. Anybody else? You guys going, just pick up the bottle and chug it?
Shout out, I saw this TikTok, this social media post of this girl who had a glass, and she's like, hey, husband, can you pour me one glass of wine? And then it fit the entire bottle. So she was drinking the entire bottle, but she was classy. She's drinking it out of the
classy
cup.
out of a glass, not like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
I'm
not
down
like
with Dan Campbell chugging from a bottle.
I got no problem chugging from the bottle.
I do. So you might be doing that in the Bronx if the Yankees clinch the World Series in front of you.
Might be chugging from a champagne bottle. Hopefully, that's the goal.
There you go, man. Hey, I told you about picking up a champagne cork from that 2000 clubhouse and giving it to my buddy Tommy Teach at his wedding. After that little punk Giuliani's kid messed with me and I got pissed at him. I yelled at him. So anyway, listen, we ran out of time. Steve Young has some sound about being at Disneyland, about his identity. We'll get to that later, maybe tomorrow, because it's kind of evergreen. But there's your cooler. You got some Mora, you got some Curry, you got some Van Pelt, and you got some Campbell. So fun stuff. All right, Mike Silver at 8:50 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Have you ever slapped a bag?
I'm not sure. Well, we don't know about slapping the bag, but I'll slap some pizza. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. October is National Pizza Month. And to celebrate, Amici's has a special offer for all KNBR listeners who place online orders for takeout using Amicis.com. So here's the deal. You place any takeout order of $30 or more at Amicis.com Monday through Thursday. This is through October 30th, and you enter the code Pizza Month at checkout, and Amici's will give you 20% off your entire order. It doesn't have to just be pizza. Pastas, wings, salads. Get the discount on those items too. So get yourself some pizza, get yourself some wings, and save money because it's National Pizza Month, all right? So I want you to place your takeout order at Amicis.com Monday through Thursday. Enter the code Pizza Month at checkout and get a 20% discount off any order of $30 or more. When you want a great deal for National Pizza Month, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Oh, we doing 90s Friday already? You're tipping your hand on 90s Friday, buddy. Lauryn Hill would be a very, very, very popular 90s Friday pick for sure. Raise your hand if you've seen her at the Paramount in the 90s.
Ooh.
Sitting next to Tom Waits, one of my favorite concerts of all time. Because you know who opened for her? Outkast.
That's insane.
How about that?
I've heard you mention that before. I mean, you want to talk about a legendary lineup. Outkast leading into Lauryn Hill.
And me sitting next to Tom Waits. I didn't bother him the entire night. Young Tone, you don't know who Tom Waits is, do you?
Is that the clip we play? What is he building in there?
Yeah, very good, buddy. Very good.
What's he building in there?
I didn't say a word to him the whole night till we were leaving. On the way out, I just said, "Hey, man, big fan of your music." He's like, "Thank you very much." And we just kept walking. That was it. So, yeah, man, are you preparing your 90s playlist?
You know, I was thinking about this when we brought up the idea of a 90s Friday. I'm like, damn, when I was running the board, I basically just played 90s rejoins regardless.
So it's just a regular day.
Yeah, so I got a bunch lined up, whether we're talking...
I've been looking. I mean, I'll come up with 6. You come up with 6.
I give you Biggie, Pac, Eazy-E.
Or don't tip your hand.
Dre. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Surprise
them.
them.
Stay tuned.
All right. Make sure you find the radio edit, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A lot of instrumentals for your boy.
All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We're checking in on the Niners and their identity. But Mike Silver's going to join us at 8:50. Now he's at The Athletic now. So he went and wrote a big piece on the Chiefs, man. And it was a good piece. He had good quotes from Mahomes and Chris Jones talking about how they haven't even gotten going. And Travis Kelce about how, like, Kelce admitted he ain't the same. He's like, man, I am not the same. He goes, I just can't run as fast as I used to. He goes, but I guess I'm mentally faster now at age 35. But he had that big catch on third down.
Mm-hmm.
And that kept that. It was the play almost right before the long scramble of Mahomes. That was the drive that I remember sending out a tweet. I said, this drive is bleeding too much of everything. Clock, yards, and hope. And it went from 14 to 12 to 21 to 12. Now you got a 2-score game, and now you got Brock throwing picks in the end zone. And it was 14 to 12, and the Niners had the ball. But then again, this is a loser's lament. I mean, when you're a losing team or you're always like, well, we had this chance, ... Yeah, you lost.
Yeah, and
you
it's
didn't
like
capitalize.
That's the thing. Even like getting back to 14 to 12 actually looks more competitive than it felt in real life. Now, maybe my experience was different, but being at the game, like at halftime when it was 14 to 6, when they settled for the field goal before the second half, I'm like, damn. This feels like even more of a blowout than just the 8-point lead. And credit to the defense for at least keeping it close and keeping it competitive until Mahomes decided to start ripping off 33-yard chunks.
And Brock decided to throw a ball to
that
DB.
was the issue. All 3 interceptions in Kansas City territory, which ultimately ended up losing the game. I know Mahomes turned it over twice, but Brock turned it over 3 times.
He was awful. I sent out a tweet at halftime. I said, halftime score, Chiefs 14, Niners 6. Niners down by 28. I mean, really, it felt that
like
way.
it, yeah.
And then I remember sending out a tweet in the third quarter, said, how in the name of the football gods are the 49ers even in this game? Because they were. They had the ball down, too. I was like, I don't know, but they're in it. And then Brock was awful.
Yeah.
Let's face it. He really was. And Mahomes wasn't that good either, guys. I mean, they held Mahomes to his lowest passer rating of his career.
Yeah.
And lost the game.
And I think that's the biggest difference when you're looking at Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy, because a lot of people have brought up this topic after this weekend's game. Brock Purdy doesn't deserve to get $55 to $60 million. He doesn't deserve the Patrick Mahomes contract. Well, the question isn't, should I say, should Brock get Patrick Mahomes' contract? The question should be, should Brock get Dak Prescott's contract?
Yeah.
Should Brock get Trevor Lawrence's contract?
Yeah.
Like if you told me right now, if I'm doing a blind taste test, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Trevor Lawrence every single time. Hell, I'm still taking Brock Purdy over Dak Prescott. Mm-hmm. But those are guys who are resetting the market at $55, $60 million. So, of course, it's all about timing and when you get paid. But getting back to my original point, the difference between a Patrick Mahomes and a Brock Purdy is it feels like even when Patrick Mahomes is having a bad game, he finds a way to win. Mm-hmm. And he finds a way to make these plays, which we haven't seen as much of from Brock Purdy.
He's so special, man, and I don't know what he's going to cap out on Super Bowls. I was thinking about this the other day too. That Mahomes Brady Super Bowl is going to figure large in NFL history because it's like an NL pennant race when you have a game against the team in front of you. It's like a 2-game swing, you know, because Brady went from 6 to 7. He would have stayed at 6, and Mahomes stayed at 3. It would have been 6-4, right? Instead of 7-3. That's a big difference.
It's a big swing.
Because 6'4" now, you're like, damn, Mahomes is going to win more bowls than Brady. He's going to win more. Now, he could still, like, to tie him would be a Herculean achievement. He's got to win 4. He's got to tie him, he has to win more than he's ever won.
Yeah,
He's only won 3.
He needs 4 more, and then we'll start the conversation.
And how long
crazy
will he play?
is that?
I mean, how long does he want to? I mean, Brady had this maniacal, insane, like he's literally almost clinically insane how he wanted to compete. Who was it? It was Baker Mayfield who said it was no fun being around this guy, right? Remember that? And then see Brady fired back on when he came to Levi's. He's like, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Fun to me." What did he say? He goes, "Fun to me was not." What was the line he said about not winning rings wasn't fun or something like that? And he's like, "Fun to me is working for a ring," because Mayfield was like, "Guy was too serious, man." So,
yeah, and then it even brings up the question of the future with Patrick Mahomes. I know Andy Reid's getting up there in age. To your point, Father Time's undefeated. Travis Kelce is getting older and older. Like, how long are they going to be able to keep the nucleus of this all together in Kansas City? And what does the future for someone like Patrick Mahomes look like?
Well, Silver, last week when we talked to him, we asked him about Andy Reid and all that. He goes, and he said Mahomes, and then they had that young defense. He said, because he's friends with Andy Reid, he goes, "Are you going to coach till you're 85? I mean, he's got a good situation. Yeah. And if he loves to do it, that's the question. As you get to a point in life, do you still want to do it? If he loves to do it, he can keep going, man.
It's kind of like the Steve Kerr situation. Just ride that Steph Curry bus until the wheels fall off. And I think Andy Reid would probably do the same thing. Keep coaching until Patrick Mahomes doesn't want to play anymore.
How long does Mahomes want to go? Is he gonna be as hungry at 33 that he is at 29?
Right? Is he one of these guys that wants to play into his 40s or mid 40s?
Go become a businessman. Maybe he's a part owner of the Royals, right?
This is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he just wants to go do his thing. By the way, we wanted to bring this up before we get to Mike Silver. Diana Rossini of The Athletic, who's a Silver ally. She writes her What I'm Hearing column. So this came out on the 19th. So this came out Saturday. This came out Saturday. What am I hearing? What's he building in there?
What is she hearing in there?
So she wrote about the trade deadline, which is November 5th, which is the Niners have one game before their trade deadline. They play Sunday against Dallas, then they have a bye, and then the Tuesday before Tampa Bay is the trade deadline. And listen, they've been making moves, man. Whether you want Emmanuel Sanders, Chase Young, you want Randy Gregory, you want, this is what they do. They make moves. Christian freaking McCaffrey, Jimmy Garoppolo. So the history says they're going to make a move.
Emmanuel Sanders.
Yeah, history says they're going to make a move. So she writes, the trade deadline is 17 days away, and many around the league are keeping an eye on these names. Browns line pass rusher Zadarius Smith. That makes sense. Panthers quarterback Bryce Young. And moving on from him, maybe.
BY moving on already.
49ers receiver Deebo Samuel. Whoa. Now, his contract status is such that the Niners could release him next spring or just part ways with him next spring. So do you try to get something for Deebo Samuel? And there was a conspiracy theory. I hate to even say that.
Oh, conspiracy.
Deebo tapped out of the game because of the trade. I was like, come on, man.
No. I don't think so.
No, he's trying to increase
we just got a
value.
report that Deebo was in the hospital, might still be in the hospital dealing with pneumonia. So I don't know if I'm entertaining that, especially, I guess, the circumstances would change if they lost to the Cowboys.
Well, she also wrote that before the Ayuk injury.
Yeah. And so that's what I think is the real circumstance. I don't think you move someone like Deebo, especially with the BA injury, especially getting back to our earlier point about how we've seen the 49ers with these slow starts before. And I know we had our guy Brett call in and drop the Jim Moore line on me. Waterboy, you talking playoffs? You talking playoffs? Yeah, I'm talking playoffs. We're talking about a team that last week, after beating the Seattle Seahawks, was in first place in the NFC West. And I know now they're sitting in third behind those same Seahawks and behind those Cardinals, but this was a team in 2021 that started the season 3-5. They made it to the NFC Championship game. 2022 started the season 3-4. They made it to the NFC Championship game. So Kyle Shanahan has traditionally been a slow starter, and they've shown they've had the ability to turn it around. I guess my big question is to you, Murph, or even to Mike Silver in the next segment, does this season feel different than 2021 and 2022 despite the same slow start?
Yeah, because the Super Bowl hangover is real. Now, do we deal with it again in 20? And I know some people get upset about when you break out the Super Bowl hangover, but to me, it's an all-encompassing term for physical maladies and spiritual and emotional maladies. So, yeah, I feel that for sure. I don't think the 49ers win the Super Bowl this year. Simple as that.
Yeah, they don't have those vibes.
Like I told you how many years Bill Walsh didn't win it. But, yes, obviously McCaffrey's not on the field. Obviously, Ayuk's holdout affected everything. Kyle just seems to not be pressing the same buttons that he pressed when they started 5-0 last year. So the short answer is yes, it does feel different. All right, listen, Mike Silver of The Athletic in his new book, The Why is Everything. And my why is, why didn't I get a media copy? He'll join us, and it'll be a great, wide-ranging football conversation. It's always great with Mikey Silver next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, The Sports Leader.
What's he building in there?
Nice time to talk to Steve Moskowitz on a Tuesday morning. Steve, good morning. You want to talk to us about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid tax returns?
This is such a common situation, and people get frustrated. They feel like they're 1,000 feet underwater. They don't know what to do. We do know what to do. Look, most people don't file their returns because they don't have the money to pay the taxes, and that's okay. We'll go ahead, we'll file all the returns you need, and then we want to make a deal for you. And there's a lot of sweet deals if you can't pay the taxes. We'll explain everything to you, and then we'll do everything for you. You don't have to deal with the IRS. Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. We even saw a criminal agent knocking on the door if somebody hadn't filed for 2 years. So the bottom line is just turn it over to us, call for your free consultation. We'll explain everything, and then if you want us to, we'll just do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Well, that's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
So young Tony says, he goes, hey, what song for Mike Silver? And I was like, I said, I'm just feeling some Stones today because Mikey loves him some Mick and Keith, that's for sure. And I was like, what song? And I said, you know what? Give me some Burden. Give me some Beast of Burden because Mike... The Niners are burdened, and there's a beast of burden, and it's injuries and expectations and losses. So there you go, bud. Plus, you get some Stones. Good morning, Mike.
Yeah, what's up, Mike?
I'm in a much better mood now. How are you guys?
We're good, brother. Man, you can never go wrong if you get some Mick early in the morning, right?
Absolutely. Could never go wrong. Now it's a wonderful morning, unless, of course, you are someone who invested all your emotional energy in the 49ers being clearly the best team in football at this stage, which has not happened.
Man.
But the season is young.
We got a lot of big questions to ask. One of the ones we're asking is identity. Who are the 49ers in 2024? What's your short answer?
They're a team that's blown two unconscionable games to teams that are not as good as them, first of all. And that, there's a big difference between if you were like, if you're 5-2 right now and lost to the Chiefs, you'd be like, but 3-4 sucks and they have a tough schedule coming up. And, I don't think we could say they've beaten anyone good yet. So, identity is weird. So in 2021, I covered that game where they lost to the Cardinals and looked just lifeless at home to fall to 3-5. And I basically wrote, it's over, play Trey Lance, Jimmy's going to be gone, start looking ahead to next year, this team's doing nothing. And then Kyle basically said, we're making Debo a part-time running back, and then I think they moved Armstead inside on passing downs, couple tweaks, but basically just ran it like crazy against the Rams that next Monday night, turned around the whole season, and came very close to making the Super Bowl. And after that Cardinals game, I talked to a veteran 49er player, and he said, good teams have an identity. What's our identity right now? We have none. Literally same words we're using, and Kyle went and figured out a way to give them one, and it largely, had to do with Debo as a runner, but it just changed the whole vibe. So 2022, they were 3-4, lost to the Chiefs. McCaffrey just arrived. They went on a 12-game run, obviously with Purdy coming in for the latter part of that. So it can be done, but I don't think you want to just say, oh, they'll just do that again, because those things were really, really hard to do.
Yeah, Mike, that was actually going to be my follow-up question, whether or not you see this current roster having that same type of turnaround under Kyle Shanahan, or do you think the injuries are too much to overcome this season?
I mean, it's not good, right? They have the Offensive Player of the Year, and we'll see if and when he comes back. And because, right now maybe Murph could beat him in a race. I don't know. It'd be close.
Yeah, tough look.
But presumably, he's going to push. I know him. He's so, he's such a perfectionist. He takes it so seriously. He's so wired to try to compete. So I know he's going to try everything he can to be back and go for it. And then you just obviously hope it holds up. So that's a big deal. Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is a big deal. And think about how crazy that is. Speaking of sprinting, Kyle Shanahan sprinted up the stairs to forestall a potential trade of Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. Might not have been happening in that moment, but he feared it was. So, the margin is crazy. You keep him, you pay him, and then something happens that happens in football. But it's brutal for Brandon to have torn his ACL. Debo, that's scary when you can't breathe. That's not good. So I'm glad that he's getting medical attention, and I hope he errs on the side of getting right before he tries to go jump back in. But yeah, they're depleted in terms of their weapons, obviously, on offense. And then Hargrave was not an insignificant injury, and Greenlaw is going to be a ways away, and he's a really important part of what they do. So it's fair to say that the injury thing has bit them.
Big time, man. It's like certain years are just everywhere you turn, you hit a brick wall, and that's where they're at right now. 3-4, welcoming the Dallas Cowboys in Sunday night at 5:20, who are 3-3, have their own issues too. So, Mike, here we go, trade deadline, and we'll talk to you once more before the trade deadline comes. But it's been way more active in the last few years than it was when you and I were on the beat back in the 90s. And John Lynch in particular, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo, Christian McCaffrey, Randy Gregory, Chase Young, Emmanuel Sanders. So, I mean, history would say that he makes a move. I don't know. You go ahead. Take it. Yeah.
Well, they moved it back a little this year, so it's November 7th. So we'll actually talk twice, but they'll only play one game between then. And I don't think it's insignificant what happens in that game, right? Like if they get it rolling against the Cowboys and get to 4-4, and maybe the Seahawks lose and they're tied for first, or maybe they're a game out of first, like, it's tough to say, like, you know what, man, it ain't going to happen this season. Just dump people. In terms of going and getting people, if you lose to the Cowboys and it's 3-5, I still think because their division is not great, you don't just give up on the season and say it's like 2020 with the injuries and it's just a disaster, and presumably Purdy stays healthy, which is a huge, huge deal. But I do think there are some buy-sell scenarios that are dependent upon what's going on after that game or in that game. So let's look at the sell scenarios. Charvarius Ward and Diamador Lenore both are up for new contracts after the season. They're both going to want big money at corner. You're probably not going to pay both. Would teams call about Charvarius Ward, who had a monster year last year and has not had a great season this year by his own admission to me. So, if you can get something for Charvarius Ward now and you like your young corners like Renardo Green, that's a sell scenario. I would have said Debo is a sell scenario, but I think after the Ayuk injury, that would be really, really, remote. I think they need him, and they know that. So in terms of buying, I would look first at interior defensive line with Hargrave out, and ideally you'd love to get a big name player, but if not, you need another like kind of meat and potatoes guy who can maybe give you a little push on the inside, because that was Hargrave's forte. And then, I think receivers in play now because of Ayuk, and certainly if you could get better anywhere in a way that could help you contend, you would take a look at it.
Mike, is there any thought that maybe the 49ers would look at linebacker as a position of need? I know 49er fans are hoping that Dre Greenlaw can return, but I know Pop and Lone went through the numbers yesterday of Patrick Mahomes targeting the linebacker 7 for 7 this past weekend. There's a guy like Devin White who was released a couple of goes by the Eagles. So do you think that maybe they could be looking for a potential linebacker, whether it's through trade or even picking up a guy like Devin White?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it would be a priority to me in terms of giving up compensation. I think edge rusher, would be ahead of that, and possibly secondary. But, the hope is that Greenlaw, when he does come back, and it's obviously not going to be in the next couple of weeks, but that when he does come back, he looks like Greenlaw, and that'll go a long, long, long way if that happens. Devondre Campbell, it hasn't been the greatest fit, but I don't think it's been the disaster that some people portray it to be. Winners didn't have a great game. I think they're, it's weird because they won so many games over 2022 and 2023. So take the latter part of 2021 after they were 3-5, and 2022 and 2023, incredible winning percentage. And they have a lot of great players. So I think in our minds, we just go, man, they got to be great everywhere. But I think now they're just experiencing football like most teams experience it, even good teams, which is like, we got a few game changers if we're lucky, and we got some other pretty good people, and then we have places that aren't amazing. And like, you know, it's not like baseball where you're like, if you're the Yankees, you're like, no, let's just get another great player there. Like, you know, they've had the luxury with the cap of having Purdy on a rookie deal, but it's just hard to keep going and getting, you know, someone better at every single position, especially in the middle of the season.
Always fun talking football. Mike Silver of The Athletic, who is writing his national columns now. It's great to see. And you, good one on the Chiefs, man. Just a word on that. I mean, they do, you know, you covered the tail end of the 80s Niners. I came into the Niners in the 90s, but I don't know. They feel like the 80s Niners to me in terms of Reed is Walsh, you know, Mahomes is Joe, and I don't know. You know, you could just they just have that. They're going for their fourth, just like the Niners. I don't know, dude. You were in that locker room. You've been around winning teams. You've been around championship clubs. The piece was like, we're just getting started, right? And the way they handled the Niners, what did you make of them just sort of brushing away the Niners on a day where Mahomes didn't play well?
I mean, you know, and Chris Jones told me, look, people haven't caught up yet, but we're not that type of team anymore. We don't score 40. We have a great defense, and we have a hard-nosed running game, and that's who we are. And I hear him, but also Patrick Mahomes is just, you know, it's just different. Like that play on the sideline where he somehow has winners there ready to, you know, kill him if he stays in bounds, and then just manages to slip back in. And then, you know, that's kind of the thing, like that Jimmy G tried to do that in the game where he tore his ACL. He tried to cut back in, and it was a disaster. And everyone's like, why would someone ever do that? Well, Mahomes is like a different breed of human. It's just crazy what he does. And you know, I just don't know that we're appreciating how wild it is. You know, he had a year where he waited and started the last game because they clinched the playoffs, and he looked good. And then 6 years as a starter before this, 3 Super Bowl victories, a Super Bowl defeat to Brady when he had no offensive line, and 2 overtime losses in the AFC Championship game. So until proven otherwise, I'm just going to assume that Patrick Mahomes is going to be either in the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl, or very, very, very close to going to the Super Bowl every single season he plays. I don't think that'll last forever, but the run is exceptional, and obviously Andy does a good job of keeping it fresh, and that's you know, one of the other things I got into in the column. But yeah, I don't think there's any shame in the 49ers losing to the Chiefs, especially the way they are now. There was a weird amount of, I don't know if it was confidence, but I just felt like there was this breezy kind of like, oh, they're going to beat the Chiefs, and I'm like, they are? Because, you know, they did come close to beating them, you know, in the Super Bowl under different circumstances, but I never feel like anyone's, quote, gonna beat the Chiefs unless something really good happens for them.
Yeah, Mike, and I think maybe the biggest positive that we could take away from this game is seeing Ricky Pearsall make his NFL debut. What did you think about his performance, and what kind of role does he need to step into now without Brandon Ayuk?
Oh, man. I mean, first of all, it's amazing, right? Like, we need to pause and just go. I mean, it's so cool that he's out there, and it seemed like, you know, seemed good, like for a guy playing his first NFL game and, you know, jumping in, like he seemed like he belonged. You know, I think it'll get better. And unfortunately for the 49ers and for him, it kind of has to because they're in that situation now. But what a cool thing just that he was able to come back, and it was uneventful, but it obviously means a lot.
Incredible. I don't know. Kyle is my next question to you. Is, I don't know. People are saying, you know, I don't always saying lost his fastball is too much. Overmatched by Brian Flores and Steve Spagnuolo. Maybe not pushing the buttons the same way, or no McCaffrey. I don't know. What's your assessment of Kyle Shanahan thus far, and in particular getting sort of neutralized by Flores and Spagnuolo?
Well, first of all, the loss of McCaffrey is not just the production, which is a lot, which would hamper anyone. It's the, you know, McCaffrey has more value to Kyle than he does to he would to any other coach, because Kyle is so brilliant when it comes to the, multi-positional stuff and morphing from one formation to another with a player who can legit be a receiver when split wide, or run it. So, it's not just all those yards and touchdowns, which is still hugely significant. Look, I would just say it this way with Kyle. Like, he's not going to change in that he goes through week to week and just tries to win that week schematically, and usually does, and has a great plan usually for every opponent. And he doesn't, he's mindful of the big picture, but he's not sitting there going like, okay, we're going to not even think about the Cowboys right now. Like, he's thinking right now about how to beat that defense and that team, like Zimmer, right? But, if you look at how many coaches have pulled a team out of a bad spot in the last few years, I mean, he's done it 3 years in a row, really. Like, last year they lost those 3 games going into the bye, and yeah, they were 5-3, but they looked kind of, tired and, didn't have a lot of punch. And then they came out of that bye and rolled. The year before they were 3-4, won 12 games in a row and got to the championship game. The year before that, as I said, 3-5, dead in the water, changed things on the fly and made them Super Bowl contender caliber. So it doesn't mean it's going to happen again, but like if you ask me what coach is capable of doing that currently, I'd go, he's probably right there at the top. So I think that's the good news.
Mike, we're going to wrap it up here because we've got Mike Sando coming up. But he wrote a column about Purdy's future and where he's at in terms of his contract and all that. I don't know. Do you feel like he's playing for a number for next year? Like, how he plays will determine the number? And he even talked to an exec who said, I don't know, maybe you move Purdy and reset and go get a young quarterback. I mean, I couldn't even believe he said that. But just where are you right now with like Purdy and his future and where he fits in playing for that huge contract next year?
Well, let me just say this, and now I work with Mike Sando, so I'm stoked because he's awesome. But with respect to that executive or anyone outside that building, like, they're paying Purdy. They already decided. I think Kyle decided before Christmas of 2022 that that's his guy, and I agree with him. But, the only way that blows up is if it all blows up and Kyle leaves and John leaves and somebody else comes in and like, yeah, let's not pay, but like, assuming that doesn't happen, which I think is a very, very, very strong assumption that, Kyle's still running it and John, like, they're paying him. The number might change a little if he like throws a lot of interceptions and they go 5-12 versus if he has another year like last year and they get to the Super Bowl. But it's not, I don't think whether they're building it around Purdy, whether he's our guy, barring crazy injury or those guys leaving, will change. So I think that's more of a national topic. And now that I'm a national guy again, I would say I need to have an intervention with all the other national people. Like, don't bother worrying about that. Don't worry your pretty little heads. Purdy stay.
Yeah, Mike, real quick before we let you go, my last question is actually a local question on the 49ers, and it's just an injury update on the wide receiver room. Do we have any new updates on guys like Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel?
I think Kyle talked about it yesterday a little bit. Deebo, I would just say, look, pneumonia is no joke, fluid in the lungs, so get right, and also don't underestimate like how that saps your energy. And I don't know, I saw some ridiculous tweets during the game when they said Deebo was ill, and then, why is he still on the sideline? He doesn't. I'm like, dude, you have no idea like what these guys go through to try to play. And Deebo, of all people, like, that guy would play if he possibly could play. So it must be bad. So it is. He's in the hospital, or was at least, and has fluid in the lungs. So, we'll see on Deebo. He'll try, I'm sure, and then. Jennings, yeah, I don't have an update today, but, probably what to look at is, do they practice? Are they limited in practice? If they can actually practice by Friday, any of them, then good chance they play.
Mikey, it's always great, man. And like we said, the national vibe, too. We can do it, too. Love it. Good column on the Chiefs and the Athletic. Let's start our day with the Stones every day. and have a good week, man.
Yes. Or the dead. That's fine, too.
Okay, that's true, too. But your Mick impression is better than your Jerry impression, though.
That is very true, but let's just hope that my Mick impression isn't better than Jonah Hill's Jerry impression.
Oh,
in the
my God.
biopic.
We'll see. And then we also need to discuss the guy from The Bear playing Springsteen in an upcoming thing, too. Everybody's trying to play these rock guys. We'll figure it out.
Oh, he's playing Springsteen?
Yeah,
Carmi?
what's his name? Jeremy something, Allen something, the guy from The Bear. And
Yeah, yes, chef. I don't love that. I also don't love Jonah Hill as Jerry, but
I know, right?
Val Kilmer as Morrison was unbelievable.
All right. Be good, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks.
Mike Silver, and now from one athletic Mike Silver to another athletic Mike Sando, and his deep thoughts on Brock Purdy's future. Next on The Sports Leader.
Whoa, this is crazy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, you just heard the promo. If you're listening or watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you did not. So I will tell you that Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 5:30 this afternoon, or this evening, I should say, for his first hit of the new season. The Warriors are back, ladies and gentlemen. The road to the finals starts now. You can hear the interview live on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Dr. Junk is back.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, it's always fun talking football with Mike Sando of The Athletic, particularly when he writes a interesting column about Brock Purdy and the 49ers and maybe taking a look at what's happened to these guys since the Trey Lance trade. Yeah, he brought up the Trey Lance trade, which we've forgotten about, and maybe you're seeing the Niners start to pay the price. They're old. They have the NFL's oldest offense per Sando's column and the third oldest roster per his column, too. So where do they go from here? Mike Sando of The Athletic, who writes the Pick Six column every Monday morning. You got to read it. Mike, good morning. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus here on KNBR. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
I'm doing well. Good to be back.
Yeah, good talking to you. Good piece on Purdy and taking a hard look. And man, oh man, 49ers. You want to talk about they need a pick-me-up right now. They got stomped by the Chiefs. Brandon Ayuk is out for the year. There's still no McCaffrey. Other than that, we said, how was the play, Mrs. Shanahan, But when you sat down to write this thing Sunday night, tell me what your idea was about the 49ers. Like, I guess my question is, do you think the 49ers are in a little bit of trouble given the big picture?
What's funny about it is I've been thinking about writing this for a couple of weeks, but a couple of weeks ago it could have been in the lens of that Purdy seems to be on fire, and he's actually persevering without a lot of stuff around him, right? And so I think I didn't write it only because I was going to write it regardless of what the outcome of the game was. I wanted to look at this. So the fact that the game was so bad and had the terrible injury to Ayuk, that set a little bit of a different tenor for it. But I do think that it's an interesting situation for their team, which is still good. I don't think they're in trouble, because they still have really good players. But I do think it is striking to see how Kansas City has turned their team over to be young, especially on defense. And the 49ers, I think their depth, we would agree even coming into the year, their depth probably isn't what it has been. And I don't know that the depth is going to get better as some of these older guys age out. We don't know. Maybe McCaffrey will be fine. But certainly Trent Williams, isn't going to be there forever. George Kittle is still good, but he's going to be, I think he's 31 and will be up for a new deal at some point. So, they have been able to keep this window open, but if you keep investing in those players who are older, you will get to a point where you'll get to the end of the road on that a little bit. So I don't think it's dire. I just think it's interesting. Mm-hmm. And especially with Purdy coming up for a deal, now best case scenario is you re-sign him without having to go way over the top of the whole market, which could happen. Maybe they're able to get a good deal with him. But what's it going to look like around him, especially with the Ayuk injury now? I mean, there's just a lot more questions to me about that core around him and the ability to get younger and without getting worse. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely does. And Brock Purdy is 24 years old, coming off a season where he finished top 5 in the MVP voting. But what stood out to me this season, Mike, has been how Kyle has been almost changing his offense, or maybe stepping a direction, maybe trying to, I don't want to say repurpose or evolutionize his offense, but he's seeing Brock Purdy a lot more out of the shotgun formation. So what are you seeing differently with how Kyle Shanahan is using Brock Purdy and overall his offense this season?
I thought it was going to be a little bit. I looked at a lot of those things, and like I don't feel like they're not passing a whole bunch more on early downs and just loading it up behind Purdy and throwing it all over the yard. I feel like Purdy hasn't necessarily been able to find maybe guys open as early in his progressions, and so it has led to him, I think, holding the ball and then creating, which he's done a pretty good job of on the whole. I think he has shown an additional dimension that some of the, the true system quarterback guys don't have, right? He's been able to create. So I think that's really helped them. But I have also felt like it's just not sustainable if it's too much of that. And your offense isn't going to be quite as reliable and consistent if that's a big part of it. That's any offense. Any offense that's relying on the quarterback to bail you out with off-schedule runarounds is going to be exciting, but it's going to also not be as consistent. So I'd say Purdy's done a good job of weathering not having Christian McCaffrey there. I did a comparison table. You can't tell Purdy's numbers. You can't tell the difference other than he throws the ball downfield more without McCaffrey, provided he has at least Debo or Ayuk. Now, this last game, he didn't have either one of those guys, so it looked terrible. But I think if you give him, we've seen he doesn't have to have McCaffrey to be good, but it's a diminishing returns maybe over a long period of time, and too much to ask of him to just have to freelance so much, don't you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can kind of see when you go against a D coordinator like Brian Flores or Steve Spagnuolo, there's no answers there. So, we're talking to Mike Sando of The Athletic. He does a great job covering the league and writes the excellent Pick Six column every Sunday night, Monday morning. Wrote about Brock Purdy and the Niners' future and sort of in a pickle a little bit. Now we'll see how they do against the Cowboys, and we'll see what happens with McCaffrey going forward. But I did want to ask, though, about the Trey Lance trade. Now, I know it's water under the bridge, spilled milk, choose your cliche, whatever. But it is interesting just kind of barroom talk to talk about the effect. And you say that Niners fans, while it did happen a couple years ago, that you're now sort of seeing the effect, and you compared them to the Chiefs, Mike?
Yeah. Oh, a little bit there, yeah. So if you look at the Chiefs now, they haven't hit on every first-round pick. Nobody does. But, Trent McDuffie's a great young corner for them they got in the first round. Or George Karlaftis is a good contributing pass rusher. I think that draft capital, there is a cost to that, even though you feel great. It's like, in your mind, you feel like, well, it's kind of a wash because they lucked into Purdy. But Purdy's probably not a 3 first-round pick wash, right? He probably offsets one of those. And so, losing what they lost there probably deprives them of maybe at least one and maybe more good young piece that they might have to build around and hang their hat on to be a younger team.
Mike, speaking of the Chiefs, got to ask you a question about Patrick Mahomes. He's coming off his lower passer rating of his career this past week against the 49ers. 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Actually has 6 touchdowns and 8 interceptions on the year, which is tied for the most in the NFL. And I wake up Monday morning and I see that he's still the odds-on favorite to win the MVP this season. So what has been your breakdown of Patrick Mahomes so far this year?
Isn't that unbelievable?
Yeah.
Well, I have felt like, obviously they have some weaponry issues, but they can't convince anybody that they really want to run the ball. I think that's the key. A big key to having an explosive passing game is making the defense think you're going to run it. And that's been at the heart of what Kyle Shanahan's done really well for most of this time there. They're always explosive in the pass game because people defend the run. Kansas City, like everybody knows, Andy Reid wants to throw the ball. And so they're, I think having Pacheco out of there for them, he might be the one guy that changes that a little bit for them as a running back. But I almost feel like they could oddly almost use a dynamic runner to convince people that you have to defend their run game, because otherwise it just feels like Patrick Mahomes is going to drop back to pass and everybody's going to be sitting deep and he's going to throw a 3-yard pass or he's going to scramble for 8 yards on 3rd and 7. And he's able to do it, and with their defense they've been able to win the game, but it just feels so difficult. Where are those easy plays, the big strike plays? He missed one to Xavier Worthy, so maybe they can get a little bit of that going, but it just feels like there's not enough of that for them, just ability to get a great matchup down the field to hit explosive, easy plays.
Mike, before we let you go, just a thought on the NFC West landscape. Niners went up to Seattle on Thursday night, and even though they blew a 23-3 lead, they wound up winning that game. You could say fairly comfortably. I don't know. You could say they stressed it out either way.
Yeah.
And then the Seahawks went down and answered on the road down in Atlanta against a decent Falcons team. The Cardinals last night somehow, some way pulled one out against the Chargers and are quote-unquote tied with the Niners, actually ahead of the Niners because they beat them head-to-head. But just you look at this NFC West landscape, I don't know. How good are the Seahawks?
Yeah.
How good are the Cardinals? Or do you think the Niners are still the best team?
They probably still are the best team. I don't think anyone's going to run away from the 49ers here. Seattle's got Buffalo this week, so that they're at home against Buffalo. They probably lose the game, I would think. They're going to play home against the Rams. That's been, I don't care what McVay's had there, that's been a tough game for Seattle over the years. So, I think the division's still going to be there for the 49ers. And really the question is, what is the 49ers ceiling, right? How many of their guys are they going to have? And is McCaffrey going to be back and healthy? I think that is now increasingly important. Playing without one of the key players, you can do. But when there's just I wrote this in the column, there's a baseline level here you got to have, especially to be dynamic. And that's my concern for 49ers is they may win the division at 9-8. But that's not what we're measuring their expectations against because they've been so much better than that. And so I think now we're just questioning, okay, have we seen the best of this iteration of the 49ers?
Yeah.
And I think we're closer to saying yes than we have been before.
Interesting. Good stuff. Hey, but shout out the days when wasn't up there in your neighborhood. Didn't Pete Carroll win the West at 7-9 one year?
They did, and remember that they had the beast mode run that year. They won a playoff game against the defending Super Bowl champs. So I don't think we're quite back to that. But you look at this division right now, I don't think you're feeling like any one of these teams is on fire.
9-8 might do it. You're right, especially if they beat Seattle twice. So, all right, Mike, it's always great, man. Always a great conversation. We love your landline and love your columns too. So thanks for hopping on. We'll keep reading you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, just a total pro. The phone line starts from the phone line and works from there.
Immaculate, Murph.
Ji'Ayir Brown, 49ers safety, getting ready for the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football is our player of the week next on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marquise Boucher here with O'Reilly Auto Parts. And it's looking nice and sunny outside today, but the rain is right around the corner, so it's time for you to invest in some Rain X Premium Silicone Advantage Wiper Blades that are engineered to withstand the most extreme conditions. Rain X Premium Silicone Advantage Wiper Blades last 2 times longer than traditional wipers, and right now, for a limited time, you can save $16 per pair on the Rain X Silicone Advantage Wiper Blades, plus get 2 times O reward points. And when you purchase these blades with O'Reilly, guess what? Their professional parts people will install them for free, folks. Absolutely free. And just because O'Reilly's is the best out there, they're celebrating their 25th anniversary, and they want you to be a part of the celebration with your own version of their famous jingle. And we all know how it goes, folks. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow! And O'Reilly wants you to submit your version of a jingle, remix, or even your own choreographed dance, and you'll have a chance to win exclusive merch and prizes, including 3 $5,000 grand prize winners from O'Reilly Auto Parts. Submit your video to O'ReillyJingleContest.com now through October 31st. Terms and conditions apply. No purchase necessary.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
With our first selection in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Ji'Ayir Brown, DB, Penn State.
Deep drop, climbs the pocket, pumps, now throws, and it's intercepted! Taken back by the rookie, Ji'Ayir Brown!
What a play by Ji'Ayir Brown. That ball was overthrown. Mahomes trying to find Kelsey.
There it is, the sounds of a Ji'Ayir Brown pick, and of course the Niners getting ready for, by the way, that was Joe Staley shouting into the microphone about Ji'Ayir Brown getting picked. And so we do our 49er Player of the Week every week, and this week it's number 27, safety Ji'Ayir Brown, who's just coming off a tough game against Kansas City Chiefs where he went up against Patrick Mahomes, and now turns around, finds himself on Sunday Night Football going against the Dallas Cowboys. Doesn't get much more fun than that. 49ers and Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. Ji'Ayir, welcome to KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. We do the morning show. We had you on way back when you got drafted at your first mini camp, and we enjoyed I haven't talked to you since, so welcome back. And how you doing this morning, Ji'Ayir?
Hey, morning, Tig.
Great morning. Yeah, thank you guys for having me here, man. I'm doing great this morning. I'm blessed. I hope you guys are doing well as well.
We are. Now, what's an average day, morning like? How you getting ready today to be the best you can be Sunday? I love to hear what you guys do. Like Kyle Juszczyk told us about this red light therapy he does. What are you doing to take care of your body today?
Today I got acupuncture, massage, a little bit of body work with our guy Elliot, and a cold tub, hot tub.
Acupuncture, is that something you did even back to Penn State, or is that new?
I did it. I started doing it when I was getting ready for the draft. That's when I first started doing it.
Tell us about it. Is it like a real effect? You come out feeling like a different guy?
Yeah. So what the guy do is he take a needle, and he puncture it into your muscles. And then he put some stem in there to kind of loosen that muscle up and, get that muscle nice and warm. It kind of helps. It does a great job, man. I feel amazing after it. So it's something I done implemented into my routine, for these past year and a half.
Yeah, and Ji'Ayir, I know fans are always intrigued how the week-to-week process goes in the NFL. So talk to us about how much film study you do from this weekend's past game, and then when do you turn the corner and start focusing on the Cowboys this weekend?
Well, we had a meeting yesterday about the last game, so I think we finished around 2 o'clock. So after that meeting right there is on to the Cowboys. So I started watching the Cowboys yesterday afternoon. Going to beat them up again today, and from here on out all the way to Sunday.
Well, I know you are headed towards the Cowboys, but what did you take from the Chiefs film? You guys did hold Pat Mahomes to his lowest passer rating ever, but certainly I know you guys are always striving. What did you take from the Chiefs film?
Man, I felt like we could have been better in that area. It's a couple plays, it's a team effort, on defense. We all have a part to do, and we didn't do our job the best way we could. Yeah, we held Pat Mahomes to his lowest passer rating, but it could have been better, on our side of the ball. And we gave him a few plays that, we just gave to him, So a few plays on there we could have been better, and that's what we're focusing on this week, just having that perfect game. Maybe we could have held them under 100 yards.
And we are talking to Ji'Ayir Brown, our 49er Player of the Week, who's sponsored by Bigalow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I got to ask, not to rip open the wound, but where were you on the play where he scrambled, and what did you see on film?
Oh, man. On that play, I was manned up on Travis Kelce, and we were way on the other side of the field. Just seeing him running, man, and was thinking guys going to get him down, and he found a way to get up on out of there and rush for another 30 yards. So it's tough, man. We just got to, sometimes when guys are at the sideline and their quarterbacks, we assume that they're going out of bounds, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you got to make them go out of bounds.
Got to ask you a question about Demo, who was able to get an interception versus Patrick Mahomes this weekend. It seems like he's blossoming into one of the best corners in the league, and each and every year he's getting more and more confident. Tell us what it's like playing behind Diamondor Lenore.
Man, the guy's a heck of a player, man. I said it, earlier this year, man. He's one of the best corners in the game, one of the best slots corners in the game. The way how physical he is in the run game, and also, seeing him pick off Pat Mahomes, but not just to pick, the way he covered the route, on Worthy, and was able to get the pick. Great return, by the way, and he's been playing at a high level since we started this season, man, and he's going to continue to do that for us. So he's one of my favorite, slot corners / cornerbacks in the league, and he does it both, just to mention that, he does the outside corner and he's lined up in the slot a lot, which is not an easy task, and he does it at a high level.
Yeah, and we know that on offense, you guys have a no block, no rock mentality. But tell us what it's like seeing one of your teammates. I remember Fred Warner's pick sixer this year and seeing a guy like Mustafa get a big block down towards the goal line. Tell us what it's like seeing that mentality shift on the field from going for defense to offense and trying to help your guys get into the end zone.
Man, it's always a blessing to see somebody get interception. That counts a lot. That means a lot in this league. But also, we like to laugh at each other to see where each other's offensive game at, And Diamondor, he swear he was a better running back than me in middle school and high school. So I laugh with him all the time about his running skills and his ball security and everything. But I think he did a great job at that return. So I ain't got nothing bad to say.
Ji'Ayir Brown is the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. He is the 49ers safety, our player of the week. I did want to circle back to something you said about the Mahomes scramble, because this has become a sort of a talking point for sports fans and football fans the last couple of days. You said we thought he was going to go out of bounds, but I guess you got to make him go out of bounds. And then there's a theory that you guys are in a tough spot because if you go ahead and hit him when he's going out of bounds, you get flagged. But if you go ahead and let him go, he runs for 30 yards. Is it true that you guys are in a tough spot?
Yeah. We're always kind of in a tough spot as a defense, but it's that fine line, and you got to toe that line, and you just got to confirm it, man. But you got to be careful as well, So it's tough though, man. And some guys, when you're in the moment, and you can't think as much, So it sounds good now, everything I'm saying, but in the heat of the moment, bullets are flying. You those quick decisions that you have to make, or sometimes maybe the wrong decision. So it's tough, like you said. Quarterbacks fake going out of bounds and still stay in bounds. So it's tough, man.
Do you think the lesson is just go ahead and hit him? And
you don't want to. You don't think you want to just go ahead and hit him if you run out of bounds? Because I think a fine comes behind that as well.
Oh gosh, okay. Because the guy you're missing, 53. I think he would have go. Dre's known to push the edge a little bit sometimes. I think he'd go ahead and hit him and maybe worry about it later.
Yeah. Some guys like Dre got that effect to them. Guys see Dre coming. They ain't gonna toe that line with Dre. So different guys got different effects.
Mm-hmm. And I was thinking about that actually. If a guy like John Lynch would have gone in for the hit on that play, and I'd love to ask you about your relationship with John Lynch, because there's not too many guys who can say, "Hey, my GM is a Hall of Fame safety." So talk to us about your relationship with John. I know he comes on our show every Friday, but also just using him as a resource to help out your career.
Our relationship is great. He's always out there at practice. He's always watching the tape, watching my game, always giving me inputs on my game, giving me little things, whether I can work on or I can be better at. And it's amazing, having a Hall of Famer like John Lynch as a GM, with the guys he's played around, the teams he's been on. He gives a lot of insight, man. He's one of the best, guys I've been around.
Ji'Ayir, since the last time we talked to you was when you were just entering your first NFL training camp, and you were so impressive. Obviously, you know how to handle yourself in front of a microphone and talk the game. How much different are you than that? So, how much have you learned? I mean, it's kind of a broad question, I know, but what have you learned about life? I guess my specific question would be, what have you learned about life in the NFL and how to survive week to week physically and mentally? How would you describe it to people?
Oh, man, that's a good question. This NFL, man, it's different. The coaches are brilliant, man. I'm seeing different schemes drawn up every week of how guys are trying to attack our defense. How they're trying to slow us down, and you start to get the feel of with one team doing it, the next team's going to do it in a different way. It might not come out the same formation, but it'll be the same play drawn up in a different way, just to try to throw the defense off. So. Been learning schemes, man, and been learning how guys are trying to attack us. And it's been fun, though, because you get to see the different brains in the NFL and, how they run their offense. So I've learned a lot in this league, and I'm continuing to learn, and I'm having a great time.
Yeah, now we're seeing Nick Sorensen call the plays on the defense side of the ball. And I know Nick has been around the team for a couple years now, but talk to us about Nick Sorensen taking over as DC and even Brandon Staley coming out to help out with that defense.
Man, Nick, my guy, man. He was my guy before he was a DC, working with us. He's the same guy too, man. He knows the play style we like to play with. He knows what's expected out of us. He knows what we expect from him. And we got a great relationship with Nick, man. We always had that. So I'm glad he's a DC, man, and let's keep going.
Ji'Ayir, just last couple minutes, we'll let you go do your acupuncture and tubs and all that. And that is the mood of the team. You're 3-4. It's a long road, man. 17 games. It's hard on your body. It's hard on your mind. It's an emotional loss. You're on to the Cowboys. But how would you describe it? Because there's a lot. You look around. You're a young man. You're 24. You look around. There's Trent Williams. He's 36. Even guys like George Kittle is north of 30. Kyle Juszczyk. These guys have been around. I don't know if there's things Mooney Ward, Fred Warner, older guys than you. Are there things that you take from these guys? Like, are you given to them? I mean, how is the give and take in terms of your guys getting ready to get for another tough week in the NFL? How's the mood?
Man, the energy is great, man. One thing about playing with a lot of older guys like the ones you mentioned, Fred has some time in the lead as well. These guys, they've been in these positions before, and they have a lot of wisdom, for younger guys like me. Who's just going through things like this. Kyle, he's been around. Kyle's 33 years old, so 32. Been around so long, man. He's my locker mate. And yeah, we're locker mates. Huh. And he always just give energy, man. And it's great energy. And I'm always giving him energy back, man. I always say he's the best fullback to ever play the game. And he says I'm a pick machine, so there's always great energy giving back, letting each other know, that, we're still here, we're still battling, we're still in this thing, nothing has changed. We still got everything we want out in front of us.
Yeah, and Murph mentioned George Kittle. Now, George is someone who made headlines last season when you guys played the Dallas Cowboys with a certain shirt. But it seems like you guys always get up for this rivalry. So talk to us about what it means to play in this Cowboys and Niners rivalry this weekend.
Man, this actually be my first time fully playing against the Cowboys, on defense. So I can't wait to get out there and see exactly what it's like.
There's a signal. That's the Cowboys, right? That's it. Time to go watch film, right?
Time to get to work.
But these guys, man, there's always been a rivalry, a tough matchup against these guys. And they always look to come here and play. I think it's a night game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under the lights.
Sunday night, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, under the lights. And this has been the second time it's been under the lights since I've been here. So we're going to be ready for this game, and they're going to be ready for this game as well. And we're always looking to compete with the next team.
I'm just trying to think real quick before I let you go. Any USC Trojans on that roster? Who am I forgetting right now?
Hufanga.
I hope you gave him some stick, man. When Penn State went down to the Coliseum and took it.
He running from me right now. He's supposed to have his Penn State shirt on. Taking a picture for Instagram.
Uh-huh.
But he's been running from me.
He's running from you, man. Typical Trojan, man. I'm a Bruin. I know that we pay our bets. These guys, you got to chase them down.
Yeah, you got to chase these Trojans down, man.
Hey, man, last time we talked to you, it was a great conversation. This time we enjoyed it very much also. You just you got your head on right, and obviously it's gotten you to where you're at, starting in the NFL. So congratulations, and I know you got more work to do, so go get it, and thanks for hopping on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. Thanks, man.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
I appreciate you guys.
There he is, Ji'Ayir Brown, our player of the week. He was good first time. He's good this time. It's like when GMs and player personnel guys, they meet guys, You meet guys like that, they're like, yeah, well, that's a guy you want in your locker room. I mean, him and Juszczyk. It's kind of funny.
Dude, that's a pretty cool story. Like, you wouldn't expect a 24-year-old safety to be room buddies or locker buddies
with a 34-year-old
fullback from Harvard.
Little fun, little different perspectives there, huh?
That's cool.
Different sides of the ball. And, of course, our Player of the Week is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. It's funny, he said, yeah, when it comes to Dre Greenlaw and hitting guys out of bounds, Dre brings a different vibe. So, all right. Well, that was fun. And guess what? We did it for weeks and for weeks. And now we have them. Ready? Our Hawaii winners.
You looking for a drum roll?
Next on the Sports Leader. All right, Bigalow Tea. Let's talk about it. It's season. Look, we just talked to Ji'Ayir Brown about football season. It's Bigalow Tea season. Every season is Bigalow Tea season. That's why Bigalow is the ¡1 tea in the Bay Area. We here at KNBR, we have mugs full of it in our break room. English breakfast, chamomile, cran apple. Come on, man. I love all of Bigelow's different flavor options. Perfect for someone who makes a living behind the microphone. So it keeps us going, keeps you going. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigalow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen to that. Little raga, as Spinal Tap would say. That's the band called The Green, right?
Yeah, shout out The Green.
Young Tony, this is The Green called
The Green, My Hawaii.
Hawaii? Did you say Hawaii? We deliver on promises. We told you we're going to take 10 KNBR listeners to Hawaii, and we're going to do the damn thing right now. We're going to leave on November 17th and come back on Friday, November 22nd. We're going to be there for 5 glorious nights at the Westin Hapuna Beach, and we're all going because of Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us. Cannot wait, brother. Cannot wait. So, drum roll, please. Congratulations to... That's a long drum roll. Mike from Morgan Hill. Drum roll, please. Congratulations to... Long drum roll. Dan from San Jose. Dan from San Jose. Drum roll, please. Hit that drum roll fast. I know she qualified on our show. I remember. Tamira from Antioch. Yeah, Tamira. She's one of ours. Drum roll, please. Ron from Livermore. Yeah, Ron. Big Ron from the Moor. Ready? Jason from Alamo. Shout out to the 1%ers. All right. Robert from Sebastopol. He's Brooksy's neighbor. All right. Brooksy will be in next week for you, by the way. Go ahead. Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. My man Rolando from San Jose. Best name so far, Rolando. All right, keep it going. I kind of like this one, too. Nissa from Sonoma. Or is it Nyssa? Nissa. N-Y-S-S-A. I think it's Nissa. Nissa from Sonoma. Beautiful Sonoma. Here's just a standard. This guy, you want to have a beer with this guy. Mike from Petaluma. I want a beer with Mike from Petaluma. And finally... Yeah, this guy sounds like a cool guy, too. Eric from Discovery Bay. Discovery Bay. I don't spend much time in Discovery Bay. I got to get out there. Mike from Morgan Hill. Danny from San Jose. Tamira from Antioch. Ron from Livermore. Jason from Alamo. Bob from Sebastopol. Robert. Rolando from San Jose. Nissa from Sonoma. Mike from Petaluma. And Eric from Discovery Bay. We will see you in the islands. And you know what young Tony learned today? He learned that he should have called into the contest to win.
Yeah, young Tony. Look who's sailing away on a boat this time, Tony. How the tables have turned, Murph.
Young Tony, what's your Hawaii history, bud?
I've been twice.
Okay. At what ages, though? That's key.
Like 20 and maybe like 18, 19.
Old enough to enjoy.
Relatively, recent.
All right. Well, listen, guess what? We've been doing this trip for many, many years, and it's a banger. And I know bangers. That's a banger.
And Murph knows bangers. Now, young Tony has actually been to the Big Island more times than I have. I've only been to Hawaii once when I was 11 years old, Murph.
What island did you go to?
Maui.
Well, brother, you're in for a big treat.
So it's not even the Big Island, right?
You're for a big old hockin' treat, my friend. They do call it paradise for a reason, and Hawaii 5-0 and all that good stuff. Now it's time to teach young Tony something besides entering contests.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, so I don't know how we got on this early in the morning, but we were talking about the sound of silence, and then you talked about door dashing.
Yeah. Oh, we talked about Desmond Ridder getting picked up by the Raiders and how he was doing DoorDash commercials.
That's it.
And how I used to be a dasher myself.
And then I said, how was the DoorDash thing? And I said, what's it like when you go to a DoorDash? And Marcus said, well, a lot of things can happen. You might meet a Mrs. Robinson. And we said, hello. we're going PG-13. And then I said, young Tony, there's no way you know the reference, do you? And you said, I don't. So from the legendary 1967 Oscar-winning film, The Graduate, Dustin Hoffman and Anne, what's-her-face, Mel Brooks' wife. Take a listen.
Now, I'm sure that Mr. Robinson will be here any minute now.
No.
What?
My husband will be back quite late. He should be gone for several hours.
Oh, my God.
Pardon?
Oh, no, Mrs. Robinson, oh, no.
What's wrong?
Mrs. Robinson, you didn't expect...
What?
you didn't really think I'd do something like that.
Like what?
What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
For God's sake, Mrs. Robinson. Here we are. You got me into your house. You give me a drink. You put on music. Now you start opening up your personal life to me and tell me your husband won't be home for hours.
So?
Mrs. Robinson, you're trying to seduce me.
A legendary line in cinema history. Mike Nichols, Anne Bancroft. I got to get her name right. Anne Bancroft. So was that Dustin Hoffman or was that Marcus delivering DoorDash? All right, there you go. So,
you want me to bring this order to the back pool house? What are we doing here?
Young Tone, what do you think of learning that there, buddy?
Very funny, very funny. I now understand the reference. 1967, The Graduate. Should I add it to the list?
And,
classic.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, yes, but by the way, heavy Bay Area vibes. The Bay Bridge scene, Berkeley, the whole deal. And by the way, that is all sponsored by Bigalow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right.
Here's to you, Mrs. Robinson.
Well, that's it. And the song is, of course, that's the song. But Sound of Silence is also featured in that movie, too. So Simon and Garfunkel play a big role. Joe DiMaggio name-checked in that song, too. But it's time to go when we're rambling like that. Thanks, Young Tone, John Joe. Marcus will do it again tomorrow. It's all sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, Papa and Lund Time. And when it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
Yeah, it was a hold and a PI. You get an explanation? ACC versus independent. There's your explanation, Dom. It's pretty simple.
Have you ever slapped a bag?
I'm not sure.
Go Panthers.
Good luck with that.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Floyd is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Purdy in the gun, 2-by-2 formation. Mason to the right. He releases out. Purdy steps up, throws over the middle. Catch by Brandon Ayuk. First down, Niners. Inside the Toyota red zone. Ayuk is down.
Yes, he is.
He's not getting up. He took a helmet to helmet there.
And he took it from the safety. It was Trent McDuffie trailing him in coverage. And then the safety came up, Jamari Connor, and hit him. It looked like it was down on the lower body.
I talked with him last night, just calling him at his house. I haven't seen him today. He was hurting, just bummed out, as exactly how you'd expect. But he's a strong dude and spiritual guy, and believes everything happens for a reason, so he'll be all right. But definitely a little down last night, and telling him how bad I felt for him, and just let him know we're all here for him through this.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Not great news, but expected news on Brandon Ayuk. We'll get that as well. Debo pneumonia. My God, 2020 vibes. Juwan Jennings, what are they going to do with offensive weapons? We'll get into that conversation. The NBA season starts, strangely enough, for the first time in a long time. Does not include the Golden State Warriors. They'll wait till tomorrow to take on the Blazers. We'll get into that conversation as well. We got a ton of other stuff. We got dual Monday nights going on. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
And we had a Manning cast last night, and Ed Reed showed up, and he may have been under the influence a little bit. Ed was having too much fun last night, but in Arizona won their game last night, and the Niners are technically now in third place in the NFC West. Tampa Bay, they got off to a good start. Mike Evans scored early, but then they looked like he really may have torn that hamstring completely. And Chris Godwin at the end of the game, when Chase McLaughlin, our guy with the Niners, was able to execute one successful onside kick, beautifully done with a big hop. They got the ball back, and when ESPN has that high camera angle and they pull back, that's a gruesome injury for Chris Godwin. So The Niners are going to Tampa after the bye, John, and they may not have their 2 wide receivers. I think certainly they're not going to have Chris Godwin nor Mike Evans in the lineup. And what wide receivers will the Niners exactly have? You know, we kind of braced you for it all day yesterday that it was going to be more than just an anterior cruciate ligament. And it may be more than just an ACL and a medial collateral ligament. It may be other things involved as well, as Tim Ryan was all over that. It was, and we'll talk to Dante Whitner later on about the way the combination of Trent McDuffie and Shamari Connor, their corner and their nickelback safety, put him on the ground. You can't hit high anymore. I thought maybe a helmet-to-helmet, it was clean up there, but they went down low, and his leg hyperextended, his right leg, and the knee went back, so we could be looking at, multiple ligaments, not just the 2, but more, and then other parts of the knee damage for Ayuk. They really won't know till they get in and look at it, but it's bad. And then on top of that, Deebo Samuel, and you knew he just looked awful all day on Sunday, John. He was out there, but he just couldn't move. Warm-ups were bad on the sideline. Send him back in. He can't play. Put the oxygen mask on, and he's got fluid in his lungs. Exactly how much fluid in the lungs. Had to be hospitalized, was still there yesterday. And then Juwan Jennings has the hip injury. Is he going to play? Chris Conley has an injury as well. He has an ankle injury as well, John. And then George Kittle has got something going on. So part of me thinks it'd be a good time to have the bye right now and get rested up and get some of these guys back for Tampa and maybe even CMC himself. But I don't think we want to go into the bye after what happened on Sunday. So hopefully, and Micah with a high ankle sprain, he may not play. DeMarcus Lawrence is not going to play. We'll see what Dallas has, but they're going to be angered as well after losing 47-9. But the Niners need this Dallas game desperately, and then we'll just see who they can get back. But they're not going to get Brandon Ayuk back. And now the question is, will you get him back for training camp to start 2025 and then the season opener? That's a bad knee injury.
All right, we'll get into a lot of that conversation. I also, they are at a critical point, and we'll do this at 10:30. I've got a comp from, they can go one of 2 directions, obviously. 2020, we've talked about a little bit. I did go back and look at the injuries from 2020, and they are far worse than what the Niners have had, even though they have a lot of injuries. Or it could be 2022, which was Christian McCaffrey came back, and he may come back for the Bucs game after the bye. They were 3-4. That game was on October 23rd that he made a brief appearance on. We're sitting here on October 22nd. They're 3-4. Can they make a miraculous turn like 2022 and win 10 in a row down the stretch, get into the playoffs, get to the NFC Championship game where the unfortunate happened, or is this going to be another season like 2022? We'll get into that conversation. Lots of stuff on the 49ers. NBA season does start tonight, and man, I think they're doing. I don't think Bronny's very good, but I think they're doing him a disservice. Have you seen the seats in L.A.? What they put on the seats in L.A. This morning?
What they put on the seats?
It's a towel, of course, one of those yellow rally towels, and it has a picture of Bronny's face because they're going to make history tonight. Apparently, in the second quarter or something, they're going to put Bronny in the game with LeBron and get that dog and pony show out of the way. But it's a picture of Bronny on the towel, and it says "Next." It's like the kid's a second-round pick who probably, if his name wasn't James, wouldn't be in the NBA. And you're putting a towel on every seat in the arena that says "Next."
Well, it's marketing. It's the father and the son. So it's just interesting, and we'll talk to Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer. We got the Lakers and Celtics, 2 of the premier teams in basketball, obviously, on TNT. We got 2 games, 2 stand-alones tonight. And the Celtics are the defending champions, and the Lakers got LeBron. That used to be certainly a Warrior spot for years and years. And then it's Karl Anthony Towns' former team against his new team. They're not going to play each other, but the Minnesota Timberwolves, who did go to the conference finals last year, and played really well against Dallas, against the Jameses. And then you got Karl Anthony Towns and his new team with the New York Knicks against the Boston Celtics. So we did see LeBron and Bronny came to the Bay Area on Friday. We didn't talk a lot about it because the 49ers and Chiefs game occupied all of our attention on Friday and yesterday. He did play in that game. He's not as big as I thought he was as far as defending. He will pick you up full court and turn you. He made a nice curl jump shot. He's going to be in their rotation to start the year, and they got J.J. Redick as the new coach, which is so interesting. And then he'll play off the bench, and he will be in to start the second quarter is the word. So we'll see And then the Warriors are in Denver. Steph was actually being interviewed by Scott Van Pelt at the halftime of the Monday night doubleheader yesterday. And the Warriors are not playing tonight, and they're not playing on ESPN tomorrow night. So Steph is still the headliner of this league after Paris. I hope he's okay with this sprained right index finger that he's got on the shooting hand, obviously. He had it initially, and then he re-aggravated it. Didn't see him against the Lakers. No big deal, but that is a prominent finger to shoot the basketball, so you hope he's okay. We'll get into it more, certainly tomorrow and the rest of the day to get you ready for the opener in Portland. And it's odd, the Warriors are not opening on Tuesday night and not doing it at the home, and they're doing it on the road in Portland, and then in Utah on Friday, and their home opener on Sunday is up against the 49ers and Cowboys. So they usually have the spotlight of the entire league. They're not even going to have the spotlight of the Bay Area, at least for the home opener. But I am interested to see what the starting lineup is going to be, and more importantly, the closing lineup. Just watching them closely on Friday. And Bob Myers did the game with Mike Breen, so it was fascinating to listen to it. And Bob interviewing Steve Kerr to start the fourth quarter was hilarious, and Steph jumping in. But DeAnthony Melton's a player. That guy can play the point guard. He's got a little bit of a funky shot, the way he lays it on the right shoulder, the three ball. But he defends. He turns you. He's got hands. He just constantly tips passes, gets into passing lanes. You have him and Gary Payton II with Wiggins and Kuminga and Draymond and Trace Jackson Davis. You can guard. There's no doubt. I don't know if he's going to be in the opening lineup, John, on opening night. I don't think he will be. I think they'll have Wiggins and Kuminga look really good the other night. And the Lakers didn't play their guys, but just the way the Warriors moved the ball, the way he was cutting off the ball, off the split action, and then Draymond and Trace Jackson Davis. So that's how I think they'll start the season. But the real thing will be if that game does come down the stretch Friday in Portland or in Salt Lake City on Friday, Wednesday in Portland tomorrow, what's going to be the finishing lineup? And there's going to be guys that are going to be out of the rotation. The Warriors are 12 deep right now. You know, how does Steve do this? But we talked about Heald from seeing him earlier, and we know Slow-Mo, the lollygagger, Kyle Anderson is a really good passer and defender, just a good player. But DeAnthony Melton, I think, is going to be the guy that could really push to be maybe not in the starting lineup to start the year, but in the closing lineup to finish games.
This is I can predict now what we're going to hear. It's going to be a work in progress. They're going to lose some games, win some games. I don't know where they are in the West, and we'll get into that conversation today with the NBA starting, and then we'll save a full preview for tomorrow for when the Warriors start against the Blazers. But I think we're going to hear it because we already have. Steve was having some fun with Kawakami, was it yesterday? And he was talking about the lineup, and his point was, they're very deep. And we hear Steve talk about this before where it's, I haven't figured out my lineup. We heard a lot of that last year. I think they're going to have to tinker with it, because you don't play a ton of guys in preseason. You don't play them a ton of minutes. So it's kind of like the other leagues. You don't want to overuse these guys, especially at their age. So, it's going to be a work in progress at the beginning of the season, and hopefully for Warriors fans, what you see at the beginning is not what you see at the middle or at the end. Hopefully they get better and better, but like you said, with this deep of a team, I think he's just going to have to keep working the rotations, and I think that the closing lineup, which is the most important, is going to be a work in progress as well. I think it's going to be dependent on matchups, especially early on in the season. I mean, there's certain guys, obviously, that are going to be in there, but couple of guys, I think it's just going to matter on matchup size, things like that, how guys are playing. I think it was a lot like that last year. Hopefully they figure it a lot faster, because I think Steve, even by the end of the season, was still talking about tinkering with the lineup. And so hopefully it happens faster this year.
Yeah, but that's a good problem to have. They'll figure it out. It's a long season. You're gonna, there's going to be games where Steph's not going to play, Draymond's not going to play. You got a couple of older guys you're going to have to manage their minutes. Wiggins is going to miss games. Hopefully not as many. Hopefully Salt is off the court. So issues. So depth is a good thing. You want that in the NBA, certainly. And they got some young guys pushing for more and more time. The question with the Niners is the wide receiver room deep enough? Minus Brandon Ayuk, and this is a bad injury. This is an ACL, MCL, and other stuff going on there. So when is he coming back? He's not coming back this year. Can Jennings come back against Dallas with the hip? Can Debo? How much fluid did he have in his lungs? Will determine the degree of the pneumonia severity, and can he come back? And then, Chris Conley, I thought would play a lot of X-wide receivers. God, he's banged up, and Kittle's banged up. So I don't know they're going to do anything between now. You'd have to do it today to get him in the building to play on Sunday. They may have to do it after this game, John. But right now the Warriors are really deep, TWA deep. TWO deep. Are the Niners in the wide receiver room deep enough to get through all of the? They didn't have their X, they didn't have their Z, and they didn't have their F on Sunday, and they wound up with an L because of it.
It's a lot of letters. The Cowboys are a mess as well. We'll get into that as the week progresses. I listen to a ton of Dallas radio, and they're saying the same things about the Cowboys at the air that we're saying about the Niners. So we'll get into that as well. Jerry made an appearance on that radio show that he went crazy on last week, so we got that for you as well. But let's answer that question. I was so worried about the defense yesterday, on and on and on. But today it could be, what are the receivers going to do to step up in this whole thing? We'll get into that conversation. Tons of Warriors talk today. Mark Spears at 11:30 today makes his season debut, and we're glad to have him. And then Dante Whitner wants to trade for a receiver. Have you seen the video on Dante and who he wants to trade for?
I have. And Rand Carthon does run the Tennessee Titans. So if you want D-Hop, you can certainly get him.
Yeah.
You may just need a pick swap to get him. I think they'll drive him here.
I'd like him 5 years ago.
Yeah, I don't. He does not separate.
That ain't gonna
it'd be
change.
an interesting
That's
trade.
not changing
Travarius
anything.
Ward for DeAndre Hopkins would be a great trade. Steroid boy.
Yeah, that would.
Overrated.
I would hope you could get more than that. Hopkins is literally on his last legs. He has not been good.
You mean not have to give up as much?
Yeah.
As Travarius.
All right, let's get to it. It's Pop and Len. Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday edition of the show, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers safety, Ji'Ayir Brown. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, break down the 49ers loss to the Chiefs, and now they can right the ship against the Cowboys. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lun on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday. You can give your thoughts always on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line. They're one and the same. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can get into the 49ers. Obviously, the NBA season is starting tonight, and the Warriors tomorrow in Portland. By the way, JD, our good friend John Dickinson, is traveling the Portland, Salt Lake City first couple of games of the season, so he'll give us insights, and we'll talk to JD this week, either from Portland or Salt Lake City, so make sure that you continue to listen. We'll give you the best Warriors coverage. Coming up next, I didn't do this like a deep rabbit hole dive, but this team could go in one of two directions, the 49ers, or somewhere in between, but it's interesting that they had just lost to Kansas City in 2022 to go to 3-4. In 2020, the injuries started to mount just at this part of the season, or a few games before, with Bosa and Thomas. So we'll get into that a little bit later and what direction this season could go. We'll do that about 10:30. But I was so concerned about the defense that all of a sudden, with knowing that we were going to get this news on Ayuk, so he's done for the year, and then I didn't know that we were going to get the news that Deebo Samuel has fluid in his lungs and now has pneumonia, which just continues to make the season more weird. And Juwan Jennings, that injury doesn't seem to be healing fast, and all of a sudden Brock could be looking at, and the offense, and George Kittle in the huddle, could be looking at what they looked at against Kansas City, which is, who are these guys? Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing and Chris Conley and other guys having to make major contributions to this team. So as you look at this, Dallas is reeling as well, but if you want to get back on track, the best you can do is 4-4. And again, if you want to comp it to 22, they started winning. What are they going to do here with the offense and at receiver, and what kind of things can they do beyond just throwing them the ball? Kittle getting involved, maybe more Jordan Mason, dump-offs out of the backfield, Kyle Juszczyk. How do they do this if they're this limited at the position?
Well, first of all, you got to take inventory tomorrow. So the part of the problem, and I know Kansas City did not have their three best wide receivers. They signed Juju Smith-Schuster in late August because of the shoulder injury to Hollywood Brown. So they weren't planning on having both of them anyway. But they don't have Rashee Rice, who clearly was their number one guy, and they don't have Hollywood. And then they lost Juju. But Juju had an existing injury coming into the game. He had a hamstring spasm in practice. They thought he'd be able to go, but he missed practice, so they prepared to play without him. And they just went to more tight ends. They used Watson more. They got through it. They used the rookie more. They used McCole Hardman more. For Kyle to wake up Sunday and get the news when Deebo comes in that they didn't know he had pneumonia, but he was sick as hell, that he maybe not be able to go. They sent out the press release, 35 minutes before the game, that he's sick, but he'll try to play. And then you lose Ayuk in the game to a terrible injury. You got to play a whole half without him. And when you're in the red zone, finally, when he made the catch. So they didn't, you prepare for all scenarios, but really, these are the guys that are getting the work. Ayuk was practicing hard. He was going to beat their man coverage. He was the main guy on the call sheet, and Deebo's Deebo. Jennings, they knew he wasn't going to play, so they had Pearsall up, but all of a sudden Pearsall goes from your third wide receiver to number one. So they'll figure it out. They'll get a read on Deebo. Maybe he's out of the hospital now. We don't know. And then see if he can play, later. Dallas plays defense differently than other teams do, obviously, with Mike Zimmer. They don't stop the run, so you're going to want to run the ball against them. But they're going to load the box. They've been working on their run defense for 2 solid weeks off the bye. So they'll have enough wide receivers out there to go 11. Obviously with Juszczyk on the field and a back, you're in 21 more. You could go, 22 and play double tight. So there's ways to get around it. But I hear you. The wide receiver room, which is one of the most expensive in the NFL after paying Brandon Ayuk in August, obviously, this year into September, extending Juwan Jennings, Deebo's contract, and what Kittle makes. Your four main pass catchers at X, E, F, and Y make a lot of money. So they're not going to be able to play, some of them, in this game, and certainly Ayuk. We'll see about Deebo and Jennings and Kittle later. The bottom line is the passing game was just so off. I haven't seen it that off. And it's been off. There have been just so many routes where balls are whizzing by guys out of bounds and not close. And a lot of it is the disconnect with not having Ayuk in training camp. But it's just been off. Deeper routes, the more man coverage and ability to separate. And, the Cleveland game and going against Jim Schwartz's defense was a problem last year, John, and then seeing Brian Flores in Minnesota the next week. But to me, it all turned, really, since Christmas night. And Brock has just got to play better. Now, it's not all on him. It's everybody. He's the guy that's the trigger guy, and he's the point guard, and he's got to get people the ball. But if they're not in the right spots, they're not creating enough separation to yak after. The bottom line is going into that Christmas night game, and that was best team in the West, the Niners, best team in the East, the Ravens, 2 top candidates for MVP, Brock and Lamar. Brock was 18-3 going into that game. The Niners had scored 31.1 points per game, 47 touchdown passes, 11 interceptions going into that game. He threw 4 interceptions in that game, and he got pulled very early in the second half. Sam Darnold wound up throwing one later. The numbers, and you got them on the screen here, they're 6-6 since. He has thrown 16 touchdown passes versus 14 interceptions. The numbers are way down. You're scoring virtually a touchdown a game less than what you scored before. It's not all on him. He's really maybe the last guy that it's on. It's on everybody else creating, blocking, not getting overload blitzes, not hitting the quarterback. How many picks has he thrown this year when he gets hit and the ball just flutters into the air? The one Sunday in the low red zone, the one against Arizona, which essentially ended the game. So you got to keep them cleaner. But the bottom line is your passing game is not what it was. Your defense is leaky. And so what do the opponents do? They're giving you 8-man boxes on damn near every play. And actually, Spags did it less than the rest of the league has been doing it, and Jordan Mason's just hard-headed, and he's running through it. But they're going to load the box, whether they have Micah and DeMarcus Lawrence or not. They're going to make it hard, so you got to beat them in the passing game. So they'll figure it out. They have time. That's what today is. They have a beat on who Dallas is, but it's more about them now. Who's going to be available to play XEF, Y? When are you going to get McCaffrey back? So they're at a critical crossroads of the year, and I don't know which way they're going to go, whether it's going to be 2020. Jimmy got hurt in that game, and you were playing backup quarterbacks, and Nick Mullins had to play a lot. And then in 22, you didn't have Brock till Jimmy got hurt in December. So it's all different. Brock is the guy, and he's upright, so you got a chance. But you got to figure out the pieces around you. But right now, the offense is one thing. We could spend a half hour on the defense. And what's going on there? They're not stopping the run. They're getting run on. Dante will break that down. And then what are they going to do on special teams? And you got Bones Fossil coming in. John Fossil, Jim's son, is one of the best special teams coordinators in the NFL. And he's always pulling something out. He's going to fake something. And he's got Brandon Aubrey, that kicker who can make a 70-yard field goal. And so they're going to do something. And they got Turpin running back kicks. You can't give up, huge explosives every single week or multiple ones on special teams. So I don't want to pin it all on Brock, but I think it's more the system than Brock. But this last game, he just wasn't seeing the field correctly, and he wasn't throwing well. He got a little rattled. But the bottom line, John, since Christmas, bah humbug, Mike McDonald and that Baltimore defense, whatever they did, choking off the middle of the field, all those in-breakers and the overload pressure and all that, the 49er offense, and specifically Brock Purdy, they've not been the same.
Well, one of the things you see, and it was fun at first, but it's kind of getting ridiculous at this point, and there are multiple reasons for it. But I want to go back to the Brock that, boom, 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 hits the back foot, the ball comes out. And I think part of it, and maybe it's on Kyle, maybe that's just not what they want to do. And I understand Christian McCaffrey's a huge part of it. Tim Kawakami posted a tweet today. Through this amount of games last year, McCaffrey already had 26 catches and Mason has 10 for 86 yards. Mason's not McCaffrey. We all know that. But the outlet passes have to become a bigger part of the offense. If these guys, because as I look at this, if you're missing, you're already missing Ayuk. That's a given. I'm no doctor, and maybe Debo can play by Sunday night, possibly. But if you have pneumonia and you're in the hospital, that doesn't sound great. And Jennings doesn't sound great, but maybe 2 of those 3 guys can play. But Demo's not getting off man coverage anyway. So this is going to increase, not decrease. In other words, these guys aren't getting open who are your stars that you're paying a bunch of money to, and they're struggling to get the ball out on time. And now we saw last week in the loss to Kansas City that you haven't thrown enough of these guys clearly. So whether it's Ronnie Bell's fault, whether it's Brock's fault, the reason why eventually he's going to get the big money is because quarterbacks do take the blame. He just walks up there. That's just part of their job. So I don't know who was to blame. They said it was Bell. I don't know what it was. But the point is that shows that they haven't worked a lot together. Pearsall just hasn't been on the field. They're not going to be on the same page by Sunday against Dallas like he was with his other receivers. So if I'm Kyle, I got to look at other alternatives. Like you said, can Juice catch some balls out of the backfield? In other words, the ball needs to come out. The scrambling was fun for a minute, and I like that he's moving to create more time for himself and making some backyard plays. But it's seemingly what the offense has become now. It went from Brock hits the back foot, man, he's got great anticipation, the ball's out, boom, 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 to he's holding it the longest in the league, longer than Justin Fields, the longest in the league he's holding it because either guys aren't getting open, he's not getting the protection, he's got to leave the pocket, he thinks the scramble's a better idea. Like you said, it's completely out of sync. And it's not going to get better because at least Brandon Ayuk is out of the game. So I think the new plan needs to happen, and part of it needs to be, hey, I know Jordan Mason isn't Christian McCaffrey, but if ain't there, 3 yards is better than taking a sack or doing something crazy. Got to get rid of the ball.
There's so many times that he has the check down. Yeah, I think there's 2, 3, 4 a game where he just doesn't take the check down for whatever reason. And I think McCaffrey was a check down killer. He wasn't the primary, but boom, boom, check it down to 23 and watch him run for a first down.
And just get it out.
JP may not do that, but he's going to keep you on schedule. What's happening, and it's obvious, is teams are playing man on the 49ers. When they play zone, you can flood zones. You can line up with, including a back offset. You can put 4 on one side of the field and 1 on the other, and you're going to pop guys open. When you're doing it against man, they're man beaters. There are ways to beat man through more bunch formations, crossing routes, over routes. There are ways. There are man beaters and there are zone beaters. They're not getting off man, and it takes longer to uncover. But starting with the Super Bowl and going back even earlier, teams are manning the 49ers up, and they're choking them off, and they're not getting separation. And then, Brock is running out of it, and I think they want him to run a little bit more. But to your point, it's obvious. I'd say it's even maybe one time a failed series. And the Niners were the fewest teams, they had 6 3-and-outs, the fewest amount of 3-and-outs of any team in football coming into the game Sunday. The first 2 were 3-and-outs. They had 1 first down like the first 4 or 5 possessions, and that was because of a defensive PI on Justin Reed, their safety, Eric's brother, on Kittle. Other than that, they weren't moving the ball. So it's hard to say every single series, but they're 4 or 5 times a game where you feel like he had 24 sitting right there. If he didn't want to drive it down the field, just get it to him. And that guy breaks tackles, and he may not run perfect routes, but they're not covering him the way they cover the other guys. So I think when they look at that in the QB room and Kyle comes in, I know 24 is not 23, but he still can catch the ball. He doesn't drop the ball. And he had a little problem with fumbling it, but I think he's just got to look for that check down a little bit more. Your point's well taken. Even though you don't have McCaffrey, you can still get the ball to the back.
Right. All right, there you go. Brandon Ayuk is out. We got pneumonia for Deebo Samuel. We're still wondering what's going on with Juwan Jennings. Some guys are going to have to step up, and the offense is going to have to get it going. And we saw a little bit in the second half, as George Kittle said after the game, he's looking in the huddle like, where the hell did everybody go? And that means that there's going to be some things like what happened with Ronnie Bell and others. Your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll come back. This team could go in one of 2 directions, actually more, but for our convenience, they lost in 2022 on October 23rd to Kansas City, and then they didn't lose again in the regular season. Today is October 22nd. Could it be that or 2020 where injuries just took hold and all this weird stuff that's happening this year is kind of like that year? We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, Greg Papa here. Who do I see on the field Sunday? Tony Gemignani before the 49ers played the KC Chiefs. His son was there. Tony, do you know Tony Gemignani? He's the pizza king in the Bay Area, the United States of America, and the world. Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had, has been ranked #1 in the world. And whenever I want Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, I go to Tony G's. They make fresh pastas as well. They're spicy bucatini. I love it. His son loves it. We all love it. And you want to hit other Tony's locations around the Bay, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. So good. Save room for dessert. Delicious cannoli or tiramisu are the headliners. And then take a morning stroll the next day to the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. Warriors are coming out to play. 49ers are playing. They're both playing on Sunday at home at Levi's and at Chase Center. So drop by Tony's Slice House, fast casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay Area. No matter where you go to a game or to North Beach, go to Tony's.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Papa and Lund on a Tuesday edition of the show. We're going to flip it in less than an hour. Mark Spears makes his season debut at 11:30, so we'll get into the Warriors. West is weird, man. We'll get into that big picture conversation at about 50 past the hour, and then Dante Whitner, he wants to already make a trade, so Dante's going to join us at about 12:30. By the way, Tolbert and Cope's going big into the Warriors today. Bob Myers is going to join the guys at 2:50, so make sure you're in there for the first hour. JT Snow to talk some World Series, which I'd like to avoid at all costs. Thank you very much. At 3:50. By the way, saw tickets for Game 1 going as the get-in price was like $1,900. No. Sam Amick's going to talk some NBA with the guys. The NBA starting up tonight at 4:50, and the Steve Kerr Show, the debut of the Steve Kerr Show for this season, is at 5:30. Okay, here's what I did this morning, Pop. I had this idea in my head that, now look, it can go down the middle, it can go in a lot of different directions, but just for our sake of conversation, this is kind of interesting. That you got 2020, which this is kind of starting to feel like we talked about yesterday. But you also have 2022, where they had lost on October 23rd to Kansas City, 2022, 44-23. They had just gotten Christian McCaffrey. It just worked a little bit, but then the next week against the Rams was the big one. But the parallels here are it's October 22nd, so we're in a similar time frame after that loss. They had one game to go before the bye. That was the Rams, and that's when McCaffrey kicked in. He did the catch one, throw one, run one in. They win 31-14 at LA. Then they have their bye week at 4-4. So then they went on that tremendous run, and they did not lose a game until the NFC Championship game with the Eagles. We know how that goes. But they beat the Chargers at the Cardinals, the Saints, Dolphins, Bucks at Seattle, Commanders at the Raiders, Cardinals before they beat the Seahawks and the Cowboys in the playoffs, and then they eventually lost to the Eagles. So they end up the regular season 13-4. after they were 3-4, and a similar timeline, one more game before the bye. So there are some parallels with that season. So could they do that? I guess. Or there's 2020, and I looked up the injuries from 2020 as we're sitting there comparing these seasons. 2020, and I know you know this, I'll go over this very quickly in alphabetical order. Games missed, Bosa 14, Tevin Coleman 9, D Ford 14, Jimmy G 10, Greenlaw 2, Kinlaw 1, Kittle 9, Debo 10, Richard Sherman 12, Tart 9, Thomas 14, Solomon Thomas, Jason Verrett 2, K'Wan Williams 8, Trent Williams 2, Jeff Wilson 4. So pretty bad. This year, CMC 7, Ayuk's going to miss 10 now. Debo's already missed a couple. Greenlaw has already missed 7. Hargraves missed 4. That's going to be 14. Afunga's at 5+, Jennings 2, Kalia Davis 4, Elliott 1, Kittle 1, Mitchell 7, Moody is 2 and counting. So it's similar, but they do still have their quarterback. The 2020 list is far longer. If you had to kind of guess, and I'm not saying it's going to be one or the other, because to be honest, it's probably not going to be one or the other. Those are both extremes. 2020 was extreme. They finished 6-10 with all those injuries. They beat LA right before the bye week, and they go on this big run, ends up in the championship game in Philadelphia. But if you had to gander a guess, what closely more resembles what you think this season may play out as?
Well, and also 2020, the Niners wound up 6-10 that year with all the injuries, but they actually started after 7 games, and this year they're 3-4 after 7. They were 4-3 that year, which is hard to believe. So. Certainly, and I started in 2019 with the Niners, and they got off to an 8-0 start that year and went 13-3 all the way to the Super Bowl. And then the next year was just weird. We didn't have a training camp. There was no preseason games. There was a training camp, but there were no preseason games. We weren't allowed to talk to each other. It was Ayuk's rookie year. It was a global pandemic. You really were just trying to get through the year and play every game that year. And there were 16 that year, and then after that they went to 17. That was just such an unusual year, and the volume of injuries for a lot of reasons. You didn't have a normal offseason, so guys were off on their own. And then even, rehabbing them here, it was just all different. So the injuries, and those were profound. You lost Nick Bosa, you lost your quarterback, you lost your running back, you lost your tight end. I mean, those positions. And McCaffrey's still out there, but you're still running the ball effectively, with the exception of Sunday. So I know we want to go back, and I would put 2021 into this. And you didn't trade for McCaffrey, but you were even more at the crossroads. The 2022 team did get to 4-4. The 2021 team they were 3-5, and the 5th loss they got trampled by the Arizona Cardinals. It was ugly. J.C. James Conner break that screen last night to get Arizona in field goal range to beat Jim Harbaugh. They did that the whole game, and they didn't even have Kyler Murray in the game. They won with Colt McCoy, and the Niners reinvented themselves that year at 3-5, and they went to use Debo more, 11 Tyson and Deadpool, and ran him more, moved Eric Armstead from end inside, and they were able to turn their season around against the Rams on a Monday night football game on Veterans Day. So I know we want to go back to all these previous years for history, and a lot of the guys in the locker room and Kyle and the coaching staff, a lot of them have lived this, but they're all different. 2020 is different. 21's different. 22 is different. Last year, 5-0 start, 3-game losing streak. Run the table essentially with the one loss to Baltimore, which really did turn the whole year around, and they never quite played the same after Thanksgiving in Seattle. This year is just different. 2024 is different. After the heartbreak of Vegas last year, the uneasy offseason, having a first-round draft pick, using it a wide receiver, Ayuk in his situation, Trent later in his situation, getting McCaffrey's contract adjusted. There's just a lot going on with this team. So I'm not going to pick a path. They have to choose their path, and they got a lot of new players and new coaches. A lot of the guys do have the experience of what we're talking about here, but it don't matter. They have to figure it out. And there's commonalities to last year, and there's commonalities to when they traded for McCaffrey. Can McCaffrey come in riding on a white horse and save this whole year? You want to play as much man against the 49ers well, we're going to put McCaffrey in the slot. Who's going to man him up? You want to put Trent McDuffie on him or, whoever you want to mention that's the best slot corner in football, good luck. If he's completely over the Achilles on both legs, he's going to beat that guy, and you're going to have to get out of it. You can't play man, and we're going to get him trapped on a linebacker in man. We're going to get you out of man. And then the Niners can do their thing by flooding zones and attacking, weak side linebackers in the number 3 position, running over routes and everything they do. He could change all that. You could do a lot of things structurally to change your team. That last year it was coming out of the bye, moving the defensive coordinator downstairs, adjusting some things as far as the nickel. Are you going to be able to get Dre Greenlaw back as well? That's not happening now until December, it sounds like. He's just not. He was hopeful of coming back, but it just hasn't happened. So they got to figure it out, and they're going to use some of the knowledge of what happened to turn the year around in 21, 22, and last year to a lesser degree because they still were 5-3. I don't know. That's for them to choose what path they're going to go. I will tell you that this Arizona's performance last night was really interesting to me. And obviously Seattle, I thought their coaching staff's so young. They're all a bunch of college guys. They go to Atlanta and they just run all over them, and they beat the crap out of them. And then Arizona, the Green Bay game after our game, their second half against the Niners was, whoa, what did they do? And I know it was hot, but they just trampled them the way they came in 2021 and did it with Colt McCoy and James Conner. And their coaching staff, they're tough guys, and they bullied the bully last night. They out-toughed Harbaugh's team, and they found a way to win. The Niners are in third place right now. They're behind Seattle, and you're behind Arizona because Arizona beat them. So you got a lot of football yet to play. I mean, I don't know, John. I've been thinking about all the injuries and where there are. You still got the quarterback upright. You still got Nick Bosa. That's what happened in 2020, ultimately, to sever that team after a better start. But it's for them to choose. How do they do it? Can they get guys back? Are they going to suffer any more injuries? They all do. Are you going to have season enders like what's going on with the Gravedigger and Brandon Ayuk? Is Talanoa Hufanga going to come back this year? Is he not, off the torn ligaments in the wrist? What are you going to do at the trading deadline? Are you going to add? You've already got contract situations to look at for next year and beyond. Are you going to subtract and start to move some salary to prepare and also open it up to play younger guys? It's their path to choose. I don't know. We know the history. We know what they've done, but we don't know what they will do now.
Your thoughts at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. This season is feeling a bit like 2020, but then again, there's a lot of parallels to 2022 in weeks just like this previous week. In 2022, the 49ers lost to the Kansas City Chiefs 44-23 at home to fall to 3-4. They then played one more game before the bye. This time it's Dallas. Last time it was the Rams. They win that game. They go to 4-4. They take the bye. Then Christian McCaffrey comes back. Well, Christian McCaffrey is going to come back. There's another parallel. Maybe it's a retrade for Christian McCaffrey in 2022. Can they do the same thing they did in 2022, or do you think this is a lost season with all the injuries? The latest being Brandon Ayuk going down, pneumonia for Deebo Samuel. My God, all the other things that have happened to the 49ers. Is it just not their season, or do you think they can do a 2022 redo? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. By the way, Cowboys, which are struggling. We saw the Bucs last night. The Ravens are just that good. At the Bucs and going across the country after that. Seattle, like you said, played well in Atlanta. That's next. The Packers look for real now with Love coming back. The Bills is going to be tough. Bears look better. Rams again. Dolphins maybe have to at that point. He's trying to play. Then the Lions, who look like the best team in football. And then, of course, you just talked about the Cardinals. Pretty tough for the 49ers to do it. If you had to lean one way, 2020, 2022, somewhere in between, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Tuesday edition of the show. Mark Spears, we start our Warriors discussions at 11:30. We'll flip over to some Warriors at about 10 after, getting you ready for Spears, his initial appearance, senior NBA writer with Anscaped and ESPN at 11:30 for that conversation. But if you had to guess at this point of the season, 49ers, we talked about it a lot yesterday, it's feeling like 2020 with all the injuries. You had Bosa going out early and Jimmy Garoppolo missing a bunch of games and Solomon Thomas, and it just went from there. Debo missed 10 games. Is it feeling like that to you with the latest? Brandon Ayuk, Debo's in the hospital, don't know what's going on with Jennings, et cetera, et cetera. Or could they pull a 2022 when they got McCaffrey? They were 3-4 at this exact point after getting blown out by Kansas City. Sound familiar? Then they had one game before the bye, which they won against the Rams. They were 4-4, and they never lost in the regular season again. Maybe it's somewhere in between. What do you think? 4-5, 808 KNBR, 4-5, 808 5627. Roy leads us off in San Leandro. Hi, Roy.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
What's up, Roy?
Good. Good. I just wanted to chime in. You know, you guys mentioned about that trading deadline. The 49ers need to leave well enough alone. I mean, over the years, they've made trades, and they haven't got back what they really needed. But at the same time, though, you can't do nothing really about injuries except cope with them. But at the same time, though, like the 49ers need to, things are so bad, they need to just trade off a few pieces. And then maybe if they need to get an offensive lineman or something, then do it. But, that's about all I could say because the 49ers are jammed up. I mean, messed up pretty bad right now.
Thanks, Roy. I know one thing, especially given this division, even at 3 and 4, they're not trading anybody off. I mean, this is an all-in thing. Now, if they go on a losing streak from this point, maybe between now and a couple of weeks from now, they did push the trading deadline back. But you're sitting in the NFC West right now. Seattle's one game ahead of you. I don't think anybody's having a conversation about moving guys.
Well, Roy calls in a lot after Giants baseball. He's a huge baseball fan. We've heard him with Marty and Bill over the years. So some years in baseball, as you approach the deadline, you both sell and you buy, and you move people around. Look at the Detroit Tigers and what they did. They sold a starting pitcher. They were going to sell another one, and they wound up, going deep in the playoffs or getting into playoffs. So I think there's two conversations to be had. Selling is not always selling. You got guys in contract years that, as you look at your roster for next season, may not be a part of it. Quite a few positions. I don't think Debo's in that conversation now. In light of Ayuk, he may have been earlier.
Ward is Ward.
Charvarius Ward's
not having a good year,
and that's where I'm going. And he's not having a good year. I think the groin injury in L.A. was a problem. They attacked him there. He wound up not playing in Seattle, and he had a knee injury the previous game against Arizona, and he didn't play well in that game. He tried hard to play against Seattle on that Thursday night game. He just couldn't go. But along the way, Renardo Green played well, and they are not picking on Renardo Green. I thought Andy Reid would go right at him. He got 0 on the back. He's a rookie. That's a bullseye guy. And X were going at that guy. They went at him here and there, but they didn't pick on him. Charvarius, they got behind one time, which is disturbing on the double move by Kelsey, but Ward did recover because Kelsey just doesn't run well. He's not straight line fast, and it was long arms, he recovered. So, I mean, if you wanted to get into a conversation, and then injuries, part of the issue is guys get hurt, and you wind up trading guys, and now we don't have enough. But right now, are you going to bring Charvarius Ward back on a long-term contract next year? How would that look? You're not going to franchise tag him the amount of money corners are making. So is Charvarius Ward a part of your 2025? If he's not, and you think Ike Yadam can do what he does, we got Renardo Green, we got Demo, we got Rock Yassin. He doesn't play on defense. He's strictly a special teams guy. We got Darrell Luter. We got enough that even if we did suffer an injury and we couldn't play one of those guys we think would be the new trio, are we good enough? And then, what could you get back for him? So that's a separate equation. And then you're always looking the other side to upgrade. Linebacker, certainly, wide receiver. We'll get into it more with Dante because he was pushing DeAndre Hopkins. And DeAndre Hopkins plays for the Tennessee Titans. 49ers saw him in August. He didn't play in that game, obviously. And they've added a lot of younger wide receivers around. They're making a change at quarterback. Mason Rudolph is there. DeAndre Hopkins is interesting. A lot of people love him. Belichick always wanted to get him in New England.
He doesn't change the season.
He was a dominant player when he was younger.
He's not very good. Right.
Well, he is what he is. He does not separate at all.
They've already got
which
that.
Is what I understand that, but he's a guy that can catch contested balls. He catches 50-50 balls. He's big. He's long. He's not a good route runner, and he's never been a good route runner because he doesn't need to be a good route runner. He's a little bit like Randy Moss. Randy was limited in what he ran. Hopkins is limited when he runs. But when the ball comes his way, he catches the ball. He just goes up, and because he's got long arms and he's got big hands, he's like Brandon Ayuk without the separation. Do you want to bring in somebody like that? He's not a great man player. He's more of a zone player, but he's more of a man beater because he just knows how to take the ball. When the ball at the catch point, like Debo does not create separation, but Debo comes back and snatches the ball. I don't know what they think of him. You could get him easily. They would trade him. And you probably would not have to give up a lot to get him. There are other receivers. We're just picking a name out there. So,
but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, just in terms of, because you brought up Ward, and that intrigues me, because maybe that's the chip you use. In other words, you're shuffling pieces. You're not trading because you're not a good team or you don't believe. It's just that with these injuries, you've got to take a piece from your roster where you think you're deep and use it on a piece that's thin. I mean, that's just moving things around. That's what I think. To me, if like right now, okay, Ayuk's out, and we're in the shock of Ayuk. But if Ricky Pearsall can play, which we think he can, then that's where that fill-in comes. Jennings is going to come back at some point. He's not out for the year. Debo's got pneumonia. That's terrible, but he's not out for the year. McCaffrey's supposed to come back after the bye, we're hoping. Kittle is still on this team. I mean, to me, that's enough offensive weapons. Where the issue becomes, you mentioned this earlier, Dre Greenlaw is going to come back possibly in December, and when he comes back, he's coming back from an Achilles. So we've all got to say, okay, how good is he going to be? Is he going to be like himself? I mean, to me, it's the defense. I need a linebacker. I mean, they're getting killed. D. Winters is not the answer. Obviously, Devondre Campbell is not the answer. Fred needs some help there. They have problems. So, I mean, if I was going to say where do they need it, I mean, I get it, wide receiver, because you just lost one, but you drafted one in the first round. He's going to have to sink or swim at some point. They need help on defense. I think that Renardo Green can take that spot. I think at the end of the season, if you're going to pick between those two corners, you're going to pick Demo. He's younger, and he's playing better, and he's probably going to be cheaper. So, to me, it's obvious. You need a linebacker. You need a more than competent linebacker. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think they need two linebackers, actually. I mean, right now, and teams are forcing you to play base. The Chiefs, they lost all their wide receivers, and they've already been doing it. They like Noah Gray. The fact that Noah Gray balled out is not a surprise. They like that guy. And I've seen him on the field with 4 tight ends sometimes. Who does that? But Andy Reid does. He does different things with Kelsey and Gray, and they brought back Jody Fortson. They got the young guy, Jared Wiley. He didn't play much in the game. But by doing that, having 2 tight ends on the field, and even with Kelsey, you can code him as a wide receiver and not treat it like it's double tights. But then Kelsey will block better than you think he will. They'll be able to run behind him and do some things with him and screen. So you can't just say he's just a wide receiver and he can't block, because he will block every once in a while. He's not Kittle. He's not Gronk, but he's a... Anyway, teams are forcing you to play with 3 linebackers on the field and staying in your base because they want to attack everybody that's not Fred Warner. And then Fred wasn't himself. He hasn't moved well. He played better against Seattle. The Arizona game, he did not play well off the ankle injury the week before against the Rams or whatever it was. The New England game, they're all coming together. But watching that play back where Mahomes got out to his left to Fred's right, Fred normally runs him down and puts him on the ground, even with the ball fake. He just was slow to get there. So your linebacking level, which a lot of teams don't prioritize, is getting picked on. It is right now. You don't have to trade Charvarius straight up for a linebacker. You can make separate trades. It's hard to get things to line up with teams to do that. But let's just see. As far as trading Charvarius, I think it's risk involved in that, a lot like Elijah Mitchell. I thought a couple of different times, maybe they're going to trade Elijah Mitchell. I thought last year at the deadline they may trade Elijah Mitchell. Go back to when they got Christian. Jeff Wilson Jr. is one of the greatest teammates of all time. All of a sudden, he's unhappy. He wants to go. He was the leading rusher here. Now you get CMC. I'm not playing. So I didn't think he would say that. But these guys got to run their own, lives and their own corporations. And so even Jeff came forward. He wanted to get traded. So they wound up trading him to Miami. With Elijah, as you look at next year's team, John, and all these salary problems you have to address, there's certain guys that you just don't think are going to be on the team in 25. Elijah Mitchell was one for me, but I thought, can you really trade him? What if McCaffrey gets hurt? And I don't know if they knew the severity with McCaffrey and the Achilles at the time, but Elijah wind up tearing his hamstring right off his bone on that Labor Day extra practice on Monday, and now you're not trading him and you're not playing him. It's the daily double of disaster. He's gone. But I thought, wouldn't you like to have Elijah Mitchell on the team right now? You would solve a lot of your problems and share it with J.P. Mason until Garendo gets up. And so they didn't do that. Now, with Ward, you could say, well, we're not going to re-sign him in the offseason. What do we, let's just get something for him. The reality is the league will tell you what they're going to get for him. He's not playing like he played last year. Is it injury? Is it groin? Is it knee? How did he lose his skill in the offseason? He's had a lot of changes with his life off the field. Is that impacting his ability to play effectively? And then realistically, can you get a day 2 pick back for him? Can you get a day 3 pick back for him? Would you even do that? And then, what if you do trade him and then boom, like Elijah Mitchell, somebody gets hurt in the secondary and all of a sudden they're picking on that guy and damn, why do we give him up? So these are tough calls to make. You're always looking to add. You're always looking to massage the salary cap. But what Roy was talking about, though, I think you could go both ways. You could trade guys off the roster. Not so much that we're waving the white flag on the year. It's just, are they going to be a part of the future? Are we going to let them walk in the offseason? We can help our overall football team's future by moving them now. But then there's a risk that, that position all of a sudden becomes like wide receiver. All of a sudden you have a run of guys getting hurt or getting sick and, they're not able to play. So I think that's something you take right up until the trade deadline on November the 5th, Election Day, right after you go vote. Maybe you decide what to do. What time's the deadline? 1 o'clock usually that day, John? I think you take it like when you got Chase Young. You may take that up to the last hour to decide which way you're going to go with your season and some of these position groups.
Yeah, I just think injuries may force it. And I'm not saying a straight-up trade because those are near impossible in the NFL, but what I'm saying is conceptually you think, okay, we can move Ward, we can get a linebacker, however they work the salaries, and again, they've got a lot of money, but they don't want to use it because of Brock Purdy. But what I'm saying is if you have to pick between those two, and I think because of these are the ramifications of the Purdy contract, but it's also the ramifications of keeping Brandon Ayuk, which when they made that move, I thought to myself, okay, both these corners are not coming back. And it's not just based on this year. Demo is younger. I think Demo is better. I think Demo is probably going to be cheaper. Ward's going to get paid in this offseason, and I think he's been great here. Maybe he's putting pressure on himself because it's a contract year. I don't know what the case may be with him, but he's not the player he was. I think he can be that player. But I think right now at linebacker, you're getting absolutely crushed. We said this yesterday. Those 3 linebackers between Campbell, Winters, and Warner were targeted 7 times, and there were 7 completions by Kansas City. It's clear that offenses are looking at those guys going, we can beat them. It's Fred's injury and the 2 guys being ineffective. And you talked about Curtis Robinson. They don't have depth there, and there's no guarantee that Dre Greenlaw, when he comes back, is going to be Dre Greenlaw. To me, that's the obvious spot on the defense, and you could even add interior defensive line. There's a lot of issues that this team has, so I think that you may have to make a move. You drafted Green in the second round to fill a hole. You drafted Pearsall in the first round to fill a hole. You didn't want to use these guys as early as possible, but if you trade Ward, Green's going to have to step up. If you don't trade for a receiver, which I really don't think they should, Pearsall is going to have to step up. That's why you drafted these guys where you did. And you've got a massive hole, especially right now at linebacker, where everyone is attacking you. And believe me, Dallas really doesn't have the guys to do it. They don't have really guys coming out of the backfield. They don't really have a good tight end room. Jake Ferguson is okay, but I can guarantee you they're gonna run crossers with CeeDee Lamb right into that same area. That's what they're going to do all day long. They're going to feed CeeDee. I bet he gets 20 targets, and probably most of them are going to be slants through the middle like Kansas City did with Rashee Rice against the 49ers. That's probably what they're going to do all day long.
Yeah, and as far as, they know because they take Dre out and they work with him and, they track everything, every movement and exactly what his change of direction is. So they would know more on that. You're in a league. Another part of the theory is, we're going to get Dre back shortly after the deadline. And, we're in a league where most teams are playing. We're playing nickel most of the game. And they may be dissuaded to forcing us to play base if we play Fred, Dre, and D. Winters, and we have speed on the field. So there's always a trade-off there. I think you just have to wait, John. It's a week-to-week thing. Ayuk just tore his ACL, his MCL, and maybe other CLs or other damage around that right knee. He didn't have that issue before. If something ever happened at another position, your needs change. So I think you wait. What is it, 2 weeks from today is the trade deadline, Election Day? So I think you wait right up until the last hour. And then the bottom line is, just go by what they've done. They always want more pass rush. They last year in October, they got Randy Gregory in here October the 5th. They got Chase Young in here on Halloween which was the day of the deadline, and then later they added Sebastian Joseph Day, and he just picked him up off the scrap heap. They added 3 linemen to the team. So you're always looking to add pass rush. You have to manage Leonard Floyd's snaps. I think he's more effective. Okawanu was playing well. Gross Matos, again, that's up to the performance staff. When do they think Gross Matos is going to come back? That's a knee injury dating back to the last preseason game against the Raiders. He was able to play through it initially, and now he had surgery. What's the timeline on him? So without a doubt, linebacker is an issue you got to look at. But, it starts with your front 7, and that's the strength of this team and the identity of the team. Do they have enough on the defensive line? Even inside, losing the gravedigger, they're getting trampled. I mean, they just the way the Kansas City Chiefs ran the football down their throats on Sunday. John Lynch is not happy about that. By the way, this is an interesting one. He's not coming to the 49ers before you even tweet or call or whatever, because they're not going to trade in division. But Diana Rossini and our very own Mike Silver says the Rams have called multiple teams about trading former Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. The Rams have indicated a willingness to take on some of the 24 salary and are seeking a second-round pick. Now, it's probably because he's so banged up. Maybe because he's so banged up all the time and they're frustrated and he makes a lot of money, and I get all that. But when he's healthy, he is awesome. But now there's a changer. We can talk about multiple different guys. If Cooper Kupp is healthy, he's like a CMC kind of addition to a team. I mean, he's awesome, but he just hasn't been healthy enough. That's probably their frustration. He's got an ankle injury. He's playing Thursday, isn't he? The word was that he's playing. He's going to make Puka Nacua, when is he coming back? And he's got a knee injury, and his is going to be longer. You never know what the Rams are up to. They beat the Raiders the other day, and to me, they're always lurking. Even when you think they're out of it, they're not out of it. A couple of years ago, they were out of it when they won 5 games after the Super Bowl. But last year, they were 3-6, and they hit another gear. Quarterback Kyron Williams is a big part of their offense now. I mean, I don't think the Niners would get less need to trade him Cooper Kupp here. They would line up for that guy because he's a tremendous football player in every regard, and he blocks. That guy blocks the way Ayuk and Jennings block. He's that kind, even though he's undersized, he is nasty. And he can separate against man. He can find holes in zone. He's a Super Bowl most valuable player. I don't think he's coming here. No. But why are the Rams thinking about trading Cooper Kupp? What's up with that? I think it's simple. I mean, again, it just depends on how you want your roster to be and what you find to be important. And I know that McVay probably loves the guy, but they probably think with possibly Nacua coming back at some point, maybe they think the season is lost, but he makes $30 million this year. And then after this year, there's an out. He's got 3 years and $70 million left with 22 and dead. But I mean, 3 and $70 for Cooper Kupp after this year. That's reasonable because top receivers are making $30 million. Maybe they just don't. He's been injured a lot. Maybe they just don't want to pay him $30 million a year. Who's his agent? I mean, one thing about Cooper Kupp, he has been very quiet when all these wide receivers have passed him. And where is he on the list for highest paid wide receivers? How many of these guys that are making more or a Super Bowl MVP and won the Triple Crown? The year that he won the Super Bowl MVP, he led the NFL in every single category, catches, yards, touchdowns. I mean, it was a Jerry Rice type of year. Is he want that contract? If you do trade for Cooper Kupp, you have to assume you have to redo his contract. So this may be Cooper Kupp's agent saying, well, even quiet, but he wants more money. And he's playing through a lot of injuries. I don't think he's in a position to. The only reason, that's what I'm saying, is he makes 26.7 on average on his contract. And I'm not saying he's not great. He is great. But I think part of the problem with the Rams becomes what happens with some teams. Cooper Kupp's 31 years old. Last year he played in 12 games. This year he's played in 2 games. So he missed 5 games last year. He's missed 5 games this year already. He's been banged up, and he's 31 years old, and he's making $30 million. And maybe that is the thing. He's making 26.7 on average of that contract. He got a bunch of money up front, but it might be mutual in that the Rams are saying, hey, you're 31 and you're always hurt, and we're not really going anywhere. We need to move some money around. That could possibly be it. I don't know. But anyway. I don't know if they're saying all that, but I think what he's saying is he wants to get paid. And if you trade for him, you got to adjust his contract. But there'll be teams lined up.
Oh, for sure.
To trade for him. I mean, can you imagine the Buffalo Bills if they got Cooper Kupp with
Pittsburgh,
Josh
all those same teams that we're in. I mean, Pittsburgh, all the teams that have been desperate for wide receivers, they'll not only sign him at 31, they'll give him a new contract because it's hard to do. But I could see it. The Rams, I know they won. They beat the Raiders, but I don't think they're fooling themselves. I don't think they're going to have a great season, and maybe they're just trying to reset things. Because, Kupp gets you a 2. I don't know that that's worth it. And again, I'm not suggesting he's coming here because he's not. They're not going to trade him to the Niners. But he could be the type of acquisition at the deadline, which you're right. It's November 5th at 1 p.m. local time. He's the type of acquisition that, if he's healthy, can change a team.
Well, it's an ankle, so he's got to get over it eventually. But it's a high ankle, but it seems to be lined up for him. Watching the Chargers, McConkey, that rookie we like so much, he caught the ball late in the game, but he was struggling last night. You give Justin Herbert someone like that, and I don't know if the Chargers can fit it under the cap and the way Harbaugh runs it, but he also blocks. I mean, he's not only a great separator, in and out. He's not an X. He's a move guy, but he blocks his ass off when he doesn't get called to catch the ball. He's a great football player. DeAndre Hopkins is not. He's nowhere near the way Cooper Kupp is thought of. But it'll be a medical issue. What else does he have? What did he get hurt? Did he hurt a knee last year? What else does he have on his medical file besides?
He had muscle. He has
ankle?
A lot of muscle injuries, hamstrings, things like that. He's fought a hamstring for a long time.
Tell you what, when they came in last year, he did not play. He was on IR. I watched his entire warm-up before the game, and he was out there for a couple hours, and it was so impressive. He looked like Larry Bird warming up before a game, or Steph Curry, or Tim Duncan, or Marvin Harrison, and Peyton Manning. You can tell a lot about a guy by how he works. That was one of the most impressive. He was dripping in sweat. He ran every single route. The guy bust his ass. You bring him into your team and your wide receiver room, if you want to win a Super Bowl, you go get that guy, and then you have to figure out what to pay him, obviously.
Well, remember when they lost to Detroit, they lost all the receivers, but then Cooper Kupp was the only one there, and everybody knew the ball was going to him, and Stafford still got it to him. I mean, that's how good he is.
Year.
Yeah, that's just how good he is. Anyway, that's the latest. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. But next, let's get you prepared for Mark Spears. Makes his season debut on the show at the bottom of the hour. The Warriors don't start till tomorrow, but the NBA starts tonight. We're going to do it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brett Jones, you joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Explain why teams do not fear the Niners anymore. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Pop. I got a question for you. What if you could be debt-free by this January? I'm talking about all that high-interest debt you've accrued, pay off all your credit cards, your car loans, consolidate everything into one lower payment. If you're ready to stop stressing over bills, you need to call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Call them right now. With rates at their lowest in 2 years, this is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big going into the new year. Loan Pronto's got rates with APRs in the low fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this with Loan Pronto can save on average $850 a month. Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call now, get a free rate quote in just minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call today, and you won't have to make a house payment until 2025. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Again, LoanPronto.com. Free rate quote now. Call 415-808-5721.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
We look forward to the season, which gets underway Wednesday for you all in Portland. Always great to visit with you, Steph, and stay well until the next time, all right?
Absolutely. Go Panthers.
Good luck with that.
Good line by Scott Van Pelt. Go Panthers.
Where was Steph? They already in
Go to
Portland?
the first pick.
Looked like he was in a hotel room somewhere, didn't he?
Yeah, I think they're there. I know JD's there. JD told me he was last night.
Game's not till tomorrow night. How long do you want to stay in Portland?
They have a cafe called Huber's, which is very nice, and they serve maybe the best Spanish coffees around. They do them tableside. I mean, I know what we're dealing with here with Spanish coffees in San Francisco.
Jake's downtown for the Bouillabaisse.
Yeah, I mean, Portland's an underrated food city. It's weird. And there's a lot of food trucks and all that kind of stuff. Man, there's some places. Good beer town. I don't know. This stuff's a big beer drinker, but I don't know. Maybe he's
going to bring the whole team there for two nights in a hotel room. I don't know if you do all that. Anyway, even though the Warriors are not on national TV tonight or on ESPN tomorrow, he's still the headliner of the NBA season as they had him on at the halftime of the doubleheader. So we'll talk to Mark Spears. So we knew that the Warriors were all in on Paul George this offseason and later Lauri Markkanen, and they wanted both. I don't know how they would have pulled that off, but they wanted to get both guys. But the guy we've been talking to Mark Spears about for, I think, a couple of years, keep an eye on Karl Anthony Towns. They want to trade him. Well, they did. And tonight, Minnesota's playing the second game of the doubleheader against the Lakers, and the Knicks are playing the first game against the champions on the parquet in Boston. So Karl Anthony Towns' old team and first his new team. But Anthony Slater had it today that the Warriors were in on the Kathmandu. So Mark Spears will give us the intel on that. What would you have given up to get Karl Anthony Towns?
Well, if you want to extend the window and it's all about Steph winning championships, I mean, definitely Kuminga. I mean,
What else? What else?
You got to make the salaries match, so you're going to have to throw a bit. You're going to have to throw a big number in there. So that's.
I wonder what they
Wiggins.
offered.
That's maybe Wiggins.
He
or
wanted
like
to go
that.
to the Knicks. I don't think Minnesota was going to take the Warrior offer, but it was interesting to hear. And that's a pure big. So you'd probably give him Trace Jackson Davis. Is Looney fit anymore? But they were big game hunting all off season to try to get Paul George. They were all in on that one. Couldn't pull it off, and it sounded like he wanted to come here, but it was that the Clippers would not trade him to the Warriors. There's no way that Ballmer was going to do that. So that does make sense. And then after they couldn't get George, they weren't as in on Markkanen. But Karl Anthony Towns and is changing. What does that do to Minnesota? What does that do to the Knicks? And we'll hear from the Hall of Famer Mark Spears. What were the Warriors actually talking about as far as getting Karl Anthony Towns?
All right, let's do that. His season debut. And it's always great to talk to our good friend Mark Spears from Anscaped and ESPN. We'll catch up with him what he did in the offseason. We'll ask him that question as well. And it is a jumbled Western Conference. It starts tonight, and the Warriors debut tomorrow night in Portland. We'll get into it all next with Mark Spears, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
We missed Mark Spears, man. At Mark J. Spears. Make sure that you're following him. Senior NBA writers. You just heard Anscaped, ESPN. Follow him. Read all his great stuff. And he is back with us for another season, and we couldn't be happier about it. Happy opening NBA night. How are you, man?
Man, life is good. Just came back from Orlando last night. I'm doing season on Palo Banchero, and so been traveling all over the place. Was in Boston last week and the Hall of Fame, and Hawaii with the Warriors, and Philadelphia. So I've been making the rounds, man. I've been making the rounds.
Yeah, you're the Hall of Famer, and that's after a summer in Paris with the Olympians and all that. So I know you're here, there, and everywhere. But you were in Boston, and tonight is where it's all going to tip off as the Celtics are crowned NBA champions. And the interesting thing is Minnesota's going to play the Lakers later on. Boston's playing New York. Is Karl Anthony Towns, his former team, will play the Lakers later, but his new team, the New York Knicks, will play Boston. And I'm surprised how little this is being talked about for both Minnesota, getting rid of him, and what it does for the Knicks. But you've been whispering in our ears the last couple of years about the Warriors and interest involving Karl Anthony Towns, and there was some reporting recently that they were all in on Paul George over the offseason, Lauri Markkanen. But the Warriors also inquired about the Catmandu, Karl Anthony Towns. How close did that come? And how does that change the West, having the Catman gone? And now, how does it change the Knicks, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know that anything really got close there. I mean, the thing I heard the most about this offseason was Markkanen. And you know, someone told me that, and it's interesting that Draymond said a couple months ago, just kind of off the cuff, like, "Hey, that was too much." But you know, the rumor I heard was J.K., Zemsky, and 3 firsts. And I was like, "Dang, Danny A." But I mean, I think you guys know I'm a big Markkanen fan. I probably would have did him for the 2 players, but the haul of draft picks was too much. But I still, Warriors, man, I feel like Dunleavy has something up his sleeve. I'm not sure what. But I just feel like come All-Star break after the trade deadline, there's going to be something more to this team. Because as currently constructed, I see him as a playoff team and not much more than that.
Well, in one sense, it's really great to be deep, but like you said, you kind of condense that to get a better player, and clearly they thought that because they tried, right? It's not like they sat around. I mean, they tried to get Markkanen, they're in on a lot of things.
They tried to get Paul George.
Yeah, I mean, if they liked their team that much, they probably wouldn't have looked into those things, but they did.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's good news because that means they're trying. And the good thing is, and from watching the team in Hawaii, man, the guard depth is, I don't know that there's another team that has that kind of guard depth. It's just really, really outstanding. It just still misses that number 2. Like if Steph, something happens to Steph, I don't know what is going to happen, but with the team, also, I just worry about Steph getting a little bit too fatigued. You know, you just need him to do so much, and it just now I feel like there's even more emphasis on him. But the lineup they had the other day with Wiggins in it, the big lineup with J.K. and Wiggins and Draymond and Davis, like I like that. I like that a lot. I like the bigger lineup. So I think the big question with this team is, who's the guy that's going to step up and help Steph out? Like you have all these potential co-stars there, but they're not consistent co-stars. Like Wiggins showed you he could be that, but do you be consistent? J.K. shows flashes. It's because he just has shown flashes that he didn't get his contract yet. You know, like he wants more, I'm sure, than the Warriors are willing to give. But what have you proven to deserve something big, right? Or you mean Is he a $30 million guy? I don't know. Like, you know, and there were several people that got $30 million yesterday. I just don't know who it is going to be to step up, and I kind of I'm not in love with J.K. and Brandon as much as everybody else. I really like them. I still think if you could use those two or one of them to get something bigger, the Warriors have to do it.
So you said you were with the Warriors in training camp in the Hawaiian Islands. You had a long sit-down with Draymond, and I'm reading it now on Anscape, and it's fascinating. I know you sent it to Bob Myers, and Bob referenced it during the ESPN broadcast when they played the Lakers on Friday. Where is Draymond at right now? And is it very simple? When Draymond played last year, the Warriors were a good team. When Draymond did not play, and he was suspended a couple of different times by the league, and one time indefinitely, and career was kind of at the crossroads, they were not a good team. And Clay's gone, and Steph and Dre are still there. Where is Draymond's head at right now, do you think, Mark, going into the new year?
I think it's as good as it's been in a long time. He was in a really, really good place, and you know, quite revealing. He said that he had really distanced himself from the team. First of all, you know, I think it's inevitable when you're a vet, you got a wife and you got kids, and man, I got to go pick up my kid from school, or man, my daughter's in this play, or you know, like kid stuff, family stuff. When you're done with your work, you probably ain't hanging out and playing Xbox with the guys like you might have before, right? Or going to dinners on the road. And then after the Jordan Poole incident, I think Draymond really distanced himself from the team, and kind of could feel it in the locker room. Like, just, you know, it seemed like it was more of a job to him than a love and a passion. And you got to remember, he got his TNT gig, and he has his podcast. So he certainly has a lot on his plate. But when the assistant coach from Decky passed, it just changed a lot in him, his mentality, and it woke him up. He was seeing a lot of pictures of memorial pictures of Decky and different events with the team, and he's like, man, I'm not in any of these pictures. I'm letting all this time with the team pass by, and Pop, you know this, and correct me if I'm wrong, because, you know, I really respect the guruism you have. Like, when you talk to these former stars, right, of any sport, I'm going to ask them about what they missed the most. They don't talk about playing the game first. They talk about the time on the bus. They talk about the time on the plane, the time in the locker room. Like that's what they talk about. And I think Draymond realized that he was missing out a lot and re-ingrained himself, and probably surprised a lot of guys in Hawaii when suddenly after mandatory yoga, they had a water beach session, and he didn't take his shirt off, it don't look like, but he at least got his feet in the water. It looked like he baby steps, man. He's back in now. But I don't know how good a swimmer somebody from Lansing is, but at least he put his feet in the water.
That's hilarious.
Saginaw.
Yeah.
Saganasty. Yeah.
Saginaw, Lansing. Same difference. Tell him I said that.
Mark Spears is joining us as
Steph took his shirt off. He looks good, Steph.
As the NBA debuts tonight.
He said he's in great shape.
Yeah.
He feels good.
So you were talking about contract extensions. 4 guys from the class of 21 got the 5-year, $224 max. Cade Cunningham got it. Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Franz Wagner. I'm sure that Kuminga thinks he's part of that. They did get Moody at 3 and 39, which I think is reasonable. We can get into that too. But what do the Warriors need to see from Jonathan Kuminga? And is that what Kuminga was looking for? He was looking for the 224 max?
I think he definitely wanted, something close to it. And the number the guy got in Atlanta, I think resonated with him from what I heard. But he's going to determine his paycheck, right? Because, his play will determine his pay, and also will play a role in restricted free agency. Because if he does something amazing, then there's going to be suitors, and there are going to be people that are going to be willing to test the Warriors, give them the max. But then the question is what's he going to do? Is he going to be that? Is he? So, I mean, to me, I do think the Warriors are in a okay position. Dunleavy doesn't sound worried. I don't think he should be worried. JK is restricted, and he'll get paid, I think, according to what he plays. So if you dangle this extra, like, there's an extra motivational carrot for him now. He has motivation for the contract to, play his best basketball to get paid the most. So I actually think it's better to not pay him on potential if I'm the Warriors and push him to be more than to just give him the money now, and maybe the motivation ain't quite the same if you know you got it.
So I agree with you on the big lineup, and I think they'll start that way with Steph and Andrew Wiggins in the backcourt and Kuminga Green and Trace Jackson-Davis. We'll see if they have enough shooting. But on the eve of the start of the year, they're going to be getting tomorrow night at the Moda Center in Portland. Where do you see this team? They won 46 games last year, and it was merely good for 10th in the West, tied with Sacramento, lost the play into them. You got some lottery teams from last year that are going to be better. Houston's going to be better. Memphis is going to be better. San Antonio, we think. Are they all going to be better? I asked you about Karl Anthony Towns. I mean, the top three in the West last year were OKC, Denver, and Minnesota. 57, 57, and 56 wins, and now Karl Anthony Towns lost to the Timberwolves. They've changed their team, but they had DiVincenzo and others. So what now? Are the Warriors a 50-win team with the roster right now, Mark?
Well, the first thing about last year's, win-loss, like if Draymond had not been suspended, right, they're not in play, and they're not, you know what I mean? They're in the playoffs.
Right.
I'm pretty confident in. But the parity, man, the parity in the West right now is so good. I mean, I don't think anybody in the West gets to 60. I see it as like 55 is like a really big number. Like the Warriors are capable of beating everybody, right, in the West. And they're capable of losing to pretty much everybody. I mean, the Thunder are going to be better. As you mentioned, Memphis. Houston's not going to be a slouch. The Spurs added some veterans and Harrison Barnes and Chris Paul. And I'm a Julius Randle fan. I think he'll help them, give them some more toughness. I mean, to me, the only teams seem like the Warriors couldn't have picked a better team to play first, right? I think they'll be fine going to Portland. And,
that's the one team.
Yeah, right. But Utah, you still got to show up against Utah. I just don't think, other than maybe Portland, there's any place in the West that you got to show up. So I don't see anybody just dominating. I mean, Denver, there's a lot of thought that they've taken a step back, but they're still going to be great. So I wouldn't be surprised if whoever comes out of the West, if they're sitting at like 55 wins. I just think that it's kind of a battle royal situation where all these Western teams are going to be, beating up on each other and health. Like I envision the Suns with good point guard now and Jones, like taking a big lift. So, nah, man, I'm excited about it. And but I don't think anybody's going to run away with anything.
I agree. I don't even know how to look at this thing, like I said, because the Thunder are at 57, Nuggets at 57, Timberwolves at 56. The Clippers are going to go down. The Mavs have Clay now. Man, the Rockets, Reed Shepherd is the real deal.
But don't you see Clay being more like a Ori now? Like
that's a good call right there.
Ray Allen and Miami. Like I see Clay kind of getting through the regular season and being more, or Paul Pierce in Washington. Like
that's a good call.
Being somebody that's going to help him more in the postseason than now.
Yeah, but the thing that
I see them taking a dip win-wise.
From 50?
Yeah. Yeah. Not dip. I just don't see anybody taking off.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing that I'm nervous about a little bit for the Warriors is the Grizzlies are going to get Ja for an entire season. They're going to win more than 27. Like you said, the Spurs win 22.
Let's see.
What, you don't think so?
No.
You don't think he's going to last a season? I see what you're saying.
I just said he's had some crazy
That's
stuff
true.
happening, so
Well, but I mean, and then
I hope so.
Yeah, that's a good point. But then,
I hope there's no drama this year.
But then the Rockets won 41. I really like Reed Shepherd. I think that they're probably going to be better. So it's
But you know
who
what?
knows?
But how much is Reed gonna play?
I'd play him a lot.
If there's one thing that Houston has, it's a bunch of guards. So what? I mean, you just pay Jalen. They got Fred VanVleet. When is he gonna play?
He can shoot it. I think maybe not
get
the
that.
beginning, but
I just think they're just really heavy at that position. So I think he'd be lucky to get 20 minutes a game on that team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that says that they should be pretty decent then.
Yeah. No, I mean, exactly. You got to show up against Houston. They'll be better. I think Boston on the other side is going to run away. They'll easily have the best record. They're better now. They'll get Porzingis around January. I spent some time with them, and I feel like the two J's remind me of the work ethic I saw from Steph, Clay, and Kevin Durant when they were together with the Warriors. I'm at practice an hour after it's over, and these dudes are still working on little things in their game. They both got a little chip on their shoulder from things that didn't. I did tell Bob Euler, I did tell Jason Taylor he had first world problems.
Really?
I didn't get to play in the Olympics.
Too bad.
At least he made the team. Ji'Ayir Brown didn't even make the team.
Exactly. But there's no complacency, and I had a big piece on Joe Mazzulla, the coach there, really interesting guy. I spent an hour with him at his house a couple weeks ago, and he just turn the page, move on. He's a jiu-jitsu guy, so he doesn't believe in. He actually had knee surgery because of his jiu-jitsu in the offseason. He really respects the opponent. He has no problem with being confident in yourself, but continues to tell these guys that you could lose to anybody on any given night. So I think they got one of the perfect coaches, underrated coaches in terms of making sure that they're mentally ready to play. So I think
we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
I think they're going to run through the East.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
The Warriors are going to play there 2 weeks from tomorrow, and Steve is going to hear it, obviously, on the Tatum stuff, and then Jaylen Brown not making the team.
Hey, but shouldn't the assistant coaches hear it too? They were on the staff.
Yeah, I understand. But Steve is the guy that's front center on that. So just outside of Boston, Philly getting Paul George is the big move. The Knicks are going to play Boston tonight for ring night, which is interesting on the parquet, and they got Karl Anthony Towns. How much is Philadelphia and the Knicks close the gap on the Celtics?
I got to see how their chemistry is. They added two major players, but both of them are guys that were the big players from where they are, and I could see Cat. Curious to see where Cat's mentality is, because he's in New York. He can walk in that locker room and feel like I'm the best player here. Why don't I get more touches? And I think he has a right to feel that way. So I'm curious to see where their chemistry is. Is there any selfishness? Is there anybody feeling himself a little bit because they had a little success? But they got extremely talented starting five. 3 guys that are relatively new. So I think the best of the Knicks, you won't see the first half. You'll probably see the second half. The media there will beat them up. Boston will take off, But, Joe Mazzulla actually cautioned me today that he thought that they could be awful just because, they're getting the rings and putting the banner up, and there's a lack of focus.
A lot of teams lose on ring night. They typically drop the first game.
Yeah, but I just think that, New York in a lot of ways, I think they'll be in a work in progress because it's just it's a lot of talent. They also are lacking in size other than, from the bench and shot blocking and stuff like that. So I think they'll be better in time, not immediately. But they, to me, are the only we're sleeping on Indiana.
Philly's already hurt.
Only team that's a threat, a real threat in the East. I just think that Philly just, the Embiid stuff always kind of self-destructs, right? So
yeah, they're both already hurt. Hey, real quick before we let you go, I don't know your thought on this, and I'm sure you've seen it. So tonight they're planning on playing Bronny with LeBron, and I think that's really cool and everything. I have a son, and I get it. But they're putting these.
You're gonna bring him in the studio? You gonna do a show next week?
I don't think
Lund be much better.
But
yeah.
But they're putting these the towels. Everybody likes to do the towels, and they have these yellow towels on there, and they say next, and they have Bronny's picture on it, and all this kind of stuff. I mean, is it too much of a dog and pony show, or is it this just that cool? How do you see this?
Well, Lund, I mean,
I don't want to be a hater, but man,
no,
we're putting a lot on the kid. I just don't think it's fair to the kid, man.
I think that's his life.
All right.
His life is different than our life, man. That's what he's built for, right?
Yeah.
And I will say, and it was interesting, my buddy Al Gordon, he was at Summer League, and he got a lot closer to the court during Summer League than I did. And he just said, man, there's just a lot of anguish on Bronny's face. He could just see it, with his struggles. And he didn't exactly light it up other than, playing, getting all the layups and open shots he got from the Warriors. So I do think that Griff and Son are going to be there, but Ken Griffey Jr. was a different level.
Yeah, right. He was better.
LeBron James level,
right. They flipped.
So,
they flipped. Well, Ken Griffey was good. I shouldn't say that.
This is the plan, right? Because I talked to Rob Pelinka this summer, and he was so excited about it. They're going to get it out of the way now, that moment, right? Quarter, game's not online, and that's it. Where people are guessing this moment is going to be. And then as soon as training camp starts for the G League, he's probably going to live with the G League team. And I'm talking about Bronny, obviously.
Yeah, the South Bay Lakers.
And I'm hearing like the Lakers are going to hire somebody probably to be with that team to really just focus on helping Bronny become like more of a point guard, help him learn the guard position, improve. He's going to get his own coaching. So I think after like the first couple of weeks of the season, you'll probably have a better chance of seeing Bronny James play in Santa Cruz or Stockton than you would at the Chase Center. But, they'll get the history out of the way tonight. But after that, I think the focus is going to be on much needed development for Bronny James.
All right. That's fair enough. I just saw those towels, and it's got like his picture on it and stuff, and I'm like, oh, man. It says next.
Though,
it says
it's
next.
LA.
Man.
It's LeBron, it's LA.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what they do.
Yeah, I get it.
We have more humility up here. That's LA, man.
Here we do. Come see Ken and Curry.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
How long before it's Ken and Curry and Steph?
How old is he?
You see Steph doing that?
No, I could not. No, I don't think so, man. He'd have to hang on till like 55, wouldn't he, or something like that?
The one thing that makes me curious about this, though, is the question I've had the entire time is, what's the rush?
Yeah.
What was the rush for if Brown's going to be in the league longer? So it does make me a little curious if this is like, did they rush this because this could be the end for him? But I also think that LeBron James is a big enough star that he'd want to do the Dr. J, Kareem, Kobe, I'm making my last stop, tour thing.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
But the only reason I could sense to me to have rushed this kid out, who respectfully is certainly not ready. I think he's improved a little, but he's not ready. Is because I just wonder if it's LeBron's last days.
Or he could get hurt or something, and then they're going, "Oh man, he was on the team, but we didn't get it." Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, hey, if I don't know if you could get your son an $8 million contract over 4 years. Hey man, I ain't mad at him for that. I mean, that's a fantastic gift that you could give your child. Is like, hey, I'm gonna get you a job where you'll get paid $8 million guaranteed.
And then you're on your own. That's pretty good.
I know you were great in college or high school, but I'm gonna get you this. And hey, it's almost like that
That's a good
gift
point.
you give your child when they become like an adult to, get them started, right?
It's a good call. It's a good start. Hey, thanks, man. It's always great to hear your voice. We really appreciate your insight, and we're looking forward to a great year, man. You're the best.
Hey, man, it's about time, black dude was able to do something like that for the kids, right?
Wow. It's true. Happens in the corporate world all the time, man.
Yeah,
That's a
man.
good
I've
point.
never seen that in the African American community before. So, man, hey, man, we're
nepotism at its finest.
We're finally making progress. Thanks to LeBron James.
Oh, man, you're the best. Thanks, bro. We'll talk to you soon.
I miss y'all, man.
You
Glad
too.
I'm
Take
back.
care, Famer.
That's awesome. That is Mark Spears. Good stuff. Again, Anscaped and ESPN. He's got a lot of great stuff to start the season, and make sure you're following him all season long at Mark J. Spears. Or it gets back to the 49ers. Dante Whitner is going to join us at about 12:30 to make some chicken out of this chicken S. We'll do that at 12:30 only here on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus Media station. I think I realized I just yelled, and I don't want to blow anybody's car up. By the way, we'll talk to Dante Whitner at 12:30. He has a certain trade that he wants to make. If you want to chime in on trades, even though we're a little ways away. By the way, Cooper Kupp, we brought up a little bit earlier because Diana Rossini and Mike Silver, and by the way, Greg Silver on the show today, where Cooper Kupp may go. You're not going to like this list one bit. The initial list that I've got here, that rumors of Cooper Kupp going to certain places. I don't think you're going to like this list.
Give it to me
whatsoever.
slowly. What do you got?
I'm going to give it to you least to most hurtful. New England Patriots, it says here. I don't think Kupp would want to go there. So I doubt that would happen. But Pittsburgh Steelers, we mentioned, because they're after every wide receiver, it seems, and they were certainly after Brandon Ayuk. You mentioned the Los Angeles Chargers. That's a great point. And he doesn't even have to move from his house. Play for Jim Harbaugh. They are short wide receivers because they decided to go in a Jim Harbaugh-ish way. They could have gotten receivers in the draft, but they went for Joe Alt, which seems to fit their personality quite well. Tampa Bay, we just saw last night. They lost 2 receivers last night, and Mike Evans and Chris Godwin's I don't know if he's ever going to be a Buccaneer again.
Are they both out the year? I mean,
well, Godwin is for sure. That with that dislocated
Evans had
ankle.
a hamstring injury. He may have torn that right off the bone.
They're waiting on that, but Godwin's definitely done for the year with that dislocated ankle. So Tampa Bay, and that would be something that would certainly, if the 49ers were to see maybe the Tampa Bay in the playoffs, because Tampa looks like they're going to survive that NFC South, although the Falcons are still in it. But this is the one you need to brace yourself
What team are you bracing me for? I'm on board with all those. Tampa would be the worst one. The other ones
Tampa would be the worst one. This would not be the worst one.
Kansas City?
Yeah, Kansas City. Could you imagine them? I mean, you might as well give them a trophy or two. It says the Chiefs need wide receiver help badly, and Kupp would be the perfect solution for this team going ahead. The Rams wide out know what it takes to get to a Super Bowl, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I'm sure. Would let Snead do that, and you'd rather trade him out of there. First of all, why do they want to trade him? Is he asking for more money? It's an ankle injury. He's going to play Thursday night, so it's not like he's not going to get over that. But it's got to be a money situation and the cap situation. You'd rather trade him to the AFC, but you don't want to trade him to that team.
Exactly.
Because it's blocking. I mean, could you imagine Patrick Mahomes and him together with Travis Kelce?
No, I would hate that.
How would you cover all those in-breaking routes? And Kupp can run anything, but mainly he works the middle of the field. He's indefensible, and he's just different than Kelce. That would not be a good idea, Les Snead. I think the other teams in the NFL would each give you a draft pick
not
to do it. Just don't send him there. Is Buffalo involved? Amari did score a touchdown for the Bills. He didn't know what route to run when he scored the touchdown. He dropped the first ball going his way. He does not separate. That would be a little scary. Now you got me rattled. I mean, Kansas City's in a whole different world, and I'm not even thinking about the Super Bowl in Vegas in February the 9th. The Niners got so much work to do to get anywhere close to that game. But you would just hand them. They've won 2 in a row. You got to hand them, and they've been in 4 of the last 5, and they've won 3. Do you want to give them the next 3? I mean, he's a Super Bowl MVP. Look at all the Super Bowl MVPs. They would have how many? 4 of the last 5? Because the one year Mahomes didn't go to the Super Bowl, the Rams did. And Cooper Kupp was the Super Bowl MVP. So you'd have on that team 4 of the last 5 Super Bowl most valuable players, and it would be the ultimate pitch and catch combination. There are a lot of good ones in the NFL now, but why the hell would the Rams do? Is that more Brett Veach talking in Kansas City or his agent? I mean, if you want to send him to an AFC team, that's fine. Just don't send him to that AFC team.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking at the 5 going, okay, I wouldn't love him in Tampa, but I get it, this, that. Chargers are in the AFC, and then I got to the bottom, and it said Chiefs, and went, oh, my God. Like, that would have the kind of impact, maybe not to the extent long-term that we've seen with McCaffrey with the 49ers, but pretty damn close. I mean, if he's healthy, he's 31, but if he's healthy, like you said, you have him, and you have Worthy, and you have Kelsey, and you have guys coming out of the backfield, and I mean, my God, and they wouldn't need much time to get chemistry together. They're both so good, but he's impossible to cover. And so, could you imagine, like, on even not only routes that weren't drawn up, just him scrambling and Kupp being as smart as he is and finding the open space like Kelsey does? You'd have like 2 Kelseys on the team.
He'd work from the pocket more. I mean, he separates immediately. Cooper Kupp is just an elite route runner. As far as Justin Jefferson, you got a lot of great ones. Devontae Adams, there are a lot of great ones. But he wins so fast from the slot. It would be a problem for this year. And then are they going to keep him long term? Then you'd have Rashee Rice and Travis Kelce next year on the same team. I don't know if Kansas City. For Kupp, it's different, but they did let Tyreek Hill go. Tyreek Hill is totally different than Kupp, but he's equally in a different way lethal. And the way he opens up the vertical and down the field, and the combination of him and Kelsey were almost unguardable. And they just made a call. We're not putting all that money into the wide receiver room, and we're not going to pay the quarterback and the tight end. We're not going to do that. So I don't know if Kansas City philosophically would want to do that. They've gone the other direction. But Kupp is different than as lethal as Tyreek is. Kupp is just different.
Plus,
but is there mutual interest from Kansas City?
Said, there's no one saying. They're just throwing out lists right now. But
dropping names. And a lot of it is the agent coming out. Why are the Rams looking to move Cooper Kupp to start with?
Well, the thing with Kansas City, though, is that defensively they're very, very good. And Mahomes made enough plays to beat the 49ers, no question about it. But on the season, he does have 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and they are struggling in the pass game. So I think things have kind of changed where when Tyreek Hill first left, they didn't have a huge drop-off, but now they're not throwing the ball really well. They're one of the, even with Mahomes, they're one of the worst passing offenses in the league. So, and if you're Andy Reid and you're going, there's a chance to get Cooper Kupp, it's almost like the 49ers having an opportunity to get Christian McCaffrey, because you look at the situation and say, okay, normally I'm not going to spend 26. His salary this year is 26.7. I'm not going to spend nearly $30 million on a receiver, or maybe he wants a new contract. But we're talking about Cooper Kupp. I mean, that's kind of a different deal. Like Tyreek Hill, maybe they got sick of his antics. Maybe they're this or that. I don't know. He wanted a new contract.
He wanted $30 million a year, and they weren't going to pay him.
I mean, that's part of it for sure. But I mean, if I'm Kansas City and I'm struggling offensively, as weird as that is to say, and I've got a bunch of injuries, and again, you're 6-0, you're clearly in a Super Bowl window, and Cooper Kupp's available for a second-round pick. Now I got to pay him. I get it, but that's probably worth the investment. That's like McCaffrey going to the Niners. You look at that and you go, that's different. He's a great guy.
He fits so well what they do. And they've become more of a balanced football team. Their passing game is fine. It's still Patrick Mahomes. I know he's throwing picks, but I watched every single one that he threw on the year, and they figure out a way to win the game. And their defense is so good. But they become a running team. I think they should add a running back on top of Kareem Hunt and Samaje Perine. The young guy, Carson Steele, fumbles too much, and he's a decent back, but he's more of a pure fullback than a guy you want to give the ball to. And they got to guard themselves if they lose Kareem Hunt on top of losing Pacheco. So I think they'd be in the market for a running back. But the thing about Cooper Kupp, he helps them in the run game because he blocks so well. He is nasty. He digs out ends. He blocks. They kind of started it in L.A. with Robert Woods and him. And then the Jets sweep game that Andy brought that into the NFL with Brad Childress as a spread team coordinator. I mean, Tyreek Hill ran the ultimate jet sweep because of the speed, but the L.A. Rams used to give it to Robert Woods, and they gave it to him over and over and over again. And then they got Odell Beckham Jr. the year they won the Super Bowl. But I remember going into a game with them, and they're not the same without giving 17 that jet sweep every now and then. And then all of a sudden, on a 4th down, they gave it a Cooper Kupp against us in the NFC title game in the Super Bowl. Before he caught the game winner to beat Cincinnati, they ran a huge jet sweep to Cooper Kupp on 4th down. I mean, Andy Reid, if he got his mitts on Cooper Kupp. All the route tree he would open up without Rashee Rice and the combination of him and Kelsey, how do you cover that? Whether you put him on the same side in the 2x2 or single up one on the 3x1. And then the jet sweeps that they love to run, that they tormented the Niners again on Sunday. McCole Hardman did it to him again after the 3-touchdown game on the jet sweep, the jet pass. So he's not like McCaffrey. He's not just a running back. He's part wide receiver. Cooper Kupp is not just a wide receiver, and he's a great one. He catches everything. He quickness. He wins early. Just everything. What can he run? And then he can run, the ball against Tampa Bay on the, what do they call that route, for the love of the game, where he's just a clear-out guy. He runs a 9 route, and Stafford hits him over the top. I mean, he can't. What can he do? But then he can block in the run game to help them what they want to be, and then all the jet sweep. I mean, please, Les Snead, do not trade him to KC Mo. What are you thinking about? Don't do that.
We do know that in a lot of teams, Dino, I mean, they're asking for a number 2 pick. I think they'll get it because although, we've seen these receivers not go for a ton, but in Cooper Kupp's case, I think they'll get it because the word just came that Chris Godwin is out for the year, and then they're not going to get Mike Evans back until probably week 12. So Tampa's desperate. Pittsburgh's desperate, especially now that they have Russell Wilson, who's going to throw it a little bit more from the pocket than Justin Fields would. I mean, there's a lot of teams. Hell, Dallas needs a wide receiver. I don't think LA is going to put him to Dallas, but CeeDee Lamb's a one-man show there. They don't have I think Cooks is out, so they don't have a lot of good receivers. I mean, right now in the league, as we approach the deadline, and then we just mentioned Kansas City, there's a lot of teams, the Chargers, there's a lot of teams that need receivers.
Well, Tampa Bay, they just lost, Chris Godwin, and Godwin's their slot guy. Mm-hmm. He lines up in the slot. Mike Evans is their ex. Evans' hamstring injury looked bad because he had it coming into the game, and he was only going to be used in the red zone. He's good enough where he caught a touchdown early, but the play where he hurt it, it looked like, what did he do? Did he tear it off the bone? But keep in mind, Liam Cohen is the Tampa Bay's new offensive coordinator. He has been with the Rams, I think, a couple of different times. He kept going back between L.A. and the University of Kentucky with Will Levis. So I'm sure in Tampa Bay they're pushing hard, Jason Light, to go get Cooper Kupp because Liam Cohen knows him so well, and he runs that offense that he ran with the Rams. So, but if you're left Snead, do you trade him to Tampa Bay in your own conference? That could be a playoff spot that you lose there. Do you trade him to Kansas City and let them win every Super Bowl for the next 3 to 5 years? Do you want to do that? What are they going to do with him? Whoever gets him, are they going to give him a new contract and keep him long term? Is he strictly a rental? Then you flip him in the offseason? I don't know. But that dude he is McCaffrey. Last year it was McCaffrey, whoever got him. And remember, the Niners gave up all that draft capital, a second, a third, and a fourth, and a future fifth to get him because the Rams wanted to get Christian McCaffrey. Now they want to trade Cooper Kupp. What are they doing?
All right, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Cooper Kupp, if you missed the news, the reason we're talking about it, Diana Rossini and our own Mike Silver reporting this morning that the Rams would trade Cooper Kupp for a second-round pick, and they'd even take on some money. So he makes $26.7. He has been injured. Maybe he wants a new contract with all those receiver contracts. Who knows? But there was a top 5 list that just got thrown out there, and the Chiefs are on it, and I was like, please, no. I'd rather have him stay in the NFC than go to the Chiefs, even though the Niners just played him.
Would he ever trade him to the Niners? How about McCaffrey straight up for Cooper Kupp? No.
I wouldn't do that.
How about Debo for Cooper?
I don't think they would do that. Now you want to talk Pearsall on a pick? They might do that. I doubt it.
That's not the offer. That's not
I'm
what
just
we're
telling
offering.
you.
We're offering Debo Samuel. You guys can't tackle.
Does he still have fluid in his lungs?
Now you don't even have to tackle him. You won't tackle him in practice. We'll give you Debo for Cooper Kupp.
I don't think they would do that. I don't think they're going to trade in division.
Well, why are they trading him? Why are they trading
Injuries
him?
and money.
They don't want to re-sign him to a long-term deal, or something wrong with him?
No,
that's a medical. What do they know about him? We don't know.
Yeah, probably something, but he is 31, and maybe they're just saying he's too expensive. Let's rebuild. They have Puka, they have other stuff, maybe they have other needs. Anyway, there you go. Let's get into it. Dante Whitner is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Get back to the Niners, some of the topics, what we talked about with 20 and 22. Which direction could this team go? And Dante wants to trade for a certain receiver, and it's not Cooper Kupp. We'll get into it with him in about 12 minutes on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, maybe you heard of him, Mike, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss if the 49ers can bounce back after a 3-4 start to the season. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Is your home ready for kickoff? Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and friends is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday or a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. Get ready for an elevated game night. Game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Football and painting season are well underway now, and now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. So support your team and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
John Lynch has to get on the phone and make a trade. And they have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs to the punch. And the player that I'm looking at bringing in to replace Brandon Ayuk is old wily veteran DeAndre Hopkins of the Tennessee Titans. With 79 touchdown grabs in his career, he instantly upgrades the 49ers offense in the red zone, and he gives Brock Purdy a downfield threat, an experienced wide receiver that's good after the catch, and he instantly gives the 49ers wide receiver room a veteran leader and playmaker, something that they'll definitely need to go on a run and make this playoff push.
All right, that's what Dante said on NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll talk to Dante about it at 12:30. By the way, if you were more curious on Cooper Kupp and why they might trade him, the Rossini tweet is out. The Rams have called multiple teams about trading Super Bowl Cooper Kupp, blah, blah, blah. Silver tweets, we'll have more on this in the days to come. So he knows more. You better text him. Figure it out.
He's tight. He wrote the book on the why. You know, Sean McVay. I mean, very quietly, Cooper Kupp, when all these wide receivers have passed him by where does he rank on the list of, highest paid and average annual value and total guarantee and overall money? I mean, he's where is he, in the teens now? And he's the Super Bowl MVP, and he's different than those guys. There's some great wide receivers in this league, to be sure, but and his work ethic is just tireless, and he's a great route runner, and he blocks, and he runs jet sweeps, and there's nothing he can't do. He has the full route tree, which is DeAndre Hopkins is not. We'll talk to Dante about that. I think he's tight with D-Hop's agent. The one thing about DeAndre Hopkins is, if you got Cooper Kupp, and I'm not saying the Niners could get him, you're not going to play man against Cooper Kupp. He's going to beat man coverage, but he's also going to beat zone. With DeAndre Hopkins, he's complete. If you had to think of a guy who's 180 degrees different and wide receiver skill than Cooper Kupp, it'd be DeAndre Hopkins. They're just completely different. They're great players. I mean, D-Hop is arguably a Hall of Fame player with the numbers he put up early in his career in Houston. The guy was over 100 catches every single year and well over 1,000 yards and 1,500 and 13, 11 touchdowns every year. He's not that guy anymore. He doesn't run routes. He's more of a Randy Moss type of guy, but he doesn't need separation. You just throw him the ball. And that's one thing Brock's talked about. Just let it rip, and even if guys are covered like George Kittle was in Seattle with Julian Love, still just, figure out a way to get him the ball. I don't know. Rand Carthon is the Tennessee Titans GM there, and John knows him well. You can get him. They've been willing to trade him. He hasn't been targeted all that much this year in their 6 games. He has 3 starts, and he's been targeted 21 times. He doesn't quite fit what Brian Callahan, wants to do, so I think he is available. You could get him a hell of a lot less than Cooper Kupp. I just don't know if he would fit. Does he block? Does he run routes when he's not the primary or the secondary? He's got a little moss in him where if he's not the guy in the play, he just kind of stands there and watches. A little bit like the young guy in Arizona. Marvin Harrison's got to rev it up a little more. What's with that guy?
Yeah, he was wide open on a double move, but they missed him, but that's happened a couple times. Last year was okay, 75 catches, 1,057 for 7, and then this year, like you said, only 21 targets and 15 catches, and he doesn't really fit what they're doing. But, at this point, that's the problem, or not the problem, but that's the issue sometimes with guys who are available. There's a reason why guys are available, and DeAndre Hopkins isn't clearly the player that he was many years ago. But we'll talk to Dante about it coming up next. He thinks that is the answer. We'll ask him why next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Levis looking to throw it. Throws deep downfield. There's Hopkins all alone. 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone. Ladies and gentlemen, give him 61 yards. Touchdown, Titans, the trifecta. Levis to Hopkins, not once, not two, but now 3 times on the afternoon. That all deserves a hell yes.
I thought we were done with Titans highlights when Holler left the show with Mike Keith and touchdown Titans.
Really excited there.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Oh, yeah, Dante. That brings us to Dante Whitner, our good friend Dante Whitner, who we love to talk to every single week. As you said, former Niner and analyst at NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're following him at Dante Whitner, the Hitman, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. So, DeAndre Hopkins, huh?
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins. I've always admired his game from afar. He's in his 12th year, but he still has a lot of juice left. And if you look over his career, 80 touchdowns scored. He's a number 1 wide receiver. He solves a lot of the red zone threats, and he instantly upgrades the leadership quality in the wide receiver room. So I think that it's a great, pick if they can get their hands on him.
Yeah, I think he's available. Rand Carthon runs the Tennessee Titans, and he was with John Lynch in the front office, and I think their coaches would be very willing to do it. So the one thing about him, he's not a great separator, not a great route runner, but he catches all the contested catches, and he doesn't necessarily beat man coverage, but he just takes the ball away and catches the ball. Just as you look at the wide receiver room now, and we got the devastating news, and we kind of thought it was going to be worse than just an ACL because his right knee hyperextended. So it's an ACL, an MCL. There may be other ligaments involved and other damage to the right knee. The Niners are getting manned up and just choked off. It's happening since the Super Bowl, and it happened again Sunday against Spagnuolo's defense. The way the wide receiver room is now, and we'll see about Jennings and Debo and the pneumonia and all that, Dante, how can they work to get off the man coverage that they're seeing? More combination routes, more bunches. How do they beat this man coverage that's suffocating their passing game right now?
When you look at teams like Andy Reid coached offense, when they have issues with man coverage, they usually get 2 or 3 guys within a 3-yard radius. We call it a bunch or a 2-man stack, and they work those type of combinations. And what I'm seeing in college football is when you're getting a lot of man coverage, you stretch the formations out laterally, which means that the teams have to declare their coverages. You understand who has the true one-on-one, and you work those guys. Or you do some of the things like what Kyle did in the game versus Kansas City when he schemed George Kittle open on that big throw downfield, where you put him in motion, almost like that Christian McCaffrey position in the backfield, not on the line of scrimmage. You get him in motion and you allow him to use his quickness to get open. I think some of those type of formations and scheming is what it's going to take. But ultimately, the 49ers have a bunch of professional wide receivers in that room, and it's their job and their duty to get off the man coverage and beat it. So they're going to have to work those drills that they work in the offseason, work those drills that they work every day in individual drill, and they have to go out there and win football games.
Dante Whitner joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Theater. If what is looking like happens this week against Dallas before the bye, so obviously no Brandon Ayuk. I don't know if Debo can go from pneumonia in the hospital to playing on Sunday. I kind of think it's unlikely, but who knows? And then Jennings, it obviously means that these guys are going to have to grow up quickly, like a Ricky Pearsall. It was great, cheering him and everything. Yeah, you're back on the field, and now it's like, okay, now we need you to contribute. Jacob Cowing had a nice catch. If it was out in front of him, probably would have been a touchdown. But how realistic is it to expect these young guys to now go from, hey, we're on the field, to actually being contributors and having to play a big role in the offense?
Well, I think it's very possible for those guys to get out there, play well, understand where to be, how to be there, and make big plays. Take a page out of the Green Bay Packers playbook. Those receivers that Jordan Love is running, that's playing with now, they were no names a few years ago, a bunch of rookies. Guys that had athletic ability but didn't really understand the game and being a professional. And that's when these young receivers have to grow up pretty much overnight. I think George Kittle, he needs to be high on the priority list. But other than that, it should be Ricky Pearsall. It should be Jacob Cowing. It's time to take the training wheels off of Jacob Cowing. We saw him with a big play, explosive play on Sunday night. And then it has to go through the run game. The 49ers offensive line has to be that dominant that you can scheme a lot of the RPOs and play actions up where guys are running free wide through the defense. And that's what we've seen from the Dallas Cowboys defense. This is a one-game season right now. Until you get a lot of your top playmakers back, you have to go 1-0, and then hopefully you can heal up during the bye week. But I think it's going to come down to the run game, a lot of the play actions, and then the defense has to step up, get some turnovers, and create some short fields.
Yeah, you referenced the two explosive plays in the passing game where they got George in that side motion and the shotgun and got him matched up with Justin Reed down the sideline, and then the curl and go, the pump and curl with Cowing. Both those throws by Brock were a bit underthrown. And then he laid the ball out there more. They would have been, a touchdown probably with Cowing and a deeper shot for Kittle. You said on Postgame Live after the game you thought it was Brock's worst game in the NFL, and I got to agree. The Baltimore game was a lot of them choking off the middle of the field on the inbreakers in McDonald's defense, which was a lot of this was Spags. He threw 2 picks against Arizona earlier this year. The Cleveland game, he threw a 1 pick in that game, and the win was a factor. Minnesota got concussed last year and threw a couple of picks. Brock struggled in this game, and they kind of knew where he was going to go with the ball, and he missed some throws. Was it just, that he lost his X and his Z and his F, and and 2 of those guys, Debo's sick the day of the game, and Ayuk tears up his knee right before half. They just didn't rep with the guys, and he had young wide receivers. Just give me your analysis on why Brock struggled the way he did on Sunday.
Well, I think he was pressing. He was trying to do too much. He understands that he has a lot of injuries around him, and he's really the only guy that can make this offense go. And when you think about the first interception, he definitely predetermined that throw. And I think Kyle Shanahan can do a better job at giving him other options on that play to be able to go with the football so that he doesn't have to predetermine it. When you look at that offensive setup, even on that interception to Justin Reed across the middle, it's a half formation where you have all the receivers to the right. You have Deebo Samuel on a breakout route. You have Ayuk at number 1 just running up the sideline, and he was trying to force it into George Kittle, the only option backside coming across the field on a deep crosser. The safety vacated the middle of the field, Justin Reed, that ended up getting the interception. There needs to be another option for a deep post behind that. Any Kyle Shanahan offense that I've ever played against in the past is either a crossing route and a deep post. So if that middle field safety vacates, you go to the deep post to Brandon Ayuk. He wasn't an option on that play. The interception to number 10,
Ronnie Bell, yeah.
Ronnie Bell, that was all Brock. It was a great route from Ronnie Bell. He set it up, made it look like a 7. The cornerback stayed high shoulder, and then he broke it off flat right at the sticks on 3rd and 6. Brock, I don't know what he was looking at on that one. That one kind of got away from him. And then in the red zone, he determined that route as well to Conley, where he threw it into double coverage. That's a classic middle field safety, doubling the slot receiver, the nickel back outside. He should have never tried to force the ball in there. All in all, he's getting too much pressure on him. They're not doing a good job of picking up the zone blitzes, and they're sliding the protection, and they continue into blitz the backside gaps where that backside guard is blocking down. So they're going to have to do something about that and protection. But all in all, I think he's just pressing too much, and he felt like he had to put it all on his shoulders.
One of the things I'm also seeing is I realize Jordan Mason is not Christian McCaffrey, but Kyle Juszczyk is there too. It seems like he has opportunities. We get pissed as fans if a guy checks down too much like Alex Smith, but it seems like there's an opportunity to at least pick up a few yards. Why do you think he's resistant to dump the ball down like he always would do with McCaffrey?
Well, a lot of it is because he's getting surprise blitzes. A lot of what Kansas City did was they put 3 guys on the line of scrimmage to one side of the center, even on 1st and 2nd down, with Karlaftis being to that side, and he's a versatile player that can drop in coverage. So when the 49ers would move the protection, they would go to his side, and then you would get a guy like Nick Bolton or Reed with a delayed blitz once the 49ers have already declared which way they're going to protect. And with Brock feeling that, he feels like he has to step up and use his legs a lot more. And, yeah, I do agree with you. On a few of those delayed blitzes, you see Jordan Mason running right in the spot that the safety or linebacker vacated wide open. So going into this week, if the Dallas Cowboys try to replicate that type of defense, you can definitely expect some of those angle routes like you saw to Christian McCaffrey to really attack that type of defense.
All right, over to the other side of the ball, and the Niners just got trampled in the run game. I mean, 39 total carries. A lot of it was Patrick Mahomes, but 184 yards, 4 rushing touchdowns in the game. Kareem Hunt and them running power and inside zone. So what did you see from the 49ers run defense inside? And then the jet sweeps. I mean, come on. Kansas City came in here a couple of years ago with Hardman and ran that same action 3 different times, jet sweeps or jet passes, and he scored 3 touchdowns, and he did it again in this game. A 20-yard run going out to the right, picked on Devondre Campbell. D. Winters went the other way to score a touchdown, Dante. And Dallas, they can give the ball to CeeDee Lamb on those jet sweeps just as well. The overall run defense from the interior, and why are they getting plagued on those perimeter jet sweep and jet passes?
Well, with the way that the 49ers have their defensive ends playing, and they're just playing like a bat out of hell, they don't really read anything. It's hard to really stop those jet sweeps when your linebackers and safeties are tucked so far inside and they don't have leverage on the formation. So that might have to be a structural change in the defense. And then a lot of it is awareness. Going into the games, you know that they like these things. So when you get that backside motion, somebody on the field should be alerting the rest of the defense to be prepared for that type of play. When it comes to the interior rushes, they're not getting strength at the point of attack. They get it. They don't get it. I mean, they'll get it here and there, but they don't get it often. And when you don't get strength at the point of attack with the defensive tackles or your defensive ends, your linebackers tend to get lost. And a few of those was on D. Winters. Some of those was on Fred Warner. I don't think Fred had the all-pro game that we're accustomed to seeing him play. He lost contain a few times. The big throw up the middle to Noah Gray in cover 2, he jumped down on something he thought he saw, gave up that big play. So I think it was everybody on defense. And then the tackling, expecting other guys to make tackles. I saw a bunch of change of speed loafs, which is where you're not giving full effort to the football. You're expecting somebody to make the tackle, and then you speed up. That's a loaf on film. And then with the highlight, Patrick Mahomes run up the sideline, nobody's breaking down. Everybody's running as fast as they can to the football at the point of attack, but you're not breaking down. So I expect teams to, go against, the 49ers and cut back because guys are running out of control. All in all, they're not playing championship defense, and it starts with the defensive line, and it trickles back into the secondary. There were some bright spots. I feel like Malik Mustafa continues to get better and better. There were many times in that game, even on the reverses to Xavier Worthy, some of the runs up the middle to Kareem Hunt where he would just flash out of nowhere, and he really reminded me of myself, guys. So as long as he can continue to get better, guys get healthier, I still don't think there's any reason to panic right now. If the 49ers can win on Sunday night, they're 4-4 going into the bye week, and this is a better record than they've had in previous years after the first 8 games. So after everything that they've went through this season and in the offseason, after all the injuries, after the tough losses, if you can win one game, you get back to 500 and probably be tied for number 1 in the division.
From a mental standpoint, is what you just described easy to do when it seems like from training camp on and Ricky gets shot and holdouts and all, Debo has pneumonia and it's just one after the other and an ACL for Ayuk. I mean, we sit here and talk about it all the time. In the locker room, is it easy to keep a positive attitude when injuries and things and weird stuff keeps happening to ruin your season?
Well, it's not easy at all to keep a positive attitude when everything is going perfectly off the field. It's definitely not easy. So when you have all of these different incidents and distractions, it definitely tests the resolve of the character of the locker room. But what we've seen from the 49ers in the past, no matter what has happened, no matter really what quarterback has really been in there, they find a way to figure it out. And if we can think back to last year and even the year before in 2022, the 49ers didn't start well. Everybody was questioning, is this the end of their Super Bowl window? And then they figure some things out. They make a trade, and then they, then they're going along in a hot win streak. I'm looking at Christian McCaffrey coming back as a trade this year. Christian McCaffrey can come back and be his ordinary self, dictate to the defenses as to what they can call because he's such a matchup issue. I think we'll see the 49ers offense that we're accustomed to seeing, the Brock Purdy we're accustomed to seeing, and then they're just going to have to feed off the offense because I'm starting to lose a lot of the trust in the defense.
Loves your line about Malik. There were times that he was screaming. I know the play you're talking about. He came out of nowhere. Mustafa looked like the hitman. He looked like you. He did have 12 tackles in the game. There was the one play where Worthy got behind him, and Patrick, the one bad throw Mahomes had in the whole game, I think he overshot him on the deep one. Would have been a touchdown. But I do want to ask you about the play on the goal line that everybody's playing, and Mahomes ran over him. But he hit him on the goal line. It was a tough play. I want your thoughts on that since you do spend time and watch tape with Malik. But on that play, you were talking about the structural differences with the wide 9 and the jet sweep. When you're down on the goal line like that, and you got to be aware that he just made quarterback draw you there, because that's what he does. The ends got too far up the field and gave him a hatch. They ran by him. And then Jordan Elliott on the goal line there, played one side of the offensive lineman. He one-gapped it. He gave him the other side to get out, where if he just would have taken on the blocker and two-gapped and waited for Mahomes to go aside, and by the time Malik got there, Mahomes was running enough, and he's a big, strong guy to run him over. But just a goal line defense in that situation, shouldn't they change up the structure and go more two-gap and not go wide 9 and just get, GTFO and get up the field?
Absolutely, and that's not really even a structural change. That's just individuals understanding who you're playing and what can hurt you in this moment. In an empty formation where you have a 4-man rush, if you're really just trying to hem Patrick Mahomes in the pocket, you two-gap it. You hem him in the pocket. You make him throw from the well. And on that play, Collins was, I don't know what he was doing. He gave zero resistance. He really didn't even rush. He didn't two-gap. He didn't one-gap. He just really just removed himself out of the middle of the defense and made it very easy for Patrick Mahomes to score the rushing touchdown. And when you think about Malik Mustafa, some say that, Patrick Mahomes ran him over on that play, and it's embarrassing for a safety or any defensive player. I think he got caught in between respecting Patrick Mahomes too much, thinking about a potential fine, and should I hit him? And I was caught like that playing against I believe the Denver Broncos when I was in Cleveland, and Peyton Manning came around the edge trying to block me. And I got caught in between respecting him too much, worried about a fine, or just running through him. And like he said, that's his welcome to the NFL moment. He'll be better prepared next time. You better believe it. I hope I'm glad I'm not the guy that's going to get unloaded on. And on that deep one to Worthy, we're going to meet and talk about that one. That's just where you have to understand who are you aligned over top of. All right, this is a guy that ran 4.21 in a combine. There's no way that I can align 12 yards and cover 2. I have to align at 15, 16 yards and make them throw the football in front of me. And then I have to make sure that I don't get too wide on a restricted formation, wide receiver in cover 2. I have to make sure that I stay inside shoulder on that receiver. He ran the sting post and got inside, and he did a good job of setting Ji'Ayir Brown up backside. He couldn't overlap and help. And Malik was pulling a truck on that play. That's what we call it when you're chasing a fast guy like that and he's wide open. But luckily, Patrick Mahomes didn't drop one of those classic dimes in there, and they lived to play another down. But most of all in all, he played a terrific game.
Since you mentioned Mahomes, because you've been in this same situation, and the league has gotten tighter and tighter, and we know that it's Patrick Mahomes. D. Winters didn't break down on that play, but it looked also like Mahomes was kind of faking, stepping out of bounds, and then he just kept going down the sideline on that 33-yard run. You would hit him, but what's the situation when you're thinking, as you just said about Peyton Manning, I'm going to get fined, what do I do here? In a split second, you have a decision to make. What did you see?
I'm not even necessarily sure he was thinking about hitting him and getting a fine. They were just running so fast and out of control that they made it easy for him to use that momentum against them and cut back. But I'm going to ask you guys a question. What would Dre Greenlaw do in that situation?
He would have smoked him.
He would have knocked him into the Gatorade cooler.
He would have knocked him underneath the Gatorade, right? So that's the difference right now. That's the difference. That's the difference. Not having Dre Greenlaw, not caring about the refs throwing flags, that's the difference with the 49ers defense between this year and last year.
Good call, man. You're the best. Thank you for the insight, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, talk to you guys soon.
There you go.
Thank you, Hittner.
That is the hitman. He would have hit him, too.
Malik Mustafa reminds me of me.
I saw you laughing at that one.
I know the play he's talking about because they ran that jet sweep, And every Babs waved to me like, bye-bye, he's going to score on this one. And all of a sudden, Malik Mustafa came screaming downhill and chopped him down. 12 tackles in the game. But that's when you play young guys like Malik and Winters. There's going to be times that they come up and they don't break down and they get a little overly excited and they miss plays. But you need that speed on the field. I think if the alternative is to play slower guys that get run around in bad angles or fast guys that come down and maybe miss a tackle or here, I'd rather see the speed on the field. The other team will attack the slowness.
Yeah, and he didn't mean that when Malik got run over by Dad Bod. He just
no, he meant the play where he came screaming downhill. He had one of his 12. He had 6 solo tackles in the game and 12 tackles in total. That guy can play.
All right, your foreplay, and we have breaking news, which is Steph Curry's leading the foreplay. It's been a long time since somebody not associated with the 49ers led the foreplay, but we got a little Steph Curry for you to lead the foreplay since the NBA returns tonight. We'll have our full-blown Warriors preview show tomorrow, but for now, you have to settle with Steph leading the foreplay. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers safety, Ji'Ayir Brown. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, break down the 49ers loss to the Chiefs, and now they can right the ship against the Cowboys. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we have good chunks for you today. Very good chunks. As we said, knocking the 49ers off a perch that they've held for a while. We're going to lead with Warriors and Steph Curry. NBA starts tonight. Warriors start tomorrow in lovely Portland, Oregon. So we've also got some Ji'Ayir Brown. He was the Niners Player of the Week. He was on the morning show this morning. And while Greg Silver is helping produce the show with Danny today, we've got a Greg Silver cut as well on the expanded role of Ricky Pearsall. So we'll play all those things for you. Plus, it is a tremendous hour for you, the Sweet Clean listener, because at 1:30 as part of Caboose today, a couple of things. It runs in the family with Jim Mora. Did you see Jim Mora Jr.? He went off a bit as UConn's head coach. He was mad at officials, which a lot of coaches are nowadays, but he had pretty good right to be. So we got that for you. And the one thing that is on everyone's mind, not the election, not football, none of these things, it's Aaron Rodgers and whether he picked his nose and ate it during the Jets game. And he addressed that on the McAfee show today. So 1:30 for that.
Great. Can't get enough A-Rod.
No, you cannot.
New York Jets. They are the most overhyped. What are they, 2-5 football team that's ever been. We are going to hear Steph Curry coming up in the Caboose Pistol.
I got it right here.
In the foreplay.
Yeah. Got a little Steph Curry.
The interview last night, it looked like a hotel room, but that was done from Chase Center. I don't know what room he was in. So this, the SVP, Scott Van Pelt, Steph Curry, it looked like the backdrop was a hotel room, but that was done at Chase. In fact, the Warriors wheels up right now. They are taking off right now for Portland, Oregon. 1 o'clock liftoff.
All right. Very good. This is your captain speaking.
They don't have to fasten their seatbelts.
They don't do anything they want, do they?
Whatever the hell they want.
But I wonder if they ever got their peanut butter sandwiches back. Remember that years ago? They were all upset about they didn't have peanut butter sandwiches. I'd probably have them back. By the way, I'm looking at a video of Brandon Podjemski. He's really growing his hair out, man. It's
long hair, the
long,
headband,
man.
And the mask.
Yeah.
Pods has the look.
He does have a look.
On. He looks like a hockey player.
Seriously, his nose is all messed up. That thing's never going to be the same. I'm looking at it right now. It's got a big, crooked curve in it right now.
I know he hit bombs at Oracle Park playing baseball, but I want him on the Celebrini line. And Rick is their director of medicine with the Warriors, and his son's the Sharks. He's currently hurt now, but a star. Doesn't he look like a hockey player with the hair?
He totally
going?
does.
He's got the headband going, the hair flopping, and then he's got the clear mask on.
Yeah.
He looks intimidating, AirPods.
So when he does, and then we'll get to the foreplay, I swear. Just one more quick thing, just because I'm looking at the Podjemski hair right now. Some people can grow their hair out like a giant bush or something, and then some people can grow it long. Have you ever grown your hair long before?
I'm out. That's why I don't grow it. I don't like the giant bush look.
Yeah, that's what he's got.
It gets too frizzy. Well, he's got a lot of texture to his hair.
Hold on.
He's got a lot of hair.
He does have a lot of hair. But it's like, now the video won't play, but his goes out. It poofs out.
And over the headband and then the mask on?
Can you see that? Oh,
he looks intimidating. That guy's going to pick up a charge on you.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Look at that. There it is. Look at that poof.
I've seen him.
Yeah, and then the nose.
Now he's got to put the plexiglass mask on.
Yeah. Yeah. Boy, that nose, he did get hit in the schnoz pretty good there. That thing's got a big old curve in it. I don't know that
Chris Jackson Davis, his own player, Bowden. What's going on?
He owes him at least dinner for that, doesn't he? Something. Man. Geez.
Dinner in Portland. Go to Jake's for the bouillabaisse.
Yeah, good call. All right, let's get to it. It is your foreplay. Did I already say Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station? Here is Steph Curry on starting his 16th season and what it means to him.
Bringing my girls to the game, my son to the game, and watching them just enjoy the atmosphere. 16 for me is special because when I came into the league not knowing anything about what my career was going to be, 16 was always a number of accomplishment because that's what my dad played. He played 16 years in the NBA. And that was always a goal of mine, so this is a cool full circle moment for me and him. So it's always a reminder to appreciate what's happening right now, continue to give everything you have to the game because you know it'll end at some point. I'm thankful that I'm still in a position where I can compete at the highest level, still try to win, play the game that I know how to play. I'm appreciative all the way around, and just trying to maintain that motor and that killer instinct that has driven me this whole time, along with my teammates.
That's pretty cool. I had forgotten that. I knew that Del Curry had played 16 years, but I'd forgotten. So this is year 16 for Steph, man. Woo.
How many more does he got? I mean, he had his 36th birthday, March the 14th. This is the age 37 year. Can he play till he's 40? I think easily. And play 20 years? I mean, the way he plays, and you and Mark were talking about Clay, and what you basically were saying, Ray Allen later in his career became more of a drift shooter. Clay can still come off screens. Clay can still run, even though he's coming off those two terrible injuries, back-to-back years, ACL and then Achilles. Steph has had ankle injuries, but Steph's never really had a debilitating injury. So Steph could play the way he's playing now until he's 40 and take it out, to year 20, John, and beyond? But then if he wanted to hang around and be like Ray Allen and just sit in the corner and be cocked and loaded, ready to shoot, he could play till he was 50. So I don't know how long he wants to go. I mean, LeBron, the way he plays like a freight train, is 40 and beyond. So what's he saying? Year 16, he could go another 6 years maybe and play 22 years in the NBA as a guard?
Ugh.
Yeesh, as a guard, that's hard to do.
The only thing I would think with him, and I have no idea, I have no insight into Steph's brain, but he reminds me of a Brady type, like a Regal type that's going to go into certain things. Like, in other words, I don't think that Steph is going to have a problem like many do when they leave the game. I know he's super competitive, but I got a feeling he's going to find something. And everything's, you and I have had this conversation.
Whatever he wants, buy a
he can
team.
do whatever he wants, but I guess I'm saying that I think there's going to be guys that you're going to, you rip the jersey off me, and I think there's going to be other guys like Steph who I think are going to be ready, and he's set himself up business-wise, as we all know. And obviously a lot of guys say, it's really tough to recreate that. I don't know. I think Steph is going to be a kind of guy that can find it, and I think a lot of doors are going to be open for him. And I think he's going to be ready. I don't know that he's going to stay till he's 43, even if he could.
No, I think he's both. I think he's going to play every single second and make every single shot he can make. And when he starts to regress in his own mind, he may not want to do that. I mean, Brady, they had to rip the jersey off Brady. He lost a lot of, his family deciding to play on or whatever the situation was there. But he had a lot of opportunities. Brady's making more money off the field in 10 years of a TV contract than he ever made on the field. It's ridiculous. Steph's going to make a lot of money. He'll probably have more opportunities when he retires and have the time. But he loves the game, and he's so good at it, and he's always energized. So I think it's both. He's going to dribble and shoot and pass until he can't do it no more. And then beyond that, he's going to have a whole nother second, third, fourth career. I mean, he could buy a team. He could easily do that and go into ownership. He could go into broadcasting. He could go into politics. I mean, that guy's future is probably even better than his past.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. I think, too, with the NFL opening it up to owners coming in like Brady, I mean, I don't know I know he likes the Panthers. I mean, at the end of it, he said, go Panthers, and Scott Van Pelt said, hey, good luck with that. Hell, he could buy into the Panthers. I mean, he's got tons.
He could buy an NBA team.
Tons of money. Yeah, I mean, you don't think Joe Lacob would want him as part of the Warriors? That's where I think his
I wouldn't want him. I wouldn't want him as a part owner of the team. No. I leave him over there.
He'd be terrible.
I'll let him buy somebody else. Joe doesn't want to give that team up. Joe's giving that to Kirk.
Here is more on Steph Curry. Remember, no Klay Thompson when they start this thing up. He talks about missing Klay's energy.
It's just that. It's his unique energy in the locker room, the last decade plus, and, all the games and championships he helped us win. You got to embrace, obviously, this year and move into, what this team is. But, November 12th, we'll welcome him back to Chase Center for the first time and celebrate all he meant to our team.
Yeah, that's going to be weird.
He's already got it circled, right?
Well, I've seen video of it, and it's just weird, like him shooting shots on the Mavericks and stuff, even practicing, but like in preseason games, that is weird. But it is what it is. Happens all the time.
We're number 31, and I love it. When I saw him coming out of college, and I didn't watch any college basketball, but just watching him out of Washington State, he reminded me so much of Reggie Miller. And Jerry West saw that and insisted, obviously, knowing the family, to get him. But he can't wear 11. Kyrie's got that number, but he's going to coming off screens and curls and floppies and shooting the ball like Reggie Miller. Is that a TNT game when they come back? I got to check this.
I don't know. Yeah. I bet it would be.
When's the date of that game? It is a
12th.
TNT game.
November 12th.
the 12th.
Yeah, that's right.
So you know they're going to put Reggie Miller on that game because he's wearing 31 down to Reggie.
All right, number 3 on the list. So there's a couple of Steph Currys to lead the foreplay today. Here is Ji'Ayir Brown. He was on this morning as the 49ers Player of the Week this week. He was on with Murph and Marcus, and this is what we were just talking about with Dante. What would Dre Greenlaw have done? Here's what Ji'Ayir Brown says.
Yeah. Some guys like Dre got that effect to them, you know. Guys see Dre coming, you know, they ain't going to toe that line with Dre. So, different guys got different effect.
In other words, what D. Winters did is not what Dre Greenlaw would have done.
Well, D. Winters missed him. He olayed him. He let him run by. He faked the ball. That's why just breaking down. The thing about Dre is he can come 100 miles an hour as a heat-seeking missile, and he still hits his target. He doesn't miss the target because he's going too fast. D. Winters, he's fast. He's faster than Dre. He runs a 4.49. But the one that he missed, Kareem Hunt in the 3rd and 3 on the screen, was one he wants back and then getting run over. The one on the sideline, he got olayed. He got ball faked there, and they were talking about the pump fake over and over again. He wanted to hit him. He just missed his target because he was going so fast. Where Dre, he doesn't miss anything. He blows you up and he runs through you. With Dre, you're not worried about him hitting while the guy's in bounds. You worry about him hitting when the guy's 10 yards out of bounds, which he does.
Yeah, that's not good. And finally, let's go to Mike Silver. Greg's helping the show today. Greg's the better half of the Silver combination. Here's Silver on Ricky Pearsall and his expanded role now that at least Brandon Ayuk is gone, potentially missing Debo and Jennings as well.
Oh, man. I mean, first of all, it's amazing, right? Like, we need to pause and just go. I mean, it's so cool that he's out there, and it seemed like, seemed good. Like, for a guy playing his first NFL game and, jumping in, like, he seemed like he belonged. I think he'll get better. And unfortunately for the 49ers and for him, it kind of has to because they're in that situation now. But, what a cool thing just that he was able to come back, and it was uneventful, but it obviously means a lot.
He's got to step up. That's all I know. I don't know if he's ready for it, but if they have Debo, that's great. If they have Jennings, that's great, but they certainly don't have Brandon Ayuk, and they picked him in the first round for a reason. So you'd like to bring him along slowly, but you just can't.
What is Silver saying about Cooper Kupp? That's all I care about.
You text him?
I'm waiting to read him. Has he said anything? What's he saying? More to come?
He's saying more to come. That he and Diana Rossini reported that. By the way, it is interesting that Puka Nakua's practice window, 21-day practice window, has opened. So
he's over that knee. That knee was bad.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't sound like they were going to start to get him back until maybe into November. But they got 3 weeks to figure it out, and they want him on the practice field. So the two of them together are lethal. Are they saying that they can trade Cooper Kupp because they have Puka Nacua?
No, I'm just making the correlation.
Sure you want to do that, but the one thing is it's money involved, and what kind of contract would it be? But Cooper Kupp being available via trade would be like Christian McCaffrey was a couple of years ago, the year before when Odell Beckham Jr. got traded to the Rams, and then he tore his ACL. I mean, he was headed towards being the MVP of that Super Bowl against Cincinnati at SoFi. I mean, this is going to be a monumental trade. I mean, Amari Cooper's not that guy anymore. He's still a good player, obviously. Devontae Adams is a good player, but he's not Cooper Kupp. Assuming Cooper's in the prime, not prime, but over the injuries that he's had, and there was an ankle injury and a bad one that kept him off for a while, a high ankle. You got to check him out physically. But that guy, wow, what a football player he is. So what's the demand going to be for Cooper Kupp?
Well, it's going to be huge, like we said, and everybody's going crazy. They're already setting odds and all this kind of stuff, and everybody's worried, like we are, that Cooper Kupp's going to go to Kansas City. And like you said, if you're like John Lynch, like you're going to call because that's your job, right? You wouldn't trade Cooper Kupp here, would you? No. By the way, I understand that, but would you please not trade him to the Chiefs? I mean, every GM's got a call just to say, hey, what's the deal on Cooper Kupp? But then their second thing has to be, okay, you won't trade him to us? Okay, please don't trade him to Kansas City.
That's more, I don't know what John's relationship is with Les Snead. That's more Kyle sending Sean McVay a text. Are you trying to to take us all out of the Super Bowl winning business for the next 5 years? Don't give him to Andy, please.
Yeah. Although, you know what? That's what the really good teams do. Somehow they like pick up a guy, and you're like, how the hell did they do that? Like for years, like the Lakers would do that, or all these different teams, like that's what they do. All of a sudden, you're like, how did that guy get on that team? And it extends a window.
Because there were guys that were ring chasing that would take less money, with the mid-level exception in the NBA. I mean, with Cooper Kupp, you probably get him for cheap when you look at it as far as the draft pick compensation, but then wherever he goes, he's shut his mouth because he's a good pro. Does he have a trade kicker in his deal? Is he going to want his contract readjusted? I mean, you think Cooper Kupp's not competitive off the field? He looks like all he cares about is running routes and playing football. But he looks around and says, what number wide receiver am I as far as being paid in the NFL?
He's 10th.
Am I even my number? Am I in the top 10? Or my old
10th.
Number 17? What number is that guy?
10. He's the 10th highest paid wide receiver. He's at $26.7 million. And after this year, there's an out in his contract. He has remaining on his deal after this year is $370. So if you think about that, lots of guys are getting paid higher than that.
He's going to want it redone.
Yeah. So that's probably it. But you know what? Again, if I'm Kansas City or a team in the window, and there's a lot of teams that need, Pittsburgh right now is looking at the thing going, okay, George Pickens made a couple of nice plays on Sunday night, but if they had Cooper Kupp, that would change everything. They're running the ball. They're playing defense. Cooper Kupp puts Pittsburgh in a Super Bowl window. Cooper Kupp confirms Kansas City's Super Bowl. I mean, it's just he can make that big of a difference. I don't know if it's quite up to McCaffrey, but it's close. For the right team, it might even be that, like Kansas City. I mean, they're struggling with receivers.
I mean, if you're Cooper Kupp, I want to go to one of those. And I'm not going to get a Russ Moonball like he's good at throwing. It's more in Pickens can just win those matchups. I would want, if I'm Cooper Kupp, I want Josh Allen. I want Joe Burrow. I want Patrick Mahomes. I want a guy that's going to put it on. Or, Jared Goff, his former teammate. I mean, they're not going to get him there with Amon-Ra. But, Goff's become that guy now, the way he's so precise in the game that he played against Minnesota. So he'll have some say where he goes, but I think there are other quarterbacks, if I'm him, I'd rather pair up with.
All right, there's the latest. And again, Mike Silver was on that day. Anna Rossini was on it. And as Silver says, make sure you follow him at Mike Silver with The Athletic now. He says more to come in the next few days, so we'll stay up to date on that. All right, bottom of the hour, we got some good stuff for you for the sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol, including getting to the bottom. I just saw a video of it again. I don't know what he can say to deny that. He went to the nose. He went to the mouth. It's pretty damning, but he did say he didn't do it, so we'll let him spin his way out of that. I'm sure it was ayahuasca-related. But that's Aaron Rodgers, and part of the caboose pistol. We'll do that in about 10 minutes, only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, including the tough one, unfiled and unpaid tax returns. What do the people do, Steve?
They call, and those two problems go hand in hand. Most people don't file tax returns because they don't have the money to pay them. And the years go on, and all of a sudden people are really frustrated. They don't know what to do. They still don't have the money to pay the taxes. They live lives like a criminal hiding out from the police. The bottom line is you don't have to live like that. There's so many good solutions, yes, and I'm talking to you even if you don't have the money to pay the taxes. Let's file all the old returns. We have all the old back forms. Let's make a deal with the IRS. And most importantly, let's give you your life back. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. What do you have to lose by calling up and saying, hey, Steve, what can you do for me?
That's what you got to do. Call Steve right now. Unfiled, unpaid tax returns, 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers safety, Ji'Ayir Brown. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, break down the 49ers loss to the Chiefs, and now they can right the ship against the Cowboys. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It'll be a 1-2. Swung on, a high fly to right. Soto is there. Juan Soto makes the catch. Ball game over. American League Championship Series over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. The Yankees are going nuts on the field. I mean, they're everywhere. It's a group hug. It's like the end of the Mary Tyler Moore Show. It's a group hug, and they jump up and down. Terrific.
He's kind of dating himself a little bit there. The Mary Tyler Moore Show would not go off the air.
And nobody turned the lights off.
That's my favorite.
Sat in the newsroom.
My favorite broadcaster, besides you, of course, John Sterling.
Oh, thanks, John.
John Sterling, who said that the Yankees runners are drunk, so I like him now. I did a little bit of research because we were talking yesterday about or the day before, or whenever it was, about numbers for this World Series for the Yankees and the Dodgers. Had it been Yankees, Mets, New York. But so the highest World Series as far as people watching is the 1978 World Series between the Dodgers and the Yankees. And average viewership for that 6-game series was 44 million. 44 million. So nowadays, to give you perspective on that, with all the devices and all the different things, it's hard to get the numbers, obviously, back when we were having to walk up to the TV and actually turn the channel. Last year's World Series between the Rangers and the Diamondbacks was the lowest, as far as viewers, lowest rated World Series of all time. 9 million was the average viewership per game. 9 million. And again, go back to 78, it was 44 million between the Dodgers and the Yankees. So recently, in the last decade, the highest watched World Series was the Cubs and the Indians. That was a 7-game World Series, 22.8 million. That's the highest in the last 10 years. The Red Sox before that, when they won it in 2004, beat the Cardinals, 25.3 million. So just giving you a little perspective. Last year was 9 million. Highest rated is 44 million. There's a couple of highly rated ones in the last 15 years to 20 years. So the highest, the previous 3 times that the Yankees and the Dodgers have played, 77 was 37.1 million on average per game. 78 was 44.2, like I said, the highest of all time, and 81 was 41.3 million. So obviously back in the day when we had, 6 channels or 8 channels or 10 channels or whatever it was to watch, huge numbers. Can this World Series top, say, the Cubs beating the Indians? The Cubs hadn't won it since 2008, 22.8, or the Red Sox beating the Cardinals, 25.3. What do you think the numbers are going to be for
those
Yankees Dodgers?
No, you're not going to get to 44.
No, not
those
anymore.
Numbers, do they include streaming devices, or are they just over-the-air Fox network? And Fox had the World Series for a number of years then. Are we talking just, my TV at home?
I think that's just TV viewers. Yeah, I think that's just TV viewers.
Yeah, that's different because streaming devices, it's just different now the way people consume the World Series.
Because, last year was 9.08 million per game.
Yeah, and the 77, 78, 81, and you also had a Philadelphia Phillies Royals World Series that was highly rated in 80. But America was different then. That was the end. It wasn't just New York and L.A. and Dodgers and Yankees. That was the end of ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS dominating airways. You got into cable television, and the reason cable television even came into being is because you couldn't get a line of sight in Manhattan. You needed the coaxial cable, so that's where HBO started, and then you got HBO and ESPN and CNN and MTV, and now you're competing with you got all kinds of channels, and that's where John Sterling got popular with the superstations out of Atlanta and Harry Carey and WGN, and it all changed. So 77, 78, more so, and then 80, Ted Turner comes around and ESPN comes around, and now what's cable TV? I don't need rabbit ears, and I have 4 channels. I have 44 channels. So it all changed. One of the lowest rated World Series of all times over the air was the Giants and the Royals. In 2014, that was a very lower rated one, and we're a big market. This World Series, no matter how you consume it, is going to be watched. It's going to be listened to. It may not be on your big screen TV in your family room. Maybe while you're driving a car. Maybe it's going to be a lot of. These are the 2 most popular teams in American sport, arguably. I mean, the Green Bay Packers, the LA Lakers, the Warriors, what they've become, but. Baseball's been around forever, and you're talking Yankees and Dodgers. And it's more than just, their rivalry going back to Brooklyn and, Manhattan and Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. And when, the Yankees played other stadiums before it was built, the Polo Grounds and everything else, they used to play at the Polo Grounds where the Giants played. So in any event, it's going to be captivating to watch. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to go down during the 49er bye week for, Friday, November 1st is Game 6 at Dodger Stadium, and then Saturday night, if there is a Game 7, will be at Dodger Stadium. The first 2 will be at Dodger Stadium. The middle 3 will be at Yankee Stadium. And these are, Yankee Stadium's not Yankee Stadium anymore. It's a new ballpark, but it's still in the Bronx. It's still 161st and River, and the Dodger Stadium's been around since '62, and 1,000 Vin Scully Avenue. It's just a lot. And I know in the Bay Area, these are 2 teams we loathe for a lot of reasons because they're big money and big market and big payroll and big winning. But as far as the overall pennant championships, the Dodgers, Yankees have the most by far with 41 now, and the Dodgers come in second. The Giants are right behind them with all their success in New York, obviously, and then their success in the Bay Area and the 3 World Series titles. So the Giants are right there behind the Yankees. The Yankees have 41. The Dodgers won their 25th pennant on Sunday night, and the Giants have 23, more than the Cardinals at 19. So a lot of teams, people in the Bay Area will be rooting for this series to last not 7 games, but 77, and no one to win. It's not going to turn out that way, but this will be a huge revenue creator no matter how you package it. And I'm looking forward to it. Game 1 is Friday night, and we're not sure the Dodgers are going to pitch, but the Yankees are going to roll out Garrett Cole in Game 1. The one thing I do like about this is the Yankees won the American League on Saturday night, and the Dodgers won the National League on Sunday night, and you're not starting the World Series like tonight. I thought it may start on Tuesday right away when these are done, but you could have had 7-game series, so they're going to give the teams a chance to breathe. And then you got the biggest stars on the field in this game. What's hard from a Giant perspective is all of them you tried to get. You tried to get Aaron Judge. You tried to trade for Giancarlo. You tried to trade for Juan Soto. Now you're going to go after Soto again in the offseason, and then for, the Dodgers, and Yamamoto will pitch somewhere in this series, John. Will he go Game 1? You tried to get Yamamoto after you tried to get Shohei. So a lot of these players were not developed by the teams the way Jeter's teams were developed, or Garvey and the Dodgers from yesteryear. They were bought, more like the Yankees teams of 77 and 78 with Catfish and Reggie and Goose Gossage and other guys. So I think that's part of why it's hard to watch, is they did go to the Yankees, they did go to the Dodgers, but the Giants were all in on all these guys. They just didn't get any of them.
I don't think Juan Soto will be allowed to leave New York after that home run he hit to boost him into the World Series. That was an amazing at bat where he was shaking his head and I got this, and then he did finally get it. And the Yankees they might as well just hand him a blank check at this point. The fan base, there was no way they'd go crazy. He's either going to the Mets. I think he's either going to the Yankees. Same with the Yankees are going to the Mets. I mean, their owner will spend whatever too. I don't think he's getting out of there. I don't know if I'm Buster. I waste my time. I maybe call and go, hey, how's it going? Good. Would you come here? No. All right. Have a good day. Have a good life. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough to get out of New York.
Scott Boras. We'll see how it goes.
All right. We got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you, including the big controversy that is gripping America. Did Aaron Rodgers eat his boogers? It's Pop and Lund, only here in the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we won't leave you waiting on this one. So it looked pretty crystal clear. Oh, you've got the Fry T-shirt on, I see. This is going to be unappetizing for some, but it looked abundantly clear that late in the Jets' loss on a Sunday night at Pittsburgh, that Aaron Rodgers may have needed a snack. And unlike Mark Sanchez, who ate a hot dog on the sidelines as the quarterback of the Jets,
against the Raiders.
Yep, Aaron Rodgers decided, well, I don't really want to call a vendor over. I am hungry, and it looked like he was digging for gold, and then might have done like what was it, the Smales kid in Caddyshack?
$50, the Smales kid eats it.
Yeah, $50, the Smales kid eats it.
And he does have quite the honker.
He does have a honker.
Rodgers.
Yeah, it looked clear as day to me, because then his finger went into his mouth and he started chomping. So anyway, he was on Pat McAfee, and it was hard hitting.
And he asked him the question.
Yeah.
That's the amazing.
He asked him what was going on. So here's what Aaron Rodgers said.
What happened there, if you would like to clear the air for the boogie eating scandal?
Well, first of all, shout out to Max Mitchell for being there for the little, smelling salts, ammonia packages before taking the field. I appreciate that. As far as the boogs goes, I've actually never eaten my boogers. That's one thing I'm very proud of.
That was your first time on TV?
Not one time? What about as a child? Had to happen.
Come on.
Had to happen.
No, I honestly haven't.
You're missing out. Try it.
It looks.
Give it a go. Yeah.
It's great.
It's a tough look to try and defend, because that video is a little incriminating.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I can tell you that there needs to be a side view that shows that there wasn't a boog that actually went in the mouth.
Okay. Okay.
It seems like I didn't get anything on that one. That's why I was just kind of like seeing what was going on. But yeah, it's a bad look.
Every once in a while, you get a little tickle in there, too. You got to clear it up. If we could get full context with that side view to notice that there was no delivery.
I'm sure there's a side view as well.
Well, we're going to find it.
There you go. It's a full breakdown of it.
Never did it as a kid, Aaron.
He's so
you never
full
ate
of
your
it.
own boogers.
You wouldn't remember it. Every kid does it.
Hungry. Have you ever done it?
As a kid, I'm sure of it, because
You've eaten them?
As a kid, I'm sure of it. Like every kid does.
Why
like,
would you eat them?
You catch your kid like when they're little. You catch them all the time.
But not. Why would you eat them?
I probably caught. I don't care if he's he's not listening. He had to have done it 50 times. Every kid does. Every kid.
I do it now, but I don't eat them.
No, I don't eat them.
No, I mean a lot of times, and I wonder, do you ingest ayahuasca in the nasal cavity? Is it nose rot? There's other things I'd put up my nose than that. But there, especially this time of the year with the dry heat, you have to go in there and clear things out. And
that's where snot rockets come in, like Bumgarner.
I use the pinky, form is where you go in. But eating them, why would you eat them?
When you're a kid, you don't know.
I'm wearing my French fries shirt.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what food would you put up there that would fit beautifully?
Well, didn't you ever, as a kid, put a French fry up your nose?
No,
when you're at McDonald's?
I never have.
Come on, Aaron Rodgers. Everybody has.
I've
never
done that. But if I was going to put a piece of food up my nose, it would be a French fry. And then what would be the taste? If you did eat the booger, I mean, anybody out there, I pick my nose
as a
all
baby,
the time.
or not a baby, a toddler kid.
I do it as a grown man. If you see me next to the stoplight, I'm going pinky technique, and then I flick them everywhere, like a spitball. But I don't eat them.
Nasty.
Why would you eat them? But
you
what
got to
would
get them
they,
out of
if
your
I
car,
did put
that's for sure.
If I did put a French fry in my nose, and then I did eat the said French fry, what is a booger? What do they taste like? Actually,
it's got to be gross. I
Not
know
like
this.
A burger. It's a booger.
I did it as a toddler, and my dad, it was his number one pet peeve, and he would run Kleenex to me. He would get really mad, so it didn't last long.
When you picked your nose, or when you picked your
anything.
It's two different things.
Yeah, when you pick it, he would here's a Kleenex. My dad was the cleanest guy ever, and he always had Kleenexes with him and stuff. And then I'm like, what do you do with the Kleenex?
If you pick it with your hands, then you go wash your hands right.
I know. He was dead.
It's chicken.
It tastes like chicken. What do they? Anybody out there?
They're salty.
What do they taste? Are they salty?
Yeah.
Why? I don't think they're salty.
No, I don't know.
They don't look very appetizing.
I just remember as a toddler, all toddlers do it. And you're like, what do you? It's gross.
Well,
and by the way, if you look at the video, if you do look at the video of Aaron Rodgers, I know he's saying it looks incriminating. It is. And even so he's saying he came up dry, but you still don't stick your finger in your mouth after you pick your nose.
Well, maybe you get a wet one. There's different consistency of the booger.
You don't put your
now that
finger
we're
in
into
your
the
mouth
winter
after.
season, you're putting the heat on. You get a little more dry heat and a little more clumpy.
Yeah,
you could actually throw a spitball out of one. You could pitch it. But when you get into the dry one and then you get a wet one, it's a whole different deal.
See, Tolbert just texted me. Remember that? $50, the smells kid eats it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
did
great.
he? And he did eat it. Didn't
He did eat it. Yeah, I remember in
he did.
Caddyshack. Go back. Yeah, he did eat it.
Yeah.
But
Did
anyway,
Tolbert ever eat his boogers? I mean,
every toddler does.
I picked my nose. I'm surprised I haven't been caught on the stream picking my nose. I mean, that's just part of it.
Call me booger.
Up there but I've never
Revenge
eaten
of the
it.
Nerds.
I've never been tempted to eat it.
What?
Never been that hungry. What does it taste like? Maybe I should do it now just to see.
No, don't do it. Is that why they call Booger McFarland Booger McFarland? Is that like a thing? Because, I mean, booger's not it's one of the more disgusting things. And you would not want to be called Booger.
His name is Anthony McFarland.
Yeah, but everybody calls him Booger. Must have been like,
is that why?
Must have wiped him on his uniform, or I don't know. But
I don't know. I just know
terrible.
He can't pronounce Robert Sala's name, and he calls him Salah.
Well, neither can Belichick. Belichick, same thing. Get some respect.
So did Al
man.
Michaels. Al Michaels.
Yeah, he called him the same thing. Anyway, Aaron Rodgers is denying it. My problem would be is even if you came up dry or empty, like you said, you still put your finger in your mouth afterwards. Nobody does that as an adult. Again, as a toddler, sure. Adult, no.
Without a booger on your hand, you could suck your fingers, suck your thumb.
Not
Did you ever
right
suck
after.
Your thumb? Go home to
Oh
mommy?
man, not right after. I don't know.
No,
It's
not
just
right
a
after
no.
the
That's no
pickage.
And
I don't
like
know
I said,
where
my
buggers
dad
fit.
ruined me. I have spray. I have wipes. I have the stuff you put on your hands. Like I'm hypoallergic. Like I'm just like, man. Even if I put my finger in my own nose, it's like I got to put stuff on it afterwards. Like, ew, that's gross.
So here is what Anthony Durrell Booger McFarland had to say about his name. He received the nickname Booger as a child, saying, "I was a bad kid. I got into a lot of wild stuff. I used to get called out a lot of different things, but that was just one that stuck." He doesn't say why and what the wild stuff is, but
it has to.
He was a booger.
To do with it.
I think he was just a booger.
And so they
That's
start
a
calling him that.
different version of eating your booger. You're such a booger, Anthony.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I think he's lying. All right, let's go. Let's go to this. So we know that this is not going to go down in history like Jim Mora Sr.'s playoffs, that kind of stuff. But this is pretty good. Jim Mora Jr. has been coaching at UConn for a while, and he's right. I mean, Wake Forest, UConn, if you go back and look at it, it's clear pass interference. The guy grabs the guy, pulls him down, all that kind of stuff, and Jim Mora had it. We even had to beep it out. So it's not. This is not going to go as viral as playoffs, but still, nonetheless, a pretty good rant from Junior Mora.
I'm proud of them for fighting back. We've got to make sure that we put ourselves in a position where it doesn't come down to one play where an ACC team makes a horse call against an independent. And that's up to us to play better at the start of the game so it doesn't come down to that call, which was holding and PI. And that's what I told them, and we'll come back and we'll fight. So it's on us to play better earlier, but it'd sure be nice if it was a level playing field. Questions, anyone?
Jim, I mean, obviously the way it came down is not...
Yeah, it was a hold and a PI. Hold and a PI.
Did you get an explanation from me?
Here's your explanation. ACC versus independent. There's your explanation, Dom. It's pretty simple. All right. Thanks, everyone.
That's the best part. That little media is like in shock. Is that all the questions? Thanks. Walks off.
Well,
that's amazing.
It wasn't quite as lengthy and as animated as his dad, but it was good.
Pretty good one.
But he's always made a habit. And he was the 49er, defensive backfield coach and defensive coordinator, and he was here for a while. He had a penchant for just talking too much. What was the job he lost because he went on the radio saying he wanted a different job?
UCLA. Yeah, he lost UCLA.
He lost
Seattle
UCLA. And they fired him and he went to UCLA?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah. And he was the Seahawks coach for a year, and then Pete Carroll came in. That was it.
And what did he say? That I really want to be the coach at UCLA, but I'm coaching.
No, I think he did the opposite. I think he was at UCLA and said he wanted to be somewhere else, and so like, okay, go somewhere else, because that was
recent. That was recent.
The reason he got fired from in Seattle is just they got a chance to get Pete Carroll. Yeah,
he was there 1 year
because they had a chance to get Pete Carroll because he had all that stuff going on at USC, and he's like, I want to get into the pros, and they were like, okay.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's right. Yep, you're right.
Air.
Okay, that was it. Derek, straighten us out. He was in Atlanta, and he said, I'd kill to be the University of Washington, because he went to the University of Washington
and
head coach.
He got fired. Then he went to Seattle, and he wound up being the head coach.
Right.
We had him on. There was a lapse there where he was doing TV.
Yeah, we had him on. He was good.
Remember, he worked for the NFL Network. He had the greatest interview ever with Michael Vick, because he coached Michael Vick in Atlanta. And he said, hey, Mike, you know all those DVDs we used to give you to watch? Did you ever take them home to watch them? And Michael would be like, you know, Coach, honestly, I never did. And then Jim said, I wish you had.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's pretty great. And just to defend him, I watched the video of that play. I mean, the kid gets hog-tied like twice, and then he pulls him down from behind by his jersey. It was pretty bad. But anyway,
You're such a booger. How'd you miss that call? Go eat your boogers.
How much you get fined in college for that? Like he's, in the pro, like if Kyle Shanahan did that, I mean, probably $500,000. I don't know, it'd be a ton. But,
how old is Jim Mora now? He's 62. He's been around.
He looks
a while.
good. He looks.
He's funny. When we'd had him on the air, he'd say the wildest stuff. Good,
all right,
good defensive coach. Good guy.
Finally, one more. A woman who celebrated her 105th birthday has revealed her secret to long life: drinking Guinness. Her name is Kathleen Henning. She marked her milestone with a pint of her favorite drink when asked her secret to living long and a happy life: drink Guinness and don't marry. Drink Guinness and don't marry.
Well, the next part, definitely. Forget the Guinness. It could be anything. Don't marry, and you'll break all the records for the Guinness Book of World Records.
She looks happy. I'm looking at a picture of her. She does look 105, and she does have a pint of Guinness there. There you go. That's her.
She's a single Guinness drinking woman.
Yeah.
Who's 105 years old.
Lived to 105.
Married?
Doesn't look like it.
Well,
no food in
I think the picture just explains that.
Let's see here.
Kidding. She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah. She was born in 1919. So there she goes. She's from London.
She is 105. Happy birthday.
Yeah, she looks good.
Did they have Guinness back in 1919?
Yeah, I think so. When did Guinness start? Ask Joe Montana.
When she was a baby. She ate her own boogers.
I don't think so. Although most people, well, not most people, most toddlers. I would say all toddlers. Anyway, there you go. 105. Don't marry, drink Guinness. That's sage advice. I think that's pretty good. I can...
I would say
not
at that
me.
rate, although Holder's been married a few times, so I'd say he's going to win there. He's going to live to be 210, the amount of Guinness he drinks.
Yeah, no kidding. In general. Not me,
Who
though.
won that game Sunday?
Happily married.
Between the Bills and the Titans. Who won that game?
Bills and the Titans? Bills.
ACC versus independent. There's your explanation, Dom. It's pretty fucking simple.
Was that Big Dom?
Is Jim Sr. still alive, by the way?
Yeah, I think he is, isn't he? Yeah, I think he is.
We got to get him on the air to talk playoffs. I almost pulled that the other day when you were saying that. Here's the playoffs. Trying to win a damn game. You out of your mind?
All right, there is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. I still think Aaron Rodgers, maybe he came up empty, but he put his finger in his mouth. That's just as bad. All right, a couple of remnants, and Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard. You've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today, 866-496-2300, and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300. Learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Greg Silver's dad, maybe you heard of him, Mike, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss if the 49ers can bounce back after a 3-4 start to the season. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Oh, my God.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a tough look to try and defend because that video is a little incriminating.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that there needs to be a side view that shows that there wasn't a boog that actually went in the mouth.
Okay.
A boog.
I like it. Like I said, I don't care if he came up dry. You can't go nose to mouth. Can't go nose to mouth. Nope. Don't care if there's a side view. As an adult, after I grew out of being a toddler, which still some say that I am now, when I physically grew out of being a toddler, which again, some women think I haven't, but you don't pick your nose and eat it after that. Like you don't go nose to mouth or
Pretty
finger to mouth.
simple.
Yeah.
You are spoiling my lunch.
Oh, yeah.
I'm about ready to have lunch here.
Oh, by the way,
Mike Evans will
go
not
ahead.
play against the 49ers.
No.
Mike Evans is going to be out through the bye. They say he may come back after the bye week. So he'll miss the Niner game November the 10th. Their bye week is the week after, and then maybe he plays against the Giants. So not as bad as we thought. So Chris Godwin certainly will be out for a while.
We're always talking the Permanis Brothers sandwich in Pittsburgh. You see that? That's the new Dangerous. The new Dangerous. So
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, we've told you before. They put I lived in Pittsburgh, and they put the fries on the sandwich. So that's what it looks like there if you're on YouTube and Twitch. But what this thing features, so it's got the big old bread on it, the bread that they do. But let's see, it's got the fries, the slaw, salami, bacon, roast beef. My God, man. So Russ Wilson has one good game, and now they've got a sandwich named after him in Pittsburgh. That's the Dangerous from Permani Brothers. Tomato, slaw, fries, bacon, roast beef, provolone, salami. My God, man.
That's a lot of meat.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And the reason they invented that, the sandwich that way, is all the truckers could just get one meal. How do you eat that in your car or your truck?
Oh, it's got to be the biggest mess. Could you imagine?
That's the biggest problem. When I go there every time I go to Pittsburgh, I get one. But you can't, it's a mess.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
And they did beat Aaron Rodgers and the Jets on Sunday in this big game. So there's no boogers on top?
I think he ate it. I mean, I don't care about a side view. You
you
can't go finger to mouth.
Do you get a side of boogers as well?
It's bad. By the way, speaking of fast food, McDonald's has been hit by a major E. coli breakout. Quarter pounders. Watch your quarter pounders today. Just saying.
Wow.
It says right there.
How about if you have a quarter pounder QPC with cheese?
I don't know, man.
And you cover over
That's what
the
it looks like.
E. coli. Are you good if you do that?
I'm not making a Trump joke. I am not going to make a Trump joke. People get mad about politics around, and we learned a long time ago.
He was working in a McDonald's the other day. He could barely get the apron around.
There's a major E. coli
He doesn't do a
breakout.
quarter pounder. He does a full pounder with cheese.
Yeah, saying.
2 weeks from today.
Purell is your friend.
2 weeks from today.
Yep.
Election day and trade deadline day. And now Mike Silver's backpedaling.
Oh, he is? On the Cooper Cup thing? He's saying it's not happening?
He's saying they may not do it.
Oh.
They may not do it.
Come on. Well, see, that's the way I like it.
Well, he said they're not getting enough. They're not getting enough in offers.
Oh, I see.
And the NFC West is ultimate, but they're 1 foot into rebuild mode. So we'll see. They've been down that road before, so we shall see.
Well, I do like when rumors happen right when our show starts, and then they say, "Oh, they're no good after," because then whatever, it's fine. Just so we can use
2 weeks to sort it out.
All
The
right.
Rams are playing on Thursday night, right?
Yeah.
Who are they playing? Minnesota.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeesh. And then they go
Season is
to
over.
Seattle before the deadline.
Yep.
So let's see how they do there.
By the way, it's going to cost you the first 2 games. The average standing room only ticket is $1,705, $1,705 for the first 2 games.
Yeah, I'm not paying that.
Wow.
Russ
You know
Stanley,
somebody.
Raymond Ritter will take care of me. I think I'm
Look
going
at
for
you.
game 6. I think I'm going for game 6 and 7.
Very nice.
To crown
Oh,
a champion.
That's very cool.
So we got NBA tonight.
Yeah, NBA
Knicks
starts.
at Celtics on the parquet.
Yep.
Karl Anthony Towns makes his Knicks debut, and then Timberwolves minus Karl Anthony Towns and Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo against the Jameses.
Yeah, against
Bron
the
and
Dog
Bronny. I know
and
you'll be
Pony
watching
show that they're
closely.
doing tonight.
You'll love that.
Yep. All right, thanks to Mark Spears. He was great today, as always. Dante Whitner, no thanks to Walter whatsoever. He is no Cal Ripken. I think this is like his third missed show in like the last 5 or something like that. Way to go, Iron
Is
Man.
he all right? He's
Really
not
appreciate
responding
that.
to text or anything. Did he eat a quarter pounder with cheese?
He
Is
might
that
have.
why?
He might have eaten some fries or a quarter pounder or something. We got to check on him. Thanks to Silver, the better Silver, and also thanks to Danny. Tolbert and Copes are coming in right now. Tolbert looks so enthused to be here that you couldn't even believe it. He's like, seriously, like ready to break down walls. It's unbelievable. He's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on our show, we're going to get into some hoops today as the season starts tonight. And the Warriors lift the lid on the 24-25 season tomorrow night up in Rip City, the Rose City, whatever you want to call it. Portland, as they take on the Trailblazers. Tonight, it's the Knicks and the Celtics and the T-Wolves and the Lakers. So we're going to talk to Bob Myers. He of ESPN. He of being on my TV screen when I'm watching Commanders games. I'm like, bro, can you watch a Commander game without seeing you? And he called the last Warriors preseason game. JT Snow going to join us at 3:50. Sammy Amick of The Athletic will join us at 4:50, and then at his usual time. We wouldn't even need to say who it is. At his usual time.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
At 5:30, will join us as he gets us ready for the start of the NBA season. We'll talk a little Warriors. Kuminga, no extension. Moody, extension. We'll see what the Warriors have in store for us this year. What's up?
What's up, dude? Bob Myers, dude, I was thinking about that this morning when I saw you showed up on our guest list. His relationship to the Commanders now, being like an advisor to them and how they're rebuilding, how well the Commanders are playing. He's like Kiara Mia. Everything he touches turns to gold. Everything I touch turns to gold. Then Jimmy blew his ACL. A couple weeks later. I don't think it went down the same way, but it'd be cool to catch up with him on the day the NBA season officially gets going. What'd you get into last night? Did you get into Bucks and Ravens?
Yeah, we had I asked Weston yesterday. I said, "Is there a reason you left the TV out in the living room?" And he goes, "No." I go, "Well, it's a good thing you did because there's 2 football games on tonight."
2 games.
He goes, "Oh, I guess that's why." I go, "Wrong." And I gave you a chance to get it right. You didn't. You didn't know there was 2 football games on tonight. So we had both of them. Both the games on, and I mean, you want to talk about polar opposites. One was just a grinder of a game, and the other one was just a track meet, up and down and up and down and up and down.
Lamar's special, man.
Dude, he's incredible.
23-1 now in his career and starts against the NFC, which is bananas.
Owns the NFC.
I mean, he's on his way to another MVP, as it looks right now. I mean, they've turned things around. Weren't they 0-2?
Yep.
Ravens were 0-2, and now 5 in a row, 5-2 now.
They lost to the Chiefs and then lost to the Raiders.
That's right. That's right. They coughed
the Raiders
that one,
got them. So they are they're actually last in the AFC West.
So they're 0-2 against the West.
So, but they've turned it around as you figured they would. I guess everybody thought maybe Derrick Henry didn't have as much tread on the tire as he does. He's on pace. I know it's on pace, but on pace to break Eric Dickerson's record of rushing in a single season. That dude's he's like ripping off 70-yard runs every game. So it's just wild to watch this guy play. Like, he's obviously playing like that. It'd be good for anybody. But that offense, just like a perfect compliment, because you can't commit too much to him, because then Lamar goes tearing around the outside. Or you pay too much attention to Lamar, and there goes the freight train up the middle for like 70 yards. And they can throw. You know, they got a passing game now with Flowers. Andrews has actually like shown signs of life the last 2 weeks. Bateman had the big catch last night. So, yeah, that team's really good. But we've said that before. And then they get to the playoffs and tank. Got to the playoffs last year. I really could not have had a better setup against the Chiefs. Chiefs were kind of what they are this year. Defense, cobble it together, figure it out. And, I mean, they had their guys last year at least. They had Rice, they had Pacheco, and they win that game en route to going on to win a Super Bowl. Remember a few years ago, they were number 1 seed against the Titans. Lose at home. So they're a team that we've seen them do this during the regular season. Now it's like the only thing for them is to have success in the playoffs, because this isn't anything new. This isn't, look at the Ravens this year. We've said that before. And we've also said, look out for the Ravens in the play. Nope, didn't happen. So we'll see what they do, because unless something goofy happens, they most certainly will be in the playoffs. But can they do something this year? Because they haven't in the past.
Well, the thing that blew me away yesterday, did you see when they were talking about Derrick Henry, the note they gave where they're like, he spends $250,000 a year on what he calls body maintenance? I was like, holy crap, what are we talking about?
That's wild.
And then, so I did some digging. I was like, what does this mean? He's got to have an insane diet. And there are some details about it. Does spend $250,000 a year, he says, on body nutrition. Like for himself, that's nutritionists, that's the work they do on his body, that's massages, that's all this stuff. His eating schedule during the season, he says he usually doesn't eat until 4 or 5 p.m. Wow. Unless he eats a banana or an avocado before practice. In the offseason, he fasts until 1 or 2 o'clock. And then he says it's not totally sustainable to fast every day till 4 or 5. So sometimes he'll eat when he's getting body treatment or some IVs, like when he's getting the IV fluids. And in the morning, he eats an avocado, spinach, and kale. That's the first thing he does when he's going to eat something. And then they say he avoids all fried foods, dairy, gluten, and artificial sugars. So, hey, it's working out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's discipline. That is discipline right there.
Well, you heard Nick Bosa talk about that. I mean, he's like, he just has completely changed, because it's like for those guys, the fraction of a second on that jump is like the most important thing they can have.
Now, the athletes today are much more disciplined 12 months a year than they ever were. I mean, it went from, we've gone probably in the course of 50 years, maybe 60. You used camp to get in shape. These guys weren't in shape going into camp, going into spring training. That's what they used it. They used it to get in shape. Now you better be in shape when you start camp, because if you're not, you're going to fall behind, and then it's hard to catch up throughout the course of the season. But they do. My friend always says this all the time, and it's kind of like a running joke, but he's right. He goes, "Hey, your body's a car. You got to take care of the engine. You got to take care of your car." And I'm like, yeah, okay, that's enough. He always uses that one in breakfast. You got to eat breakfast, most important meal of the day. You're breaking the fast. I'm like, okay, that's enough. That's like 3,000 times I've heard it. But your car, your body's a car. Yeah. I mean, and these guys treat it as such. I mean, during the season, they are very meticulous about what they put in their body. How many times do you hear, like, I've never heard this before. I've heard Bosa say it. I've heard Burrow say it. I've heard others say it. They go to bed at like 9 during the season.
They have to.
9 o'clock, get up at 5. I mean, that's a level of discipline that I can't even comprehend. They're going to go to bed at 9. What about the baseball game? Nope, no, going to bed at 9. You going to watch the World Series?
What about the baseball
What, are you going to
game?
watch the World Series? No,
What about the baseball
starts
game?
too late. Starts too late. I can't make it. I got to get to bed at 9.
What about the baseball game? I got a date with the Ravens this weekend, or with the Cardinals on Thursday. You know?
Getting to bed 9 o'clock, lights out. Here we go. It's like, damn, living in the barracks, these guys. But that type of discipline, I mean, gets them to where they are and gets them those 80, 100, 150, $200 million contracts that they get. I'd be curious to find out, because I haven't heard as much about baseball players doing that. But you look at guys, look at Ohtani. And look at Judge.
Those guys are monstrous.
They're
too.
monsters.
They also have the physique. But you've seen, you saw the video.
No body fat on those dudes.
So you saw the video of Kershaw, right, with his shirt off, and after they clinched a playoff berth or whatever, he's standing in the dugout, or maybe it was one of the rounds of the playoffs. My man's got some dough.
Does he?
Oh, dude, everyone was like, that's a pro athlete. Like, people were, joking around. Like, that guy's got the same job as, J.J. Watt had. You know what I mean? Like, that guy's playing pro sports. Found a quote from Derrick Henry here.
Yeah.
Because he says he eats, before practice, he'll eat a banana, an avocado, or a little bit of kale just to get something in the system. Then he says the first meal he eats at 4 or 5 o'clock. Says he has 3 chicken breasts, some rice, and some broccoli. And then I have gluten-free pancakes, scrambled eggs, diced potatoes, and home fried some steak. Pretty incredible.
Then he just crushes.
Then he's just eating.
Then he just crushes.
He supplants that with some IVs throughout the day. Tolbert and Coach with you.
Oh, my gosh.
Tuesday afternoon, great guest list. Bob Myers, 250. JT Snow, 350. Sam Amick at 450. And then at his usual time, 5:30, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Keep it locked right here for all that stuff coming your way.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
They won gold, dude. They won gold.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Allegedly, yeah.
No big deal. Well, Steve didn't get one, but everybody else did. By the way, still giving away tickets. If you would like a chance to go see Tom Segura out at Chase Center on January 24th of next year, tune in between 2 and 6 when you hear the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those tickets. The winner who hears that cue to call and is caller 10 going to get 2 tickets to see Tom Segura at Chase Center, the house that Steph built, on January 24th, 2025, furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call today?
When do you ask a professional athlete for his autograph after a home playoff loss? And I think the answer is never. My honky-ass friend goes, Pac-Man! Will you sign this football? And he said, Pac goes, the did you say to me? My friend, he just goes, look, man, it's a football. It's for my dad. And my dad loves you. And he said, Pac-Man looked at him and he said, well, tell that motherfucker I appreciate him. That's the end of the story.
If you heard that cue to call later in the show, caller 10 415-896-KNBR, and you'll go see Tom Segura at Chase Center on January 24th of next year. We got a Debo update, and we'll get into the irony of the Ayuk contract and this injury that the Niners are facing next on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr is back today at his usual time, 5:30 with Tom and myself. You can listen all season long to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Bob Myers in about a half an hour at 2:50. Just a quick update here. Deebo Samuel has been released from the hospital. So positive news for Deebo Samuel, getting whatever he needed at the hospital. And hopefully, I know everybody's hopeful he'll be back on the field on Sunday. We'll see what happens when we hear from Kyle Shanahan later this week. A little bit more on the Brandon Ayuk situation. So Ayuk's 2024 season is going to see him finish the year 0 touchdown catches on 25 total receptions for 374 yards. Obviously, not what the Niners were hoping for, but these circumstances happen. Ayuk was not performing well prior to the injury, but he's got to be happy now. I mean, he was happy anyway that he has contract signed, but this is the reason you hold out to get that contract signed. I mean, in his mind and from his camp's perspective, this is why they did what they did and why they held out. And you want to be able to protect yourself from injury. And now that we saw what happened to Chris Godwin, who was in the game late last night, I mean, he was playing without a contract, and now that's going to greatly affect his free agent status. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, this is why guys do this, as frustrating as it was and as underperforming as he had been. Can you imagine if he went into the season on an expiring contract or on a franchise tag like that, in the way that we talk about with like Chris Godwin, and then has to deal with that injury? So Deebo's name is a name that's been floated out over the weekend by Diana Rossini as a possible trade. After the injury to Brandon Ayuk, I'd have to think that there's no way you can do that now, because he's not back for the start of training camp next year. They say it's about a 10-month injury, and even then, you're hoping that he's able to regain the form from before 2024.
Yeah. Yeah, not every team's going to be the Warriors like they did with Clay and sign him to a $160 million contract, even though he's hurt.
Right.
Teams don't do that. They take care of their financials. I mean, they like to take care of the players too that have done well for them. But you're exactly right. This is why you do that, especially in football, that don't have the guaranteed contracts. You get guarantees, but rarely is the whole contract guaranteed. So this is why you do it. You sign it, you get the signing bonus, you get guaranteed money, and you set yourself up for your life and your family's lifetime. So it's unfortunate. It's football. It happens. It just was just kind of a bummer thing all the way around. The holdout, the frustrations, the kind of lack of production outside the Arizona game, and then the injury. And then there's your season. Gone. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I would have to imagine, based on even the expectation of Ayuk coming back next year. I mean, Deebo restructured that contract. I kind of thought even after the restructure at the start of the season, that might mean he was here beyond this year. But you'll see what happens. I also didn't know what they're going to have to do, or don't know what they'll have to do to get creative with guys like Brock Purdy. Also, you have to deal with the situation like Demo Lenore getting paid. Javarius Ward, a free agent. Mm-hmm. Who knows what Hufanga looks like now when he comes back? Can he earn himself some money at the back part of the season if he gets healthy? Because he could be a free agent. I mean, there's all these other scenarios. Mm-hmm. So I just thought, that's an option, is that he could be traded. But now, with Ayuk not coming back till maybe right at the start of the season or a little bit into the season next year, who knows?
I can't imagine he would be.
I can't imagine he'd be moved. And then you open the year, in theory, with Deebo Samuel, Ricky Pearsall, and even Juwan Jennings was at risk of maybe leaving after this past season. So I can't remember if he signed a 1-year or a 2-year.
I thought it was a 2-year. Could have been 2-year with an option, or who knows.
Football contracts are funky, too. Yeah. How that stuff becomes vested. So for the time being, Deebo's dealing with pneumonia, but as we just told you, he's been released from the hospital. Juwan Jennings is a hip injury, so we'll get a better idea of who's playing receiver later this week when Kyle joins us on Thursday. But we talked about it at length. I mean, this is the irony in having to deal with this situation. He holds out, he doesn't perform well, and then he gets hurt and can go, well, see? I mean, we talked about it at length going, this is, I didn't blame him at all for holding out. What was frustrating was when we found out how it all went down and how the number had been on the table for as long as it had been there.
Yeah.
What took so damn long? That was the bigger frustration.
Oh, no doubt. He had his reasons. I'm not sure what they were. But, I mean, it's just a bummer. You don't get to watch a really good receiver play. It's a bummer for the Niners. It's a bummer for fans. It's a bummer for him. Just everybody. But, hey, I know Ricky Pearsall's coming off the injury. Sounds weird just calling it an injury.
I know. I don't even know how to address it.
Got shot in the chest. Yeah, just an injury. Just got shot in the chest. Well, one of those. Those happen all the time, and it's like a holding penalty. They happen all the time. Everybody gets shot in the chest, don't they? No, they don't.
Holding on every play, yeah.
But he's a first-round pick for a reason, and you're hoping he can step in and pick up some of that slack. Now, do you expect him to be Ayuk? No, but you do expect him to come in and contribute. Like, you do. He's a first-round draft pick. He's supposed to have the talent. He's supposed to have the required skills to get out there and perform. So hopefully he's a guy that can get out there and really contribute. Because if he is, Jennings, Debo, and him, that's more than enough. Like, that should be enough. You just don't know what you have in him. Like, you knew what you had in Ayuk. You knew what you had in him. You don't know exactly what you have in Pearsall. I think you know what you have in Jennings when he's healthy enough to play. You know what you have in Debo? Yeah.
Because of the unknown of Ricky Pearsall, I mean, yeah, if there's an upside to Ricky, great. And I think
Juwan Jennings, Debo, and Kittle are enough. I mean, you really need McCaffrey back. I mean, it'd be really nice. And hopefully, like, I'll believe it when I see it. I know they're saying after the bye week, but I'll believe it when I see it. I really hope I see it. I know Niner fans are really hoping they see it. I'd like to see the Niners win too, but I just want to see one of the best players play. It's always nice when you can see the best players play. Unlike the 76ers are going to play without Embiid and George the first game.
Opening night in Philly.
Your first game.
Come on, dude.
Your first game. My God.
I heard Stephen A. He's like, I respect Joel for trying to get healthy. I was like, yeah. What? What?
Oh, and no Kawhi.
That's hysterical.
Welcome to the NBA season, everybody.
That's hilarious.
Can't play on back-to-backs if you don't play the first
game. Well, he's like, I'm not playing. I love that, too. There's no scenario I can see where I'm playing back-to-backs the rest of my career. I was like, no scenario? How about the schedule? What about that scenario? What about that's been rolled out?
You can't plan off-season to game. Can't do it.
We're going to talk to Bob Myers about all that stuff. Just a quick thought. Would you, if you were the Niners, I mean, I asked yesterday Matt Mayoko about, trade scenarios, or is there somebody that they might be interested in? The receiving room, even like if Ricky Pearsall is healthy and Jacob Cowing's there, I mean, he was okay in the game the other day. We'll see what he's capable of. But again, was he a third-round pick?
Who?
Cowing?
Fourth
round pick.
Okay. I think fourth.
Well, my point is you took him thinking he's going to give you some value. This wasn't a pick at the very end of the draft.
Yeah.
It's kind of in the guts there. I don't believe that they'd be in the receiving market. I kind of think that they'd go elsewhere. I think D-line is still obviously where they'd probably have to go get somebody, but it's like going to get a reliever or bullpen help at trade deadline time in baseball.
Yeah. I'm with Tim. I'd go defense.
Yeah.
I'd go
linebacker.
I'd go linebacker or defensive line.
Yep.
Is what I would do. I don't think linebackers shouldn't cost too much. Like, linebackers are usually pretty cheap. Although the way the NFL's playing this year, I wonder if I haven't really looked at the stats, but seeing what Derrick Henry's doing, seeing how the Chiefs are calling the games, I'm wondering if rush rates are up for teams this year. Like if teams are running the ball more. Because it reminds me a little bit of the NBA where everybody has wing guys now. Everybody wants three-point shooters. Everybody wants guys that can defend. They're saying, all right, we'll just get big. We'll just get big and punish you. Like Jokic, punish you. Embiid, punish you. You went and saw what Dallas got last year. They got bigger at the trade deadline. Like other teams are getting bigger now instead of just saying, hey, let's go with a bunch of small guys out there. Let's get some big dudes. And I'm wondering, again, I don't know if it's reverting back, but you think about the defenses now in the NFL where they're trying to be smaller, quicker at linebacker and faster, and them just saying, you know what, let's run the ball more. Let's run. Instead of trying to pass all the time, let's run the ball more. And I just wonder, as far as rush rates in the NFL, if they're going up a little bit. They might not be, because it's been a passing league for so long now. And I just wonder if it's still that way, because it seems to me that there's a lot of teams out there that are having success that are running a lot more.
To your point, last season, the team that led the league in rush percentage play was Baltimore, 49.92.
Okay.
Chicago, 48.6.
Okay.
Niners were third at 47.9, 47.8 's Atlanta, and so on and so forth. As it stands right now, 7 weeks into the NFL season, there are 5 teams who are running the ball 50% or more.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And those 5 teams are Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Washington, Philly, and Detroit. Teams that you were talking about just
they all have winning records.
Who all are having great success. Baltimore's doing it like 53.5% of the time.
Are they
Pittsburgh,
really?
53.
Wow.
Washington, 51. So, to your point, the Niners are at 47.96. That is almost identical to the percentage that they ran at last year, 47.92. That had them at third most in the league last year. Right now, the Niners are running it at a rate that's 11th best.
Really?
So, to your point, teams are running the ball at a higher percentage. And that was just a feeling by you, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point or a good thought. Pretty crazy.
Well, I mean, you start looking, really the teams that popped out at me were Kansas City and Baltimore. And Baltimore, and it's funny, the teams you mentioned all kind of do it for different reasons, right? Like Baltimore does it because they have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry.
Exactly.
They can throw, but that's how they Pittsburgh does it because, well, they have a quarterback that's not built to drop back and throw a lot, so they're going to run it a lot. Fields is going to run it some. Najee was going to run it. Yeah, even Russ, but not as much as Fields probably. He's going to throw it more. And then you go to Kansas City, who does it, because I don't know that they trust their receivers. And even without Pacheco, they're running the ball. Like, that's who they are this year. It's just wild to think that I won't call Patrick Mahomes a co-star. That's, like, disrespectful. But he's not like the star. He's not like the focal point of the offense anymore. It used to be just that was Patrick Mahomes' offense. They're going to throw it, and it's going to always be on his shoulder. And they're just not this year. And that could be because he doesn't trust the tackles to pass block 30, 35 times a game. They don't have the weapons that they thought they were going to have. Remember, they were going to have Hollywood Brown and Rashee Rice, and then Xavier Worthy. I mean, that team was going to be full of speed merchants.
Yeah.
Well, Brown out, Rice out, and Worthy's a rookie who is, I don't want to say a one-trick pony, but he's more of a speed guy. He's not running the whole route tree, as they say. And then Kelsey's not really Kelsey this year so far. So Reed says, well, our defense is really good. Let's just rely on the run. We'll just run it. But it just seems like more teams, well, there you go. More teams are running it this year. So interesting.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Bob Myers at 2:50. He'll stop by 3:50 JT Snow, 4:50 Sam Amick, and Steve Kerr for the first hit with us of the season at his usual time at 5:30. Let's get into a little bit of hoops on the other side. Warriors open tomorrow, but the NBA does start tonight. You got
basketball.
Is it 3 games tonight?
2
games tonight.
I believe 2, yeah.
A little doubleheader tonight. We'll get into this. On Sunday evening, Moses Moody got a 3-year, $39 million contract extension. He got paid. Jonathan Kuminga did not. He's betting on himself. We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob Myers is going to join us at 2:50. Talk about the opening of the NBA season. Warriors start tomorrow at Portland. And then they'll be back this weekend. Sunday is their opener at home against the Clippers after they go to Utah on Friday, and then back-to-backs at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. On Sunday evening, while the Niners were licking their wounds after their 28-18 loss to the Chiefs, we found out Moses Moody signs a 3-year, $39 million extension, which props to him. Good deal for him getting that extension. He earned that after his performance last year. However, his 2021 draft classmate Jonathan Kuminga will not be getting a new contract prior to Wednesday's deadline and wants to bet on himself for free agency next summer. Shams Charania of ESPN elaborated on what Kuminga is looking for. Here's what Shams had to say.
So Jonathan Kuminga, I'm told, will not be getting an extension done. He believes strongly in his play. He really feels he has a chance to be a star caliber player. You look at Pascal Siakam, as well as guys like Kawhi Leonard, players that he could have the trajectory of. The Warriors do want to see how this plays out, and they are very keeping a key eye on that fit between him and Steve Kerr this upcoming season.
I think that's probably, like, if he wants what I think he wants, which is close to max, which is like what Franz Wagner got. What Wagner get? Like 5 years, 212 or something like that. It was over 40 a year is what it ended up being. If he wants that, like, he's not that player yet. Now he thinks he can become that player. Well, then this is a perfect season to go out there and prove to them, like, I am that player. That's why that's why I deserve that money.
Wagner got 5 years, 224.
224, okay. So, yeah, it was a little over, like, what, 45, 46 a year?
And a potential to make
there.
270 if he becomes a Supermax eligible.
Got it. So, there you go. I mean, that the Warriors weren't going to give him that. They just weren't. They haven't seen enough. They don't know if he's that guy. Like, you better be a top 2 guy if you're going to get that. Now, he thinks he can. And I think the key was what Sham said, if that's what Kuminga said, like, he thinks he can become those type of players like Pascal Siakam, but he's not. So if you can, they can't pay you for what you're going to be. They're going to pay you for what you are, or very close to what you are going to be. He's just not that guy yet. So this season, go out and prove it, and you'll get your money. If you go out and play, if you are the player you think you are, you'll get the money. You'll get it. And then if you're not quite the player and you guys can't agree, you can always go out and sign a deal, and then the Warriors have a chance to match it. So this to me was an easy one to not commit that money to. Moody was easy just because it seems like a lot, right, for like a 10th, 11th, 12th guy. Like last year, he didn't even play hardly in stretches. And then he played a lot in some stretches. So I don't even know what his role is this year. I don't know if he's a 9th guy, 10th guy, 11th guy. I don't know. So it seems like, wow, that's a lot of money for a guy you're not really sure exactly where he fits in the rotation. But it's a piece to have and a bargaining chip to have and a slot to have in case you want to trade down the line. Like, you have that locked up. So, because I think Moody can play. There are things he can do better. He's probably more, he's a 2-3 is what he is. They're fairly crowded at the wings. If Kuminga's going to play the 3, that's another guy at the wing. Now, Kuminga's more of a 4 for me, but he's been shooting the 3 pretty well during preseason. We'll see if he continues. If he shoots a 3, then he's going to be tough.
Yeah.
He's going to be really tough. He's super athletic. He can get to the rim. He can do all those things. What I want to see from him this year is 2 things. 3, I want to see him rebound consistently. I want to see him make winning basketball plays off the ball, where it's not always on the ball stuff. And the game on Sunday had a couple really nice cuts in that game. I don't read that much into it. It was, the Lakers G League team, but at least there were some nice cuts, and I want to see if he could shoot. And I want to see if he takes the right threes. Like, if you're open, go ahead and let it go. I'd love to see him get rid of the above the break threes early in the shot clock, those should be corner threes or side threes. Later in the shot clock, if you're open, let those things go. But let's see what he can do. Let's see if he's more than a numbers guy, a guy that puts up numbers in losses. Can you impact winning, which is different than just putting – a lot of guys in the league that put up numbers. They don't impact winning worth a damn. But if you can do both, then you're going to get your massive contract.
Well, a lot's been made, last year and this year about his relationship with Steve Kerr and how he'll be used in the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see things going for them two this year?
Depends on how he plays. Depends
and
on
his reaction to when he's not playing right.
Yeah, depends on how he plays. So
they smoothed things out last year, and his trajectory after that spat.
Yeah.
If he has a jump this year, akin to the one that he had last year, I think we'll be talking about a really, really good player.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Based on where he was, 2 months into the season last year to where he finished, he was a different guy.
Yeah. No, he's the logical guy. If you're going to have a second fiddle to Steph, that's him. He has the look of that type of player. He has a certain skill set. Because it's not going to be Wiggins. Wiggins is already too far now down the road. He's into his NBA career. We've known who Wiggins is for 5 years.
He's not going to become something different.
No, we just know who he is for 5 years. He was able to do it for about a month. Right, against the Grizzlies and the Celtics. It was great because it helped him get a championship.
Big month, yeah.
But it's not like he continued on the following year being that player.
Pulling down 7 boards again.
No, he just went back to being the player he is, and that's fine, right? But last year he wasn't even that. Usually you could pencil him in for 17-4, 1.5, and really good defense. He still plays really good defense. He's still their best perimeter defender, but he's got to shoot from three a little more consistent this year. Forget him rebounding. All right. If he does, just be totally surprised and wow, that's awesome. Don't hope it happens. Don't think it might. No, I've hoped that for years and it just hasn't. It's not who he is. So he's not like his second guy. He's a guy that you say, hey, we need you to defend LeBron or Kawhi. Well, you'd have to go sit on the bench to guard Kawhi, but when Kawhi is healthy, go guard Kawhi. He's that type of guy. You put on those guys, make them really, really work. But you can't expect a lot of consistency from the offensive end or some forcefulness because he's just not that type of player. Podziemski, no, not that type of player. Draymond, no, not offensively. Although I think last year he shot the ball better from three, and I think that will pay dividends if he continues doing that this year. But you just look up and down the roster. And you're thinking, okay, really good player, really good player, really good, like him. He can fill a role, like him. But there's no guy that you say, hey, get us something, make this work, be consistent, getting us 19 or 20, 21, and 8, 7. That could be Kuminga when you look at it. He fits the profile. Can he be? Well, that's what the Warriors want to know. Because if he can, he'll get that money. Kuminga thinks he will be that guy. That's why he asked for that money. The Warriors obviously are saying, we're not sure if you're that guy, so we don't want to give you the money. We'll make you go out there and prove it. And then if you prove it, we'll gladly give you the money. So
yeah, let's hope he becomes the Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Siakam over.
If he's that guy.
I don't want him to be Kawhi because he doesn't play basketball.
No, he doesn't play basketball.
He's definitely not to start the season.
When he plays, he's really good, but he doesn't play.
When's that?
Pascal's a really good player. He's just, he is efficient offensively. He's really good defensively. He gets after it defensively. He's just a really solid player.
He's won a championship.
So, if he can be that guy, whew, now you're on to something. Now, he's not that big. Siakam's big. Siakam's a big dude. Kuminga's not small, but he's a big guy. So, but anywhere even close to that, then, you get your money.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Bob Myers, former Warriors president and general manager, going to join us when we come on back. And also, we can talk some football with him, too, as he's been an advisor for the Washington Commanders. Warriors open tomorrow in Portland, but the NBA starts today. And our conversation with Bob Myers is next on the Sports Leader. The Athletics' Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the fallout from the 49ers loss to the Chiefs and the Brandon Ayuk injury. You can listen to the full interview. It's up now on KNBR's podcast page on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're headed into the fourth quarter. We have Steph Curry here. He plays for the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr, the Warriors coach. I feel like you didn't coach as well while I was here.
I feel like we have more talent now that Mike Dunleavy is the GM.
Yeah. How are you feeling? How much, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much you guys missing me?
I'm having real PTSD right now from all the meetings we had upstairs. So I'm gonna let y'all have
it. Oh, that was former Warriors general manager, now calling games for ESPN and showing up on my TV during Commander games for some unknown reason. Bob Myers. Bob, what's going on, man?
It really bothered you, didn't it?
It did.
It really bothered you.
It did. I was having a good time watching the game.
It bothered you. I like that you got bothered.
Yeah, I did. I was like, what the hell? Like, I'm just trying to enjoy my Sunday, and there he is popping up on the TV. And then I watch ESPN, and there he is popping up. You're like 2025 version of Jenny McCarthy. You're like everywhere.
Oh my goodness, that doesn't feel like a compliment. That does not feel like a compliment.
It's nothing really. It's just you're everywhere. You're all over the place.
It sounds like a compliment. Huh?
You're like when I watch a movie. It's like it is Samuel L. Jackson. It's like no, it's Bob Myers.
Oh no, I gotta go. This is not going well.
You're probably busier now than you were with the Warriors.
I have no cadence. Let's put it. I have no structure. I got to find some structure. I don't know if I coveted this life, but this is what it is. I went from a slave to the schedule, right, of the 82 game thing.
Yep.
And now it's now it's random. There's a lot of randomness to it. So
probably fewer phone calls though. So you're thankful for that.
That's right.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, let's get to the basketball season. Well, let's start with the Warriors, obviously. What were your thoughts on Moody getting the extension and Kuminga and the Warriors not coming to terms on the extension?
Yeah, look, I'll give you a 1,000 feet away view.
Yeah.
Those
well,
things,
I know you're not there anymore. That's why I'm asking
I know.
you.
Well, that matters, though.
I know you're not inside the building anymore.
Okay, all right. Can I answer the question?
No, you can't.
Next question. Yeah, look, I like both players. Yep. I mean, it comes down to money, right? It comes down to years, comes down to money, comes down to the whole picture, which is where what's the threshold for having these guys under contract? You have to look at, do you want to keep them? Do you want to move them? This really locks them up. These extensions that you do make the contracts a poison pill of sorts. And so when you do them, those guys are pretty safe. And I think that played into the mind of Moody. I think he wanted some idea where he was going to be. I think Kuminga decided to bet on himself. I've been around players when I was an agent that you played. I mean, who's to say you would have taken the money? You played with guys that bet on themselves. It's personal. It's personal from a player standpoint. I mean, some would say Kuminga, I'm sure he turned down some big number. Yeah. I'm guessing. I don't know what it was. Some people would say, that's crazy. If you offered me that, I would never turn it down. Well, you're not him, and you're not one, you're not him.
You can't even stay on the court at the park.
Yeah, right, exactly. So you're not him. And we tend to we try to look at athletes as if they're the same as us and they live in the same place. And Tom, a locker room and playing in the NBA there's nothing more different than a regular guy that goes to work from 9 to 5. You just there's not a lot of parallels. They both get a paycheck, but that's probably it. You can't get traded from Wells Fargo and wake up and the boss calls you and moves you to Miami or wherever.
B of A.
Yeah, B of A. Right.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, B of A. My bad. So there's just not a lot of parallels. So anyways, my point is, without knowing that stuff, I like the number from Moody. I don't know what happened with Kuminga. I mean, restricted free agency, for the people that are worried, or I don't know what the fans think as far as should Kuminga have signed, should they have signed him. What I would say is restricted free agency is still a very powerful tool. Hard for players to get offer sheets. It's not like if you don't do an extension, the player's leaving or you've lost control of the player. The rules state that you can match contracts. And so Warriors are still in a great position to keep Kuminga. The risk is when you don't do these things, the price goes up. So that's what you're betting on. And that for whatever reason they didn't get there.
Yeah,
so,
and look, my guess would be the Warriors would be happy if the price went up because that would mean he's worth it. And he played really, really well this year. And from a team standpoint, I'm wondering what you think of the team because when I look at it, I made this analogy all the time with the Giants. I said they got a lot of sprinkles. They don't have a lot of ice cream. They got a lot of really good players on their team. They just don't have enough meat in the middle of the order. I feel the same way about the Warriors this year. Like I look at 1 through 12, even 1 through 13. They got a lot of guys that could play. Like a lot of really, like I love Melton. I love Anderson. Moody can play. I love Pajemski. Draymond is still a really good player. Trace Jack. I can go over all of them. And then you got Steph, your superstar. They need another one. And I think Kuminga is ideally positioned to maybe, hopefully be that guy. But how do you look at this team? Because I think that's really what they need. They need that second guy who's going to be there on a consistent basis, night in and night out, helping them not only putting up numbers, but helping them win games. The depth is no problem, but do they have enough there, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, look, they tried to get that guy. I mean, whether that's Paul George or Markkanen.
Yep.
So forget about what I think. That's their response to the question, which is we think we need that guy. We don't feel like we have that guy. They may have that guy, but their conviction level on if they do or not isn't so great that they didn't go out and try to get that guy that they knew would be that guy. So that's them speaking by their actions, right? So I think they're asking the same questions. I think the hope is that Wiggins could come back around and be that guy, that Kuminga could be that guy, and become and assert himself and be that guy. But the answer to your question right now on Tuesday is it's unclear. I mean, you don't have that. You've always had that guy mostly with Clay when Durant was there. We could argue who was 1-2. It didn't matter. You had two unbelievable generational players with Curry and Durant. So you didn't even ask these questions. But now it is the right time to ask. But these players can happen. I mean, you see all these people get ranked individually, and in the next year they move up 30 spots. So you never totally know. Kuminga's got youth on his side. He's still so young. Moody's really young. I think if you had to guess, Tom, you'd probably guess that Kuminga needs to take that step. Wiggins can be better than he was last year, going through the things he went through, and we've seen Wiggins be very, very good in that 22 playoff run, and so we know he has it. Just got to tap into it. But that is the question. When they take Curry away and somebody has to create shots and create offense and the system breaks down, as you know, it's great to have this pace and space, free-flowing offense ball movement. But when that stalls, and often in the last 3, 4, 5 minutes of a game, it gets stagnated. And that's where you as a player and everybody knows it becomes pick and roll, right? It becomes your best player breaking down the defense and creating. If they take Steph away, who's doing that? And that's really the question that we'll see get answered in the first however many games. And I think they've got the guys. It's just who's going to step up and be that guy.
Look, I'd love to see Wiggins become that guy, but if he is, I'd be just as surprised if my dog went to bed and woke up a cat. I mean,
that feels harsh, Tom.
Well, that's not who he is, though. I mean, how many years do we need to see who he is? And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean, he was the best he's ever been against Memphis and Boston when you guys won the championship. He rebounded, he defended, he was aggressive. Like, that's who I'm like, okay, that's who he can be. Somebody should point that out to him. Like, we've seen who you are now. You need to be that guy. And then he wasn't that guy. Like, he's 17, he's 4.5, he's 1.5, and then he plays really, really good perimeter defense, but he just doesn't have that mindset. It's a little like Rasheed Wallace, where I just want to be really good, but just let me do my thing. I don't need you to give me the ball and make me a focal point of what's going on. That's not really who I am. So I'm fine with that. I just don't expect that to be like who he turns into, because it's been a decade now, and that's really never been really who he is or what he's ever wanted to be.
Yeah, and that's a fair. That is what the last season told you, potentially one before. So you're operating on what you've seen recently. Yes. And so if you're basing it on that, I would hope, and maybe, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. You could easily be right. Maybe the things he went through, some of the ups and downs outside of basketball, maybe he's through them, and maybe we can see him revitalized. Maybe, but I don't think any of us knows. The beauty of sports is we're gonna find out.
We'll find out
the answer to that question in the next
every
few
year.
months. Yeah.
Every year.
That's right.
Talking to former Warriors general manager and current ESPN analyst Bob Myers, nice enough to join us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Your thoughts or reaction to how everything went down with Klay Thompson? How weird it's going to be seeing him in a Dallas jersey on November 12th.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it will be. For me, I think for a lot of people, because we have these ideas that Jerry Rice was never going to leave the Niners, and Ronnie Lott, we're seeing him in a Raider jersey, and even Montana with the Chiefs. I heard him interviewed the other day, and you almost forget he played well. Jerry Rice played well after he left the 49ers. So it wasn't just like it was the last year or two. It's always hard to imagine that. And then it's hard to visualize it. It's hard to actually see it. What happened? I mean, this is sports, right? I mean, how often do guys finish their career in the same place? It's very, very rare. We don't like thinking about it because when we get emotional and we get attached to our favorite players or people we've watched succeed and we get close to and we get to know them, it's almost like this emotional loss when these people leave a market. But, you know, for Clay, this wasn't like he had a say in this thing. And he felt like for him, this was the best thing for him. And I understand that as much as I would have loved to have seen Clay finish in Golden State. Selfishly, I would have loved to have seen that. Clay's been around a long time. And Tom, you know, as a player, sometimes it's the right thing for the athlete to say, I need a change of scenery. It doesn't mean anybody did anything wrong. It doesn't mean that he's embittered and frustrated. It just means, you know what? It's best for me to get a new place, a new setting, a new team, a new city. It's often not looked at like that. It's looked at very binary, kind of like you left, you don't like it here anymore.
Yeah.
You know, it's not that simple. And so I'm happy for him. I root for him. I know that that'll be a special night for him. I don't know if he even knows how beloved he is, and maybe he does in the marketplace and how treasured he is, and he's earned that and deserved all that. But I just wish him happiness. I did feel like over the last year he was searching for that. And that's a personal thing too. He was searching to find a way to be happy again and find that joy that he's always had to play in basketball. I hope he finds it. But yeah, for me, I wish he could have found it and stay with the Warriors, but it's okay, right? Life goes on and he's healthy and playing and I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, he'll always be loved here, and I guarantee you people are going to be rooting for him this year, except when they play the Mavericks. They'll just root for Clay because they love Clay, and rightfully so for what he did for this organization. Let's jump around the league a little bit. What'd you make of the T-Wolves Knicks trade? Because it was weird when I first saw it, Bob. I go, can you make a trade where both teams lose? Like it felt like a weird deal. Like the Knicks kind of had this mojo going, and Randall was coming back, and DiVincenzo was a huge part of that kind of like Villanova attitude and just everything. And I get it in theory. You bring Cat over and you can get the high pick and roll and him and Brunson, and he should be a monster. And I get it from Minnesota's standpoint too, in that you get Randall, you probably get a little salary relief. You can spread the court a little bit, even though Randall's a ball stopper when he gets it. But they kind of finally figured that big guy thing out. It's like, hey, it took us a year, but we finally got this thing going. Hey, we got it going. Let's just go ahead and switch it up and go smaller and see how that works with Randall. Like, I think in theory, I see what they're trying to do. I just wonder if either of them are going to work. How do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Knicks, it's interesting what you led off with. I think it's with them, they had a good thing going. And somebody smart once told me, don't make a happy kid happier. Yeah. You know, your kid's running around having a good time, and you go, you want an ice cream too? And it's like, why miss the ice cream? The kid's doing great. Leave him alone. Leave her alone. She's good. You know, but we can't help ourselves. So I do think the Knicks had something good going, and you wonder, that can be fragile, right? Don't mess with something good.
Yeah.
But I imagine from their standpoint, they must have thought, looking up the road at the Celtics and thinking, this isn't good enough, right?
Sure.
This, as constructed, we haven't really fit Randall in. He wasn't involved in the playoff run. They must have had reservations about incorporating him. And they thought, and they've always, it feels like, had an affinity for Towns, and they thought this was the thing. So a couple points. I do think Minnesota was motivated, not necessarily that they didn't like Towns. I think financially they knew they couldn't continue. So I imagine Minnesota was shopping Towns mostly because of the financial constraints it was bringing upon them, and signing Naz Reid, and they got McDaniels there, and obviously Edwards and Gobert. They were for I wouldn't call Minnesota a smaller market, but they're not crushing it where they can just blow through aprons and second aprons. So I think Minnesota was looking around going, what can we get for Towns? Not really wanting to move him. If Towns made $30 million, they wouldn't have moved him.
Yeah.
He makes 50 something. So I think as they called, they thought, okay, DiVincenzo showed well. Randall's a guy, not a ton of years left on his deal, has played well. And I think they looked at it like, this is the best we got. and we'll live with it. And in some ways, I think what we were all expecting when you see these big deals is a clear winner, a clear seller, a clear buyer. This was actually two buyers trying to decide, is somebody able to take him? Yes, the Knicks were, and that might have been because Brunson took less, which is another piece to it.
Yeah.
But if you're saying, okay, let's just cut through all that, simply what do you think happened at the end? Okay, is Minnesota better than they were before? I don't know. I mean, Towns played pretty well in the playoffs. I've always wondered about him. He did seem to me to step up and compete and help them. Obviously, they did very well. But then you say, is Towns the missing piece for the Knicks to get them over the top? I also don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's clear. It's not obvious. And so that's why you're scratching your head, feeling unsatisfied, because this one isn't obvious to me. And do they both lose? Maybe. Both maybe did. And obviously this is why I'm excited for the season, and everybody that likes the NBA is let's see what happens. Let's see how these guys gel with their new teams.
Yeah.
One more thought from you on Jonathan Kuminga. Can he play the three? Is that a position you think he'll fit into this year?
Yeah, I do. I think we jump to I think we sometimes put guys in boxes a little bit. Remember, guys, he's 22. I mean, Tom, what you were at Arizona, right? Or were you at 5th, 6th? Were you like in some halfway house? Or what were you doing?
A halfway house.
Which is kind of, as an aside, throw that in there. I don't know, Arizona halfway house, something like that.
My point is,
how
many?
Listen, Myers.
Here, let me get to the point. How many different positions did you play for Don Nelson? I mean, really, you didn't think you were a 5. You played 5, didn't you, in the NBA for some stretches with Nelly?
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't. I think we'll see. Kuminga's talented. He's young. He's going to become a better shooter. He's going to become a guy that understands the spacing as he gets older. Absolutely, I think he can play the 3. And the debate more is, can he play the 3 right now? And that's for Steve Kerr. I trust Steve Kerr knows what he's doing. And sometimes it's on this team, Steve might think it's not the best thing for him to be. Doesn't mean Kuminga can't be a 3 for the Warriors down the line or a 3 for anyone else. So I think it's taking a little bit away to saying he can't do that. And when he does, you want positional versatility. I think Kuminga can do that. We are so premature on labeling guys and defining them good or bad or whatever very early, too soon. And I was talking about that with Bronny James. I mean, it's doing the game last Friday, and he played big minutes, so I got a chance to watch him up close. Why do we have to decide right now? I mean, Gary Payton was, I watched Gary Payton too at Oregon State, his freshman year or whatever, junior. And nobody, I wasn't like this guy. I didn't think of him in the NBA. And he took this really circuitous route, G League, various teams, training camps, and became a player. So I'm always one of those people, as impatient as we all are, as fast as we have to make these blanket decisions, just wait, relax, wait. Right now, whatever Steve thinks he is, I trust it. But over time, can he be a 3? I think absolutely. Why put him in that box?
You work for ESPN, and you're actually asking why everyone has to talk about Bronny James.
I know, but
I mean, you know the answer to that.
You're the source of this, Bob.
I didn't say we didn't have to talk. I said we have to define him. Like, you can talk about him, but you don't have to say for sure with this, this definitive statement of he's this or he's that. But by the way, that is very attractive in our society. Let's make a huge judgment on one game. And you guys are working on the radio, and you can't. Nobody wants to hear. We'll see. Nobody wants to hear. We'll see what happens. But
that's what they have to hear. Right? That's what they have to hear. Because I can't.
That's right.
I'm not going to spend time telling everybody who everybody is unless I have a pretty good grasp on who everybody is. Is Oklahoma City going to run the West for a couple years now? I mean, going into last year, I thought they'd be really good, and they were better than I thought they were. I think they might have had the best offseason of any team in the league. They didn't add superstars, but they got themselves a center, and they got themselves an off guard, a tough and 2 tough guys. They're built for now. They're built for the future. They got draft picks. I mean, they are just absolutely loaded. And they got a superstar in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, I don't know anything but injuries could derail that train. I don't know how far they'll get, but I don't see him not winning like 50, 57, 58 games if not maybe even a couple more. But that, to me, they're like I think the West is loaded, Bob, but I think they've separated themselves from all the other teams. Maybe not by 3 or 4 notches, but at least by a couple.
I hate to say what I'm about to say, but I completely agree. I wish you had said something like they weren't very good, then we could argue about it. But I completely agree. They are a notch above. And here's what they have. When I was with the Warriors, I used to use the phrase, I want to create the biggest margin for error possible.
Yep.
Meaning, you don't execute, you don't shoot well, you have injuries, you still win. And we had some teams that had a big margin for error. They, in my opinion, have the biggest margin for error in the West, meaning, okay, Hardenstein's out for 6 weeks. Oh, they'll be fine. They can play Chet at the 5. Oh, here, Caruso's banged up, but we still got Dort, one of the best lockdown perimeter defenders in the NBA. They're young. They have a top 5. I like Dagnall, too. They got a great coach.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They've been through some stuff now in the playoffs. They're a little bit scarred. They've had to push through. They're not, people still want to dismiss them as young. The Warriors in 14-15 were young, too, and found a way. I really like what you said about what they did in the offseason. A little bit under the radar, but for people watching the game, not really. I mean, Caruso has been coveted by all the teams contending, including the Warriors for the last few years. Hartenstein he's one of the guys that, you watch him play. You got to see him play in the playoffs. You start appreciating all the little things he does to help a team win. And Shea doesn't get enough. I mean, this guy is a closer in every aspect. His game it's a beautiful game that he plays. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of McGrady, different position, but the way he moves, it's so graceful and fluid. Love watching him. They don't get to be on national TV enough. Maybe this year will be more. Jalen Williams, an awesome young player. They just come at you in waves.
Yeah.
And I think they are the team. What would derail them? I don't know. I mean, they're going to injuries, I suppose. I mean, that doesn't mean I think they're definitely going to win a championship, but they're going to win a lot of games in the West. I'd be very surprised if they didn't, for all the reasons that you stated. And, they don't get – and the other thing is they're not under a ton of scrutiny. And you think that doesn't matter, but they're not getting put under a microscope every game. So they get to fly, at least this year, they'll fly under the radar a little bit, but they don't have that great exposure. I think that'll change over time. But they are a force this season for sure.
Yeah.
One more for you as we talk to Bob Myers here on the UMA guest line. Just being that you're doing work with the Commanders, and I know you have a relationship with John Lynch. What's the road ahead look like for John Lynch after losing Brandon Ayuk as we inch closer to the trade deadline?
This is a hard job, guy. I mean, I know I don't give John Lynch football advice. I'm like a kindergartner, and he's got a master's degree in that. But look, being a general manager in any sport, it's not something that's super relatable. People play fantasy football and that, or they look at the draft, or they think they've scouted stuff, and that's the job of being a GM. And in some respects, yeah, you got to do those things, but it's also navigating injuries, navigating expectations, being right as close as the 49ers were and not getting there. These things hurt. And so just from being a friend of his, I don't, like I said, talk about, well, you go out and get this receiver. None of that stuff. It's just, how you doing? How you holding up? He's such a good guy. He's one of the best people that I know I've ever met. I mean, we're lucky. The 49ers are lucky to have him in that position. He should be really appreciated, and I know he is. But I'm a big believer in who someone is as a person, because I think over time, when you lead an organization, your character gets imprinted on the team. And there's no doubt that when he showed up in Kyle, it just changed. Everything changed about that team. And sometimes people say, well, you got to win in this, you got to win a Super Bowl. Think about what it was before they showed up and what it is now. John's a huge part of that. And it's because of who he is. It's because of his experience as a player. He's a flat out winner. But these jobs are tough, man. These are hard jobs. I obviously couldn't even hack it, and we won a lot, and I had to bail. So they're tough. They weigh on you. And again, yeah, it's awesome. I'm sure a lot of people listening would do anything to be a GM. But talk to me after you've been in it a while, and then you'll understand a little bit. It doesn't mean the job isn't fantastic, but there's a part of it where you feel like, I felt like at least, whenever things didn't go well, it was my fault. And that I should have done something different. Or the injuries, those things you feel immensely and you feel helpless. So I just, I talked to John as a friend, and I root for him. Obviously with the Commanders, I work with them and for them. Obviously want them to win and to put all in that. But John, my relationship with John is with John, and I value that quite high, and I do want him to succeed.
I don't want to make any sweeping similarities to one of the greatest players of all time, but when I watch Jaden Daniels, I think of Steph Curry a little bit and just the joy that he plays with. And then I hear about how he draws people in and how he's a worker and he gets there early, one of those first to get there, last to leave type guys, and really is about the work and about getting after it. And then he just looks like he has so much fun when he's out there playing. It's going to suck if he doesn't play this week. I hope he's healthy enough to play. So much fun to watch anyway, but him versus Williams, even though they're not on the field at the same time, it would be fun. But could you see that? And this is from not 1,000 miles away. This is from 3,000 miles away. Are there any similarities there that you could see?
Yeah, I mean, they both lead authentically, is what I would say. There's no pretense to him, nor is there to Steph. And I think people are attracted to people that are just them and have gifts athletically and are talented and are great teammates. The way you described him is who he is. So you've been around sports 30, 40 years. You played professionally. You have a good eye for for what's real and what isn't. You have that. Personally, you have it, Tom. I didn't play professional sports. I've been around a long time. You're accurate. And you also see it when it's not there. Is he Steph Curry? Who knows, right? Steph's, Jaden has a long career ahead of him. But as far as loving the game, as far as being a great teammate, as far as never putting the team above himself, those things I don't list lightly because I'm just rattling them off. Most stars, even stars, don't do those things. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, don't do them. He does. And if you have that foundation and you do the work and you have the talent and you've got the character and you love the game, all these things, you put all those into one and you've got somebody that's special. Again, however many games into his career, you hope that it stays that way. I have no reason to believe that it won't. And you root for those people. You just absolutely root for those people because they never think they're bigger than the team. As great as Steph Curry is and has been for the Warriors, I've never felt for 1 second that he thought or thinks he's bigger than the team. And players feel that, Tom. You played with players that acted and thought they were more important than the team. You felt it, the rest of the teams, and you've played with guys that were not that way and could be that way, but were about the team. And that's the power of those players. They can move a team in a direction, and that's what I think I've seen, and a lot of people have seen with Jaden early on, is he has those capabilities, and that's a great beginning to hopefully a very long career.
Yep. You got to be able to grind. From the halfway house to the NBA, you gotta be willing to grind. From getting Ed O'Bannon Gatorade to NBA championships.
Wait, Tom. Yeah, I didn't touch a nerve there, right? I mean, you never set foot in one of those.
I may.
Right?
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I don't like people getting in my business, Bob. Okay. You can just leave that alone.
Boy.
There's a lot of stigma attached to that, and I'd rather. It took me years and years and years of therapy.
Okay.
I'd rather not relive that, to be honest with you.
Oh, brother. There we go.
Hopefully, I'll see you out there at a Warrior game soon. I would imagine because of short travel, they let you do some Warrior games occasionally.
I asked for Warriors games. I think I'm going to try to hit the Clay one if I can. It's not working, just to go see it.
He's going to find out how much he means to Warrior fans on that night.
I know.
Guarantee you. He absolutely deserves it. Bob, I hope you're doing good. Hope the family is doing good. It's always fun catching up with you. We'll do it again soon, my friend.
Okay. All right, Tom. Thanks, Copes.
Thanks, Bob. Good deal there from Bob Myers, former Warriors general manager. Man, he came at you. Well, you started it with him. I mean, you kind of lit him up early, and then he was like, I'm going to finish this thing. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. You missed any of the great Bob Myers, all available, KNBR.com. And the KNBR app. JT Snow's going to join us in about a half hour. Dodgers have named their Game 1 starter. It's Jack Flaherty. We'll talk some World Series and whatnot with JT Snow. Maybe even a trade of Cooper Kupp, potentially, with JT Snow. We'll talk about that with him. But with the NBA starting tonight, the NBA grab bag is in season. The grab bag is next on the Sports Leader.
Grab bag.
Bob Myers just joined Tom and myself and discussed Jonathan Kuminga's potential for growth in 2024. Listen to that interview. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Just caught up with Bob Myers. Nice beefy conversation with him. You can hear all of it, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tim says 29 minutes of Bob Myers. You can hear it up on the website and the app right now. JT Snow at 3:50, Sam Amick at 4:50, and the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, at his usual time. Each and every week throughout, I would say, the basketball season, but it just happens year-round. We're just now in season 4, and I hit the mailroom here at KNBR. There's a big old potato sack. It's stenciled on the side. It says NBA grab bag, and every Tuesday afternoon we open it up. Let's get to the grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag. The NBA grab bag is finally in season. Grab bag is here, and the NBA returns tonight. Knicks at Celtics, Timberwolves at Lakers. According to reports, Bronny will be playing with LeBron at some point tonight after statistically being the worst player in the NBA throughout the NBA's preseason. How about that?
My God. Well, I mean, whatever. It's the Lakers.
Wow, what an amazing moment in NBA history. You know?
It doesn't.
That's how I feel about it.
Doesn't feel amazing.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
The NBA.
I don't
the
really
NBA
care.
where amazing happens. Don't you know?
Yeah, I don't really care. Whatever. Let's put it this way. I'll look at it differently than I looked at the Griffies.
Yeah, that was a little cooler.
I'm like, yeah, do you think?
That was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was kind of cool.
This one's not so cool.
Because Griffey was one of the best players in the game, and Senior was a very, very solid player throughout his career.
And a World Series champion with the Big Red Machine and all that.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, well, that's it.
I don't have much to say about that. Like, whatever.
If you get a chance, check out the lame Nike commercial they did.
I mean, when you go into your opening game, going, oh, this will happen at some point. It's like, maybe you should just worry about winning the game instead of putting those two guys on the court together.
Making sure it happens. But
they'll go on the court for a minute, and they'll be in the G League by the second half.
Well, Mark Spears
that was a cheap shot.
That was rough,
I didn't really need that.
Almost as cheap as you saying you'd be as surprised if Wiggins became a different player as if your dog went to sleep and woke up a cat.
It really would be.
That's pretty funny.
It just would be.
That made me laugh on that one. By the way, Mark Spears was on with Papa and Lund earlier, and he says, I just think it's cool that he was able to get his kid a contract. Nice for a black man to finally be able to do something like that. Said it's about time something like that happened. Shout out Mark Spears. Check out that podcast up on the website. You pointed out with the NBA being back tonight, it means we already got players resting. Joel Embiid and Paul George already out for their debut together.
Well, they're not resting. They're
not
hurt.
resting. They're out against the Bucks. Chris Middleton also out. Does anybody play?
Kawhi Leonard out.
Nobody plays. Nobody plays.
Well, everybody's hurt. Well, shocker. Kawhi's hurt. I mean, really, are we surprised that Kawhi is hurt? No, we're not.
Nope.
You shouldn't be.
Nope.
Why'd they give him that money instead of George? I don't know. But then again, George is hurt. This is what happens when you go to the Clippers, baby.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Draymond Green is getting busy with podcasts. He already has a new one out, dude. Draymond Green and Jordan Schultz are doing another podcast together called, quote, Why is Draymond Green talking about football? That's a good name for a podcast. That's probably how they figured it out. Somebody's going to ask that. Draymond's original podcast will now be co-hosted, by the way, by Baron Davis.
BD.
And will be appropriately renamed The Draymond Green Show with Baron Davis. Hashtag new media. I'm sure we'll be getting some audio from those. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
The Los Angeles Rams have officially opened the practice window for Puka Nacua. Puka. And the return, for his return, Diana Rossini is reporting, by the way, also that the Rams are looking into trading Cooper Kupp at the trade deadline. Please, God, don't let it be to Kansas City.
Oh,
That's all we need is Cooper Kupp to the Chiefs.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can. That's why I said don't let it be.
Don't do it.
Don't let it be.
Don't do it.
I go to the Ravens, the Bills. I don't care. Whoever's going to do something.
Puka. I still have a hard time believing he's going anywhere.
Do you?
But, yeah. I do.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
I mean, if you're John Lynch, you have to call, but they're not making that trade.
No, not in division. Get to see him again? I can't even know.
They're like, what about picks? They're like, no, after your picks.
And he makes a ton of money.
He makes a lot of money.
Makes a lot of money. I'm not even that much money to spare.
On more receivers, I don't think that's where they're going.
Yeah.
No. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Nice. Chris Godwin last night of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers dislocated his ankle in the closing seconds of their loss to the Baltimore Ravens. People took to social media to post their outrage questioning why he was even in the game. Even former players were bringing it up. There was bringing up a post about rules that you can only onside kick twice within a game, that you can't onside kick 3 times. Former players are tweeting, look at these rules. You can't even onside 3 times. Why is he in the game? Problem is, not a real thing.
Yeah, I didn't think so. That'd be a weird one. Sorry, you've used your onside kicks. Can't do it.
They're not challenges. Like all the rules are now is that you can only do it within a certain. I think it's inside the 2-minute warning or the final couple of minutes of each half, and you must tell the official. You can't do a surprise onside kick anymore. So it's already been debunked pretty much.
And if you recover one of the first 2, you get a third one.
Right, exactly. If you don't use it, you lose it. Is the way it goes. So there you go. You get your challenge back.
That's wild.
It's like Stella got her groove back. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about this? I wake up to a text this morning. Mark Spears, who I just mentioned, shot Tom and I a text. He was at the.
I saw that.
Is it the Intuit Dome or the Intuit Center? What's it called?
Don't know.
I don't really care. It's where the Clippers are playing basketball.
Neither do I.
And Kawhi is not. That's what's going on. Down in Southern California. Anyway, so their new arena, I believe it's scheduled to open tomorrow. I think is when the Clippers open that new arena. They open at home tomorrow. They have a basketball jersey from every high school basketball team.
My goodness.
In the state of California.
Wow.
And here's the twist. If you're a player who went to a certain high school and then ended up at any point playing for the Clippers, they put your jersey from your high school team, I guess, up in the arena. There is a Tom Tolbert number 3 high school jersey hanging in the new Clippers arena in LA, dude. Your thought on being the pride of the Los Angeles Clippers?
Well, the problem is I was 34 at Artesia.
They put number 3 on that jersey.
I was not number 3.
Was that the number you wore with the Clips?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Yeah, nice. Beautiful.
I can't even remember the number I wore with the Clippers. I don't know. Was it 34 as well? 40? Maybe it was 40. I don't know. I don't know what I was with the Clippers.
What number were you with Tenerife?
I was 3 with the Warriors my first year.
Okay.
So I don't know if everyone's a 3. I don't know if they went back.
Tom, you were number 3 with the Clippers.
Was that really? There you go.
Didn't even know what number you were.
I didn't. I had no idea what I was with the Clippers.
Yeah, the Clippers respected you, dude, and you just crapped all over them.
They really did. Wow. Well, if they'd have respected me, they would have made it 34 because that's my actual number with our
your
team.
high school.
Well, probably
hard to find.
All the players that played for the Clippers that grew up in California, they're probably giving them the number they were with the Clippers. I would say this: it's a good thing they did this before James Harden retired. Because James Harden would take that jersey in a heartbeat.
Because he went to Artesia?
Oh, yeah, he went to Artesia as well. I was like, God, did anybody else? I thought maybe Jason Capono played for the Clippers. He didn't. I think he played for the Lakers for a little bit. Ed O'Bannon never played for the Clippers. I'm trying to think how many. I think there's 5 NBA guys. That's right, Charles O'Bannon played a little bit in the NBA too, but he didn't play for the Clippers. So, yeah, I guess I was the only one for Artesia to play for the Clippers, but yeah, they got 5 guys that have played in the.
Tony Farmer, Jason Capono, Charles O'Bannon, Ed O'Bannon, and Tom Tolbert, as well as James Harden.
Yep. Yeah.
You got a starting 5.
Yeah, well, we got Harden. He can carry the heavy load, but yeah, if Harden would have been, he's the obvious one, but he'll have bigger jerseys retired. He won't be next to, Cal Paloma or where Paloma
whatever high school they got you next
to.
Yeah,
whatever's in there. Yeah, Riverside High School or whatever, Poly or whatever. I don't know.
I just hope at some point they do decide to replace with players that they think are bigger. Like they have you on here as the first one.
I'm gone.
But then at some point they're like, let's actually just put Harden up there.
That's okay. I'm there opening night, baby.
Just take it down.
I'm there opening night.
Dude, Tom's got a urinal and he's got a high school jersey hanging.
Man, I am rolling. I'm on fire right now.
Who would have thought you'd be having stuff?
You kidding me?
Yeah, and he's in the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. How about that?
I am?
Yeah. If you don't go to the induction ceremony to your Radio Hall of Fame announcement, are you actually in? One more here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Tyrese Halliburton recorded a video to congratulate 50 Cent on his...
50 Cent is going down, and you're now rocking with my man, Mr. C, right here, Tom Tolbert on KNBR 60.
So Tyrese Halliburton records a video because I guess 50 Cent has a new residency in Vegas.
Yep.
It's the weirdest video. It's from the other day. It's like late at night. In the video, Tyrese Halliburton is shirtless at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he has 3 young white women hanging out behind him. Here's what it sounded like.
Fifth, what's up, brother? Wanted to congratulate you on your Vegas residency. You've always shown love, so I want to show love back. Appreciate you. Congratulations. That's a big honor. It's 4 in the morning. I just got back from the club, but I got to make sure I show love to my guy. Congratulations, brother. Keep going.
I'm sure the Pacer brass was pumped to see that
It
one.
is wild, dude. It's such a. I saw this video. I was like, why is he congratulating 50 Cent? And what is he doing? He's like, check who I'm with. Check all these ladies behind. It's good.
I just got home from the club.
It's 4 a.m., but I couldn't wait another minute. I had to congratulate my boy,
We're
man.
good.
Well, you just saw the news and you got it. What are we doing?
Hey, what's
man?
up? It's the kid 50 Cent.
Oh, my gosh.
That's your NBA grab bag for Tuesday.
Carlisle's like, oh,
He's
no.
like, geez, we
What
are
we
in for
doing?
one this year. Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024. JT Snow comes up in about 15 minutes. We'll talk some baseball with him and a little bit from the best of Week 7 in the NFL next on the Sports Leader. Go.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Snap is low. Wheelan puts it down. McManus's kick is on the way, and it's good. Green Bay wins it 24-22.
There's the snap. There's the spot. Kick away. It is up, and it is good. Jake Bates sends it through. With 15 seconds to go, the Lions have taken the lead. It is Detroit 31 and the Vikings 29.
Hurt takes the snap. He's back. He steps up. He lets it go, and it is caught in for the touchdown. A.J. Brown.
Wilson gets the snap. Back to pass. Throws a fade. Right corner of the end zone. Pickens is there. Makes the catch. Touchdown Steelers.
Jackson winds up, long pass down the middle. He's got Bateman over the shoulder, catching the goal line. Touchdown Baltimore. 49-yard strike, and it was a beauty.
Tuesday afternoon, Tolbert and Copes with you. Sounds across Week 7 of the NFL. There's some good highlights there. Big takeaways from Week 7. Tom, what'd you learn Week 7?
I learned C.J. Stroud threw for 86 yards.
That's tough. Well, I mean, dude, he's that. I don't know how much Nico Collins being out is affecting the pass game.
It is.
I mean, he was the number one receiver in football in terms of yardage when he went down. And having Stephon Diggs there, I thought to compliment him was really nice. It's not the same with guys like Xavier Hutchinson and Tank Dell out there.
No, not at all. What did I learn? That look, we all knew the Lions were good, but that was an impressive victory.
That was really nice.
I mean, and then the Vikings are good. They're just two really good teams. Goff, I mean, there's a couple games this year Goff isn't missing. I don't know what he was in this game. He already had an 18 for 18 game. He's 22 for 25 in this game.
And he started like red hot.
I mean, he's been on fire.
Remember my dark horse Jared Goff MVP selection earlier in the year?
Yeah.
It's not by the way, not a bad. It's not
really
looking terrible
isn't.
at this point. No joke.
Really, really isn't. So I think what I learned is the Vikings are legit. Lions are the best team right now in the NFC.
Yeah.
I think the Bengals are bordering, I won't say on toast, but they're in a precarious situation because I don't think they played all that well against the Browns. 21-14, they were up 21-6 late, but they got the kickoff return for a touchdown and then kind of stumbled along a little bit. Packers, I think, are going to just continue to get better and better. I like their defense. I like Love. I like the slew of wide receivers that they got. And then Jacobs is really good, too. So I like them. I mean, Houston, it'll be fine, but they need Nico Collins. They miss Nico Collins. I don't know what I learned about Seattle, Atlanta. I kind of thought Seattle might win that game. They did. Atlanta's been playing a lot of close games lately. And their record could be, what was it? What were they, 3-2, I think, going into this game? They're 4-2. I mean, they could have been 1-5. They could have been 5-1. I mean, they were like all over the board. And so I'm not really sure what to make of them. I think Seahawks are what the Seahawks are. I do. I think they're going to probably be 9-win, 10-win team. Win some, lose some, but I don't know that the defense is quite good enough. Giants are terrible. I mean, they got 8 sacks. I mean, 8 sacks. Danny Dimes are just getting dumped. And, you probably should have kept Saquon.
You can't. I mean, dude, everybody, of course, for a couple $1 million, Bill Belichick was ripping him for that on ESPN earlier this week.
Then he just tears you a new one. He comes in and just, that's one of my dad's favorites.
Tears you a new one. He did, just ripped him a new hole, dude.
He did, 175 or 176, I believe it was.
They ran the ball, by the way. We were talking about teams running it more. Yep. I saw their run percentage that game was like 68% of the time. Because they were like, whatever, Saquon's eating.
Exactly.
Just let him take it.
Red Rifle Magic has run out, if there ever was any, but it's definitely run out. Rams, Raiders, the only thing I took away from that game is Antonio Pierce cost me a chance to win money by kicking a field goal with 2:46 left. I could have lost. I mean, they could have went for it and got it. I mean, I still would have lost, but at least go for it. Don't kick the damn field goal. Chiefs are incredible, even though they do it in a completely different way. Jets, I mean, the Jets are a mess. The Jets are just a mess. Just a mess. It's funny, too, because it seems like Aaron Rodgers is like looking around going, what's wrong? What are we doing here? Like, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you that's wrong. Maybe when I was watching that game a little bit, I started thinking about, and I mentioned this occasionally about Dan Marino getting toward the end of his career, where he's like really good occasionally, but he just wasn't that good.
He's not going to have as many of those 3-touchdown, 300-yard games.
Can't have the consistency. And that kind of reminds me of him. Look, I think everybody saw, because everybody was giving Tomlin a little bit of crap for benching Fields and putting in Wilson. I think you saw why they put in Wilson.
Wilson's pretty good, man.
He can throw a little bit.
He looked pretty good.
The one thing he can throw is that deep ball down the side. And when you have a guy like Pickens, just throw it up and let him get it. He even threw one to Freiermuth. Yeah, Pickens had a good game. Freiermuth had a nice catch on the sideline. Most certainly can do that. Ravens are one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the league right now. But like I said, we've seen that before. We got to see it in the playoffs. As far as the Buccaneers go, they're better than I thought they were going to be. Baker's better than I thought they were going to be. But damn, I mean, their defense gave way, and I don't know that they have a receiver anymore. Evans had a hamstring last night, left the game. Godwin busted his ankle. He's out for the year. I don't know what they're going to do offensively. It's going to be the Otten and hopefully the Bucky Irving show. My fantasy team really needs him, by the way. Unfortunately, they have like
Sean Tucker's back there.
Yeah,
too.
They have like Sean Tucker must die. They have Bucky Irving, Rachaad White. I mean, they got a 3-headed monster now. I hate the 2-headed monster when I have a running back. I don't need 3 of them.
By the way, dude, John Gruden put out another video. We'll hear it later this week. This one's not about quarterbacks. It's all about running backs. But at one point he goes, Sean Tucker, who is this guy? Down in Tampa Bay. Yeah, dude, it's an identical video. And Tim and I were coming back from Stanford on Saturday. And we were howling, dude, as we were he's out of his mind.
Every time he drops a got me feeling nicey.
Got me feeling nicey.
It's the exact same thing. He's just running through numbers for running backs. Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? And I still don't think I still don't think much of the Cardinals. Although James Conner's a badass. That guy's he is a Terminator. Watching the game last night, I wondered when they called. When's the last time you saw an uncatchable? I haven't seen an uncatchable in
almost
never. I mean, I see more Uncrustables than I see uncatchables.
Thank you.
Actually, I see a lot of those because
you crush them. Yeah.
No, because Camila, she loves Uncrustables. We are having the raging debate in the family though. I'm the only one that says peanut butter with grape jelly is like what I said, right? Akin to being a Nazi, basically. Like you don't do that. You do strawberry jelly.
Akin.
Well, that's what I said.
Yeah, I remember.
Like my kids can believe in anything. They just can't do grape jelly, and they can't be a Nazi. I go, that's it. But they like grape. Everybody else likes grape jelly. I'm like, who did I raise? Heathens? Like, who are you people? Are you kidding me? This is a strawberry jelly household. This isn't a grape jelly household. So what do? I look in the freezer, and there's a whole bunch of grape jelly Uncrustables in the freezer. No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. You know what I got? I didn't get to try them, the honey ones. I got new honey Uncrustables.
See, I make a lot of, I think I was saying that to you before. I make a lot of my peanut butter, not peanut butter and jelly. I go peanut butter and honey.
It sounds good.
It's a money sandwich.
Sounds really good. Dude. Have you ever gone peanut butter banana?
Of course.
Oh,
Dude, I go peanut butter, banana, and honey sometimes.
Yeah, peanut butter, banana. Oh, but that sounds pretty good.
It's really, you should get into the honey. Yeah. It really is a good.
I haven't done the. I think I've had peanut butter honey. I haven't done it in a long time. I just never saw it. Uncrustables. Usually I just go for the strawberry. I go, well, that's a new one. Oh, honey. I go, let me get that. So I got a 4-pack. Camila ate them. I didn't get to try one, so I'll have to get one of these days and give it a try. But usually I go toasted bread, peanut butter, jelly. Do you ever go triple decker?
Where you throw the piece of bread in the middle?
Yes.
I haven't done that in a long time.
You
that
go
used
peanut
to be
butter,
a big
jelly,
move,
jelly, peanut butter, and then
I throw banana on that one too.
Baby, you had some Big Mac of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Is what it is.
Triple decker's
yeah,
nice.
It's incredible. So I haven't done that in a while, but every once in a while I'll just go, you know what? We're gonna go triple decker here. We're gonna go triple decker.
What's your favorite? I love going like apricot.
Do you ever go triple decker? Thank you.
It's a pretty clean one, dude. That's a good. How's a clean
route?
route?
You ever go triple decker? I'm trying to stack that one up. See how that works. No, I know how it works.
It's different than an upper decker.
Yeah, no, I definitely know how it works.
Yeah, the upper decker is different. That's a bathroom.
Yeah, there's initials that you can. Anyway, what would you say?
You ever go apricot? Like
no, I've never like a jam,
jelly or jam. It's one of my other favorites.
No, the other favorite jelly that my grandma used to make down south. She used to make jams and jellies and stuff. Was the and my aunts made this here in Pinole because they have a blackberry tree in the back. Blackberry jelly is like awesome.
Isn't that going to
everybody,
Mr. T here for
blackberry jelly?
Uncrustables. The only problem with the blackberry jelly is you get done and you got seeds between your teeth.
Yeah,
you got seeds between your teeth.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the seeds aren't fun. You got to floss right away. It's like that or when you eat like kale. And you like smile and you got kale in your teeth. That one's not good either.
Derrick Henry, yeah.
Nice little kale smile. Hey, how you doing? Hey, ooh, what do you got there? But no, my grandma down south, she made apricot jelly or jam. It was really, really good. And they were really weird about jelly down there. They'd always say, when you do the jelly, like the homemade jelly, don't take it out with a knife. You got to take it out with a spoon. Because if you take it out with a knife, it cuts through it and it gets all watery. And we'd always get in debates. I'd say, aren't they made of the exact same material?
I was like what are we talking about? That doesn't make sense.
They're made out of the exact same material. And they're like, I know, but it's still, the knife cuts through it. The jelly doesn't cut through it. You can take it off the top. I go, well, I can take it off the top with a knife. It's just the way I don't have to dig it all the way all the way in. I mean, like I was 9, so I always lost that argument. Because as soon as my grandpa started taking off his belt, I'd go, okay, you like spoon it in.
Right.
Get a spoon?
Yeah, you're right.
I would
dangerous.
I would never use a knife, and now I don't even want to use a knife. I really want to make a spoon. Just give me the spoon, and I'll take it out that way. If that really means something to you, go ahead and hitch the belt back up, like right there, third loop, get it going. We don't need the violence, okay? I'm just trying to get my jelly. I'll take it out with a spoon. We're good to go. Do you ever go triple decker?
Tolbert goes on a Tuesday afternoon. We'll catch up with JT Snow when we come on back, get his thoughts on the World Series matchup. And what high school did JT go to?
LaSalle.
Does he have anybody from there play for the Clippers?
Oh, I don't know.
We'll have to find out if they got a jersey hanging up there. We'll talk to JT Snow about that coming up next. Sam Amick, 4:50, and then the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, as usual time. That's 5:30. JT Snow next on the Sports Leader.
What you doing there, Mr. Munson? Flossing.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tolbert and Copes are back on the brewery tour this Friday. Join us as we're back at Almanac Brewing in Alameda from 2 to 6. Come see the show live in person on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, this is a common issue we've talked about a lot. What do people do and what should they do if they've got unfiled or unpaid tax returns?
A lot of times what they do is make big mistakes. Stick their head in the sand or panic or do the wrong thing or lie. Just cause themselves and their families and their businesses just all kinds of unnecessary misery. What they should do is just call us. This is what we do for a living. We're very familiar with this. We've done this for so many years. And we'll explain all the options to you. You have a lot of good options. I know you feel frustrated. I know you feel like you're under 1,000 feet of water. I know you think you'll never get out of this. But even if you don't have to pay the taxes, that's okay. There's a lot of ways out. Like if we can offer them part and they forgive the rest or forgive the penalty. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if the problem was caused by your former spouse or business partner, shift it over to them where it belongs. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We want to do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is give us a call and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess and give me my life back.
Steve Moskowitz can help. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has hovered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week with JT Snow. Nice enough to join us courtesy of the UMA guest line. We can talk some World Series ball with him. What's up, JT? How are you, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. I just want to start with something pretty lame I thought happened with the Dodgers winning the pennant. The fact that they won it is lame in general, but I hate that your best player is running out of the dugout while your team is celebrating on the field.
Shohei
Ohtani's in the dugout when the final out's made, and he's walking out of the dugout with the coach just to go celebrate instead of being on the field for the final out. I just hated it. I don't like it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well.
Bring a glove. That's what I'm saying, JT. Bring a mitt. That's what I'm saying.
I guess he can't be out there, right? He's got a bad elbow, and I don't know. I think I didn't really catch that, but okay.
I'm being petty. That's all it is. I'm just looking for crap I don't like.
He's just being angry.
You know what I mean?
He's just being angry.
I've heard you talk about MVPs, and you know what, Adam? I'm kind of on your side on some of these things about guys should play offense and defense. It's one thing. Ohtani had an unbelievable year, right? But all he does is hit. He has no impact on the game on defense. Lindor had a great year, but Ohtani's going to win the MVP, and Judge is going to win in the American League. And we said it. I said it a couple weeks ago. I was hoping it would be the Dodgers and Yankees just for the good of baseball and the overall. This is going to be everyone's going to watch this World Series, and it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be great watch. If you look at the players and the stats involved, and I was looking at the rosters today, and with New York, you got Judge and Stanton from the right side, and you got Soto, and then the Dodgers, you got Ohtani, and if Freeman can play, which you probably will, and then you got Betts. So you got three superstars on each team, and that's a third of your lineup. But I think we talked about it last week or the week before. I think it's the guys that aren't in the spotlight every day that end up having a huge impact, and I think will have a huge impact on this series. Guys like Rizzo, Austin Wells for the Yankees. Tom, he's a Wildcat. You know if you knew that. But
bear down.
U of A. Volpe, their shortstop, and the Dodgers, guys like Teoscar Hernandez and Will Smith and Tommy Edman had a great NLCS. So those guys are going to be the guys to watch. And once again, I think it's going to come down to pitching. I think Carlos Rodon plays a huge part in this World Series. The lefty for the Yankees, try and neutralize Shohei and Freeman for the Dodgers. And then so I think it's going to be good. I think people are going to be tuned in. Everybody's got enough rest. I hope it goes 7 games, and we'll see what happens.
I would imagine you'll be pulling for the Yankees since you were a Yankee at one point.
I will.
And you're an Angel and a Giant. You can't possibly root for the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, so my minor league roommate for 3 years, a guy named Brad Osmus, who played in the big leagues, he's a bench coach.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I actually went out to lunch with Brad. They finished the year up here in Oakland, so we had lunch up in the city. I haven't seen him in years, and he managed the Tigers. He managed the Angels. It didn't go well, Tom, and he understood that. And but kind of pulling for him. Brian Sabian's back there doing some work. Brian Cashman drafted me out of college, and then ended up trading me to the Angels, and then Sabes traded back for me to the Giants. So I said a few weeks ago, the Yankees it's a fun organization to be a part of, even though I was only in the big leagues for 2 weeks. But it's just a different energy. It's a different hype. And I think it's cool. We got 2 managers. Dave Roberts went to UCLA. Aaron Boone went to USC. Yep. We got a little Pac-12 thing going on West Coast. So I think it's going to be really fun for the people to watch. And, I've been running into a lot of people on the street, and people in baseball think it's the same teams every year, and I'm like, it's not, right? The Yankees haven't been in the World Series since 2009, and the Dodgers have been in 4 of them, but these guys haven't played since 1981, I think. So it's and those cross country flights, how it is, Tommy, travel. They can grab you. You got to hydrate.
Yeah, so got to hydrate. Besides, you got to hydrate early. I don't even know your time. What is this Pac-12 you speak of? I don't even know what that is. When did that? Was that around one of these years? God,
when they were
so
pathetic. When they were playing, it was probably the Pac-10 back then. Like,
it could have been it probably was the Pac-10 way back then. So okay, who's going to have a bigger impact on the series? Teoscar Hernandez or Stanton, who's been on fire? Like he's been that third guy. Like for a lot of the season, it was Soto, Judge, and then who the hell knows after that. When you put Stan in that lineup, it makes it look a lot different the way he's been swinging the bat.
Yeah, you know what? Stan's one of those guys. He just has that postseason it factor, right? He doesn't panic. He always produces in the postseason. Gets hurt during the regular season, doesn't have maybe great numbers, but you got to watch out for those guys. Something about the postseason and the guys, they just perform, and he's one of those guys. And I'm interested in watching how the managers maneuver around these guys. And I thought the Yankee Guardians series, I thought the Guardians manager,
Vogt, Stephen Vogt.
Yeah, Stephen Vogt.
Yep.
I thought he could have walked a couple of those guys in certain situations. He decided to pitch to him.
Yep.
But I would not let these big guys beat you in any game, in any situation. You don't walk them or pitch around them, and let the little guys, or like I said earlier, the guys under the radar, let those guys beat you. So it's gonna be a great managerial. But I wouldn't count out Teoscar Hernandez either. This guy's a big time player.
Yeah,
right? He won the
is.
home run derby, and he so they got some stars on both sides, and it's going to be super fun to watch.
Well, you know what's interesting, JT, is you got Shohei, Mookie, and Freddie Freeman. I mean, that's as good as it gets at the top of the order. And then you put Teoscar Hernandez behind him, and then Max Muncy seems to have figured out the strike zone, because for a while there, it was so uncharacteristic of him. Like, he wasn't swinging at good pitches. He was going out of the strike zone, and you never see him do that. And over the last few games, this guy's an on-base machine. I think it was like 12 times in a row he's got on base, and half of those were walks. And that's the guy you worry about, that's like looking for a good pitch to hit and then leaves a yard on you. Like, if he's that same guy, now their lineup gets like 5 or 6 deep if Will Smith is swinging it. And then they become the team they've been, where they're scoring like damn near 8-10 runs a game.
Yeah, I totally agree, because Muncy had a weird year. He got off to a slow start, and I think he's a typical lefty. He crushes the ball down, the low ball, swing at the high pitch. He's kind of figured it out, and sometimes it just takes a game or two, maybe in the postseason, something clicks, and you start seeing the ball better, your approach is better. I like what you said about Will Smith. I think this guy is really underrated.
Yep.
He calls a great game. He gets clutch hits. Don't rule out Tommy Edman. I covered him at Stanford when I was at the Pac-12, and the guy's a gamer. And the one thing I want to watch is that the Yankees have the lefty submariner. I think it's Tim Hill in the bullpen. I think he's going to be a huge part of this, because he was awesome against the Guardians. He might be called upon late in the games, to get Ohtani out, maybe to get Freeman out, maybe to get Muncy out. So this guy, if you watch him, he's all in, he's hyped up, he's intense, and he's fun to watch. So who knows what happens with the starting pitching, right? We've seen it all postseason. It's like guys are out in the second inning, now it's a bullpen game.
Yep.
But Dodgers have home field, right? So they got 2, they go to New York for 3, then back for 2. And thank God we got rid of the All-Star game, home field advantage.
Oh, it's so dumb.
That was that might be the second worst rule to the NFL overtime rule. But anyways,
down that road again.
No, I think I'm fired up. I'm excited to watch this.
Yeah, so am I.
And we grew up, Tom, in the Southern Cal, and the Yankees and Dodgers were there for a few years, and it was a great. Great watch. It's a great watch.
Oh, it was incredible. I told Copes, I go, look, I normally, and I'm not rooting for the Dodgers, but I can't root for the Yankees. Like, I'll root for anybody against the Yankees. And it started in the 70s when the Yankees and the Dodgers played. And God, I can't tell you how much I hated Reggie Jackson for sticking his ass out, knocking the ball away. It was like, you got to be kidding me. But You know, it was Willie Randolph. It was Roy White. It was Munson. It was Nettles. Like, let a ball go by you. Like, Nettles damn near won a series with his glove. It was like just, so infuriating watching the Yankees. And then Reggie crushing home run after home run after home run.
3 pitches.
Oh, God. It was just like, but I do remember the Welsh strikeout of Reggie. That was pretty intense. So, yeah, like back then, I didn't really start rooting for the Angels probably till 80, 81. I was about 14 when I started rooting for the Angels. But back then, I wanted to see the Dodgers win. So that's kind of where my hatred for the Yankees started. And the Yankees should be like that, right? They should be loved and hated. There's no in between when it comes to the Yankees.
That's it. They call them the evil empire.
Yep.
That's you either love them or hate them. But we talked about this a few weeks ago. If anybody out there listening or you guys, if you haven't watched the Uncivil War,
incredible
30 for 30, you should. Everybody out there should watch this before this World Series.
They should. Good call.
I think it's a 2 or 3 part series, and it's It's phenomenal the way they film this, and they talk about New York and L.A. and Hollywood, the Dodgers and Yankees. So anybody that hasn't, check it out. Uncivil War on ESPN. So I think one of the other things in this series it's going to come down to is the team that can catch the ball and the team that can move guys over, get guys in, right? Maybe a sac fly, maybe ground ball, the infield back, base running, catching the ball on defense. All these things are going to be under the microscope. And I look back and just being able to play in a World Series, even though we didn't win it. Like, you look back and you just say, wow, these are the last 2 teams. It's so hard to get there. And now the whole world's watching, and you just hope that guys play a clean game and things go well, and the little things are going to end up deciding it. So it's going to be good. I think it's great for baseball, and I think the fans out there, wherever you are going to enjoy it.
So who you got, JT? Who's your pick to win it?
I got the Yankees in 7.
Yanks in 7. Yeah. So you said the people. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it'd be classic if it goes down to a 7th game, right? 7th game. There's also a new show. I think it's on Netflix where they called it The 7th Game. If you guys haven't seen that, this thing's phenomenal as well. Like, they talk about Game 7 through the course of sports, and if you love sports, watch this. I'm not sure what network it's on, but it's called Game 7s, and it's awesome. So there's nothing like a Game 7.
I'm going to skip the O2 portion of that, but yeah, it does sound good. I'm going to skip how fast forward.
Skip right over that.
So Copes, you'll appreciate this. I was reading today on ESPN. So if you haven't seen on ESPN, they ranked all the World Series from 2000 until now.
Like through last year, okay.
And the O2, our O2 team, it was voted the 8th best World Series, and the Giants 10, 12, and 14 was like 10, 18, and 22nd ranked. So I read that with a little bit of pride today. I'm like, wow, somebody did the research, and it was they rated it as entertaining, right? The game, they went Game 7, but it's a good read on ESPN if you get a chance. They rank all the World Series from 2000 until today.
Interesting. All right, before we let you run, let me ask you pitching. Who do you trust more, Yamamoto, Flaherty, Buehler, or Cole, Rodon, and Heel?
Oh, man, that's a tough one.
I know. It is wild, isn't it? Because you don't know.
That's wild. I like Garrett Cole. I think he's a big game pitcher. Rodon, I'm not sure. I think if he gets off to a good start and he gets it grooved in, he can do some good things.
Yep.
The Dodgers are so quick, and Dave Roberts is so quick to go to that bullpen. And I think that's what it might come down to in the end. But I'll take Cole and Rodon. I'm just not sure what the Dodgers starters are going to do, and these bullpens might be absolutely gassed.
Yeah, I know.
By the end of the series, all the way through this postseason, we've seen the managers. It's just a different variety of baseball nowadays, where they go to the bullpen so early and they ask guys for an inning or two, and so I think watch the lefty matchups, watch the righty matchups. The Yankees, like I said earlier, got 2 studs and Stanton and Judge as righties, and the Dodgers have Ohtani and Freeman, the lefties. So that's going to That's going to be huge.
Okay, I lied. Second to last. That was second to last. This is going to be a quick one. This is going to be a quick one because I do think bullpens are going to be obviously super important in the World Series, and I have no idea what the Dodgers bullpen has left. I mean, they've been going at it since the Padre series, but let's say this is a long series. If it goes 7 games, how big a deal is it not only for how much gas they have left in the tank, but how Dave Roberts used the bullpen, and how big a deal is it if you show the same bullpen guy to the same hitters 2 or 3 times? How big a difference does that make for guys who have seen a bullpen guy a couple times?
It's huge. As a hitter, you love to see a guy every day out of the bullpen because you saw it in the Guardian and Yankee series. They kept going to the bullpen, and then same with the Mets. These guys are facing these guys every day. You want to see that. I will say, keep an eye on the Dodgers Trident that comes out.
Yep, Trident.
He's filthy. He's got an unbelievable. The last game against the Mets, he's throwing that slider, and that can neutralize. If it's on, it'll neutralize those right-handed. It'll neutralize Judge. Judge and Stan are going to see nothing but sliders all game long. They're going to see fastballs out of the zone. They're going to see sliders, and then the Yankee bullpen. The one kid came in. He threw like 40-something changeups in a row over 2 days, and he's throwing that changeup 82 miles an hour. So it's going to come down to battle the bullpens, and you're going to see closers come in early, and you just try and win the day and worry about tomorrow the next day.
No doubt.
Appreciate the time as always, JT. Series starts on Friday, so we'll have one to talk about next week, man. We'll enjoy the rest of your week. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, JT.
Okay, guys. Thanks.
Good stuff there from JT Snow. I got to check out that World Series ranking sheet they did on ESPN. My first guess is like the Cubs and Indians one is like number 1.
Yeah,
or 2001, guess. Or Yankees and Diamondbacks.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
I bet those are top 2 or top 3. We are still going to catch up with Sam Amick, talk about the start of the NBA season tonight. By the way, there's prop bets out there for how Bronny James scores his first point tonight, potentially. They say he's going to see the court. It's ridiculous. We can talk about that a little bit later. Also, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, for his weekly conversation, the first one of the season. He'll join us at his usual time at 5:30 when we come on back. A little recap of what happened across college football this weekend. Tennessee knocks off Alabama. Alabama is done, says Stephen A. Smith. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr is back today at his usual time, 5:30 with Tom and myself. You can listen all season long to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
When do you ask a professional athlete for his autograph after a home playoff loss? And I think the answer is never. My honky-ass friend goes, Pac-Man! Will you sign this football? And he said, Pac goes, the did you say to me? My friend, he just goes, look, man, it's a football. It's for my dad, and my dad loves you. And he said, Pac-Man looked at him and he said, tell that motherfucker I appreciate him. That's the end of the story.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes on a Tuesday. We'll talk to Sam Amick about the NBA tipping off tonight for the 2024-25 season. Warriors get going tomorrow against the Portland Trail Blazers in Portland. And we'll talk to Steve Kerr as usual time at 5:30 this evening. Before we do that, Tom, dealer's choice here. Where do you want to start with college football? Tennessee, Alabama, or Georgia, Texas? Where are you going?
I'm going to go off the board.
Okay.
Let's start with Indiana.
Colorado. Oh, okay.
Let's start with Google me. If you don't know about Indiana, Google me.
Google me.
Kurt Cignetti, the head coach of the Indiana Hoosiers. Who would have thought I'd be talking Indiana Hoosier football? But, man, they put a beat down on Nebraska. Absolute beat down. I know that's really the only team they played this year, but that's a pretty good football team. If you don't know anything about Indiana football, you're not alone.
They're undefeated,
Not many people do, yes. I'm not sure if they're in the same league. I'm almost positive they're not in the same league as Ohio State, Penn State, and those schools, but they got something going on there, and they're pretty good. So they're playing Washington this week. Unfortunately, I was like, I want to bet on Washington, but I also like betting on Indiana, so I'll probably just watch the game. Those are two teams I like to wager on. But do yourself a favor. If you like college football, watch Indiana football. They're fun to watch.
Tom Tolbert, stand in line. Not many have.
They're fun to watch.
They sure have.
Coach Google Me is really good, and they just put a absolute beat down on the Cornhuskers.
They sure haven't.
Look, Tennessee, Indiana was a weird game. Tennessee and Alabama was a weird game because no one could get it going for so long. Imaileva didn't look great. Tennessee's defense looked good, but they couldn't run the ball. And then all of a sudden, Tennessee started running the ball in the second half, started moving the ball in the second half. And, it was a close game. DeBoer loses his second. The Vanderbilt one is the one that really kills him. But as far as people saying they're toast, they're done, it's over for them, they still got to go to LSU. You win that game against a one-loss, which would be a two-loss
on the road.
LSU on the road.
You're in business.
Especially if LSU wins at A&M this week. Because, look, Alabama is going to get major brownie points for beating Georgia. They're the only team that has. Only team that's beaten Georgia. Georgia went into Texas last week and won. I'll get to that in a minute. But Alabama is still very much in this thing. Now, I think the margin for error is gone. I think 2 losses is about all you can have. So 3 is not going to get it done. But if they can win out, there's no doubt in my mind they can go to in fact, I think they would go to the college football playoffs. Again, I don't think Vanderbilt is as bad as people think they are. They're not Vanderbilt of last year, the year before. They're better than that. And the win against Georgia is huge. And losing to Tennessee, I know they were a small, I think a 3-point favorite in that game. It's not a disgrace to go to Tennessee and lose a football game, but I didn't think Alabama ran the ball as well as they needed to. Milroe was off. He missed some throws that he normally would make, although he can get a little dicey in that 15-yard range. Like, he's not a pinpoint passer. He's more a guy that can run and get it deep, but he's good. He just wasn't on his game. But, solid game. A little sloppy. It wasn't as good as the week before. Like, the games this week in name were great, but they weren't great games. Texas, Georgia was a mess. Ewers was a mess. Beck, mostly a mess. It was just a mess. It was like turnovers and turnovers and turnovers. And, like, who could shoot themselves in the foot the least and end up being Georgia?
Because Texas had chances in the second half. Like, they got back in for a second, and Georgia then.
Well, did you see the pick six?
Yes.
So for those that didn't watch the game, it was, I want to say it was 30-15 or 23-15, something like that. Or maybe it was 30-7 at the time. I can't remember the score anyway. Georgia throws a pick six to Texas, and it gets called back for illegal contact, pass interference, illegal contact. And Sarkisian's going ballistic on the sideline, just ballistic. Crowd feeds into that. Somebody throws a beer can on the field. then a water bottle, then a water bottle turns into about 150, 200 water bottles. I mean, water bottles were everywhere
a lot of crap
on the field. Then guess what happens? Referees get together, overturn it, pick six stands.
It was a wildest.
I don't know if it was a pick six. I think he ran it down to the 8.
It was just a regular pick. Don't rub it in, Tom.
Yeah, that's okay. They ran it down to the 8. It was. I've never seen that before. So then what happens? Kirby Smart goes ballistic. I was like, well, wait a minute.
Do I get an explanation on this? He lost his mind.
Is there a number of water bottles you need to throw on the field to get your call overturned? I don't know. Maybe we just found out. We need to count up the water bottles and find out how many they threw. But look, Texas is still in it. I mean, you get your ass kicked, Derek. It happens. You play in Georgia, and you stepped up in class a little bit and didn't get it done. Yours wasn't great. They didn't run the ball great. It wasn't a clean game. It wasn't a game where you looked at it and go, wow, these teams are awesome. But Georgia's defense, they called out the dogs for that game because their defense clamped down on Texas. Like, Texas looked really good offensively through the easy part of their schedule. Now that's what they're going to face if they want to win a national championship. That's what they're going to face. I think they can beat them. I absolutely think they can beat Georgia, but Ewer's going to have to play a hell of a lot better than that. He just was not good in that game. He's just off the whole game. And again, Beck wasn't great either. They just made fewer mistakes than Texas did. But as far as like what that means for the rankings, Georgia in it, Texas in it. I mean, Bama's still in it as far as I'm concerned. Tennessee's in it. I'm trying to think what else happened over the weekend because it was a weird. Like, I watched a lot of games, but nothing really stood out to me as far as. Oh, do we have the? You have the Jim Mora Jr. press conference. That was pretty funny. I'm sure we'll play that.
That's coming up in your sounds for it.
Yeah, the Miami-Louisville game was fun. That was a fun game to watch in the second half. That was just back and forth.
We're still at Stanford.
52-45. Yeah, that was a little better than Smoot and Stanford. A little bit better. A little bit better than Smoot Stanford. That was a fun game. Unfortunately, I did not watch the Cal game. I had no idea what happened to them. They were up 24-14. I was like, not looking good. Not looking good at all. I blew it by not taking Illinois, getting points at home against Michigan. West Michigan land road points. I have no idea what was going on there. My Arizona Wildcats are toast. You
guys are cooked, man.
You get cooked by Shedeur at home and Coach Dion. I mean, I don't know what's happened. I thought Brent Brennan would be a good hire for them. I still think he will. I like him. I think he's a good coach, but it just hasn't worked out. Like him and Fafita haven't been on the same page. LSU, Arkansas.
I like this guy Fafita.
Yeah, but not
that's what Larry told us last week.
I watched Michigan State. I make a go green, go white. They look pretty good. Other than that, that's about it. You know, a little bit of UNLV, Oregon State. Nobody cares about that one. Although,
you see what happened with UCLA?
I will say, well, they won.
Yeah. Do you remember the Buffalo Wild Wings situation?
Oh, yeah.
Was it Buffalo Wild Wings who was doing that?
Yes.
He said if UCLA wins a game, people are going to get free wings. I haven't seen what the follow-up is on that, but we just assumed they were going to lose out for the remainder of the season. They got to win this week.
We got to find out if they're fulfilling their promise. Hank the Buffalo. Although big game this week. Boise UNLV. Who would have ever thought that'd be a big game? That's going to be for the pole position for the Mountain West. And UNLV's pretty good. UNLV's pretty good. And Boise's pretty good this year. I think their only losses to Oregon, and they very well could have beat them.
That's a big one, huh?
I'll be locked into that one. Yeah, that'll be a fun game to watch in UNLV. So if I was in Vegas, I'd go to that game. It'll be a fun game to watch.
By the way, Buffalo Wild Wings.
It's indoors. It's at Allegiant. They don't play at Boyd anymore. Let's go, Tim.
Buffalo Wild Wings, by the way, 6 free wings at participating Los Angeles locations because of the UCLA victory.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah. So Derek's not getting anything.
Did Jimmy bring free wings? No.
We're talking Italians. Tolbert and Cobes with you Tuesday afternoon. We are going to catch up at Sam Amick at 4:50 in about 20 minutes. Steve Kerr at 5:30 at his usual time. When we come on back, as we get ready for the start of the age 36 season for Steph Curry, what's left for Steph? As we talk frequently about him being on the back nine.
Yep.
What is left for Steph Curry? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
back to Fabian and Copes. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Warriors open tomorrow night in Portland. How long has it been since they've had a win total at 43.5? Is that the lowest it's been since, preseason? That's got to be pre-2015, right?
Yeah.
Because even the year that they were really bad in 2020, we didn't anticipate that they were going to be that bad. We didn't know Steph was going to miss that time, and then Draymond would miss that time. Like, even without Clay, 43.5 was low.
It's a good question.
So this may be the lowest.
I don't know.
Maybe the lowest. I'll see if we can go through and find
2013, 2012, somewhere around there.
It might really
maybe?
be somewhere. It might be well over a decade since they've had a projected win total this low. Steph Curry starts. He's going to match Del Curry, by the way, this year. 16 seasons in the NBA, which is a pretty cool note. He'll open tomorrow night against the Portland Trailblazers. He joined Scott Van Pelt last night and discussed what that means to him to enter his 16th season with the same team. Here's Steph Curry with Scott Van Pelt.
16 for me is special because when I came into the league not knowing anything about what my career was going to be, 16 was always a number of accomplishment because that's what my dad played. He played 16 years in the NBA, and that was always a goal of mine. So this is a cool full circle moment for me and him. So it's always a reminder to appreciate what's happening right now, continue to give everything you have to the game because you know it'll end at some point. I'm thankful that I'm still in a position where I can compete at the highest level, still try to win, play the game that I know how to play. I'm appreciative all the way around and just trying to maintain that motor and that killer instinct that has driven me this whole time along with my teammates.
Yeah, I think when Steph talks about that stuff, and we were joking earlier that we know LeBron's going to have Bronny in there tonight, and we were like, I jokingly said, man, what a great historic moment. But Steph Curry talks about this stuff, it really does resonate. For him to mention not knowing what it was going to be like, even knowing what the NBA kind of was like through his dad, but from the time he got to the league, not recruited highly, not a guy that even initially wanted to be in Golden State, and to have the career he's had, one of the most unexpected careers in the history of North American sports. Seriously.
I wonder if he's going to wait around for Cannon.
Yeah. Be nice to get Steph
16 years from now.
I want to play with Cannon. Yeah.
Look, I want to play. I know I'll be 53.
It's the last shoot. It's the last thing that goes is my jump shot. I don't know why Steph sounds like that.
Yeah, I don't know why we're doing that one. I can do it still.
I can still do. I can still play.
It's amazing. Boy, it really resonates when he says 16 because you're thinking, what's it going to be like here when the Warriors open a season without him?
I can't imagine anymore. You can't imagine
anymore. He's been
anymore.
here so long, and they've been so good. It's really unlike anything we've ever seen here. Because how long was Barry here? He was probably here over a
93 to 07.
So 14 years.
There you go. Okay, or 15 seasons maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is so just crazy. Short of where Steph is, and Steph is not done.
No, not Rick Barry, dude.
Yeah,
Barry
Rick
Bonds.
Barry. I'm trying to think of anything that even comes close.
Well, what
was Joe here in Montana? Maybe a decade? Or maybe 12 years, something like that?
Well,
93 or 92?
I'll get that up for you. But what you're talking about is the face, the all-time great face of the franchise. So Jeff was...
Yeah!
Joe Montana, different Joe, too. Joe Montana was here 13 seasons. So 13 years.
13 years.
Yep. And Bonds, I think, 15 seasons.
Okay.
Like Marlowe was like 19 with the Sharks or something, right?
Yeah, 19.
John Brody was something like 19 seasons.
Okay.
And then you're probably, Janikowski. We're probably stretching that one.
You really are.
I'm trying to build a segment here. No, but the point you're making is of those guys that we just named, Barry Bonds.
Yep.
Steph Curry.
Yep.
What's up, Derek? You like Derek and running in. You like that Janikowski? How many seasons? That was like 15 years or something?
I'll look it up from like 2000 to... I'll look it up.
Yeah, look up how long Jano was kicking. Yeah, dude, how long he was going for. But we're talking about the all-time great faces of the franchises, too. So what your point... I don't know how weird... I have an idea of how weird it was for Niner fans to be like, man, Joe Montana's not our quarterback. But there had been already for years the back and forth that he and Steve. Like, even if people were upset, you kind of knew that was coming. When Barry left, they're still looking for an everyday left fielder.
Yep.
Right? Are we going to go like, how many years in a row are we going to go with the Warriors starting a different point guard on opening night? You know what I mean? After several times. Hopefully not like 16 seasons or something like that, the way that we've gone with Barry Bonds. But you're right. It's going to be, and with basketball, it's just different because the Warriors were at a different level. The 49ers, John Birdie had been here for that long. They hadn't been a dynasty or whatever, but that's the equivalent, really, is what Joe did for the Warriors, for the Niners, to what Steph has done for the Warriors.
No doubt. Yeah,
that's the best comp.
I think it's almost spot on. I'd say the 80s Niners probably have an edge just because it's football and just because the Niners and they broke through and they dominated and I don't know, sports back then seems to have more of a mythical quality to it because it wasn't. You don't know everybody like you know everybody now, and it's not on TV as much.
Not everybody's interviewed about everything before and after, right?
But yeah, very, very similar in that the Warriors were, where were the Warriors? I always say they were the West Coast version of the Nets. Like, they were awful for years and years and years and years, and then all of a sudden, it was like a 10-year dynasty, like super team, and that's what the Niners were during the 80s. So it's going to be crazy. Obviously Montana was much different because they traded him and he went to Kansas City. I don't know if Steph will play for another team. I don't know if the Warriors will ever trade him. It's hard to even think that's a possibility. I think Joe understands history and understands like how special it would be for Steph to be here. And I think Steph feels that too. Like, this is his home. This is where he grew up. This is where he has, all his kids grew up here. So this is home for Steph. And all his charity stuff, or a lot of his charity stuff, is here. So I think he retires and he probably stays here, just a guess. But I think he understands the game well enough to where it resonates with him. That Kobe stayed with the Lakers, that Duncan stayed with the Spurs, that Bird stayed with the Celtics, and Magic was with the Lakers, and like it just that kind of stuff resonates with him. So unless this thing just goes in the tank somehow, which I don't see happening, and then I think he could probably say, you know what, I still have some left. This is going in the absolute wrong direction. I would like to go somewhere. I think if they stay just competitive, to where he feels like they have a chance to do something, I think he'll be here. But man, when he said 16, I just started thinking about it. I was 43 when he started his career with the Warriors. I was 43. I just turned 40. Like, I just 3 years after that. So, half my career, more than half my career at KNBR. Because I think I've been doing it 28 years now. I think
69.
Thank you.
Is that how old you are now? Yeah.
Right. I think so. I've been doing this 28 years. Yeah. When Steph came around, I was in my 12th year. And just I've seen his whole career. Just right here. I've been working here his whole career.
Don't forget, I was pissed. I wanted Jordan Hill.
You did want Jordan?
I was like, how are we going to win with this guy, man? We already got Monte.
And you wanted Van Gundy.
I wanted Stan Van. I was like, Steve Kerr. The broadcasters what we're going to get. How about more from Steph Curry yesterday on Scott Van Pelt talking about what the real-life expectations are for the Warriors this year?
Obviously your record is going to speak for itself. You have to be the team that you say you are by winning games, but I think the committee, the strength in numbers again that we've adopted over the last 10 years of this run is in full effect this year. We have 13 guys that legitimately could be in our NBA rotation, and you got to be able to figure out the right combinations, and everybody has to commit to that. It's not going to be easy. Our starting lineups could change from night to night. The bench combinations could change from night to night. So coach doesn't have an easy job, but we all got to be committed to bringing the right energy when you're on the floor, and then hopefully good things will come out of that.
We got to be committed. If guys got to sacrifice, look, I'm getting the ball and I'm starting, but everyone else has got to be willing to come off the bench and start sometime and get after it. So he's leaving. He's not saying this is what he thinks his team is. He's saying, and I'm going to ask Steve about this too. Because I think it sounds great when you have 13 guys that can play. It's hard because you're gonna have every night. You're gonna have guys like, why am I not playing?
Right?
Why am I not playing? And you got to mentally manage that. I was like, coaching is like it's half coaching and half mental massages. Like, you got to take care of everybody and make sure everybody's in the right frame of mind so they can go out there and perform at their best.
Tolbert and Coach with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Sam Amick here momentarily of The Athletic. He had a piece where he did suggest or noted that The Warriors tried to make Anthony Slater. Sam Ami's going to join us, but Anthony Slater had a piece noting that over the offseason, in all the moves that Mike Dunleavy tried to make, that Karl Anthony Towns was one that they had potentially targeted, but nothing ever came to fruition. That could have been a franchise-altering move. We can talk about where the Warriors roster is now, what Jonathan Kuminga is going to look like, potentially as the number 3. We'll do all that with Sam Amick, who joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tolbert and Copes are back on the brewery tour this Friday. Join us as we're back at Almanac Brewing in Alameda from 2 to 6. Come see the show live in person on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and we can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you sooner than you think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group can help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to help you transition into retirement confidently and do so on your own terms. You've worked hard. You want to make sure you're set up correctly for the future. So don't wait. Call Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. Number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, that's 866-496-2300, or visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Warriors tip off tomorrow night against the Portland Trail Blazers, and here to talk about it from The Athletic, Sam Amick. Sam, what's going on, man? NBA tipping off tonight. How are you?
Good, guys. Thanks for having me. Sitting here at good old Crypto.com arena, coming to you courtside.
Nice.
From the crypt.
Nice. Well, let's start there, but not with the Lakers. Start with the T-Wolves and the trade that they made with the Knicks. We had Bob Myers on earlier. I said I thought to myself when they made the trade, I said, did both teams lose this trade? I go, it's a really kind of a weird deal. I get why they're doing it. I wonder how it's going to work out. How much of the Timberwolves angle was financial, and they wanted to get a floor spacer?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those deals that is, I don't know if it's 50-50 basketball and business or if it's, 70-30 business and basketball. But the business part, I told somebody today that while I do understand criticism, Tommy, that you should have let this Timberwolves team cook for another year with Cat, that if you scour the entire landscape of the league, I don't know that you could find a better trade and a better fit to accomplish, the basketball and the business than the one that they had. Because Julius is a space filler. Okay, fine. He might not be part of their future. They held out to get Dante, who is absolutely a major positive for them and a guy who they've been raving about.
Yeah.
But the second apron and the luxury tax was staring them right in the face with Karl Anthony Towns' contract, and it was only a matter of time before they were going to have to relieve that pressure, especially when, not to bore the Bay Area audience, but you've got an incredibly complicated ownership saga happening. They haven't even known who was going to be paying the bills.
Did Taylor go, hey, my team's worth a lot more money now, I want to keep it?
Pretty much. It really is. It's pretty cold-blooded. Like, it's kind of like, no, what are you talking about? We didn't shake hands. We didn't, that is how it feels. It's starting to feel, our John Krasinski at The Athletic had a good piece today providing the latest, and it's seeming like maybe Alex Rodriguez and Mark Lawrence can get this thing over the finish line and get control of the team. But yeah, I mean, Glenn, not only did he act like they didn't have a deal, but, Alex and Mark were the ones who hired Tim Conley, the head of their front office, who then went on to trade for, Rudy Gobert. And so their success stemmed from Alex and Mark. And then Glenn was like, well, let me get some of that spotlight.
Yeah.
So, it was quite a story.
Oh, man. All right, let's go up here. We'll go with the teams up here because I'm curious your thoughts on both Northern California teams. Start with the Warriors, of course. Do they have enough meat at the top of the order, so to speak, a second star on this team to really do anything this year? We know they're deep. They got a lot of really good players on the team. They got to give Steve a headache nightly trying to figure out who to play. But, I mean, what are your thoughts on this team this year?
I mean, I don't know yet. I need to see them more. But, you already hit on the number one question, which is while I can co-sign the value of the depth and the fact that, the DeAnthony Meltons and the Kyle Andersons and the Buddy Hields of the world appear to be, nice additions. Like, generally speaking, if you can't, like Draymond is filling his own lane, right? He's a one-of-a-kind player. But if you can't confidently say on the offensive side of the ball, who's your second-best player, that's not typically a great question to have to be asking. And so I don't know. I mean, the depth is fascinating. Steve Kerr seems very excited. I loved his back and forth the other day with Tim Kawakami about rotations, and he was kind of challenging Tim to go through the lineup and making the point that, like, if you guys want to criticize me down the road for who I didn't play, don't forget how many options we have. So the backdrop, of course, like our Anthony Slater wrote today, is that they continue to star chase after missing on Paul George and Larry Markkinen. So it seems somewhat like a transitionary time where they're trying to go bigger, but they also seem pretty fired up about what they have.
Yeah.
Talking to Sam Amick here at The Athletic on the Uma guest line. What do you know about the lack of a contract for Jonathan Kuminga?
Nothing from the inside other than I just feel like the obvious part is, for one, Jonathan is betting on himself and trying to go as big as possible contract-wise, and the team wasn't ready to meet him there. But more importantly, we have very recent evidence that they are big game hunting. And if you're going to do that, giving Kuminga a massive extension further complicates your ability to be involved in those types of scenarios like they were for George and Markkanen. So, that's just the nature of having a player on his rookie contract, who you're deciding is he going to be part of the future or part of a package, really. Like one example that comes to mind just because I'm in LA is, the Clippers put Shai Gilgeous-Alexander into the Oklahoma City trade that brought Paul George to town. And so they decided that young guy was going to be part of the package. And I certainly think that they're kicking themselves. And so the Warriors are continuing to evaluate. And if Jonathan takes off and looks like the guy that they should make sure they don't lose, then guess what? He's restricted next year, and they'll have, his rights and the ability to hold on to him.
I would say the Clippers are probably kicking themselves just a little bit. Yeah, they got the best player and all the draft picks to go with it. Usually it doesn't work that way, but they managed to get both of them. What did you think of the Moody deal? It wasn't all that significant, but for a guy that, sometimes plays, sometimes doesn't, sometimes bigger role than others, it's a pretty nice little contract. I'm wondering how much of that was rewarding him for being he is a really good guy, really good team player, comes ready all the time, but also a deal that you can sign that if you need to, you may be able to put in a deal somewhere down the line.
Yeah, that last part I think is important because two things can be true, right? Like you can feel good about rewarding a guy who's been a good team player, who is getting better, and who, for what it's worth, this matters a lot, I think. His competitiveness is just off the charts. Yeah. I love how it just doesn't seem to matter how long they put him on the shelf. He's ready to roll and has kind of supreme confidence in himself, even when he hasn't been playing. Those are all really good qualities. And then, yes, again, if you run into a trade scenario where he comes in handy and the other team likes what he brings to the table and that moves the needle in a trade, then that's an option too. I mean, that's really – like this era of the Warriors, as they obviously try to, to maximize the end of the Steph Curry legendary career, is optionality all over the place and continuing to keep as many roads open as possible.
Hey, Sammy, hang in there for a second. We're going to try to get you on a better line. You're kind of cutting out. Sounds like you're kind of underwater. Sounds like you're using Andrew Bogut's phone. We don't want that. Is Bogut there?
Bogut comes in pretty clear, or Spearsy from Alameda.
No, yes, that was Bogut from way back in the day when he had his own show. We call him and go, we gotta get Bogut a new phone.
Spears in Africa was great. Spears in Alameda.
Spears in Africa was way better than Spears in Alameda.
Hey, Steve Young in Korea was good too.
Oh, he was really good.
Strong phone lines in South Korea.
Really good. Do we rehook up with
they're reconnected with Sam Amick right now. He's, by the way, down in Los Angeles getting ready for the Timberwolves.
At the crypto.
And the Lakers at Crypto.com Arena. And I was telling you, they put out some betting odds already. And we've got Sam Amick out, or back now. Sam, I guess just last thought for you. Tom and I were just talking about the Warriors' win total projection. As Vegas has it this year at 43.5. I'll ask you the same question I asked Tom last week. Who has more wins this year, Warriors or Lakers?
Probably got to give it to the Lakers, but mainly just because I have a personal kind of policy of the teams that I haven't seen, I don't bet on, and I've seen these Lakers, and if they stay healthy, they can win games. That's a big if. But and I have recency bias from the Olympics because while Steph Curry was obviously incredible and saved the day for Team USA, the Lakers had two guys who played really well in LeBron and AD. So, I feel like they're in a good place. Big year for Austin Reeves. He's another guy, by the way, like a Kuminga, I think, where an organization is deciding, like, is he part of the future or part of a package? But if I had to pick between the two squads, I'd probably go Lakers.
I thought you were going to say I have a policy. Whatever building I'm sitting in, that's the team I'm going to choose.
Yeah, I like that one.
Hey, before I let you run, I know you got to run in a couple minutes. Give us your thumbnail thought on the Kings for those Kings fans, maybe a few around here that are watching the team this year. How's DeRozan going to fit in? How's the team all going to fit together?
I mean, we just wrote like 2,700 words on this topic, and it was fairly positive and optimistic on the prospects. And then, now, you know, it's one of those annual things. You don't know if it matters at all, but they went 0-5 in the preseason. And then I look online today, and there's media folks pontificating about should DeRozan come off the bench. You know, like we haven't even gotten to game one yet, and there's all these questions about fit. I like what they did. They are small, and they're going to have problems behind Sabonis in that department. But, you know, the fit will be interesting. You have three high-usage guys in De'Aaron Fox and DeRozan and Sabonis. Yep. You know, they're going to have to find their chemistry. I've been kind of bullish on them. Keon Ellis didn't have a great preseason, and that's the young dude who had a shot at the starting two role. And it seems like Kevin Huerter is probably going to be that guy to start the year. So, honestly, a big old question mark. I could see them, you know, making it work, and I could see them missing the playoffs again.
Well, next time you're over at Chase, have Tim play a soundbite from Hubie Brown many, many years ago where I think it might have been coaching the Knicks, and his team was 8-0 in the preseason. And somebody asked him the question, Hubie, you're 8-0 during the preseason. Does it mean anything? And he goes, absolutely nothing.
But isn't it funny, like the fans can't, and even some media can't help themselves. You know, like 0-5, you start losing sleep. 5-0, you start getting excited. Somebody should do a study on like causation between preseason record, because I think you're right. I think it means absolutely nothing. So
nothing.
With the Kings.
So the Kings, don't worry about the preseason at all. Yeah. Hey, Sammy, we always appreciate you coming on board. We always appreciate the conversation. Hopefully we can do it again. And if you're on The Athletic, you know how good Sam is. And if you're not, you should subscribe to get his stuff. It's really good stuff on The Athletic, very comprehensive NBA coverage, and Sam will be doing that again this year. Sam, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
All right, Sammy.
Great stuff from Sam Amick there of The Athletic. Does a great job covering the NBA. Make sure you're reading him and following him. He's down in L.A. right now getting ready for the Timberwolves and the Lakers, Warriors, and the Portland Trailblazers tomorrow night to kick off their season. And Steve Kerr is going to join us at his usual time in about a half hour. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr will join us right here live at 5:30 as he does every week throughout the season. So I mentioned before Sam Amick came on with us that Anthony Slater today had an article, Tom, about how hard Mike Dunleavy was, as Sam Amick put it, big game hunting. He was like out there looking for superstars. Mike Dunleavy swung at names, tried to get Paul George, tried to get Lauri Markkanen, and he said that he also had some conversations, per Anthony Slater, with the Timberwolves about acquiring Karl Anthony Towns. None of them landed. Steph said to Anthony Slater, quote, come New Year's, I may have a check-in. Come trade deadline, I may have a check-in. Come off-season, I might have a check-in. The rest of the time, it's his job to go maintain relationships and keep an eye on the league. It's my job to go hoop. And talking about Mike Dunleavy, are there any other names out there that you'd want to see them go after? Because clearly, the way they looked at the roster is we do still need another big name. It's what we've talked about.
I mean, who is there? Is there anybody that it piques your interest? Because you start looking at teams that aren't going to be in it, right? And do they have anybody that would be interesting to the Warriors? And the problem is, and I was telling Copes this during the break, problem is when you're the Warriors, and I've talked about this not a lot, but every once in a while, it's hard to continue to be really, really good because you're not bad enough to get good to the draft. Your star players' value starts diminishing, so you can't really use them in trades. Your one star you don't want to use anyway in Steph. And then you don't have hardly any draft picks that are worth anything because you're not bad enough for people to really covet your draft picks. So someone is always going to have a better deal than you are. Philly apparently had a better deal than the Warriors. The Jazz didn't like the Warriors deal, so they just kept marketing. It's like if they were interested in Towns, the Knicks had a better deal than the Warriors had. So it's hard when you don't have a deal that someone wants. And the problem is there are going to be other teams out there that have better deals than you. Like even a team like Oklahoma City. They're the best team in the West. They could put together a better package because they're so deep and they have all the Clippers draft picks.
Yep.
I mean, they got all kinds of draft picks. So it's really, really tough. But, Bob Myers made a great point today that probably should tell us all we need to know about do they have a second guy. They went out and tried to get 3 of them. So the Warriors are saying, no, we don't believe we do. We don't believe we have that second guy, that second star for Steph, that guy that when Steph's on the bench, he can be the focal point of the offense. If Steph happens to get injured, he can be that guy. And then if Steph's out there with him, that he can be a threat as a number 2 guy so that all the pressure isn't on Steph, all the focus isn't on Steph. As far as players are concerned, I mean, I guess Jordan Poole. I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist that.
I'll tell you who I want. Everybody else wants.
You want LaMelo Ball.
No, I want Giannis.
No. Oh, stop. Stop with Giannis. Just don't. Giannis ain't coming.
Why not?
Giannis ain't coming.
Says who?
Says me.
Why not?
Why is Milwaukee giving him up?
Well, there's reports today from Shams Charania and Brian Windhorst that say that teams, and these are the conversations they're having with executives, teams are closely monitoring Giannis's, what's the exact terminology they use? They're closely monitoring.
Temper?
Yeah, basically his commitment.
His temperature?
His commitment to Milwaukee.
Okay.
And so teams have already, I guess, started checking in or trying to see, is he committed? This is something they're paying attention to. Don't forget, he didn't play in the playoffs with them last year.
Okay.
When he got eliminated. That's the pipe dream.
So I would ask you this.
That's the KD
star.
star.
So let's say he does want to get out.
Yeah.
What do the Warriors have to offer that the other teams don't?
Come on. Kuminga? Buddy Hield?
I mean.
Kuminga?
And do you give up so much of your team? That's all you have is Giannis and an aging Steph and maybe even Draymond.
Okay, but if Steph retires in a couple of years and you still have Giannis, aren't we in pretty good shape?
No, you are. But let's remember, it wasn't all Steph. It was Steph. It was Clay who was young. It was Draymond who was young. It was Bogut. It was Harrison Barnes who was young. It was Iguodala. Then it was KD. I mean, Steph's one of the greatest players of all time, but he had help. So you can't just stick Giannis in here and say we're going to win. I mean, you got to have a team that you can build around Giannis. So I don't know how attractive. Let's put it this way. If I'm a star now, the Warriors are not as attractive to me as they were 4 years ago.
Of course not.
So what are my other options? I mean, I could say OKC, but then there's, OKC.
Yep.
I mean, do you want to go to OKC? I don't know. Maybe some guys do. I'm guessing most guys don't. New York, I'm not. So really, you got to start looking at all these teams and say, okay, what kind of package can they put together for teams that can entice players that okay, we can give up enough, but we still have enough to win, and we don't have to mortgage the future either. That's kind of what you're looking at. So, I mean, Giannis, the whole Giannis thing has been going on for 4 years now, and it's just something that I look at and go, he's not coming here. Giannis is not coming here.
I don't know.
If he did, no, I told you there's no chance, Tim. Copes is telling you there's a chance.
I'm just saying it's out there, man.
No, KD. People never asked about KD.
KD, don't you regret not coming to the Knicks?
I never even thought about KD until I was in Oregon on a RV trip with my Lori and the kids and my parents. And my parents, and I got the Athletic and
you guys were in the Hamptons,
on the phone. I go, what the hell? Yeah, we're in the Hamptons.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, KD's going?
Tell me little something, KD.
Are you kidding me? That was wild. But this one's been going on for so long. It's Giannis wants to play with Steph. Giannis probably wants to play with other guys too. And he wants to have a chance to win a championship. And he wants to feel like there's some stability. So
Tim just brought a pretty good point that should stop us all run into that Giannis brick wall. He said they couldn't land Laurie Marketing. You think they're going to land Giannis? Difference too with KD is that was a free agent move.
Yes.
Free agency far different. To see your point,
Correct.
You're just bidding on where does he want to go and what's it going to cost to get him
What's
here.
it going to cost
Can you make him happy with whatever that's going to cost for right now? Whereas you're trying to make not just the player happy, but also the team happy while you've got other bidders out there.
Yep. And then, we'll see how the Bucks do this year. I know there was an article in The Athletic where Dame Lillard was talking about, last year was rough for him, rough personal stuff with the family and not living with the family and living in Milwaukee by himself, and they're back in Portland, and how rough that was. So he says he's in a much better mind frame this year than he was last year. And that's the thing. When you're watching these guys play, no matter what sport it is, you never know what's going on in their personal life. Like, they may not be playing well. Not that anybody cares, and I'm not saying you even should care per se, but there may be reasons why the guy's not playing well and he's not shooting well and he's not hitting. Like, maybe he's going through issues with his wife or partner or kids, or he's going through his own issues. Like, you never know. Like, life does happen outside the playing surface. We don't get a chance to see it, and nor should we, but things do happen, and you just can never account for those type of things. Like, Lillard, I didn't think he played well last year at all, and that certainly explains a lot of it. So another year in the system, a full camp under his belt, and I think he's going to be much better this year. Certainly doesn't help that Middleton's not playing the first game.
Nope. Middleton out.
That's never a good sign when you miss the first game after the whole offseason. The entirety of the offseason, you have to get ready for the first game, and you can't make it. So, I mean, look, Kawhi's one thing. Kawhi's a whole separate issue. Like, they should have expected he would get hurt. The fact they gave him the contract they did, I couldn't believe they did that. But then the Sixers, like, oh, we got George. Oh, we got Embiid. Oh, we got none. It's like, first game. That's how you're just trying to get your body ready for the first game. They can't even do that. That can't be a great sign.
By the way, our guy MotoJJ20 checks in on the YouTube chat, says, if Giannis is on the Olympic team, this would be a done deal. If the Greek Freak were on Team USA, this would be a done deal. Sure. Tolbert and Coach with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Steve Kerr is going to join us in 20 minutes for his weekly conversation ahead of the Warriors' tip-off of the 2024-25 season tomorrow night against the Portland Trailblazers in Portland. But when we come on back, a sound soiree with a unique theme today, coaches and players calling out referees, teams, and fans. We got a whole big sound soiree for you next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Athletics' Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the fallout from the 49ers' loss to the Chiefs and the Brandon Ayuk injury. You can listen to the full interview. It's up now on KNBR's podcast page on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on? Adam Copeland here. And if you want to play a role in deciding the future of your country and your city, you have a powerful tool to do that. It's your vote. But remember, you cannot vote if you are not registered. And now is the time to take action. Couldn't be any easier. Simply visit sfelections.gov/register. Only takes a few minutes to complete the registration application. Again, sfelections.gov/register to participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your friends and family to do the same.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Steve Kerr's going to join us at 5:30 in about 15 minutes for his weekly conversation. And the Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. And the theme today, coaches and players call out referees, teams, or fans. Jim Mora Jr.
I think I don't like this.
Yeah, I think you will too. You mentioned Jim Mora Jr. earlier. He's blasting ACC officials for UConn's loss to Wake Forest, who, by the way, comes to the Farm this Saturday to take on the Stanford Cardinal. Wake Forest in their first tilt at Stanford as members of the ACC. Here's Jim Mora Jr.
I'm proud of them for fighting back. We've got to make sure that we put ourselves in a position where it doesn't come down to one play where an ACC team makes a horse call against an independent. And that's up to us to play better at the start of the game so it doesn't come down to that call, which was holding and PI. And that's what I told them, and we'll come back and we'll fight. So it's on us to play better earlier, but it'd sure be nice if it was a level playing field. Questions, anyone?
Jim, I mean, obviously the way it came down is not...
Yeah, it was a hold and a PI. Hold and a PI.
Did you get an explanation from me?
Here's your explanation. ACC versus independent. There's your explanation, Dom. It's pretty simple. All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Thanks, everyone. He didn't walk off either. He stood there. He was like, you wanted to ask some more questions? I'm ready. Okay, you guys are done? All right, I'm going. Maybe the PR guy said, let's go. Let's go. That's enough. You've done enough damage.
Thanks, everyone. All right. Thanks, everyone.
It's pretty bleeping simple. Any questions?
Any questions?
Pretty simple.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Pretty good F from Moore Jr. on that one.
Very nice.
He's got the same heat as his dad. He's got the same fired up attitude as senior. All right, moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about Lynx head coach Cheryl Reeve, angry over Game 5's officiating in the loss to the New York Liberty? Here's what happened.
I know all the headlines will be Reeve cries foul. Bring it on, right? Bring it on. Because it was stolen from us. Bring it on.
That S was stolen from us. Bring it on.
Yeah, you know what? I was kind of bouncing back and forth.
Because it was stolen from us.
Watching it. I wasn't watching close enough to see. I think I was like watching, what was I watching?
We had a Monday Night Football game, didn't we? Was it Monday? It was Sunday Night Football. Sorry.
Yeah, it was Sunday. That's what it was.
And we had baseball going on, too. We had Dodgers going on, too.
Yeah, so I was bouncing back and forth, then I went over there for a little bit and came, and then I saw Liberty were going to win, but, yeah, I didn't get a chance to see the calls that she was talking about. Apparently, she's not super thrilled with them.
Didn't sound like it.
Didn't sound like it at all.
Bring it on.
That bleep was stolen.
Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. I assume that this sound is, this is after the Georgia-Texas game this week, but Kirby Smart, is he still griping about that interception and how it got overturned after all the crap came poured on the field? Here's Georgia head coach Kirby Smart after a victory, mind you.
These players get the best out of me, and I'm so proud of these guys because nobody believed. Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us. And then they tried to rob us with calls in this place. And these guys are so resilient. You know what I mean? We talked about intent. What was our intent when we walked on the field? Our intent was not to take pictures, not to do all the superstar stuff. Our intent was to eat. Our intent was to come eat and be hungry. I'm not interested in all the bells and whistles. What I want is a team that fights their ass off, and they did tonight.
Everybody counted him out?
Nobody counted him out.
Everybody counted him out.
Nobody gave him a shot.
Nobody gave Georgia a chance.
Nobody, before that, because that was after
Georgia Bulldog football.
That was after the game. He said, even your own network, nobody picked us. Because they all picked Texas. Well, actually, Saban flipped a coin. He took the chicken way out and he flipped to go, both these guys are my assistant coach. They got Sarkisian and Kirby Smart.
Gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us.
Your whole network doubted us. Oh, we came here to eat. You know what that sounded like? That sounded like his former assistant coach, Dan Lanning in Oregon.
Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah.
When he was like, we're not here for clicks.
When he was ripping Colorado last year, that was pretty good. We're here for clicks.
Yeah, that sounds.
They're up like 30 at the half, and he's running his mouth, dude.
Noted underdog, Georgia Bulldog.
No, look, nobody picked him. Anybody I talked to picked Texas. Nobody picked Georgia. I don't know what you're talking about, Tim.
Well, dude, do you remember
nobody picked him
when the Warriors beat the Celtics and Draymond pulled that?
Yeah.
Draymond's like, everybody count us out. Nobody thought we won. I was like, you were literally the favorites all season. You were the preseason favorites to win the NBA title. I love when they do that. Nobody chose us. Yeah. It's like, Georgia, you're playing top 5 teams every week, and you're like in all these. It's unbelievable.
Do you think Muhammad Ali ever went? Nobody picked me. Nobody took me.
I am the second greatest.
Yes, nobody took Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali came in here and did what he had to do, though. It's like I love it when the actual favorite, like they don't get it. The actual favorite, they're just sometimes people do stuff. You're like, what are you doing, knucklehead? It's like when this is my personal favorite. It has nothing to do with this segment, but it's when the home player makes a bucket or a great catch or something like that, and then he shushes the audience like, bro, you're at home. Why are you shushing your home crowd? Don't you want him to cheer? Oh, God. Go ahead.
Moving on here to the Sound Story. How about Bill Belichick popping up in the Sound Story? He was on the Pat McAfee show, and this was after the Giants got rolled by the Eagles this weekend. He starts calling out the Giants for not re-signing Saquon Barkley.
The Giants thing, I don't really understand. He was their best player. For a couple $1 million more, they could have kept him, I guess. Instead they got a guard or somebody, I don't know. The offensive line doesn't look very good. I mean, they're playing a guy at left tackle who shouldn't be playing left tackle. Evan Neal was drafted in the first round. He doesn't play. They have some UFA guards that are pretty suspect. It's a tough line, and honestly, I thought that the quarterback is trying to hang in there. It's been tough sledding.
Yeah, I saw.
They got something that's not very good.
I actually saw that live yesterday. I was watching when I was getting ready to come to work. I was watching Pat McAfee show, and Belichick was on there. I heard that, and I laughed at the exact same thing. Where he's like, I don't know, they should have kept Saquon for a couple $1 million. They got a guard or something.
I don't know.
Something some offensive lineman that Belichick didn't want any part of it all. Just true. It's like, what the hell are you guys doing, man? Another one.
Belichick's just bopping around, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing pregame.
McAfee is doing the Manning thing occasionally.
He's the Manning cast. Yeah, he's all over the place.
All over the place.
They're getting their money's worth. Jameis Winston and Miles.
Famous Jameis.
Here you go. Browns fans cheered when Deshaun Watson got carted off the field. He cried. Boo hoo. Jameis Winston and Myles Garrett on the Browns fans. They were upset after the game that they were cheering at the injury. Not my favorite comments coming up here.
I tell myself every morning what I want for myself, I want for everyone. And I do not want the treatment that Deshaun Watson has received from these passionate fans. I know you love this game. When I first got here, I knew these were some amazing fans. But Deshaun was treated badly. And now he has to overcome another obstacle. So I'm going to support him. I'm going to lift him up. And I'm going to be there for him. Because I see the way he fights. I see the way that he works, and I know who he is as a person and as an NFL quarterback. And that's all I have to say to address him.
No one deserves that, and I hate using the word deserves. I'm usually pretty consistent saying earned. He hadn't earned it, and he doesn't deserve it. No, man does pretty much everything right. He's been a model citizen through college and most of the pros.
Through college and most of the pros.
Look, I gotta agree with Garrett and Winston, because when he went down with injury, I kind of felt, I don't know, I kind of felt like this.
Yeah. Hell yeah. If you listen to Tolbert and Copes, you know that we've been calling for like a season to career-ending injury to Deshaun Watson. I don't know, since about accuser 28, 29.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't have taken us that long, Tom.
But that pushed us over the top.
Once you decided to join me on air and being like, screw this guy forever, when he says he didn't deserve it, I was like, I beg to differ, Miles.
Yeah. Once you get close to 29, Rod Cruz, sacred number, dude, that's where you pushed me over the top.
Dude,
that's where I was like, okay, I've had enough of this guy.
He's been a model citizen, is one of the most...
model citizen.
One of the biggest
really
loads of crap
citizen
I've ever seen.
Yeah. He had to talk to those women to see how they think about him being a model citizen.
And now he's got to overcome more adversity with $240 million in his pocket. You know he's got to overcome adversity all 40 of the women who came forward that he sexually assaulted.
Correct.
And how about the ones that didn't come forward? You still haven't come forward. And if you got a gripe about us being on top of these guys or crapping on Deshaun Watson, you're the one siding with the assailant. I'm just putting that out there. Great segue.
I don't feel bad.
To Steve Kerr, who's going to join us for the first time. Going to join us for the first time this season. Steve Kerr, as usual, Tom. That's 5:30. Dr. Junk is next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy, which is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. Over 5 million happy players across 33 states have won over $2 billion, and Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances with their pick'em game. You can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on some of your favorite player stats with MLB, NFL, or NBA. To create entries with any sports pick or mix and match across your favorite sports for a shot to win real cash prizes. And now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. As you know, we've been using Underdog for a while now. It's so fun and simple. This season, Underdog will be, actually this week on Underdog, I'm looking at Steph Curry opening tomorrow. I'm going to look at the higher number for his points on opening night against the Trailblazers, but you can customize anything you want. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day. It's currently booster month from now until October 27th, and you can boost your profit on all NBA entries by 20%. Underdog is literally giving you unlimited profit boosts to make basketball picks. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. That promo code is KNBR. You must be 18 or older. Present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
KNBR presents the best hoops hangout in radio.
Stephen Douglas Kerr, or as we like to refer to him around here, Dr. Junk. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Tom.
The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It is time for the inaugural version of the Steve Kerr Show. We'll do it every single week. We could maybe switch around day, depending on what the schedule is like. But it is good to have basketball season back, and it is good to have Stephen Douglas Kerr back. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Tom. Good to chat with you guys. And inaugural, I guess, or 10th annual, however you want to put it.
I know you've been doing this 10 years now.
Yeah, I guess 11th annual. This is So
is this going to be so we're going into the 11th season or 10th season?
Going into the 11th season.
My goodness, when you think about that. Are you like Steph? Do you want to retire with the Warriors?
Wow. Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, will they have me?
Yeah. Well, that's always a good question when it comes to coaching, no doubt. But can you believe you've been here 10 years? It's crazy that, forget the success that you've had. That's been incredible and that's been well documented. But just you've been coaching in the NBA now for a decade. Do you sit back and kind of take that in occasionally?
I know, it's crazy. It's the same feeling that I have when I say I've got my second grandchild on the way.
Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
That's incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, but it's I guess there are just different ways of saying you're old as hell.
Yes, that's a given.
These are two of them. So yeah, it is crazy though. It in some ways it just feels like we just got started and it's been a decade. Crazy.
So are we is Dr. Jung going to make an appearance this year, or is he going to be more subdued?
Yeah, he so far in camp he has not made an appearance.
Oh, that's Dr. Jung. That's disappointing.
Yeah, we've been pretty vanilla so far, but doesn't mean Dr. Jung can't make an appearance.
He's always lurking. He's always there, just under the surface. So let me ask you first about the team before we get into some of the players. And one of the things you said about the team that I think you liked was the depth. You guys have 13 guys that can play, which I totally agree with. I think you do. I don't know if that's always the best thing. It sounds great on paper. Look at all these guys that can play. The problem is then you got to divvy up minutes and actually play those players, and players that are good players may not be playing regularly or in certain situations because you have other players that are also really good. Talk about that tightrope walking, because it sounds good, but it's more difficult than it sounds.
Yeah, it's good when you've got injuries and when you've got absences. It's great. You're able to sustain your, the level of play during those periods of the season. It's hard when everybody's healthy. So it really does require a mature team. It requires our coaching staff, making sure we are communicating regularly with the guys, keeping them in good spirits when they're not playing. And that's not easy because these guys, their careers are obviously always on the line, and they've got, every single guy's got hopes and dreams, and it's hard to, when you don't play guys who deserve to play, that's difficult.
Yeah. What do you want the personality of this team to be this year?
I want us to be feisty and tough defensively. The goal is to be a top 10 defensive team again. Which we've historically been, but we dropped down to 15th last year. I never felt like we had a defense that was impactful last year.
Yeah.
By that I mean just you didn't feel us. I want our defense to be felt this year. That means scrappy and getting to loose balls and creating some turnovers, and if we do that, then we can take advantage of our ability to run, guys like JK and Wiggs and Trace, get out in transition, score some easy baskets. And I think we're going to shoot a lot of threes. We have a lot of shooting depth, probably more than we've had in a long time, just the sheer number of guys who are comfortable shooting threes. So if we can put all that together, I think we have a chance to be a really good two-way team.
How do you feel? Because I know the whole league's gone to just chucking threes. is what they're doing. Hell, look what the Celtics are doing tonight. I mean, they're crushing the Knicks, just firing threes. I mean, of course, the part of the equation that you need to make sure you factor in is you got to make those threes, because when you miss them, things go haywire, and then go haywire quickly. How do you incorporate that? Ultimately what you're saying is we want to shoot a lot of threes. I think players hear that. What you really mean is we want to shoot a lot of good threes. We don't want to just chuck threes. We want to shoot good threes and get them in transition, get them off offensive rebounds, stuff like that. Feet set, shoulders square. Go ahead, let that thing fly. But we don't want to take difficult threes. How do you walk that line again where it's like you got to tell them we want to shoot the threes, but you got to be a little judicious.
Yeah, I think we have to do a better job as a coaching staff of helping the players generate better threes. So that's been a big part of what we've worked on in camp is the spacing and the rhythm of our offense, what we're trying to do. We're definitely more organized offensively than we have been the last couple of years. We've, over the years, we've kind of thrived in chaos.
Yeah.
And we just felt like, looking at last year, that was no longer the case, partly because the league has changed. Everybody's shooting so many threes now. It was different when we were generating chaos 5-6 years ago because, teams weren't switching as much. They were playing more big guys. Now it feels like everyone's kind of in positionless, switch everything basketball. But we got to get more organized offensively, which we're doing. And I'm confident that we can generate those good threes that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Talking to Steve Kerr, nice enough to join us, courtesy of the UMA guest line. We were talking earlier about the contract that Moses Moody just got for 3 years, $39 million. We were talking about how at times last year we didn't really know what his role was and played his way in, and then at times you didn't use him. What do you envision his role being this year?
Well, number one, there's a reason we gave him the contract. I mean, we really believe in Moses. He had a great camp. He's our leading scorer, leading three-point shooter, and he's somebody we have always really valued. Both for his size and two-way ability, but his character too. He's always handled things really well in his first 3 years, being in and out of the rotation, and that matters, I'm excited about Moses, and he's going to be in the rotation tomorrow, and so are a lot of other guys. We're going to play a lot of people, and so the season has to unfold, and as you guys know, everything is based on winning, and so we've got to find the combinations that help us win games, and then stick with that, and then whoever those people are, that's who they are, and when you have a deep team, that means there's going to be some people who are left out at times, and you don't know who that's going to be until it actually happens.
That was funny. You said you liked his size, and I had to register in my head for a minute because I thought you said you liked his thighs, and I was like, that is oddly specific.
It's like more of a football thing. Is kind of what I thought.
That's oddly specic, but okay, I'll go with it. And then it clicked in. I go size. Okay, got it.
Big trunk. Okay. I like it on him. Yeah, right.
His calves are actually more impressive than his thighs.
What's if you care to reveal, who are you going to be starting tomorrow night?
Yeah, I'm choosing not to.
Okay, you're going to play that. You're going to play the coaching game, huh? Keep them guessing.
Play the coaching game.
Yeah, keep them guessing. Oh, Steph's starting. We didn't see that one coming. Look at that one. Wow.
All right, I'll announce that Steph will start tomorrow.
Thank you. Right? Well done. Right. I knew I could pry something out of you.
Boy,
look at me. Yeah, well, that's me. Me and Mike Wallace. We get after it, don't we?
You and Mike Wallace.
we get to the bottom of things is what we do. What would you say if I said the over-under for starting lineups for you before the new year would be 9? Would you say that'd be a fair number, or would it be over?
Man, I would hope for the under.
Yes.
I would hope for the under. Yeah, I don't think any coach this season thinking, man, it'd be great to have a bunch of different starting lineups.
But I know you like to tinker with stuff early to really see what works. Like, you're not afraid to mix and match a little bit to see exactly what you have and what combinations. In fact, I rarely even hear you talk about starting lineups. It's just about combinations for you and which ones work together. And depending on who starts, that's going to affect your combinations coming off the bench because there's certain minutes for certain guys. But I'm not saying you want to have a bunch of different starting lineups, but I know that you're not afraid to like move stuff around just to kind of see what fits. So you have more of a knowledge base later in the season because you've tried a lot of different things.
Yeah. And you know, we really want to find lineup, like you said, combinations that fit, and if we can find something that works, we'll stay with that. Historically, that's what we've done. Last year was really an aberration. I mean, I think we might have led the league in starting lineups, but a lot of that was we were struggling and we were searching, and you know, hopefully this year we'll have more consistency.
Yeah, we're talking to the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. We're going to do it weekly throughout the course of the year. We're talking about not only Moody signing the contract, but you guys in Kuminga not coming to an agreement. And somebody said, you know, he'd like to get paid more. He thinks he's that guy. And I said, well, the Warriors would like nothing more than him to prove that he's that guy. Right. They'd be glad to pay him that money for what he thinks he's going to become. To be that guy, what would you like to see from him? Obviously, consistency and some winning basketball plays, of course. But from a basketball standpoint, where's the growth for him, you think?
Well, I think, you know, the focus this year, we talked about, we want to be a fast team. We've got to get JK on the wings, running the floor downhill. That's his superpower, is scoring in transition and beating people down the floor. And when we get him in those situations, he scores as easily as anybody in the league. So that's number one. Mm-hmm. And he's really improved his 3-point shot. He feels really confident with the shot. And at the other end, it's a matter of, you know, continuing to learn how to use that size and athleticism to become a great defender. I think he's gotten a lot better, but he, you know, still has room to improve. And, you know, that's what we're looking for is, you know, the force that comes with in that body. You know, how does it translate to the game? And it's sprinting the floor both ways and being a great defender and really playing off of that. And that's, you know, that's the main focus.
Talking to Steve Kerr on the UMA guest line. What's your hope for Trace Jackson Davis's growth this year?
Well, similar to JK, let's use that athleticism to run the floor and get downhill and give us some easy baskets and transition. You know, whether that's a dunk for him or a three-pointer for somebody else, because he just ran the floor and, you know, pulled the defense in. Continued improvement, you know, defensively. You know, his shot blocking is, I think, really important for us. We're going to probably play bigger, you know, this year more often. I really don't want to play Draymond at the 5 a ton. I liked it, you know, our first 5 years here, we never started Draymond at the 5. We would just play like the last 5 minutes, 6 minutes of each half with Draymond at the 5, and we'd shift down. But for the most part, we stayed big, and I prefer that. I think that's one of the ways we can become a top 10 defensive team, and Trace will play a big role in that.
So we were talking about this earlier, and with the NFL going to more running this year, Coach looked it up. There's no team last year, maybe one team that was 50%.
Just under 50. Now there's like 5
just under 50. Now. You know, there's 5 over 50% running the ball. So seems like with the defenses going smaller, faster, quicker, a lot of teams are like, all right, let's just run the ball against the smaller linebackers. And I'm wondering, with the big guys in the league now kind of reimposing their will, so to speak, can you see the league going bigger now and trying to say, look, everyone has the switchable players, everyone's got the wings now? That's where we can take advantage of some of these teams that are smaller and maybe not as heavy in the can. Let's go ahead and try to punish them in the paint a little bit more than maybe they did for like a 10-year period. I'm not saying going back to the 80s, 90s. That's never coming back, but it seems like there's a little bit of a sea change here in the NBA.
I think that's true. I think it will show itself more on the defensive end, though, than the offensive end, just because there's just not that many players who are good at low post play in the NBA. I mean, these guys don't grow up playing on the low block. We don't teach it. Everybody's shooting all these threes. If anybody wants to really establish the low post game, I think that's a good thing if you've got a good player down there, and then that can set up the three. But there's just not that many guys who do that. But the flip side is if you can employ size defensively and be really good protecting the rim at that end of the floor, now all of a sudden you can play offense off of that through transition. And so I think that's where it would show up, is at the defensive end.
So at the end of last year, I think we both appreciated the change in officiating style where they let the game play out a little bit. They let guys be a little more physical. It actually got to the point where I thought they went overboard on occasions. It's like, guys, some of this is still a foul, okay? We're not getting back to 94 basketball. Right. We don't want that. But we didn't want guys, as you said, not manipulating the game. Like, don't let them just trick you into calling a foul. Do you think we'll see? I don't think we're going back to the early part of last year because that was a joke. I tell people I like ice cream. I don't like it a gallon at a time. I like points in the NBA. I don't need points. I don't need 140 to 138 twice a week. It's like, what are we doing here?
You tell people this?
Yeah, I do tell people this. Yeah. Right
on the other hand, Tom, you like beer.
Yep.
You do like beer at a gallon.
Gallons at a time.
No, I don't like it gallons at a time. I really don't. I don't drink that many.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the college version.
Yeah, it's Steve. It's rare for me to sit down on Saturday and have 18 beers. Usually, it's like 13, 14. So
that used to be just another Wednesday.
Oh yeah, it's all about moderation now, Steve. Is what it's all about. What it's all about. So where do you think they're going to fall this year? Because I'd like to see them hopefully get in the middle. And look, I know I'm asking a lot. It's hard to say. Okay, let them play fast, but we're going to call physical game. But we don't want to do the manipulative stuff. But we do. I get it. It's hard. But I thought it was a step in the right direction last year. Where do you think we'll kind of start out this year?
I think we will start out in a good place. I really do. Where the players aren't, being allowed to manipulate the game, but the officials are calling the stuff when it gets too physical. And that was the message we got during the coaches' meetings in Chicago a month or so ago. The league does a good job of communicating with us. They send, you'll like this. We got Joey Crawford.
Did you really?
Team.
I love Joey.
He's the best.
He's the best.
And he had the guys roaring with laughter. I mean, he's so funny. Just the way he talks about officiating. He tells stories about the old days. And anyway, all the messaging has been, we're trying to find that balance.
Yeah.
I'm confident they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, Tim Duncan loves Joey Crawford. Big fan. big fan. No, I tell you what, though, nobody, and I mean nobody, had the ball going out of bounds the other way better than Joey Crawford. He touched the ground. Remember, he'd spin around and shoot his finger out there.
Yep. Do you know the story behind that?
No.
So Joey's father was an MLB umpire. So every time the ball would go out of bounds and he would point in the direction of whose ball it was, it was basically homage to his dad.
Oh, like a strike three call.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh.
So,
wow.
But he told a great story. Actually, last year he came and he told this story. We were asking him about technical fouls, and we said, "What if you're going to call a technical, do you take away transition? Like if a guy is yelling at you after he doesn't get fouled, and the other team has a 4-on-3, do you call a technical right away and take away the transition?" And he goes, no. And I think Draymond is the one who asked him. And he goes, no. He goes, I'll tell you what I would do, Draymond. He goes, you yell at me. I don't give you the call. The play goes the other way. you're yelling at me, and I turn and I say to you, Draymond, I'll be right back. And then I let the transition happen, and then I call the team. Oh, Joey's so great, and that was an era where the refs were much more allowed to be kind of characters and personalities, and
and they had a feel for the game.
They had a feel for the game,
and a feel for the game, and nobody used to call the holding like Daryl Garrettson with the thumb and finger, and just pull it back in.
What was that all about?
I have no idea what that was all about. It was like he stayed in ref school. Like, this is how they taught him to do it, and he continued to do it. Nobody ever did the thumb and forefinger and like just pulled their arm back. I was like, oh my gosh, that was that was funny stuff. Well, best of luck tomorrow night in the Rose City against the Trailblazers as we kick off the season. It's about to start. 24-25, you're number 11 for you. Can't wait to see how it all unfolds, and we'll look forward to talking to you throughout the course of the year, Steve.
All right. Sounds good.
Take it easy, Stevie.
See you, Steve. Great stuff there from Steve Kerr. You missed any of that, all available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Steve will join us weekly at his usual time, Tuesdays at 5:30. By the way, I should let you know, tickets for all Warrior home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. The Warriors host the Clippers on Sunday. That's Tom's Clippers, the 27th at 5:30 in the team's home opener for this season. Even in the event of a sellout, Warriors tickets are always available at Warriors.com, where season ticket holders and other fans resell tickets that are 100% guaranteed by the Dubs organization. And when you're looking at Warriors.com for tickets are on sale now for the NBA All-Star 2025 fan events and premium experiences taking place in February. That's a whole weekend from the 14th to the 16th in February. In the Bay Area, tickets to the NBA crossover, the Ruffles NBA All-Star Celebrity Game, Castrol Rising Stars, the NBA HBCU Classic, all that good stuff, plus the NBA All-Star Practice. All those NBA events available at NBAevents.com. More to come here. Tolbert and Copes will put a bow on this one next. Larry Kruger at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader. The Athletics' Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus today to discuss the fallout from the 49ers' loss to the Chiefs and the Brandon Ayuk injury. You can listen to the full interview. It's up now on KNBR's podcast page, on KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.